In a twist of fate, Tang Boyue, who was mistakenly killed by a deity, is granted a chance for rebirth in an alternate realm. As a gesture of apology, the deity bestows upon him an island dedicated to nurturing divine beasts and allows him to choose one of 3 legendary creatures to accompany him on his new journey. The choices are enticing. The Sky Dragon, known for her formidable prowess, the Snow Maiden, the offspring of the Snow God, and the enchanting nine-tailed fox who captivates all who gaze upon her. Faced with this dilemma, Tang Boyue exclaims his desire for them all. The Sky Dragon implores, "Choose me. They are mere trifles compared to our potential for chaos together." To which Tang Boyue replies, "Your enthusiasm is commendable, but why does your profile lack strength while boasting an absurd level of defense?" The Sky Dragon explains, "I incurred considerable debt from gambling, and when collectors came for payment, I feared pain, so I focused entirely on defense. Now, I hardly feel a thing when they strike. Isn't that impressive?" Tang Boyue, bemused, retorts, "Weren't we supposed to wreak havoc together?" The Sky Dragon responds, "Indeed, you shall handle the chaos, and I will manage the ha-ha." Confronted with a slothful, gambling-addicted dragon lacking offensive capabilities but possessing extraordinary defense, Tang Boyue can only lament, "O divine being, is there a possibility for a return on this lackluster dragon?" The tale unfolds in a spacious, bright chamber where Tang Boyue stands before 3 beautiful women, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. The first, with dragon horns and a playful smile revealing her fangs, showcases her dragon tail. The second, with alabaster skin, emanates an aura of chill, lowering the temperature around her. The third, a visage of irresistible allure, possesses furry ears that beckon to be touched. Moments ago, Tang Boyue had been a weary office worker, toiling away on Valentine's Day, only to meet an untimely demise from an object falling from the sky. Awakening in this new room, he learns from a stunning, mature woman that she is the goddess of wisdom. In a twist of fate, her carelessness caused a flower, discarded in disdain for a gift from the God King, to strike him down. In recompense, she offers him a new life, albeit not in his original world. With no familial ties to mourn, Tang Boyue accepts the offer, eager for a fresh start. The goddess informs him that he will be reborn in a realm known as the Spirit Continent, a world where beast taming is paramount. As compensation, she grants him a nurturing island for divine beasts and the privilege of selecting one of the 3 divine creatures to accompany him. Only one can be chosen. She preempts his thoughts, clearly seeing through his desires. The Sky Dragon, eager and confident, approaches him, showcasing her muscles and inviting him to feel her strength. Tang Boyue hesitates, recognizing the nine-tailed fox as the most stunning, while the Snow Maiden exudes a nurturing aura, ideal for both day and night pleasures. As for the dragon, well, she certainly has a personality. "You are selecting a familiar, not a spouse," the goddess interjects, causing Tang Boyue to feel a pang of embarrassment, realizing his thoughts lay bare. Deciding swiftly, he declares, "I choose you." The Snow Maiden acknowledges, "I respect your decision." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox scoffs, "This grievance shall not be forgotten." The Sky Dragon, elated, makes a mock gesture at her rivals. The goddess steps forward, stating, "A choice has been made. You shall now forge a divine contract before the deities. As a reward, Mingyu, I grant you a divine ability befitting your nature. How about 2 or even 3? Mingyu, the Sky Dragon, chirps with playful exuberance. "Enough," the goddess replies, clearly exasperated, before waving her hand, plunging Tang Boyue into unconsciousness. Time passes, and he awakens to a gentle voice calling him, "Rise and shine. Today marks your first day at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy. Don't be late." Confused, he asks, "Where am I?" "You've been dazed. You're at home," replies a middle-aged woman, who he soon realizes is his mother. Memories flood back. He finds himself in the Spirit Continent, at a town named Dragon Town, renowned for producing a dragon-level beast tamer. You're awake. Breakfast is ready. The mistress's cooking is delightful." At that moment, Mingyu bursts into the room, a bun in hand, stuffing her face with food. Tang Boyue can't help but swallow hard at the sight. "Mingyu, slow down. There's plenty more. Please help you or get up. I must head out." "Thank you, mistress." Mingyu exclaims before playfully lifting Tang Boyue's blanket, revealing his lack of proper attire. Whoa, you're not wearing anything. She laughs. Hey, Tang Boyue exclaims, hastily covering himself with a blanket. In that instant, he questions his choice of Mingyu. After getting dressed and admiring his youthful reflection in the mirror, he prepares for school with Mingyu by his side. Arriving at the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy, Tang Boyue is surprised to find himself back in an academic environment after years in the workforce. Yet, to comprehend this new world, education is essential. Hey, old Tang, how come you're with Mingyu? A voice calls from behind, a familiar hand slapping his shoulder. Turning, he recognizes a lanky boy named Ho Fan, his close friend since their days in the Junior Beast Taming Academy, affectionately nicknamed Monkey. Do you know Mingyu? Tang Boyue inquires. Ho Fan chuckled. How could one possibly be unaware? The entire town is familiar with her as a divine beast. She is indolent and has a penchant for gambling, and she has accrued a significant amount of high-interest debt. She spends her days seeking refuge. Many previously entered into contracts with her, enticed by her divine beast lineage and her ancient dragon heritage. Ultimately, they were all deceived and ended their contracts with her. Thus, she is often referred to as the disgrace of divine beasts, the wasted dragon of Dongyao. Old Tang, what expression is that? You haven't signed a contract with her, have you? At that moment, Tang Boyue recalled something. He raised his left wrist, revealing a flat bracelet. Soon, a system interface projected from the bracelet. This was the Spirit Control Terminal System, a creation of collective human wisdom on the entire Spirit Control continent. The IT contained personal identity information, summoning beast details, and a comprehensive bestiary of this world. Through this system, individuals could communicate and engage in online financial transactions. Tang Boyue examined his information. Name: Tang Boyue. Gender: male. Age: 16. Place of origin: Longtown, Shihua City, Dongyao Kingdom. Beast Tamer level: Junior Beast Tamer. Summoned beast: Mingyu. He then proceeded to check the details of Mingyu. Name: Sky Dragon, Mingyu. Race: Ancient Dragon Clan. Attributes: Thunder. Bloodline: Divine Beast level. Level. Attributes: Strength, Agility, Defense. 9999. Skills: Divine Regeneration, Wrath of Thunder, Enhanced Defense, Absolute Defense, Dragon Scale Armor, Hardened Dragon Scales. Master: Tang Boyue. What is this? So many question marks. No level, no strength or agility, and a defense of 9,999. What is going on? Mingyu stuck out her tongue and replied, I borrowed a lot of high-interest loans. When I couldn't repay them, they beat me up. I was afraid of the pain, so I maxed out my defense. Now when they hit me, I don't feel a thing. Impressive, right? Goodness, how absurd. Weren't we supposed to go on a rampage together? Exactly, you handle the rampage, and I'll take care of the rest. I cannot abide this. I must terminate the contract. Mingyu, filled with glee, leaned in closer to Tang Boyue's ear and whispered, We signed a divine contract before the gods, and the only way to dissolve it is through the death of one party. I certainly won't die. How about you? Darn. Hee. Ordinarily, a beast tamer can gain 10 of the attributes of their contracted summoned beast, along with sharing an initial skill. However, due to the divine contract, you receive 30 of my attributes and can utilize all my skills, Mingyu explained. You possess no strength, your attack is nearly zero, and, aside from defense, you have nothing of use, Tang Boyue retorted. I could take a beating, others won't hurt you anymore. At that moment, Tang Boyue noticed an option for a beast nurturing island on the Spirit Control Terminal interface. He understood that this was not an inherent feature of the terminal, but a compensation from the Goddess of Wisdom. Tang Boyue clicked to explore further, where he was informed that by completing subsequent tasks assigned by the system, he could obtain fragments of a map. Collecting these fragments would reveal the location of the divine beast. Another prompt appeared, asking if he wished to enter the beast nurturing island. The beast nurturing island truly existed, and Tang Boyue could take his contracted summoned beast with him. However, he chose not to enter at that moment, feeling it inappropriate to vanish suddenly before Ho Fan. Spatial abilities were exceedingly rare in this world. Old Tang, did you truly sign a contract with her? Ho Fan inquired. Tang Boyue nodded. That's all right. You can simply dissolve the contract. It cannot be dissolved. Ho Fan paused for a few seconds before continuing. Contracting a second summoned beast requires considerable mental strength. We must wait until we reach a higher academy to even have a chance at that. And with Mingyu by your side, you may not even graduate, making it impossible to ascend to the higher academy. Tang Boyue felt tears welling in his eyes. His snow maiden, his nine-tailed celestial fox. Why did he have to choose this dragon? Well, there was no other choice for now. Tang Boyue had no idea how to contact the goddess of wisdom again. As new students reported in and were assigned classes, he was pleased to find himself in the same class as Ho Fan. During their time in the junior academy, they focused primarily on theoretical knowledge, and many had yet to summon a beast. Now that they had progressed to the intermediate academy, the school's requirement was for everyone to sign a contract with a summoned beast within a week. Mingyu seemed to be a celebrity, well known to all, while Tang Boyue became the target of their ridicule. Contracting with Mingyu seemed less favorable than purchasing an ordinary summoned beast from the market, which might prove more beneficial. A divine beast reduced to such a state was rather tragic. Throughout the morning, the teacher provided a brief overview of the world. For instance, beast tamers were classified into several tiers: Junior Beast Tamer, Intermediate Beast Tamer, Advanced Beast Tamer, Heavenly Beast Tamer, Dragon Beast Tamer, and Divine Beast Tamer. The assessment of a beast tamer's level was based on the total levels of their contracted summoned beasts. For example, possessing a level 30 summoned beast would designate one as an intermediate beast tamer, while having two level 15 beasts totaling a level of 30 would also qualify one. As such, theoretically, there was no limit to the number of summoned beasts one could contract. However, the individual's strength was the limiting factor. Each additional summoned beast would exponentially increase the mental pressure endured during the contract. To date, the record for the most simultaneous contracts held at 5. The levels of summoned beasts were easily understood, ranging from 1N. Combat and the use of experience crystals could enhance a summoned beast's level. Following this were the bloodline levels of summoned beasts: Ordinary, Rare, Epic, Legendary, Beast King, Beast Emperor, Spirit Beast, Divine Beast, and Divine Being. If one considered the Ordinary level as a unit of 1, the increases upon leveling would be as follows: Ordinary at 1, Rare at 1.2, Epic at 1.3, Legendary at 1.5, Beast King at 3, Beast Emperor at 5, Spirit Beast at 20, Divine Beast at 50. Upon reaching the Spirit Beast level, the disparity in strength became dramatically pronounced. As for the Divine Being level, it remained a legend. No one truly knew the extent of its terrifying power. "I'm starving. Let's go eat," Mingyu languidly suggested at noon as school ended. "Weren't you the one who ate the most this morning?" "I'm still growing, so it's only natural to eat more," Mingyu replied. "I know a fantastic restaurant. It's delicious. Come along," she said, tugging at Tang Boyue. Under Mingyu's guidance, Tang Boyue arrived at a bustling restaurant. He could not ascertain the quality of the food, but it was undeniably crowded, with no available seating. "No seats left. Let's go," Tang Boyue stated. Mingyu surveyed the room and soon spotted a table occupied by only one individual, and oh, it was not a person. It was a humanoid summoned beast that was a three-tailed fox, evolved from a juvenile fox. The second stage, a humanoid summoned beast, is exceedingly rare. The three-tailed fox can further evolve into a six-tailed fox, after which its evolutionary path diverges into two branches: the nine-tailed fox and the regrettably unchosen nine-tailed celestial fox that Tang Boyue now laments. Standing less than 1 meter tall, the three-tailed fox boasts pink hair, pink ears, and 3 fluffy tails adorning its rear, resembling a petite beast-eared girl. Though humanoid in form, its visage retains animalistic features, with a pointed mouth and fur on its face. It is only upon reaching the six-tailed stage that it fully attains a human shape. At that moment, Mingyu approached. "Hey, little brat, this spot belongs to me. You're even eating a children's meal." "Let me have a taste," she declared, snatching the three-tailed fox's meal and pouring it into her own mouth. "Not bad, move aside." With that, she lifted the three-tailed fox from its seat and tossed it aside before settling down with a flourish. Tang Boyue was speechless. Could it be that this wretched dragon was truly this despicable? Snatching a child's seat and food, he covered his face with his hands, feeling embarrassed to be associated with this disgraceful creature. "Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see the contract mark on her hand? She has an owner," Tang Boyue protested. "Not a problem, not a problem." This little fur ball is quite weak and cannot possibly defeat me, Mingyu boasted with arrogance. She then directed a haughty expression at the three-tailed fox, taunting, "Go ahead and cry. Tell your owner." "Oh, what's with that expression? Angry? Want to fight me? If you have the ability, come at me. I'll easily subdue you with one hand." That moment, the three-tailed fox bared its teeth, its formerly adorable face transforming into a menacing snarl, revealing a row of sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, it lunged at Mingyu, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen. With a whoosh, a rainbow of colors erupted from Mingyu's mouth, the remnants of the children's meal she had just stolen. Tang Boyue was at a loss for words. Clearly, Mingyu was no formidable opponent, having been felled by a mere three-tailed fox's punch. He lifted his wrist and activated the Spirit Master Terminal, eager to examine the details of this three-tailed fox. The terminal records all data on this continent, but to access another's information, the individual must opt to make it public. If they choose to conceal it, access is denied. However, owners of rare summons like the three-tailed fox typically share their information openly, eager to boast. As expected, the details of the three-tailed fox appeared. Name: three-tailed fox, Sentinel. Race: Phantom Beast. Attributes: Fire Illusion. Bloodline: Beast King level. Level: 12. Attributes: Strength 86, Agility 95, Defense 53. Skills: Fox Charm, Demon Foxfire. Owner: Zhao Yicheng. Its bloodline was merely at the Beast King level, not divine. Tang Boyue recalled that the celestial fox he encountered before the goddess of wisdom was indeed a divine beast. It seems that even among the same race, destinies can differ. While evolution may elevate bloodline levels, a Beast King bloodline can only ascend to Spirit Beast level at best, even with fortunate upgrades during evolution. Tang Boyue realized he had yet to grasp that in this world, the vast majority of people's summoned beasts possess bloodlines below the legendary level. Common to legendary bloodlines account for approximately 95. The proportions of Beast King and Beast Emperor bloodlines are around 5. Meanwhile, Spirit Beasts and Divine Beasts are a mere 1 in a million. Only 1 in 100,000 may possess such a creature. Sanue, have you gotten into trouble again? At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to silver bells, rang out behind Tang Boyue. He turned to find a girl of similar age, with a sweet appearance. Upon seeing the girl, the three-tailed fox darted into her embrace, emitting sounds Tang Boyue could not comprehend. Despite its 80 humanoid appearance, it could not articulate human language until reaching the six-tailed stage, making its speech unintelligible to others. However, its owner, bound by contract, could understand. Having just seen the three-tailed fox's name as Sanue and its owner as Zhao Yicheng, it was clear that the girl before him was indeed its master. "I apologize, my summoned beast just..." Tang Boyue began, intending to apologize, as Mingyu had first stolen the seat and then the food. However, before he could finish, Mingyu rushed forward, wiping remnants from her mouth. "You wicked woman, it's you." "Oh, it's Mingyu. Have you found a new owner?" Zhao Yicheng inquired. "Naturally. Who said I was unwanted? I am, after all, a divine beast, the magnificent sky dragon," Mingyu replied, swelling with pride. "Who is she?" Tang Boyue asked. "Zhao Yicheng, the daughter of the Zhao family, my previous contractor. But after just a week, she severed our contract," Mingyu explained. That wasn't my fault. You feasted on my provisions, and I even helped you repay your gambling debts. Yet who knew you'd prove utterly useless? I shared your thunder skill, and you merely tickled others," Zhao Yicheng retorted. "What? Useless? Say that again, that I could repeat it 10 times. You're useless, useless, useless." Tang Boyue was at a loss. How had this one person and one dragon ended up arguing? One thing was certain, Mingyu was indeed a burden. So it truly is Mingyu. I thought I was mistaken. You've been hiding from us for days. Let's see where you can run today. Just then, 3 ruffians swaggered over, led by a bald man with an intimidating demeanor. "I have no money." "You're wasting your time." "Wait, find him. He's my master. Seek him out." Mingyu pointed at Tang Boyue. "What the hell?" Tang Boyue could not contain his exasperation. The trio approached him, and the bald man shoved Tang Boyue, saying, "Kid, since you're Mingyu's master, this is convenient. She owes us 1 million spirit coins. You'll cover that." 1 million? Tang Boyue glanced at Mingyu. Mingyu smirked mischievously. "Actually, it's not that much. Just 100,000. But due to high interest, it's ballooned to 1 million now. If you keep dodging, it'll be 10 million, the bald man threatened. Tang Boyue furrowed his brow, patting the spot where he had been pushed. Even if you say that, I have no money. I will repay her 100,000 principal later. And for the rest, I cannot. Cannot repay? If you can't, I'll break your arms today. Let's see how that goes for you. The bald man's expression turned menacing. Tang Boyue understood that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. If the bald man possessed the ability, today could very well be his last. Yet, having just examined the three-tailed fox's attributes, he was not particularly fearful. She was indeed a relatively powerful summoned beast among her peers. However, Mingyu, despite possessing only defensive capabilities, boasts an astonishingly high level of defense. These insignificant creatures should be incapable of breaching such formidable protection. Additionally, due to the divine contract with Mingyu, I possess 30 of her attributes. Mission activated. Defeat 3 opponents. Rewards: 10 points, 1 map fragment. At that moment, a voice tinged with a mechanical tone echoed in Tang Boyue's mind. He recognized it as the Beast Island system issuing a task from the Goddess of Wisdom. Is that so? Then let's see what happens. Tang Boyue replied coolly. Damn it, this brat seeks his own demise. Come forth, wild tiger. Arise, vast wolf. Xuanhua serpent, emerge. With the summoning light, the fabric of space tore apart, and 3 summoned beasts materialized. Tang Boyue glanced at the 3 beasts. All were the most ordinary of their kind, likely of low bloodline quality and around level 10. Go, teach this little brat a lesson. At the bald man's command, the 3 summoned beasts lunged at Tang Boyue simultaneously. Hey, run. Are you foolish? Don't just stand there. So far, no one who has signed a contract with me has been able to truly utilize my skills. At this point, Mingyu was anxious. She hadn't anticipated Tang Boyue's stubbornness in engaging in battle. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Boyue's eyes. Dragon scale armor. In an instant, armor crafted from dragon scales enveloped him. A skill of Mingyu's. Beast tamers, upon signing a contract with a summoned beast, randomly acquire one of that beast's initial skills, which vanishes once the contract is dissolved. However, since Tang Boyue and Mingyu share a divine contract, he possesses all of Mingyu's skills. Furthermore, this extends beyond initial abilities. As Mingyu learns new skills, Tang Boyue can utilize them as well. At this moment, the 3 summoned beasts had already charged forward. The wild tiger's massive claws struck Tang Boyue, but with a resounding clang, the claws were repelled, causing it immense pain as it let out a howl. Similarly, the vast wolf and Xuanhua serpent found themselves unable to penetrate the dragon scale armor's defenses, only inflicting pain upon themselves. Furious thunder. Tang Boyue raised his hand. Due to the dragon scale armor, his hands now resembled dragon claws, crackling with electricity. In the next second, with a thunderous boom, he unleashed his attack, and furious thunder surged forth, leaving the 3 summoned beasts twitching on the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Chapter 4. A Defense from the Blind Box. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, for Mingyu was indeed a renowned figure in the town, a true dragon among men. It was common knowledge that she bore the title of shame of the divine beast, the wretched dragon of Dongyao. Entering into a contract with her was akin to inviting misfortune. However, this young man appeared to be markedly different. Mingyu herself was astonished at how swiftly Tang Boyue had mastered her skills, enabling them to manifest their full potential. Were she to wield the skill of wrathful thunder, its impact would be akin to mere tickling. In her triumph, Mingyu strutted before the trio, declaring, "Depart. Should you dare to return for debts, I shall end you." With that, the 3 hastily recalled their incapacitated summoned beasts and fled in disarray. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward: 10 points, 1 map fragment. With a smug grin, Mingyu turned to Zhao Yicheng, exclaiming, "Did you see that? It's not my fault, it's yours. You simply cannot harness the power of my skills. Look, with a different person, the outcome is entirely different. In other words, the divine beast is not meant for just anyone to control. Blame yourselves for your inadequacies, not me." I am vindicated now. Though Mingyu was unaware of how Tang Boyue accomplished this feat, as previous contractors had been unable to utilize her skills effectively. Could it be due to the divine contract? Yet, she could not be bothered to ponder such matters. Her mind was not suited for such contemplation. All she desired was to revel in her triumph, to inform Zhao Yiqing that her inability to wield Ming Yue's skills was her own shortcoming, not Ming Yue's. Zhao Yiqing gazed at Tang Boyue, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Having previously entered into a contract with Ming Yu, she was well aware of the pitfalls. Otherwise, Ming Yu would not be labeled the shame of the divine beast, the wretched dragon of Dongyao. Ming Yu possessed no offensive capabilities, rendering the use of her attack skills virtually ineffective. Furthermore, a beast master typically acquired the attributes of their summoned beast at level 10. Yet when she contracted with Ming Yu, it seemed she had gained none. But now, this individual before her was entirely different. He not only possessed attributes, but also wielded Ming Yu's skills proficiently. Most intriguingly, he had just utilized 2 of Ming Yu's abilities. A beast master could typically access only one initial skill from their summoned beast. Why was this young man able to employ 2? Why do you look at me like that? I know I'm handsome. If you wish for my contact information, feel free to ask directly. There's no need for that stare, it makes me shy. Tang Boyue remarked to Zhao Yiqing. She was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with self-doubt. Was it truly that she was lacking? Did she really lack the ability to tame a divine beast? Am I merely a novice? Oh, how pitiful. Ming Yu reveled in her triumph, dancing with glee. At that moment, the three-tailed fox, with determination, delivered a swift punch to Ming Yu's abdomen. Ack! Ming Yu gasped, clutching her stomach as she collapsed to the ground. Zhao Yiqing, regaining her composure, turned to Tang Boyue and inquired, "What is your name?" Tang Boyue, he replied. "I remember now. I am aware that you are also a freshman at our school. This morning, I heard that one of the newcomers had formed a contract with Ming Yu. And to my surprise, I encountered him at noon. With the monthly examination for freshmen approaching in a month, I look forward to facing you in combat. By then, I shall demonstrate my strength, proving that the issue does not lie with me." With that, Zhao Yiqing turned and departed. The three-tailed fox followed closely behind, not forgetting to leap over Ming Yu. "Ah, this girl is quite formidable. Hey, get up, stop pretending." Tang Boyue gently nudged Ming Yu, knowing full well that she was merely feigning. Playfully teasing the little fox, for her only true ability was her resilience. Ming Yu sprang up, laughing. "Ha, I'm fine. How could that little brat's punches possibly breach my defenses? I didn't inquire about your well-being. Just tidy up the rainbow you've expelled. I don't fancy having a puddle of vomit before me during lunch," Tang Boyue replied. Ming Yu swiftly borrowed a mop from the dining hall, and after cleaning up, she joined Tang Boyue at the table to order their meal. "We were truly remarkable just now. We slaughtered them effortlessly. Ha ha ha, aren't you glad you chose me?" Ming Yu said, brimming with pride. Tang Boyue remarked, "Not only is your defense impressive, but your thick skin is unexpectedly resilient as well." During their meal, Tang Boyue glanced at the Beast Cultivation Island system, which indicated that he currently possessed 10 points and 1 map fragment. There was also an exchange option. Tang Boyue opted to redeem. Soon, the exchange interface appeared. A surprise blind box required 10 points, a strength pill needed 100 points, and a sky memory fragment demanded a staggering 9,999 points. These were the only 3 items available, followed by a brief note. Each time one acquires a divine beast, new exchange rewards will be unlocked. The strength pill is a low-grade elixir with some restorative effects. Useful in combat, but not significantly impactful. As for the sky memory fragment, Tang Boyue was uncertain of its purpose. When he inquired with Ming Yu, she too was puzzled. However, the fact that it required 9,999 points was ludicrous, considering he had just completed a task to earn a mere 10 points. After examining the detailed description of the sky memory fragment, he found only a single line. To the one bound by contract, "You shall one day welcome a complete king." The surprise blind box, however, was quite affordable at only 10 points, with the description stating it could yield anything, a surprise or a shock, to be unveiled by the opener. Curiosity piqued, Tang Boyue exchanged his 10 points for 1. With a flash of light, a spatial rift appeared before him, and a perfectly square blind box was delivered through the rift. Ming Yu approached, intrigued, and asked, "What is it?" "The wise goddess just assigned me a task on Beast Cultivation Island to defeat those 3 individuals, rewarding me with 10 points, which I used to obtain this blind box," Tang Boyue explained. Upon hearing this, Ming Yu's interest was instantly ignited. "Let me open it. Let me open it." As she spoke, she eagerly opened the mystery box. To her astonishment, inside lay a plate containing a rather abstract dish. "Can this be eaten?" Tang Boyue pondered silently. He scrutinized it closely, then exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth? 9 turned intestines. Is it even possible to unearth such a delicacy from a mystery box? Food, let me give it a try, Mingyu said, unable to contain her curiosity. In the next moment, her expression twisted into one of horror as she glared at Tang Boyue, gritting her teeth. You made me eat this abomination, ugh. What do I have to do with it? You were the one who rushed to open it and devour it. He retorted. This only proves your bad luck. Who would have thought a mystery box could yield such a dreadful dish? Tang Boyue stifled a laugh, struggling to maintain his composure. You're laughing. You did this on purpose. You have to try it too, Mingyu declared, shoving a piece of 9-turned intestines towards Tang Boyue's mouth. Ugh, how dare you treat your master this way, you wretched dragon. Chapter 5, by Li Jin. After their meal, they returned to school. Old Tang, where's Mingyu? Why isn't she with you? Have you severed the contract? Ho Fan approached, draping an arm over Tang Boyue's shoulder. After lunch, she just vanished. Her absence is rather pleasant, Tang Boyue replied. Summoned beasts need not always remain by their beast master's side. The summoning contract is, in fact, a form of spatial contract. When the beast master requires the summoned beast, they utilize the contract to create a spatial passage, transporting the summoned beast to their side. The original intent of the summoning contract was not to enslave the summoned beasts, but to allow them to exist as companions. Thus, many contracted summoned beasts still reside within their own territories, only summoned when needed by the beast master. Conversely, those captured at a young age, having left their homes, tend to accompany humans more closely, sharing their lives. However, these summoned beasts do not necessarily follow their beast masters 24/7. They may remain at home. If they are humanoid summoned beasts, possessing intelligence comparable to humans, they can even work to sustain themselves. Class time commenced. Tang Boyue and Ho Fan returned to the classroom, at which point a voluptuous, mature woman entered. Wow, old Tang, look at this teacher. She's quite something. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Ho Fan nudged Tang Boyue playfully. Does her relationship status concern you? She's over a decade older than you, even if she doesn't have a boyfriend. Do you really think you stand a chance? Tang Boyue replied. How would I know without trying? Ho Fan laughed. Age is just a number. Height is not a barrier. A woman 3 years older than you can be quite a treasure, after all. Suddenly, Tang Boyue sensed a sharp glare directed towards him, and before he could react, something flew past him and Ho Fan. In an instant, it seemed a beam of light swept by their faces. Below, they heard a loud crash as the light collided with the wall behind them. Both turned to look, swallowing hard. It was a fragment of chalk, yet, upon colliding with the wall, it did not shatter but rather embedded itself within the surface. At that moment, the woman at the podium spoke. I am your practical course instructor, Li Jin. As some of you have yet to summon a familiar, today's class will focus on theory. You are granted 1 week to acquire your own familiar. After this period, the evaluation of new students' abilities will commence. However, I am allotting you only 3 days. Within this time frame, I expect each of you to possess a familiar, whether you choose to capture or purchase one. You have merely 3 days. Those who fail to summon a familiar by then will be excused from my class for the next 3 years. Li Jin's voice was icy, revealing her formidable demeanor. Teacher Bailey, may I ask what your familiar is? Inquired Ho Fan at that moment. Li Jin cast a cold glance at him and replied, Please raise your hand before asking questions. Also, my surname is Bailey. Understood, Teacher Bailey, he responded promptly. Li Jin continued, If you are interested in my familiar, you may take a look. As her words fell, a rift appeared in the space before her. In an instant, a pair of sharp claws grasped the tear, gradually widening it, and a humanoid familiar with blue skin, white hair, and tusks emerged. This familiar exuded an unsettling aura. At this moment, the students collectively raised their wrists, activating their spirit control terminals to examine the familiar's information. Tang Boyue glanced at it as well. Name, Mountain Ghost. Race, Spirit. Attributes, Poison. Fire, Bloodline. Beast King level. Level, 121. Attributes, Strength 1250. Agility, 535. Defense 1500. Skills, Force Cleave. Venomous Claw. Magic Poison Flame. Regeneration. Owner, Li Jin. Wow, incredible. A level of 121. So, the teacher is a high-level beast tamer? Someone remarked. I have stated, raise your hand before posing a question, Li Jin replied coldly. The student immediately lowered his head, refraining from further inquiries. Li Jin confirmed, Indeed, I am a high-level beast tamer. To become a mid-level beast tamer, the total level of your familiars must sum to 30. For a high-level beast tamer, it must total 100. For a heavenly-level beast tamer, 200. For a dragon-level beast tamer, 500. And for a divine-level beast tamer, 5,000. Therefore, it is not uncommon for individuals at the lower tiers to encounter a dragon-level beast tamer during their lifetime. Yet, a divine-level beast tamer is a legend. Globally, there are no more than 20 individuals who have attained such a status. After all, the leap from dragon level to divine level requires a tenfold increase in the total level of familiars. Now, let us commence the lesson. For those who find my class unengaging, you may sleep, but you must not snore or make any noise, and speaking among yourselves is strictly prohibited. In summary, do whatever you wish, as long as you remain silent. Bailey Jean summoned the mountain spirit back. Teacher Bailey possesses a remarkable individuality, and my admiration for her continues to grow, remarked Ho Fan with a smile. Have you forgotten that piece of chalk from earlier? You are still speaking, whispered Tang Boyue. Ho Fan dared not utter another word. The Elementary Beastmaster Academy is filled with theoretical classes throughout the day, focusing on fundamental knowledge of beast mastery. Now, in the Intermediate Academy, mornings are dedicated to theory while afternoons are reserved for practical lessons. Thus, the entire afternoon is devoted to Bailey Jin's class. Although her demeanor is icy, instilling a sense of intimidation in her students, her lessons are profoundly engaging, and everyone listens attentively. As school dismissed in the afternoon, Ho Fan said, "Old Tang, accompany me to the Summoned Beast Trading Center." "Oh, are you planning to purchase a summoned beast?" Tang Boyue inquired. Ho Fan nodded yes. "My father gave me money a few days ago. This is his savings accumulated over several years, amounting to 100,000 spirit coins. Let us see if we can acquire a rare grade summoned beast. 100,000 would likely secure only a rare grade beast for epic grade ones. Prices typically soar to 200,000 or 300,000, while legendary grade beasts surpass 1,000,000. For an ordinary family, an epic grade summoned beast is the pinnacle of affordability. Only those with substantial wealth can afford a legendary grade summoned beast, or perhaps by sheer luck and opportunity, one might capture one in the wild. However, lacking a team and strength, attempting to capture a summoned beast alone in the wild is futile. Without a contract, it is merely a demon beast. Venturing out alone to capture such creatures without a team and strength is tantamount to courting death. All right, I shall accompany you as well, Tang Boyue replied, intrigued to discover what the summoned beast trading market is like. Upon arriving at this world, although the goddess bestowed upon him fragments of memory concerning it, many aspects still required his personal exploration. Just as the two reached the school gate, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded them. "You must be Tang Boyue. Hey, challenge me. Let us duel." The group approached with hostility, leaving Tang Boyue bewildered. At that moment, Mingyu dashed forward and stood beside Tang Boyue, stating, "These individuals were once bound by contracts with me. This afternoon, I approached them and claimed that their inability to utilize my skills stemmed from their own ineptitude. They refused to accept this and are now seeking to challenge you to prove their skills." Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Tang Boyue gritted his teeth, realizing that this troublesome dragon had spent the afternoon digging a pit for him. Chapter 6. Farewell to Zhaoicheng. It remains unclear what Mingyu communicated to these individuals, but they now appeared exceedingly agitated. In the midst of their conversation, each summoned their own beasts, ready for a confrontation. Let them see how feeble they truly are, Mingyu declared to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue grasped Mingyu's face firmly and retorted, "Do refrain from speaking so casually. There is no beast master who stands before their summoned creature. You should take the lead." He then pushed Mingyu forward to face the crowd. Addressing the onlookers, Tang Boyue continued, "You all are quite familiar with Mingyu's true nature, are you not? Presently, I find myself ensnared by her as well. It is a lamentable plight. We are all unfortunate souls who have fallen victim to her schemes, hence your ire should not be directed at me, but rather at her. The remarks about your ineptitude originated from her, not me." Tang Boyue's words struck a chord with the assembly, for indeed, they had all been deceived by Mingyu. Observing their emotional response, Tang Boyue declared, "Then I shall leave her in your capable hands. I take my leave." With that, he seized Ho Fan and fled. "Aren't you going to help Mingyu?" Ho Fan inquired as they dashed away. Tang Boyue replied, "Assist? How? With so many people? Besides, her defensive capabilities are formidable. Apart from a singular Thunder Fury skill, all her other abilities pertain to defense. Even the divine skill granted by the goddess of wisdom, divine regeneration, is rooted in her defensive nature. Ordinary regeneration allows for gradual recovery, akin to consuming restorative potions during battle. However, the effects of divine regeneration are quite terrifying, enabling rapid recovery even from severe injuries. To vanquish Mingyu, one would need to eliminate her in a single blow. Otherwise, regardless of her wounds, she would swiftly recuperate due to this divine ability. Given her defensive prowess, achieving a decisive strike is virtually impossible. At present, finding someone capable of injuring her is no easy task. Otherwise, with her insufferable personality, she would have been defeated long ago. Thus, Tang Boyue harbored no concern for her. She must contend with the consequences of her own actions. If she cannot resolve her predicament, a beating may suffice to quell the anger of others. The town of Longjin was not extensive. The journey from the academy to the summoned beast trading center took merely over 10 minutes. This bustling marketplace was teeming with people. Come, don't miss the opportunity. Newly hatched pigeons, of rare grade. A vendor called out. This way, come have a look. Equipment for summoned beasts, gear for beast masters, weapons, everything one could desire. The summoned beast trading center was not solely for the exchange of summoned beasts. It dealt in all items related to them. For instance, appraisal stones, summoned beast equipment, elixirs, experience crystals, and more. Services for training, grooming, and exchanging summoned beasts were also available. That pigeon is quite remarkable, of rare grade. Look how it gazes at me, Ho Fan remarked. Tang Boyue examined it and noted its rare bloodline. Although Ho Fan's funds were only sufficient to purchase one rare summoned beast, Tang Boyue, having arrived, was determined to help him secure a fortunate find. While others might find it challenging to stumble upon a deal, Tang Boyue was different. His beast breeding island exclusively cataloged summoned beasts of divine bloodlines, and to include them, an appraisal was essential. Thus, Beast Breeding Island possesses an identification capability. Consequently, Tang Boyue had no intention of allowing Ho Fan to purchase already identified summoned beasts. Instead, he suggested venturing into the realm of unidentified summoned beasts or even purchasing eggs directly. Do not be misled by your pigeon. It cannot play basketball. The avian and beast tribe summoned beasts rank among the lowest tiers. If one were to buy, it would be prudent to acquire a beast of a slightly higher racial standing, Tang Boyue remarked. Upon hearing this, Ho Fan quickly replied, Brother, if I had enough money, would I need to be told? You are well aware of my family's circumstances. My father saved for many years just to afford me a low-tier, low-bloodline summoned beast. Initially, he intended for me to attend a regular academy and then join him at the construction site. I resolutely refused and insisted on enrolling in the Beastmaster School, and he eventually relented. However, the funds for purchasing a summoned beast are limited. Pointing ahead, Tang Boyue indicated, over there, the unidentified young beast area. The stalls in this section exclusively sell unidentified juvenile beasts or beast eggs. This area is favored by many gamblers. Should one identify a legendary or even a beast king level summoned beast, it would be akin to transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Are you out of your mind? Those unidentified juvenile beasts are not significantly cheaper than a previously identified rare bloodline summoned beast. Moreover, most are of ordinary bloodlines, with a loss probability exceeding 90%. Even if one were to fortuitously identify a rare level beast, the savings would be minimal, and the risks would be exceedingly high, Ho Fan argued. Tang Boyue chuckled. Let us proceed and take a look. I plan to acquire two myself. He raised his wrist and opened the spirit connection terminal, glancing at his account, which held 150,000 spirit coins. This should be the capital provided by the goddess of wisdom, and Tang Boyue intended to multiply this some manifold today. Don't you already have Mingyu? What? Are you finally considering dissolving the contract with her? Ho Fan teased. Although Tang Boyue had previously mentioned that he could not sever ties with Mingyu, Ho Fan remained skeptical, as there had been no instance thus far where a contract could not be undone. No, I merely intend to gamble. A bicycle transforming into a motorcycle, Tang Boyue replied. Subsequently, the two arrived at the unidentified juvenile beast area. Two gentlemen, come and take a look at my stall. This morning, someone identified an epic-level summoned beast. One vendor called out. Do not believe him. That epic-level beast was merely summoned by his own hired hand. Come to my stall. I once had someone uncover a legendary beast here. Another vendor countered. Old Ma, you lack integrity. Conduct your business as you will, but do not reveal my secrets. What if I do? Do you wish to fight? The two merchants suddenly clashed. Tang Boyue was disinterested in their squabble, as the numerous stalls provided ample opportunity for selection. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face, Zhao Yiqing. She sat before a stall, clearly not there to purchase summoned beasts. Her demeanor suggested she was more of a vendor herself. What are you looking at? A beauty? Is that not Zhao Yiqing, the new campus flower of Class 1? Daughter of the Zhao family. Do not harbor illusions. She is betrothed to the son of the town mayor. At this moment, Hua Fan followed Tang Boyue's gaze. Tang Boyue remarked, "You're overthinking it. I have no interest in these young girls." Although Tang Boyue was now 16, his true age had already reached 30. No interest in young girls? Speaking so maturely, one would mistake you for an older gentleman, Hua Fan retorted. Let me tell you, even if you prefer the more seasoned, do not vie for teacher Bai Li's attention. Go away, no one is competing with you. Curiously, he added, isn't she a young lady of privilege? Why is she out here selling? Hua Fan chuckled and said, it seems you truly haven't paid her any mind. Otherwise, you would know that although the Zhao family is prominent in the town, they are engaged in the business of summoning beasts. Half of the stalls in this trading center belong to them. Given her current demeanor, she is probably just here to pass the time after school. Come on, let us go over. After all, we are both freshmen this year. Perhaps we can negotiate a better price. Chapter 7. Shall we use lifespan for identification? Hey, classmate. Approaching Zhao Yiqing's stall, Hua Fan greeted her. Zhao Yiqing glanced up, not recognizing Hua Fan, but the presence of Tang Boyue beside him immediately captured her attention. Tang Boyue, Zhao Yiqing said. Do you know each other? Hua Fan asked in surprise. Tang Boyue replied, we met during lunch. Mingyu snatched her summoning beast's food. Hua Fan chuckled at this. That indeed sounds like something Mingyu would do. What brings you here? Zhao Yiqing inquired. To purchase summoning beasts, Tang Boyue responded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing smiled and said, so soon to buy summoning beasts? Have you severed your contract with Mingyu? In truth, Zhao Yiqing harbored hopes that Tang Boyue had indeed terminated his contract with Mingyu, for her pride was formidable. She could not accept being outdone. The fact that Tang Boyue could adeptly wield Mingyu's skills was a significant blow to her. If Tang Boyue were to dissolve the contract, it would imply that the fault lay not with her, but rather with Mingyu's shortcomings. Tang Boyue replied, apologies, but I have no plans to dissolve the contract at the moment. After all, Mingyu's skills are quite useful. I came here today to purchase a few unidentified summoning beasts, hoping to take a gamble and perhaps earn some profit. Hearing this, Zhao Yiqing's eyelid twitched slightly. However, she found it somewhat amusing that someone would attempt to earn money this way. Those in the summoning beast trade were not fools. Experienced merchants could discern the quality of summoning beasts even without identification. The beasts available for unidentified sale had already been sifted through. Those left were of lesser pedigree, with common bloodlines exceeding a level of 90. Thus, the notion that one could profit as a gambler was nearly impossible. Otherwise, those in the summoning beast trade would starve. Of course, there were rare instances where merchants overlooked exceptional summoning beasts, allowing them to slip through the cracks. However, the odds are quite slim. Wagering on such probabilities is indeed rather precarious. Wouldn't you agree? This area is filled with stalls, and here lies the Zhao family's booth. Let me see just how skilled you are at this game, Zhao Yiqing remarked dismissively. Don't be too disheartened if you incur losses, Tang Boyue chuckled. Humph. It won't come to that. Tang Boyue intended to assist Hua Fan in selecting a creature first. Within a large glass enclosure resided 5 or 6 unassessed summoning beasts. Tang Boyue picked up a white-tailed fox, which seemed eager to be chosen, nuzzling against him incessantly. Registering to Beast Cultivation Island. Sorry. The summoning beast's bloodline level does not meet the requirements. This summoning beast's bloodline is classified as common and cannot be registered. Despite the white-tailed fox's cuteness, its common bloodline prevented Tang Boyue from purchasing it. Subsequently, he lifted several others, hoping to register them, but only one possessed a rare bloodline. The rest were all common. However, there was no rush. The stalls were plentiful. This entire area was occupied by the Zhao family's booths, and Tang Boyue resolved to take his time exploring. Zhao Yiqing followed closely behind Tang Boyue, primarily to witness the expression on his face when he inevitably identified a common bloodline, eager to mock him. Having examined nearly 100 summoning beasts, 90 were of common bloodline, followed by a few rare ones, yet not a single epic one. Indeed, relying on such ventures for wealth seemed rather far-fetched. Just then, he picked up a small fire turtle, registering to Beast Cultivation Island. Sorry, the summoning beast's bloodline level does not meet the requirements. This summoning beast's bloodline is classified as legendary and cannot be registered. Tang Boyue was taken aback. There was indeed a legendary one. Evidently, there were still treasures to be found, contingent upon one's skill. A summoning beast with a legendary bloodline. Even if this small fire turtle belonged to the lowest tier of reptiles, its legendary status would significantly elevate its value. After identification, it would no doubt fetch upwards of 1 million. Monkey, this small fire turtle is quite impressive. Its bloodline should be substantial. Moreover, it possesses both rock and fire attributes, offering commendable defense alongside a degree of offensive capability, making it an excellent choice as your first summoning beast, Tang Boyue advised Ho Fan. Ho Fan listened, albeit with skepticism. Old Tang, does this creature genuinely possess a rare bloodline? I'd hate to be disappointed if it turns out to be common, which would mean a significant loss. After all, a summoning beast with a common bloodline typically costs around 20 to 30,000. Trust me, Tang Boyue reassured him. Rest assured, if it turns out to be common, I will cover the cost. Given our long-standing friendship, you needn't say that. I believe you, regardless of the outcome. This will be my first summoning beast. Ho Fan declared. How much for this small fire turtle? He inquired of the stall owner. The price is 60,000, which includes a verification stone. Since you are guests of the young lady, I'll offer it to you for 50,000. Ah, quite impressive. Your presence has yielded such results, Tang Boyue remarked with a smile directed at Zhao Yicheng. Zhao Yicheng reciprocated with a grin. Then let us settle the payment. I am eager to witness the caliber of your judgment. Zhao Yicheng speculated that this was undoubtedly a summoning beast of ordinary bloodline, as lower-tier races tended to yield summons with inferior bloodlines. The crawling clan, akin to the common beast clan, represented the most rudimentary of species. Thus, it was likely that 99 out of 100 of such summoning beast offspring possessed ordinary bloodlines. She awaited the ensuing spectacle, anticipating a moment to mock Tang Boyue later. Ho Fan activated the Spirit Master Terminal and transferred 50,000 spirit coins to the stall owner. He cradled the little fire turtle and accepted the identification stone gifted by the vendor. Blue, 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 Ho Fan chanted incessantly. Upon successful identification, the stone would emit light. White for ordinary bloodlines, blue for rare, purple for epic, orange for legendary, red for beast kings, gold for beast emperors, dark gold for spirit beasts, and rainbow for divine beasts. However, no one had ever identified a divine-level bloodline, and the nature of its illumination remained a mystery. The identification stone began to glow, a white light. Disappointment washed over Ho Fan's face. Having invested 50,000 in an ordinary bloodline summoning beast was a considerable loss. A smirk of triumph crept onto Zhao Yicheng's face. She had just prepared to taunt Tang Boyue when, unexpectedly, the glow from the stone intensified. In the next moment, it transformed from white to yellow, ultimately radiating an orange brilliance. The orange light captured the attention of everyone nearby. My heavens, an orange light. Someone has identified a legendary bloodline. Zhao Yicheng was taken aback. Could it be that Tang Boyue had stumbled upon an extraordinary find? The odds of a crawling clan offspring possessing a legendary bloodline were less than 1 in 100,000. This fellow must have used up his lifespan on this identification. Chapter 8. I want to marry you in an instant. A crowd gathered, all exhibiting expressions of disbelief. Yet Tang Boyue remained remarkably composed, pondering whether the revelation of a legendary bloodline summoning beast warranted such fervor. After all, it was merely an ordinary crawling clan creature, having just arrived in this world. And equipped with an external advantage, he was wholly unaware of the significance of identifying a legendary bloodline summoning beast. To illustrate, in the context of Tang Boyue's previous world, it was akin to casually purchasing a lottery ticket after work for a couple of bucks, where winning even a modest prize of several 100,000 seemed a distant possibility rather than an outrageous windfall of 5 million. Why was he so unfazed? He had indeed assisted a friend in selecting a legendary beast, yet he remained unperturbed, Zhao Yicheng mused. Meanwhile, Ho Fan was overwhelmed with excitement, leaping 3 feet into the air while embracing the little fire turtle and showering it with kisses. After a moment of jubilance, realization struck him. This summoning beast had been chosen by Tang Boyue. He felt reluctant to keep it all for himself. Thus he proposed, Old Tang, let us sell it. How about we split the proceeds from the spirit coins evenly? Ho Fan appeared quite cautious, uncertain of Tang Boyue's current thoughts, especially considering that this small fire turtle was worth at least 1 million. He worried that Tang Boyue might refuse the 50-50 split. In his estimation, a 70-30 division could be acceptable, 3 for him, 7 for Tang Boyue, allowing him to still earn a modest sum of several $100,000. He could then use this amount to select an epic-level summoning beast, which should not pose a significant problem. Ho Fan was not greedy, well aware that friendship often falters under the weight of financial temptation. Monkey, didn't you come to purchase a summoning beast? Why are you selling instead? This one suits you perfectly. Let us sign a contract, Tang Boyue remarked. Ho Fan replied, Old Tang, you chose this. I cannot hoard it for myself. However, I lack the extra funds to buy it, so we must sell it. I'll buy it for 2 million. I bid 3 million. 35 million. Several merchants chimed in. 5 million. We, the Zhao family, will buy it back. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing interjected. All right. Ho Fan nodded hastily. Not for sale. Tang Boyue declared. Old Tang, let us sign the contract. After all, I was merely assisting you in selecting it. Besides, the money was yours. So you need not share with me. Just treat me to a meal later. Since you disregarded your father's advice and insisted on attending the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy, your first summoning beast is crucial, Tang Boyue continued. Old Tang, are you truly sincere? I want to marry you. I shall be yours for life. Get lost. I have no interest in men. 100,000, I'll take this turtle. At that moment, an unsettling voice interrupted. The crowd parted as a young man in his early 20s approached, flanked by 2 companions of similar age. Upon seeing this young man, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. He glanced at the small fire turtle in Ho Fan's hands and stated, Hand it over to me for 10,000. You bought it for 5,000. Selling it for 10,000 is quite the profit. Others have offered up to 150,000, and besides, I don't intend to sell it now. Ho Fan replied. Ha. The young man laughed. In Yulong Town, if I, Long Chong, have my eye on something, who dares to buy it? Ask them. Even if you were to give it away for free, see who would still want it. At this, the crowd lowered their heads, none daring to speak. Ha. Did you see that? They're all too scared to say a word. Bring it here. As he spoke, Long Chong's 2 companions attempted to seize it. Ho Fan clutched the small fire turtle tightly, retreating steadily. Foxfire. Suddenly, 2 bursts of pink flames surged toward the 2 companions, causing them to retreat in fear. Long Chong glanced over. It was Zhao Yiqing who had summoned a 3-tailed fox. Just moments ago, the 3-tailed fox had used its skill to repel Long Chong's 2 lackeys. My dear fiancé, what does this mean? Are you intending to confront me? Long Chong gazed at Zhao Yiqing, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Zhao Yiqing scoffed, stating, Long Chong, I am not your fiancé. The engagement is merely a verbal agreement between our elders, and I have never consented to it. Tang Boyue approached Ho Fan and quietly inquired, I recall you mentioning that Zhao Yiqing has an engagement with the mayor's son. Is this the one? Ho Fan nodded, affirming. Indeed, it seems so. No wonder he is so arrogant. If he truly is the mayor's son, we cannot afford to offend him. It is said that the mayor possesses 2 summoned beasts, each exceeding level 100, making him the most formidable figure in the town. Tang Boyue chuckled softly, remaining silent. He had seen the data on Bai Li Jin's summoned beasts and understood the attributes of those above level 100. Such attributes would still be insufficient to breach Ming Yu's defenses. They would barely be a mere tickle. However, Tang Boyue chose to hold his tongue, intrigued to witness the unfolding dynamics between Zhao Yiqing and Long Chong. Upon hearing Zhao Yiqing's words, Long Chong felt humiliated. After all, his father was the strongest in the town, and since his birth, he had been revered like a star. In his eyes, the world existed solely because of his arrival. Now, Zhao Yiqing's public declaration incited his wrath. Come forth, Flame Dragon King, he bellowed, and as the space before him was torn asunder, a lizard measuring 4 to 5 meters in length was summoned. Tang Boyue observed the creature, noting its crimson scales and bat-like wings. Is this truly a dragon? He pondered, astonished. He activated his Spirit Master Terminal to examine the Flame Dragon King's data. Name, Fire Dragon Lizard, Flame Dragon King. Race, Subdragon Species. Attribute, Fire. Bloodline, Beast King level. Level, 66. Attributes, Strength, 335. Agility, 205. Defense, 532. Skills, Blazing Flame. Charge, Sea of Fire. Owner, Long Chong. Isn't this merely a winged lizard? Just then, Ming Yu appeared beside him, leaning in to whisper, Oh, they have finished their skirmish? I fled, haha. Subdragon species. Your true form is not like this, is it? Tang Boyue chuckled. Upon hearing this, Mingyu proudly lifted her chin and declared, how could it be? I belong to the ancient dragon lineage. This subdragon species was imported from Western nations such as Huawei and Kata. I cannot fathom why they would dare to call such creatures dragons. They are simply diminutive winged lizards, inferior even to ordinary dragons. How could they possibly be compared to my noble ancient dragon lineage? I stand on the same tier as the sacred dragon lineage. Zhao Yicheng, I offer you one final chance to retract your previous statement. Otherwise, this pink furry fox of yours shall become the meal of my flame dragon king. Long Chong boasted arrogantly to Zhao Yicheng. Chapter 9. No matter how skilled. One fears the brick. An intriguing confrontation unfolded. Although the three-tailed fox shared the same bloodline rank as the lizard, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. A summoned beast of merely a 10th level stood no chance against one exceeding 60. It would undoubtedly be crushed. Mingyu remarked. Zhao Yicheng clenched his fists tightly. Long Chong, I shall never associate with the likes of you. I will never forget how you caused Luo Li's demise. Stubborn as ever. Then you may as well collect your fox's remains. Inferno Dragon King, advance. With the command from the Dragon General, the fire lizard lunged ferociously at the three-tailed fox. While both the three-tailed fox and the fire lizard belonged to the Beast King tier, the former's racial classification was superior. Racial ranks are generally divided into 4 tiers. The first tier includes ancient dragon clans, angelic races, fallen angels, and holy dragons. The second tier is represented by phantom beasts, dragons, and demons. The third tier comprises subdragons, the undead, and spirits, while the fourth tier, the lowest, includes mere beasts, reptiles, and avians. Higher bloodlines gain superior attributes upon leveling up, whereas higher racial classifications facilitate the acquisition of potent skills. However, the level gap between the three-tailed fox and the fire lizard was too vast. With a single charge, the fire lizard sent the three-tailed fox flying with a pained cry, crashing heavily to the ground. Three Moon, Zhao Yicheng shouted, rushing to embrace the injured three-tailed fox. Ha ha ha, your furry little fox is no match for my Inferno Dragon King. Long Chong boasted triumphantly, joined by his 2 henchmen in their laughter. The others present, though filled with anger, remained silent. Even amidst the Zhao family's domain, many were employees of the Zhao clan, yet none dared to intervene. After all, Long Chong had a formidable father, the mayor of Yulong Town. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? Even if the spirit management team arrived, they would not approach the matter impartially, certainly favoring Long Chong. The three-tailed fox, displaying a hint of stubbornness, broke free from Zhao Yicheng's embrace and approached the fire lizard once more. At that moment, her eyes transformed into a mesmerizing pink hue. As the fire lizard locked eyes with her, its own gaze shifted to the same enchanting color. In the next instant, the fire lizard ceased all movement. This was the fox's enchanting skill, a formidable single-target control technique. Yet, given the considerable level disparity, one could only speculate how long her allure would last. Three-tailed fox. Now is your chance. Foxfire. With a graceful leap, the three-tailed fox conjured 3 orbs of pink flames from her 3 tails, then swiftly flicked her tails, sending the foxfire hurtling towards the fire lizard. Boom, boom, boom. The air echoed with 3 explosions as the foxfire struck the fire lizard, enveloping it in a thick plume of smoke. Ha ha ha, utterly foolish. Long Chong chuckled. The Flame Dragon King can thrive in magma. Do you truly believe your pitiful flames can harm it? Indeed, after the thick smoke cleared, the fire lizard remained unscathed. At present, the fox spirit fire was the most formidable attack wielded by the three-tailed fox. The ineffectiveness of the fox spirit fire signified her inability to vanquish the fire lizard, as their levels diverged too greatly. Long Chong, being older, had established a contract with his summoned beast years prior, nurturing it for several years, an unavoidable circumstance. In this realm, it is mandated that one must enter a mid-level academy to forge a contract with a summoned beast, should one wish to sign a contract earlier. The minimum age requirement is 15. Signing a contract at too young an age, with insufficient mental fortitude, risks the contract backfiring, ultimately allowing the summoned beast to dominate. Generally, contracts are formed with juvenile beasts. Although Zhao Yicheng had signed a contract with the three-tailed fox before enrolling, the duration could not exceed 6 months. At this moment, the fire lizard had broken free from the fox's enchantment. Flame Dragon King, let this repugnant fox witness true fire. With that, the fire lizard opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of scorching crimson flames towards the three-tailed fox. Sinew run, Zhao Yiqing exclaimed. Realizing the vast disparity in their levels could incinerate the three-tailed fox instantly. Already injured from the earlier collision, the three-tailed fox now found itself unable to flee, helplessly watching the flames approach. With a thunderous roar, the flames engulfed the three-tailed fox. No, Sinew. Zhao Yiqing collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha. Little wretch, do you now comprehend the consequences of defying me? Mark my words, should you disregard my commands, I shall slay every contract you forge until you comply. Long Chong declared triumphantly, then turned to Ho Fan. Enough of the theatrics. Hand over that turtle. I have changed my mind. This turtle is your tribute to me, and I shall give nothing in return. In essence, he intended to seize it outright. Sinew, are you unharmed? Just then, the fire lizard retracted its flames. Initially, onlookers believed the three-tailed fox had been reduced to char, but to their astonishment, she was unharmed. Rather, she had been shielded. At that moment, Mingyu stood in the center, cradling the three-tailed fox in her arms. With her formidable defense, the fire lizard's attack was little more than a mere tickle. Zhao Yiqing wiped his tears and hurried over, taking the three-tailed fox from Mingyu, holding her tightly. Long Chong turned to Mingyu, his face twisted in fury. You wretched dragon, dare you oppose me? Long Chong seethed. Mingyu raised her middle finger at him, retorting, Hey, you useless little lizard, are you attempting to scratch me? Damn it, Flame Dragon King, show her what you're capable of. The Flame Dragon King too was enraged, once more unleashing flames that swept towards Mingyu. However, amidst the flames, a languid voice emerged from Mingyu. The temperature is too low, it's rather dull. Hey, could you make the flames a bit stronger? Don't just scratch the surface, all right? Infuriated, Long Chong was on the verge of losing his temper. At that moment, one of Long Chong's subordinates remarked, Young Master Long, this useless dragon has gained a notorious reputation in the town for her resilience. She has borrowed quite a bit of high-interest loans, and those debt collectors are powerless against her, unable to strike her down or burn her to ashes. However, there is one thing. She possesses no offensive capability. Just bypass her and deal with the fox in Zhao Yiqing's arms. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Long Chong's face. Fire Dragon King, continue your assault on this useless dragon. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Yiqing and, in the blink of an eye, charged forward. You little wretch. I warned you that today I would slay your summoned beast. Now that the useless one is occupied by my Fire Dragon King, let's see how she will come to your aid. Flames ignited in both of Long Chong's hands, and his fists, brimming with volatile fire elements, swung directly towards the three-tailed fox cradled in Zhao Yiqing's arms. Just as the punch was about to land, Tang Boyue suddenly appeared before Zhao Yiqing. Wielding a brick he had just scavenged from beneath a stall to adjust its height. As Long Chong charged forward, Tang Boyue swung his arm with force, and with a resounding crack, the brick met Long Chong's head. Instantly, the brick shattered, and so did Long Chong's skull, blood gushing forth. In agony, Long Chong clutched his head, curling up on the ground and howling in distress. Chapter 10. You are quite fortunate this scene left everyone stunned. No one had anticipated that Tang Boyue would dare to act so boldly. After all, Long Chong was the son of Long Qitian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Long family was the ruler of the entire town. Seeing their master injured, the fire lizard let out a furious roar and charged at Tang Boyue. Dragon scale armor. Tang Boyue summoned his protective armor. With a resounding crash, the fire lizard collided with him. However, thanks to the defense of the dragon scale armor, Tang Boyue felt nothing more than a slight push backward. A level 66 opponent. Is it? Quite interesting, he murmured to himself. Please select a task to complete. 1. Defeat the fire lizard. Reward, 50 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Unable to win. Flee. Reward, 20 points. 3. The opponent is too formidable. Beg for mercy. Reward, 10 points. Upon hearing the task options, Tang Boyue felt somewhat speechless. They certainly had my interests in mind, providing 3 thoughtful choices. However, in reality, there was only one viable option, the first one. Fleeing held no shame for Tang Boyue. Yet it would mean losing 30 points and foregoing the map fragment. It was crucial to gather a complete map to uncover the whereabouts of a divine beast. The divine beasts cataloged in Beast Breeder Island were not included in Tang Boyue's contract. In essence, he need not worry at all about whether he can form a contract. As long as he captures the beast-rearing island, there would be no limits. With 100 divine beasts at his command, he could wield them all. As for the final option, it was unnecessary to consider. How could he ever kneel and plead for mercy, especially since he was not at a disadvantage? Thus, in Tang Boyue's eyes, despite the 3 options presented, there was truly only one. Don't move. At that moment, a voice rang out. Tang Boyue looked over, and to his surprise, it was the personnel from the spirit management team arriving. The spirit management team served as the official enforcement unit of the Eastern Remote Kingdom. Although strength reigned supreme in this world, there were still rules in place. Rules, of course, made for the weak. Young Master Long, is everything all right? Upon seeing Long Chong lying on the ground, bloodied, the members of the spirit management team became increasingly anxious. After all, the mayor's son had been injured within their jurisdiction. This was not a situation they could easily justify. Arrest him. I want him dead. Long Chong seethed, pointing at Tang Boyue. Take him away, the leader said coldly. Understood. Immediately, several individuals approached to seize Tang Boyue. Old Tang. Ho Fan stepped forward. Tang Boyue replied, leave it be. Don't worry about me. Finalize the contract with the little fire tortoise to avoid any further complications. But you're not okay. You needn't concern yourself with me. Tang Boyue had not anticipated that his intention to eliminate the fire lizard would result in an encounter with the spirit management team. Fortunately, the mission bore no time constraints, so he could continue upon his release. For now, it was prudent to avoid any conflict with the official enforcement unit. You are fortunate, Tang Boyue remarked coldly as he passed by Long Chong. Long Chong clutched his head, gritting his teeth, and glared at Tang Boyue with a malevolent intensity. He swore to himself that he would ensure Tang Boyue met a gruesome end. Goodbye, Mingyu waved at Tang Boyue. Good grief, that wretched Long. Tang Boyue thought as he was taken away. Long Chong, having sustained injuries, was sent for treatment and thus had no inclination to manage the situation further. Ho Fan, adhering to Tang Boyue's advice, proceeded to sign a contract with the little fire tortoise. He had not anticipated that his simple intention to procure a summoning beast would lead to such significant trouble. Tang Boyue had struck the mayor's son, and now he was apprehended by the spirit management team. It was crucial to note that while the spirit management team operated as the enforcement unit of Dongyao City, in Longjia Town, the Long family held absolute authority. With Tang Boyue taken away in this manner, would he ever emerge again? Zhaoiqing, old Tang injured Long Chong to save your summoning beast. You must assist him in getting out. Ho Fan realized he was powerless to do anything and could only rely on Zhaoiqing's help. Zhaoiqing found herself in a dilemma. After all, the Zhao family could not afford to oppose the Long family. Otherwise, she would not have been betrothed to Long Chong. The so-called engagement was merely her father's means of currying favor with the Long family. Consequently, it became evident that no one could assist Tang Boyue in this matter. Zhaoiqing, why are you silent? Do you not care? He was there to save your summoned beast. Without Lao Tang's intervention, your familiar would have already been slain. Speak up, will you? Indeed, it seems that none of you can be relied upon. Faced with the silent Zhaoiqing, Ho Fan realized that further words would bear no fruit. At that moment, Zhaoiqing finally spoke. He saved Sanyu. But what was the reason behind my confrontation with Long Chong? Was it not because they were trying to seize your little fire turtle? Don't speak so grandiosely. You are merely looking out for yourself. You despise him and wish to sever ties. It just so happened that you encountered him causing chaos on your Zhao family's territory. Your disgust fueled your momentary rage, which you were unable to contain. In truth, you regretted your actions as soon as you struck, deep down. You know that your Zhao family cannot afford to offend the Long family. I have no desire to engage in further banter with you. Just leave. Tang Boyue has injured Long Chong, and the Long family will not let this go easily. As for you, do not become entangled in this mess. With that, Zhaoiqing cradled Sanyu and departed. In the headquarters of the Spirit Management Division in Yulong Town, one could only marvel. Who could possibly breach that dragon-scale defense? This is impossible. My summoned beast is utterly exhausted and cannot penetrate his defenses at all. Is this how the enforcers of Yulong Town operate? They drag people in and resort to violence without a word. Tang Boyue sat casually on a stool, reclining with his legs crossed. Kid, don't get too cocky. We have already informed the town mayor, and he will come personally to deal with you. Oh, really? I await his arrival, Tang Boyue replied with a smile. He remained unfazed. These individuals could not breach the protection of the dragon scale armor. and he had yet to even utilize the skill of hardening the dragon scales. However, if Long Qitian truly arrived, Tang Boyue would have to take notice. After all, he was the strongest in town, with 2 summoned beasts both exceeding level 100. His last resort would be to retreat to Beast Nurturing Isle. Meanwhile, within a grand residence in Yulong Town, a man was reporting to Long Qitian, "Mayor, this is the situation. That kid has been captured by the Spirit Management Division and is currently being dealt with." Long Qitian, tall and slender, appeared to be around 50 years of age. At that moment, the man's spirit terminal received a message. Upon reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. "Mayor, that kid is Mingyu's contractor. Moreover, he is currently using Mingyu's skills, and no one in the Spirit Management Division can breach his defenses." Upon hearing this, Long Qitian's expression changed as well, astonished. "What? Someone can wield the abilities of that dragon? No, this boy cannot be killed. He knows how to command divine beasts. He must not be harmed, must not be harmed." Chapter 11. The oil I spill. The fire he ignites. Divine beasts are rare. Some people go their entire lives without encountering one. As a divine beast, regardless of her flaws, everyone in Yulong Town is aware of Mingyu's existence. Long Qitian has always aspired to one day forge a contract with a divine beast. However, having heard rumors that Mingyu was a pitfall, he had been secretly observing him. He believed that Mingyu might not truly be a pitfall. Rather, the divine beast was not something an ordinary person could master. Thus, over the years, he had diligently researched methods to harness divine beasts. Today, upon hearing that Tang Boyue could employ Mingyu's abilities after signing a contract with him, he was overwhelmed with joy. He felt that a breakthrough in his research was imminent. If he could discover the means to control the divine beast, he would eliminate Tang Boyue and then forge a pact with Mingyu. Thereafter, his reputation would not be confined to the Yulong Town, but would resonate throughout Dongyao and even the entire world. After all, at present, those who possessed divine beasts were renowned figures in their own right. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Has the town chief responded? How shall we deal with this brat? Not yet. I've heard the town chief intends to come personally, so we must wait. This is bad. There's a fire. Quick, extinguish it. At that moment, a fierce blaze erupted outside the headquarters of the Spirit Management team. What? A fire? Hurry. We must put it out. The guards watching over Tang Boyue hurriedly rushed to combat the flames. The fire had ignited instantaneously and spread with alarming speed. Hey, have you all left? Let me out first. What if the flames come in here? Tang Boyue exclaimed in exasperation, realizing no one was attending to him. This is a matter of life and death. Just 2 minutes after the others departed, the door swung open once more, revealing Mingyu and Ho Fan. It's you too, Tang Boyue remarked. Old Tang, are you all right? Ho Fan hurried to untie Tang Boyue. I'm fine, but these fools sought to curry favor with the Long family, so they laid hands on me. However, their summoned beasts are far too low in rank to breach the defenses of my dragon scale armor, Tang Boyue replied. Thank goodness. Let us go, Ho Fan insisted. Wait, did you two start the fire outside? Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu leaned in with a grin. Of course. How else would we lure away your guards? I poured the oil, and he struck the match. Perfect coordination. As he spoke, Mingyu exchanged a high five with Ho Fan. Tang, are you out of your mind? Setting fire to the Spirit Management team is a serious crime, Tang Boyue exclaimed. I couldn't just stand by and watch you come to harm. This whole mess stems from the need to procure a summoned beast for me. The Long family wields immense power, having injured Long Chong. They will not let this go lightly. If we don't get you out, who knows what means they will employ. We must leave quickly while they are occupied with the fire. Tang Boyue patted Ho Fan on the shoulder, saying, Monkey, you're a true brother. Absolutely, let us go. At that moment, everyone inside the Spirit Management team was focused on extinguishing the fire, oblivious to Tang Boyue's escape. Just as Tang Boyue believed they were safe, a figure suddenly blocked their path. The figure before them was clad entirely in black attire, with a veil obscuring their face and from their physique. It was evident that they were a female. Hey, what are you doing? Don't block the way, Ho Fan remarked. The masked woman stepped forward to stand before Tang Boyue and said, I have transferred a sum of money into your spirit terminal. Take this money and leave Yulong Town with your family. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue raised his wrist to check the balance on his spirit terminal, discovering an additional 1 million spirit coins. Zhao Yicheng, I didn't expect you to possess a sense of loyalty. You wouldn't be following me and Mingyu in secret. would you? Ho Fan chuckled. What Zhao Yiqing? I don't know her. I'm merely acting on behalf of justice, the masked woman stammered. Your voice gives you away. Ho Fan retorted. In any case, we must leave quickly, Zhao Yiqing insisted. Why should we leave Yulong Town? Zhao Yiqing responded. Long Qitian appears benign on the surface, yet he is malevolent and ruthless. The members of the Long family are all like this. Do you know why the Long family has maintained their dominance in Yulong Town for so many years? It's because they eliminate anyone whose talents surpass their own before they can pose a threat. You have injured Long Chong, and you can still wield Mingyu's abilities. The Long family will not let you off easily. How do you know so much? Tang Boyue inquired. My father wishes to curry favor with the Long family, so naturally, he has close ties with them. The more one interacts with them, the more one can perceive things that others cannot, Zhao Yiqing explained. Now I understand. But I have no intention of leaving. Are you foolish? If not for yourself, shouldn't you consider your family? The mention of family struck a chord within Tang Boyue. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He had never contemplated this before. After all, before being sent to this world by the goddess of wisdom, he had grown up in an orphanage, devoid of family. His current parents felt like strangers who had appeared out of thin air, despite having acquired some memories. They lacked the weight of time and genuine emotional connection. However, Zhao Yiqing's mention of family compelled Tang Boyue to reflect, even if the foundation of feelings was lacking. After all, they were his parents now. As he found himself in trouble, could he truly disregard their well-being? Be careful. Suddenly, Tang Boyue sensed danger. He instinctively pushed Ho Fan and Zhao Yiqing aside. The next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated as a fireball struck Tang Boyue and Mingyu. Old Tang! Ho Fan shouted in alarm. As the flames dissipated, Tang Boyue and Mingyu emerged relatively unscathed, but the ground beneath them had been transformed into a nearly half-meter deep crater. Tang Boyue looked up to see that they were attacked by a blazing firebird, a summoned beast of Long Qitian. Fear flickered in Zhao Yiqing's eyes as she gazed at the circling, blazing firebird above. She hastily adjusted her facial mask, hoping not to be recognized. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. It has come to my attention that a young hero can wield the skills of Mingyu after forming a pact. As anticipated. At this moment, Long Qitian approached with a smile. You are the town chief, Long Qitian? Inquired Tang Boyue. Long Qitian replied with a grin. Indeed. Have you come to kill me? To avenge your son? Tang Boyue's tone was composed and unwavering. No, my young friend Tang, do not misunderstand. I am aware of today's events. It is indeed my unworthy son who is at fault, and he deserves a lesson. I merely intended to persuade the spirit management team to release you, but I see you have already managed to extricate yourself. Long Qitian chuckled. Humph, you crafty old man. Who knows what schemes you are concocting? If you truly intended to release me, why did you attack? Mingyu interjected. With your feeble strikes. Do you really think you can breach this divine dragon's defenses? Long Qitian smiled awkwardly and replied, I merely wish to gauge your strength, my young friend Tang. Hypocrisy. Mingyu retorted. Long Qitian continued with a smile. I apologize for the trouble caused today, Tang. Rest assured, I shall speak with the spirit management team. They will not trouble you further. He glanced at the fiery sky and added, Fear not, I will resolve this. Since the town chief has said so, I am grateful. Tang Boyue responded. No need for formality. I shall take my leave, Long Qitian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Yiqing. She quickly turned away, fearing recognition despite her mask. Long Qitian merely smiled faintly and walked towards the spirit management team. Zhao Yiqing released a sigh of relief, removing her mask to reveal her sweat-drenched face. You cannot trust Long Qitian's words. You should depart from Yulong Town with your family as soon as possible, Zhao Yiqing advised. Tang Boyue chuckled. I believe I understand his intentions clearly. Until he obtains what he desires, he will not act against me. I have no plans to leave Yulong Town just yet. Humph, kindness is often mistaken for foolishness. When the Long family turns against you, it will be too late for regrets. Since you refuse to leave, return my money. Zhao Yiqing extended her hand towards Tang Boyue. With a smirk, Tang Boyue replied, Money once given is like water spilled. It is not so easily reclaimed. The Zhao family is quite affluent in this town. Surely, you do not lack such sums? Lack. This is my personal savings, intended for purchasing spirit equipment for Sanyu. I offered it to you today as a gesture for saving Sanyu. So with your decision to remain, return my money. Tang Boyue grinned. Once the money is in my possession, I certainly shall not relinquish it. However, fear not. I will ensure you do not suffer a loss. Meet me tomorrow afternoon after school at your stall area. For what purpose? Do not concern yourself. Simply await my arrival. Tang Boyue instructed. Come, monkey, let us depart. Understood. Tang Boyue and Ho Fan departed together. Monkey, today's events were perilously dangerous. Had it not been for Long Qitian's ulterior motives, your actions might have brought you grave misfortune, Tang Boyue remarked during their journey. Ho Fan chuckled. Hey, I didn't think much of it at the time, but it seems there's nothing to worry about now. Tang Boyue nodded slightly. Indeed, for the moment. All is well. By the way, has the little fire turtle signed the contract? Yes, it has. Come forth, little fire turtle. With Ho Fan's call, the little fire turtle was summoned. Tang Boyue opened the Spirit Master terminal to take a look. The identification stone, crafted from a special material, was connected to the Spirit Master terminal. Any summoned beast identified through the stone and related methods would have its information instantly uploaded to the terminal. Name: Little Fire Turtle. Race: Reptilian. Attribute: Fire, Rock. Bloodline: Legendary. Level: 2. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 5, Defense 20. Skills: Fireball, Rock Shield. Master: Ho Fan. Tang Boyue nodded. Not bad. Not just not bad, old Tang. I can hardly contain my excitement. I never dreamed I would contract a legendary bloodline summoned beast in my lifetime. I thought, given my circumstances, securing an epic-level beast would be an extraordinary achievement. Thank you, old Tang. If I were a woman, I would truly consider marrying you. Ho Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm. Come on. I regard you as a brother, and you're talking about wanting to sleep with me? Get lost. Let me reiterate. I have no interest in men, Tang Boyue said, giving Ho Fan a kick on the rear. Hee hee, Ho Fan laughed. Don't worry. I'm only interested in teacher bailing. Really? You actually have feelings for bailing Jean? I thought you were just joking before. Shoo, keep it a secret. All right, I'll keep your secret. Time to head home. Yes, let us go home. I'll show the little fire turtle to my dad. He'll surely be overjoyed. Afterward, Tang Boyue and Ho Fan parted ways, each returning home. On the way, Mingyu inquired, what do you think Long Qitian wants, given he hasn't acted against you? You. Tang Boyue replied nonchalantly. Haha, impossible. No one in town would be willing to contract with me. I never expected the goddess of wisdom would summon me for you to choose, Mingyu stated. Tang Boyue shook his head upon first seeing Long Qitian today. It was evident he is a smiling tiger, a cunning individual. From my observation, while conversing with us, he was subtly watching you from the corner of his eye. Therefore, I believe his interest lies in you. The rumors surrounding you may have influenced his judgment, but upon learning I can utilize your skills normally, he may think that controlling divine beasts requires a special method. He likely believes I possess this knowledge, which explains his hesitance to act against me. Mingyu stroked her chin, saying, the human heart is indeed quite complex. At that moment, a child passed by Mingyu, clutching a balloon. In a moment of mischief, Mingyu jabbed her nail into it, and with a sharp pop, the balloon burst. Upon witnessing the demise of his balloon, the child erupted into tears. Yet, Mingyu felt no remorse for her actions. Instead, she burst into laughter. Tang Boyue pinched Mingyu's face and remarked, the human heart is complex, but yours is rather simple. Merely naively wicked. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. My face will be ruined, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Tang Boyue compensated the child with a new balloon and escorted Mingyu home. Why are you home so late? Dinner has gone cold. And your father has been waiting for you, greeted his mother, Su Li, as they entered the house. Cough, cough, why the delay? How was your first day at the Intermediate Academy? A middle-aged man inquired at the dining table. He was Tang Boyue's father, Tang Ao. It was fine. Go wash your hands. Your mother has prepared a special meal to celebrate your admission to the Intermediate Academy, Tang Ao said with a serious demeanor. All right, I understand. Tang Boyue replied with a slight smile. Perhaps Tang Boyue had yet to develop strong feelings for them, but he sensed that the affections of this earnest couple were genuine. Wow, it's all my favorite food. I won't hold back, Mingyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she approached the table laden with dishes. Tang Boyue playfully pinched Mingyu's cheek and insisted, you need to wash your hands too. I don't need to. Just a quick spit and rub will do. See, all clean. She retorted, are you trying to disgust me so I can't eat? So you can devour my portion instead, you little rascal. Come wash your hands with me, Tang Boyue said, dragging Mingyu towards the washroom. Su Li smiled gently, observing, it seems their relationship is quite good. However, Tang Ao sighed deeply and remarked, the better their relationship, the more I worry. After all, Mingyu is a disgrace to the divine beasts, a useless dragon of the East. You are signing a contract with her will yield no benefits. Hush, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want anyone to overhear. If the child has chosen this path, let it be. Once he grows stronger, there will be opportunities to contract a second summoning beast, Suli replied. Tang Ao merely sighed again, choosing not to comment further. Chapter 13. Beast Cultivation Island. The meal was completed in a warm and joyous atmosphere, marking the first time in many years that Tang Boyue felt the essence of home. After helping Suli clean up, Tang Boyue and Mingyu retreated to their bedroom and locked the door. Tang Boyue activated the Beast Cultivation Island system. He had longed to explore the island during the day, but being in school, he could not simply vanish in front of so many people. After school, he had also delayed a bit. However, now he had ample time. Entering the Beast Cultivation Island, a prompt appeared. Do you wish to enter with your contracted summoning beast? Yes. In an instant, a rift tore open in the space before Tang Boyue. This is spatial art. By traversing this spatial rift, one can reach the designated destination. The attribute of space is an exceedingly powerful one, yet remarkably rare. Any summoned beast possessing spatial abilities, even those of ordinary lineage, is as rare as a spiritual beast. Tang Boyue and Mingyu entered the spatial rift together. The moment they stepped in, they were engulfed by a tremendous force. I'm dizzy, hold on to me, cried Mingyu. In the next instant, the scene before Tang Boyue and Mingyu transformed entirely. They found themselves upon an island, the sea breeze caressing their faces, accompanied by the chorus of birdsong. It was still daytime here. Is this beast-nurturing island? Tang Boyue mused, gazing out at the boundless ocean. He understood that this island truly existed, not merely a construct of the system. The system had merely facilitated his spatial teleportation ability, allowing him to arrive swiftly at this island, which was situated somewhere in the world. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Living in such an environment would greatly accelerate the growth of summoned beasts, remarked Mingyu. Tang Boyue responded, this island is quite splendid. At present, we only know that it can harbor divine beasts, but we remain unaware of any other functions it may possess. Nonetheless, the scenery is delightful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. Building a house here would be quite pleasant, and a warehouse could be constructed for storing excess items, which could be retrieved at any time through the Beast Nurturing Island system. Surely, this is more useful than spatial tools. That may be so, but how do we construct it? Mingyu inquired. Tang Boyue replied, with all these trees on the island, we can fell some and build a wooden house. I can only bring along the summoned beasts with whom I have a contract, or the divine beasts accepted by Beast Nurturing Island. Currently, you are the only summoned beast with whom I have a contract, so this task falls to you. Mingyu's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. While she would eagerly indulge in leisure and entertainment, the prospect of constructing a house here was far from appealing. I refuse, she declared. Refuse? Then you may remain here. Alternatively, you could swim across the sea in search of another way out. Farewell, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, a spatial rift appeared before Tang Boyue, and he vanished into it. Seeing this, Mingyu lunged forward, attempting to enter the rift before it closed, only to end up falling awkwardly. Let me out. How infuriating. I will remember this. Mingyu fumed. To leave. She could either swim across the ocean in search of another escape or rely on Tang Boyue to take her away or summon her out. Tang Boyue emerged from the spatial rift, returning to his room. His decision to leave Mingyu on Beast Nurturing Island was merely because he had other matters to attend to, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications by bringing her along. He glanced at the tasks assigned by the Beast Nurturing Island system. They remained ongoing. A task left unaccomplished will impede the initiation of subsequent tasks, leading to a stagnation of progress. Thus, Tang Boyue must complete this task. He had long since made his choice, to eliminate the fire lizard. The location of the task was indicated in the system, Chuanxiang Tower. This establishment was renowned in the town for its dining. Long Chong, who had been left bloodied in an afternoon altercation, was already indulging in revelry by nightfall. It seemed he had been underestimated. Tang Boyue would not show mercy to Long Chong simply because Long Qitian had spared him earlier. He understood precisely why Long Qitian had chosen to let him go. Additionally, failing to vanquish Long Chong's summoned beast would result in task obstruction. However, direct confrontation with the Long family was ill-advised at this juncture. Thus, preparation was essential before proceeding. He rummaged through his wardrobe and unearthed an outfit he seldom wore. After donning it, he adorned himself with a hat and a mask, leaving only his eyes visible. Upon gazing into the mirror, he found the disguise satisfactory, far superior to Zhao Yiqing's attempts. Unless one was intimately familiar with him, it would be challenging to recognize him. As night had fallen, the town was eerily deserted. At that moment, Long Chong emerged from Chuanxiang Tower, clutching two alluringly dressed women. His head was bandaged, and he staggered unsteadily. Without the support of the two women, he likely would have faltered. How could my father let that scoundrel go? I must never encounter him again, otherwise I shall make him pay. And that wretched Zhao Yiqing, once I marry her, she shall see how I deal with her, he muttered in frustration. Young Master Long, you've had too much to drink, one of the women remarked. I am not intoxicated. Do you think my tolerance is so low? Come, let us return home, and I'll show you whether I am drunk, he retorted, his hand groping the waist of one of the women. You're incorrigible, young Master Long, they chided. Look out ahead, one of them exclaimed. Long Chong glanced up and, in the darkness, spotted a masked figure. What do you want? He shouted. Is it not enough to frighten people at this hour? Tang Boyue cleared his throat and deliberately adopted a gravelly voice. I have heard that the Long family in Yulong Town is affluent. As a newcomer, I unexpectedly encountered young Master Long and wished to borrow some money for my expenses. At this, Long Chong erupted in laughter. Huh, you must be blind, fool. Attempting to rob me? Very well, if you possess the audacity to face my Fire Dragon King, I shall give you whatever you desire. Should you falter, I will break your limbs. With a roar, he summoned the Fire Lizard. Tang Boyue nodded in satisfaction. His objective was solely the Fire Lizard, not Long Chong himself. What? A dragon? I shall not rob you. I am afraid. Tang Boyue exclaimed before bolting away. Though the system's second option indicated retreat was necessary if he could not prevail. However, Tang Boyue was not truly fleeing at this moment. The system would not deem that he had fulfilled the task's conditions. Upon witnessing the masked figure retreat in fright, Long Chong laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, Ha! Daring to snatch from me. I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you are merely a waste. Yet he mused, will I allow you to escape? Yin Long Wang, pursue him and return with one of his hands as proof. Upon receiving Long Chong's command, the Fire Lizard let out a roar and swiftly chased after the direction in which Tang Boyue had fled. Chapter 14. Slaying the Fire Lizard. The Fire Lizard was closing in on Tang Boyue, and as it drew nearer, it charged forward with the expectation that this collision would send its opponent flying. However, upon impact, it realized it was akin to striking a steel wall. Well done, little lizard, Tang Boyue chuckled. The beast, possessing the bloodline of a beast king, had developed a modicum of intelligence. It sensed that this human before it was different. Upon closer inspection, it noticed the dragon scales adorning Tang Boyue's form. This sight rekindled memories of the afternoon when it had encountered a similar set of scales on a human boy. In that instant, it comprehended the identity of its adversary. Tang Boyue understood that by employing the dragon scale armor, he would expose his identity, which was why he had lured the Fire Lizard away. In this manner, even if the Fire Lizard discerned his identity, it would lack the means to return and inform Long Chong. With a furious roar, the Fire Lizard leapt into the air, and as it landed, a thunderous boom ensued, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Is this your most potent skill? Tang Boyue remarked. Regrettably, it cannot breach the defenses of my dragon scale armor. With that, he charged towards the Fire Lizard. Although it was an inferior dragon species, it still retained the essence of a lizard's lineage. As a creature of the reptilian kind, its instincts alerted it to Tang Boyue's murderous intent. Recognizing its disadvantage, the Fire Lizard sought to flee. Yet, Tang Boyue would not permit its escape. He leapt onto the back of the Fire Lizard. If you manage to escape, I shall be quite troubled. Blame your misfortune on not having a better master, Thunderous Fury. As he unleashed Thunderous Fury, the skies erupted with flashes of lightning. In the stillness of the night, the anguished cries of the Fire Lizard echoed. Now, the Fire Lizard lay on the ground, battered by the lightning that, while sparing its life, had left it grievously wounded. The paralysis accompanying the electric strikes rendered it immobile. For a summoned beast, such injuries were not fatal. With its formidable recovery abilities, it would mend with time. However, Tang Boyue would not afford it such an opportunity. He drew forth a long dagger, which he had meticulously prepared, and approached the Fire Lizard. The creature emitted a low, pleading growl at the sight of the glimmering blade in Tang Boyue's hand. To spare your beast's bones and leave your entire corpse intact is the greatest mercy I can bestow upon you. With that, Tang Boyue ruthlessly plunged his weapon into the heart of the fire lizard, silencing the night with its final, sorrowful cry. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 50 points and 1 map fragment. Tang Boyue exhaled deeply, finding the defeat of the fire lizard far easier than he had anticipated. He had expected a fierce battle, yet it proved to be remarkably simple. It seemed that Mingyu had long been misunderstood. After all, divine beasts are indeed divine. Their powers beyond the reach of these inferior summoned creatures. Tang Boyue glanced around to ensure he left no trace before swiftly disappearing into the night. At that moment, Long Chong was being supported by 2 women, cursing vehemently. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Due to the bond he shared with the fire lizard, they were aware of each other's demise. In the next instant, his inebriation vanished, and he collapsed to the ground. No, my flame dragon king. No, you bastard. I will kill you. You must return my flame dragon king. Following this, Long Chong's mind blanked, and he fainted. His urgency was understandable. After all, the death of a summoned beast while under contract significantly impacts the beast master, affecting their innate abilities. Thus, the demise of a contracted beast is a grave taboo for any beast master. Often, when a contracted beast is gravely injured and cannot be saved, the contract is preemptively terminated. Upon returning home, Tang Boyue disposed of his clothing and dagger, taking them directly to Beast Cultivation Island. Anything that could be burned was incinerated, while the remainder was cast into the sea. Within Beast Cultivation Island, aside from Tang Boyue and his contracted summoned beast, all unconscious items could be placed there, including corpses. As long as the target was devoid of consciousness upon death. Could it be? In just a few hours, you have managed to construct a house. And a warehouse too? My goodness, I shall no longer call you a worthless dragon. You truly are an invincible little divine dragon, with astonishing infrastructure capabilities. Upon entering Beast Cultivation Island, Tang Boyue was astonished to discover that Mingyu had indeed fulfilled his request by constructing a house and a warehouse. The house was modest, approximately 100 square meters. Entirely built of wood, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a small room. While not perfect, it was functional, as they would not be residing there indefinitely. It served adequately as temporary accommodation on Beast Cultivation Island. Just a few hours? It has been several months, Mingyu remarked. Several months? Surely not. I merely left to slay Long Chong's fire lizard, and that took months? Tang Boyue was incredulous, raising his wrist to check the time on his spirit control terminal. The time appeared normal. Mingyu continued, follow me. I have discovered something, and thus I constructed the house here. With that, Mingyu led Tang Boyue into the small room. Within the room stood a crystalline pillar, atop which rested a glass orb resembling a jewel. Tang Boyue inquired, what is this? Mingyu replied, this is the temporal control switch of the island. Rotating it forward accelerates the flow of time on this island, while turning it backward slows it down. The left and right movements alternate the seasons. Turning it to the upper left alters the weather, and sliding it to the upper right transitions between day and night. Of course, the alteration of time here only pertains to the island in comparison to the normal passage of time in the outside world. The individuals inside will not experience a change in their own temporal flow. 3 months spent within translates to merely 3 hours outside. Yet your bodily metabolism will indeed adhere to the 3-month cycle. Goodness, this island is truly remarkable. So, if the time inside is slowed down, then although I've only been out for a few hours, several months have actually passed here, Tang Boyue remarked. Mingyu clarified, it is not I who controls it. The island's current default time flow is set this way. I lack the authority to manipulate this island. Only its master possesses the right to adjust the crystal orb. The master of the island is none other than myself, Tang Boyue asserted, placing his hand upon the crystal orb and turning it to the upper right. Instantly, the day transformed into night. As Tang Boyue rotated the orb laterally, the scenery outside exhibited the changing of the seasons. Turning it to the upper left, the weather also shifted. Marvelous. This island is indeed a divine creation, hence its wondrous nature. I can hardly wait to see the divine beasts populate the entire island. Tang Boyue exclaimed joyfully. Subsequently, Tang Boyue synchronized the island's temporal flow with that of the outside world. He did not wish to experience the embarrassment of aging significantly due to prolonged time spent here, while only a short duration had passed outside. Conversely, he also wanted to avoid the scenario where time moved too swiftly within the island, causing years to elapse outside after only a brief stay. Thus, Aligning the island's time with the external world necessitated adjustments using the island's acceleration or deceleration of time. Chapter 15. The Divine Artifact in the Blind Box. By the way, you mentioned previously that you hunted that small lizard. Did you acquire anything of value? Allow me to see, Mingyu inquired with curiosity. Tang Boyue responded, no. While the beast bone from a beast with royal bloodline might fetch a decent price, I chose not to take it to avoid unnecessary complications. The task yielded 50 points and a fragment of a map. That means you now possess 2 map fragments. Only 7 more are needed to piece together a complete map, which will reveal the whereabouts of a divine beast, Mingyu remarked, visibly pleased. You seem even more delighted than I am, Mingyu said with a mischievous smile. With new companions arriving, I shall take on the role of the leader. Henceforth, I shall no longer be burdened with the task of constructing houses. Hurry, gather the remaining map pieces. In silence, Tang Boyue contemplated the absurdity of the dragon's thoughts. He had initially believed that this wretched dragon was pondering the prospect of new companions joining them, thereby enhancing their collective strength. To his dismay, it turned out she was merely yearning for a minion to command. With 50 points at his disposal, Tang Boyue resolved to exchange them for 5 surprise blind boxes, curious to see what treasures might emerge. After all, there was nothing else of value to trade for with his points. The inferior recovery medicine, strength pill, could easily be purchased at a pharmacy, and as for the fragments of memory from the sky, he was utterly clueless about their significance and their exorbitant price. After inquiring with Mingyu, she too was at a loss. Thus, trading points for blind boxes became an exhilarating gamble for him. I'll open them. I'll open them, Mingyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eyed the 5 surprise blind boxes that Tang Boyue had procured. You want to pull out another rebuttal for me, will you? I'll give you 2, but this time, you must consume them all yourself, Tang Boyue replied. Mingyu confidently thumped her chest, asserting, the last time was merely an anomaly. There won't be any surprises this time. Behold, my invincible sky dragon is favored by the goddess of fortune. With that proclamation, she extended her hands, her nails slicing open 2 of the blind boxes. The 2 leaned in to inspect their contents. In the next moment, Tang Boyue pinched his nose in disbelief. Good grief, you really did pull out 2 portions of 9 turns intestines again. You eat them yourself, he exclaimed. No, that's incorrect. It was a mistake. I'll open 2 more. Resolutely, he pushed Mingyu aside, determined not to let her gamble anymore. Given her penchant for accruing high-interest debts from gambling, she was clearly not cut out for such pursuits. After shoving Mingyu away, Tang Boyue cautiously opened 1 surprise blind box. Inside lay a medicinal pill. He examined it closely and utilized the spirit control terminal to inquire about its effects. It was a divine power pill, a superior recovery medicine with efficacy exponentially surpassing that of the strength pill. One such premium recovery pill could be a lifesaver in critical moments, valued at several 100,000 spirit coins. See, my luck surpasses yours significantly, doesn't it? He taunted. I refuse to believe it. I must open another. Mingyu snatched another surprise blind box in her eagerness. This time, however, she did not uncover 9 turns intestines. Instead, a peculiar insect emerged from within. What on earth is this? Mingyu wondered, poking at it with her finger. Tang Boyue promptly consulted the spirit control terminal for information. Don't touch it, he warned, but it was too late. In that instant, the insect released a cloud of noxious gas, enveloping the vicinity in a foul stench. Ugh, that's a stink bug. When provoked, it emits a horrendous odor, Tang Boyue exclaimed, hastily retreating with the last surprise blind box, determined to prevent this wretched dragon from opening any more. With utmost caution, he opened the final blind box. Inside, he discovered a pair of wrist guards. However, upon checking with the spirit control terminal, it was unable to provide any information on the item. In essence, this wristband is not recorded in the spirit terminal. The items produced by the Beast Cultivation Island system can only be queried by Tang Boyue within that very system. Soon, the information appeared. Name, Sky Wristband. Grade, Divine Artifact. Ability, when worn, it enhances the skills of summoned beasts upon utilization. Tang Boyue inhaled sharply. Could it be that a divine artifact has emerged? The equipment for beast masters and their summoned beasts is categorized by grade, ranging from ordinary, fine, excellent, exceptional, unique, spiritual artifact to divine artifact. Tang Boyue never anticipated that he would obtain a divine artifact. However, the description of the sky wristband seemed rather abstract. He understood that wearing it would elevate the skills of Mingyu. As for the nature of the enhancement, he could only discern through personal experimentation. He donned the wristband and the dragon scale armor. Instantly, a golden dragon scale armor enveloped him. The color altered, yet no other differences became apparent. This was the dragon armor. Mingyu remarked, its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary dragon scale armor. With a sudden command, the skies darkened ominously. The entirety of Beast Cultivation Island was shrouded beneath ominous thunderclouds, and in the next moment, lightning struck down, enveloping the island within the wrath of thunder. Tang Boyue hastily halted the storm. This was no mere thunder. It resembled a catastrophic bombardment, engulfing such a vast expanse as the island. Heaven's prison, Mingyu declared. This is the ultimate skill of the lightning element. Among lightning techniques, only spiritual or divine skills can surpass the might of Heaven's prison. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue stroked the wristband thoughtfully and smiled. This truly is a remarkable item. With the Sky wristband, he had acquired an additional trump card. Utilizing standard skills in ordinary circumstances, and then employing the Sky wristband in critical moments to elevate those skills, would certainly be a game changer. See, luck is indeed on my side. It's merely luck, Mingyu retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Enough of that. Finish your 2 plates of food, or you shan't leave the island. No, please. Help me with a plate. Away with you. I'm going back to sleep. Take your time. With that, Tang Boyue departed from Beast Cultivation Island. The following day, the news spread throughout Dragon Town that the summoned beast of the mayor's son had been slain. Yet, no one knew who the perpetrator was. Not even Long Chong and the 2 women accompanying him. They only knew that it was individuals from elsewhere attempting to commit robbery. Had they foreseen that the intruders would kill his summoned beast, perhaps they would have considered offering some money to send them on their way. However, Long Chong remained oblivious to the fact that they had targeted his summoned beast specifically. Although Long Chitian demanded that the spirit management team investigate the matter within 3 days and apprehend the individual responsible for the death of his son's summoned beast. It is anticipated that no substantial results will emerge. After school in the afternoon, Tang Boyue made his way to the summoned beast trading center, where he had arranged to meet Zhao Yiqing the previous day. Here, Tang Boyue intended to return Zhao Yiqing's money, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. After all, once the small sum had found its way into Tang Boyue's possession, it would not be easily relinquished. Chapter 16. Star Rating Evaluation at the Summoned Beast Trading Center. Zhao Yiqing was already waiting for Tang Boyue. Hello, Tang Boyue greeted her. Zhao Yiqing replied, as you instructed, I've been waiting here. What about my money? Tang Boyue chuckled. Let us not discuss money right upon meeting. Haven't you heard? Talking about money strains relationships. Who has any feelings for you? Zhao Yiqing retorted. I'll tell you this. If you do not leave Yulong Town, you must return my money to me. Do you understand how long it took for me to save up that amount? Her brows were tightly furrowed. If Tang Boyue were to abscond with her money, she would indeed have no recourse. Yet, this fellow not only refused to leave, but also declined to refund her. Follow me, Tang Boyue instructed. He then led Zhao Yiqing through the unassessed young beast area. After a careful selection, Tang Boyue presented 2 young beasts to Zhao Yiqing, stating, these 2 are sufficient to offset your 1 million Yuling coins. Before her stood 2 summoned beasts, one a 3-headed serpent, the other a specter. What does this mean? Zhao Yiqing inquired. Tang Boyue replied, let us assess them. Skeptical, Zhao Yiqing procured an appraisal stone. She subsequently employed the stone on the 2 young summoned beasts. In the next moment, the appraisal stone emitted a purple glow. An epic grade bloodline. Good heavens, to find 2 at once. Miss Zhao, you certainly have fortuitous luck to identify 2 epic grade summoned beasts simultaneously. The news of 2 epic grade summoned beasts being appraised drew a crowd. It appeared that the Zhao family stall had an abundance of treasures. Having showcased a legendary grade summoned beast yesterday, they now unveiled 2 epic grade ones today. Quick! Hurry to the Zhao family stall to buy. At this moment, Zhao Yiqing felt somewhat dazed. While epic grade summoned beasts were not overly rare for her, the potential sale of these 2 beasts could certainly fetch over 1 million. The 3-headed serpent might be slightly less valuable, being a member of the reptilian race. But the specter from the undead faction would command a higher price. If sold, these 2 epic grade summoned beasts could yield between 120 to 130,000. Thus, returning her 1 million would be more than feasible. How about that? No more debts owed, Tang Boyue said with a smile. Zhao Yiqing gazed at Tang Boyue in astonishment. If yesterday's fortune could be attributed to mere chance, what could one say of today? Once, twice, thrice. Can this still be deemed mere luck? How did you accomplish this? Zhao Yiqing inquired. Tang Boyue replied with a smile. As I have mentioned, I am a gambler. It is simply luck. Zhao Yiqing scoffed. 3 summoned beasts in succession, 1 legendary and 2 epic. Is this truly something achievable by luck alone? Furthermore, you examine each beast closely. If it were purely chance, there would be no need for such scrutiny. Tang Boyue chuckled. I reiterate, it is luck. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. Now that I owe you no more, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Wait, Zhao Yiqing called after him. Is there something else? Zhao Yiqing continued. On behalf of the Zhao family, I extend an invitation for you to become my appraiser. You need only come by for 1 to 2 hours each afternoon after school. What remuneration can you offer? Tang Boyue queried. Zhao Yiqing responded. A fixed salary of 100,000 spirit coins per month. Additionally, for each rare or higher summoned beast you appraise, you will receive a 20% commission. Tang Boyue laughed. 20%? Why not simply purchase them outright? They are not expensive before appraisal. If I buy them myself, I can earn 100. Zhao Yiqing smirked. I could ensure that you are unable to procure a single summoned beast within the Summoners Trading Center in Yulong Town. Either we collaborate, or you will find it impossible to acquire any beasts here. Goodness, you are quite ruthless, Tang Boyue remarked. Zhao Yiqing pressed. So, will you take on the role of appraiser for the Zhao family? After a moment's contemplation, Tang Boyue replied. 20% is too low. I insist on an even split. 30, Zhao Yiqing countered. 45, Tang Boyue asserted. 35, Zhao Yiqing offered. 40 at the very least. Otherwise, find someone else, Tang Boyue declared. Zhao Yiqing pondered this. If Tang Boyue could indeed identify high bloodline beasts among those overlooked, offering him a 40% commission would be a sound investment, as those not selected would ultimately sell for the lowest price. Agreed, Zhao Yiqing concluded. Thus, Tang Boyue was appointed as the appraiser for the Zhao family. Working for 1 to 2 hours each day, Tang Boyue accepted the position, recognizing the favorable returns, particularly with a guaranteed monthly income of 100,000. Regardless of whether he appraised any valuable summoned beasts that month, he would still receive the same sum. In this world, 100,000 spirit coins could sustain a typical family of 3 for 2 to 3 years. Given Tang Boyue's modest economic background, this opportunity could help alleviate his family's financial strain. Although he could acquire spirit coins through other means, it would pose a challenge to explain a sudden influx of money to his father. Now, with this job, his earnings would have a legitimate source, simplifying matters at home. Certainly, the Zhao family merely handed over the already selected summoned beasts to Tang Boyue for another evaluation. In essence, it was a matter of picking up the pieces. Thus, it was evident that the selection would not yield an abundance of exceptional specimens. Over the course of a week, Tang Boyue managed to identify 5 epic level and 1 legendary level summoned beasts for the Zhao family. Remarkably, these 6 creatures brought Tang Boyue a revenue exceeding 2 million. In this arrangement, both the Zhao family and Tang Boyue found satisfaction, each feeling as though they had profited. A week into the new semester, freshmen had fulfilled the academy's requirements by signing contracts with their summoned beasts. Today marked the inaugural test for the new students, the star rating assessment. Each freshman would receive the academy's emblem, which would grant them access to the institution. A mark inscribed on the emblem would denote the student's strength, a process referred to as the freshman star rating. Should a student attain a rating of 15 stars and be recognized as a genius by the academy, the 5 stars on the emblem would be replaced by a sun symbol. Within the academy, a higher star rating conferred greater influence, while possessing the sun emblem signified undeniable prestige. Not only students, but even ordinary faculty members would hold students with the sun emblem in utmost regard. This day was dedicated to the freshmen's star rating assessment. Early in the morning, the new students lined up neatly on the playground according to their classes. Old Tang, the freshman rating assesses the attack capability of the summoned beasts. Mingyu should be fine, right? Ho Fan expressed concern for Tang Boyue. After all, while Mingyu had defensive capabilities, its offensive prowess was questionable. Damn it, the star rating assessment focuses solely on the summoned beast's attack strength, he lamented. Chapter 17. The first star? Let fate decide. If the rating is low, it won't matter, Tang Boyue replied. What do you mean it won't matter? The academy allocates resources based on the star ratings. Ho Fan retorted. Everyone, please be quiet. At that moment, a white-haired elder stepped onto the stage, surveying the students below. I am the academy's principal. Senior Spirit Master Sun Chun. Applause erupted from the audience. He appears quite aged, yet he has only achieved the rank of Senior Spirit Master, Tang Boyue remarked. Ho Fan noted, Old Tang, do you think becoming a Heavenly Spirit Master is an easy feat? After reaching the 100th level, advancing becomes exceedingly difficult. Currently, only Long Qitian in town holds the title of Heavenly Beast Master. Students below, refrain from talking and listen to me, Sun Chun instructed, prompting Tang Boyue and Ho Fan to silence themselves. Sun Chun continued, all of you can see the wooden post in front of you. Today, your task is to have your summoned beasts unleash their strongest attacks upon this post. It will record the destructive power of your summoned beasts. Ultimately, your star ratings will be determined based on this power, after which I will personally engrave the stars representing your strength onto your emblems. Upon hearing this, the students below erupted with excitement. As a beast master, obtaining a high star badge within the Intermediate Academy may very well represent the first significant honor in one's journey. At this moment, Sun Chun continued, I believe you have all heard about the Sun Badge. However, it has not been awarded for 3 consecutive terms. I hope that today, one among you will receive the Sun Badge. Cheers erupted from the audience below. All right, let us proceed in an orderly fashion for the assessments. The population of Long Dragon Town is not particularly large, hence the annual intake of new students at the academy is modest. In the case of Tang Boyue's cohort, there are merely 3 classes, each comprising 34 students, totaling around 120 newcomers. The first class began, and one by one, students approached for their assessments. The first to step forward was a boy with a buzz cut. I am Zhang Shuang from Class 1. Let us begin. Come forth, Icebird. As he summoned, a snow-white creature resembling an eagle emerged from the rift in space. Icebird, unleash your Iceburst skill. The Icebird flapped its wings, conjuring a blizzard that surged towards the wooden stake. Soon, the stake crackled under the impact of the Iceburst skill. However, being merely a low-level summoned beast, its attack lacked the power to shatter the stake, which had also been reinforced with spiritual energy. Class 1, Zhang Shuang, rated 2 stars. At this, Sun Chun picked up a badge and, with a stroke of his finger, 2 5-pointed stars appeared upon it. Sun Chun personally affixed it to Zhang Shuang's chest, stating, very well done. You will have the opportunity to assess your star rating once a month, though the criteria may vary each time. Starting with 2 stars is quite commendable. Thank you, Director. Zhang Shuang descended the stage proudly, adorned with his 2-star badge. Most students understood that achieving 2 stars in their first evaluation was a remarkable feat. Typically, 90% of students received only 1 star. The evaluations continued, and soon over 10 students took the stage, each earning merely 1 star. This further inflated Zhang Shuang's pride, as he remained the sole 2-star recipient thus far. Finally, it was Zhao Yicheng's turn. Known for her reputation within the academy, she was recognized for possessing a beast of royal bloodline, a rarity among the new students. Anticipation buzzed through the crowd as they awaited her performance. Class 1, Zhao Yicheng. She announced upon stepping onto the stage. The assessing teacher nodded and encouraged, let us begin. Do your best. March, it is your time to shine. The 3-tailed fox was summoned by Zhao Yicheng. Demon Foxfire. At her command, the 3 fluffy tails of the fox transformed into 3 orbs of pink flames. With a swift flick of its tail, the flames surged toward the wooden stake. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 successive explosions filled the air, enveloping the scene in thick smoke. As the thick smoke dissipated, charred marks and signs of imminent fracture became evident on the wooden post ahead. The evaluating instructor nodded approvingly, stating, very well, Zhao Yicheng from Class 1, 4 stars. Impressive indeed. Zhao Yicheng, with his beastly lineage, commanded a formidable summoned creature, earning him 4 stars. Sun Chun personally adorned Zhao Yicheng with the Academy's emblem, commending him. Excellent work, keep striving. Thank you, Dean, Zhao Yicheng replied gratefully. The assessment proceeded, and soon Class 1 concluded its evaluations. Ultimately, 5 students achieved 2 stars, 1 attained 3 stars, and another garnered 4 stars, a commendable performance, surpassing the average scores of previous years. Next was Class 2, the class of Tang Boyue. As classmates took the stage, each received a rating of 1 star. Finally, it was Tang Boyue's turn. He stepped onto the platform. Class 2, Tang Boyue. Begin. Upon summoning, a rift materialized before him, and with a resounding bang, Mingyu tumbled out of the spatial tear. However, to everyone's astonishment, Mingyu lay motionless on the ground. Confusion swept through the audience. What is happening? No movement. Is it incapacitated? Tang Boyue approached to investigate. I won. Bring me my spirit coins. Bring them here. Mingyu, still asleep, seemed to be immersed in dreams of gambling. Laughter erupted from the crowd. What kind of summoned beast sleeps at a critical moment? Sun Chin's eye twitched in disbelief. Tang Boyue gently nudged Mingyu with his foot. Hey, wake up. Where are my spirit coins? I just won a lot. Mingyu awoke, frantically searching for her lost coins. Appearing not fully conscious yet, this only incited further laughter from the audience. Get a grip. This is the Academy's star rating assessment. You need to strike that wooden post. Mingyu glanced at the post and replied with a grin. No problem. Watch me. Thunderstrike. A slender bolt of lightning struck the wooden post. Yet it remained utterly unresponsive, failing to register any changes on the assessment device. Misfire. Behold my iron fist, Mingyu declared, charging forward to deliver a punch to the post. My hand. It hurts. Laughter ensued. What is this? I've heard she's the disgrace of divine beasts. The Eastern Waste Dragon, and today, it's evident. The absurdity of the situation drew roars of laughter, faced with the mockery from the audience. Tang Boyue felt a mix of resignation and anticipation. He had suspected this outcome, knowing Mingyu lacked any offensive capabilities. Mingyu herself appeared unfazed, her thick skin seemingly impervious to embarrassment. I'm done. I'm off to play cards, she proclaimed, swaggering away. Class 2's summoned creature inflicted no damage upon the wooden post, thus failing to receive a star rating. Scattered laughter erupted, as it seemed he would not be the first in the Academy's history to receive a mere star rating. Indeed, as long as one could inflict damage, a 1-star rating was guaranteed. He would be the inaugural recipient of such a rating, undoubtedly destined for the annals of history. Do not be disheartened. Everyone is aware of Mingyu's situation. If it proves too challenging, perhaps consider summoning a different creature. At that moment, Sun Chin spoke to Tang Boyue, placing a badge devoid of stars upon his chest. Chapter 18. The sun emblem descending the stage while adorned with a 0-star emblem invited ridicule from the 1st and 3rd classes, while the 2nd class regarded him with disdain. After all, the average grades of each class would influence the allocation of resources by the Academy. This is a pragmatic world where the strong are granted greater resources. Old Tang, fret not. There will be a monthly assessment henceforth. The monthly tests encompass various challenges, and at that time, it will not solely be a measure of your summon's offensive capability. Your star rating will surely rise, Ho Fan reassured Tang Boyue, believing he would be disheartened and thus sought to comfort him. However, Tang Boyue displayed a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the insignificance of the emblem's rating. What was a slight reduction in resources? In this intermediate academy, what resources could one truly obtain? He did not lack for such trifles. Next, Aye, Ho Fan exclaimed, hastily ascending the stage to summon his little fire turtle. Initially, no one paid much attention to the creature, but gasps of astonishment followed when someone utilized the spirit control terminal to check its credentials. To their shock, it was a legendary bloodline fire turtle. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd clamored to consult their terminals. Indeed, it was legendary, quite formidable. The little fire turtle opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball at a wooden post. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck its target. Not bad. Ho Fan from Class 2, 3 stars. Ho Fan donned his 3-star badge with pride and returned to his peers, head held high. Wow, Ho Fan, that's incredible. 3 stars. Let me see it. Many gathered to admire Ho Fan's badge, forming a queue for their turn. Next, Billie Jean announced. The evaluations continued, and Class 2 concluded swiftly. Aside from Ho Fan's 3 stars, 3 others achieved 2 stars, while the remainder, apart from Tang Boyue's 0 stars, garnered only 1 star. Currently, Class 2's performance paled in comparison to Class 1. Class 3 commenced their evaluations, demonstrating commendable results. Even before concluding, 5 students had already secured 2 stars. 2 others 3 stars. The last student from Class 3 took the stage, a boy with a buzz cut, his gaze laced with arrogance. I hear this fellow is the adopted son of Long Qitian, Ho Fan whispered to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue was taken aback, surprised to learn that Long Qitian had an adopted son. It is said that the Junior Beastmaster Academy is located in a distant place, and he has just returned. It is rumored that his adopted son possesses remarkable abilities, prompting Long Qitian to bring him back to attend the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy, likely to enhance the Long family's prestige in the town. At this moment, the young man on stage coldly proclaimed, "I am Long Ao, from Class 3. Come forth, slaughter." With Long Ao's summon, a swift sound echoed, as if the very fabric of space before him was cleaved apart. In the next instant, from the rift in the air, a winged, grotesquely featured humanoid summon emerged. Upon sighting this summon, the crowd hastily activated their spirit master terminals to gather information. Name: Little Night Demon, Slaughter. Race: Demon Clan. Attribute: Strength, Darkness. Bloodline: Beast Emperor level. Level: 15. Attributes: Strength 185, Agility 105, Defense 88. Skills: Heaven Cleaving Slash. Shadow of Darkness. Master: Long Ao. Instantly, astonished murmurs arose from the audience. A Beast Emperor? Unbelievable. This is the first time I have witnessed a Beast Emperor level summon. And it belongs to the Demon Clan. How magnificent. Tang Boyue whispered to Ho Fan, for an adopted son to possess such an extraordinary summon. Yet the biological son merely has a winged lizard. Ho Fan replied, Long Ao is hailed as a genius among geniuses, and the signing of a summon contract is not something to be taken lightly. The higher the bloodline and race level, the more challenging it is to establish a contract. It requires the innate talent of a beastmaster. In plain terms, Long Chong is merely a second-generation heir, and the fact that he could contract such a summon is the zenith of his capabilities. In contrast, Long Ao's ability to contract a Beast Emperor-level summon from the Demon Clan signifies that he is the best the Long family could procure for him. If there were even better options, he would likely succeed in contracting them as well. Slaughter, attack. Following Long Ao's command, Little Night Demon lunged toward the wooden post. In the next moment, the demon's right hand transformed into a dark blade. With a swift motion, the post was severed. Subsequently, Little Night Demon continued to wield its dark blade, reducing the wooden post to mere splinters. Astounding. Truly magnificent. Which is more impressive, Little Night Demon or Long Ao? Both are breathtaking. I wish to marry Long Ao, exclaimed one admirer. Don't be shameless. If anyone is to marry him, it should be me. At that moment, the evaluators were left in disbelief. To cause such destruction to the wooden post, could this truly be accomplished by a newcomer to the Intermediate Academy? Indeed, the talent of the Long family, coupled with their abundant resources, has forged such a formidable genius. Class 3, Long Ao, rated 5 stars. Long Ao's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this assessment. However, Sun Chun then proclaimed, Long Ao is worthy of the title genius. It has been 3 years since a student bearing the Sun Academy emblem has appeared. Today, I announce that Long Ao has earned the Sun Academy emblem. It is evident that, if one were to insist, Long Ao might still be a tad short of the solar emblem. However, with the esteemed background of the Long family and Long Ao's remarkable talent, it can be said that Sun Chun extended a courtesy to the Long family by bestowing upon Long Ao the solar emblem. My goodness, how extraordinary. The solar emblem. Right here in Class 3. At this moment, each member of Class 3 held their heads high, as though they themselves had become embodiments of the solar emblem. Ultimately, the results were announced. Without a doubt, Class 3 secured the top position in the new student evaluations. The students of Class 3 felt as if they were soaring to the heavens. It was all due to Tang Boyue, who had dragged the entire class down, marking the historical first instance of receiving a 0-star rating, a truly embarrassing moment. After the class disbanded and returned to their classroom, the other students from Class 2 began to shift the blame onto Tang Boyue. Yet, they failed to consider that even if Tang Boyue had garnered 1 or 2 stars, Class 2 would still remain the weakest. These individuals were merely seeking a scapegoat. What are you all talking about? What does this have to do with old Tang? Why don't you reflect on your own shortcomings? At this moment, Ho Fan slammed his hand on the table. No one in the class dared to argue with Ho Fan, especially since he was the only one in the class with a 3-star emblem. Just then, Bai Li Jin entered the classroom. Why such expressions? Our class ranked 3rd, which is commendable, Bai Li Jin remarked. Bai Li teacher, there are only 3 classes, and our class has the historical embarrassment of a 0-star rating, a female student interjected. Bai Li Jin responded, in fact, Tang Boyue is not the first student in history to receive a 0-star rating. There was another student of this caliber in our academy's history. Who was it? The crowd's interest was instantly piqued. Bai Li Jin replied, Li Yifan, a dragon-level beast master, Our town, Yulong Town, was named after him. Chapter 19. Practical Lessons by Li Jin's words astonished everyone. They had not anticipated that a legendary figure from the town was also a new student who had received a 0-star rating. Amidst their surprise, Bai Li Jin continued, "Therefore, one should never underestimate anyone, for every individual harbors boundless potential. With effort, they can create infinite possibilities." Tang Boyue could not contain himself and chuckled. He was genuinely surprised that someone as serious as Bai Li Jin would delve into motivational platitudes. Tang Boyue was no child, at least not in terms of his psychological age. Before being brought to this world by the goddess of wisdom, he had spent several years navigating the complexities of society. Thus, he had developed immunity to such motivational speeches. While the other students listened intently, their spirits ignited, each believing they could become dragon-level beast masters in the next moment. Tang Boyue, what are you laughing at? 1. Tell Bai Li Jin that you recalled something amusing. Reward, 20 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Tell Bai Li Jin that this is merely a motivational platitude meant to deceive. Reward points of 20. All summoned beasts on Beast Cultivation Island gain 1 to their strength attribute. At this moment, a selection box unexpectedly appeared in the system of Beast Cultivation Island. The second option grants all summoned beasts an additional point to their strength attribute. However, currently, Tang Boyue has not a single summoned beast on Beast Cultivation Island. Mingyu, who is bound by contract to Tang Boyue, is unrelated to the island. Thus, it seems that the first option offers the most generous reward. Tang Boyue stood up and remarked, "I just recalled something joyful." What joyful matter? 1. Inform Bai Li Jin that it has nothing to do with you. Reward points, 20. All summoned beasts on Beast Cultivation Island gain 2 to their agility attribute. 2. Inform Bai Li Jin that your wife has given birth. Reward points, 50, 2 map fragments. Damn, are you mocking me? Why are there only 2 options, and why is the second one so rewarding? Is this deliberate? Tang Boyue mused internally. He suspected this was a scheme to toy with him. In his previous world, he was already in his 30s without a wife. Now, being merely 16 here. Where would a wife come from? Nevertheless, the second option's reward was substantial. 2 map fragments would mean he had a total of 5. Only 4 short of completing the first map. My wife has given birth. There's no choice. The second option offers too much. Bai Li Jin was momentarily stunned, and soon, the classmates were equally taken aback. Then, the entire class erupted into laughter, while Bai Li Jin's expression turned somewhat grim. Now she could confirm that Tang Boyue was indeed a troublemaker. Never mind, Tang Boyue was unperturbed. At least he had secured 70 points and 3 map fragments. It was remarkably easy to acquire 3 map fragments, and he wished for more such socially awkward options. He was indifferent to social embarrassment. Gaining more map fragments was all that mattered. Bai Li Jin glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. At this moment, she was unsure how to address Tang Boyue. After class, let us have lunch. This afternoon, you will have your first practical lesson. Yay. At this moment, Ho Fan clung to Tang Boyue's shoulder and said, "Old Tang, you're impressive. When did you get a wife?" "Come on, you're taking this seriously," Tang Boyue replied. Ho Fan chuckled, "Haha. I never expected you to be so bold, daring to speak to Teacher Bai like that." "Of course, I'm extremely bold. Let us go eat at the cafeteria. It's my treat." "Hey, then I want to be polite. I'm having braised pork." In the afternoon, the much-anticipated practical lesson finally commenced. Bai Li Jin looked at the neatly arranged students and said, "Now, pair up and engage in battles with your summoned beasts. Remember, only the summoned beasts may fight. Beast masters are not allowed to participate." Tang Boyue raised his hand. Upon seeing Tang Boyue raise his hand, Bai Li Jin felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. To be honest, she longed to disregard Tang Boyue. After all, she was uncertain what audacious statement he might utter next. However, ignoring him was not an option, as Tang Boyue, noticing that Bai Li Jin had not permitted him to speak, continued to bounce with his hand raised. Reluctantly, Bai Li Jin inquired, "Tang Boyue, what is it that you wish to say?" Tang Boyue replied, "Teacher Bai Li, why must we solely rely on summoned beasts for combat? My summoned beast lacks offensive capabilities. Can I not participate in battle myself?" Bai Li Jin responded, "As a beast master, you can only harness the attributes of a contract summoned beast at level 10. Do you truly believe that your level 10 attributes can surpass those of Mingyu?" "Well, I suppose I possess some offensive strength," Tang Boyue retorted. Bai Li Jin explained, "Our practical classes are restricted to battles between summoned beasts. as it is unnecessary for beastmasters to engage directly, even in various competitions held by domestic intermediate academies. Direct participation by beastmasters is prohibited. Summoned beasts possess robust self-recovery abilities and can gradually heal from injuries, while humans lack such resilience. This regulation is in place for your protection. Are we to live our lives under such protection forever? When we encounter foes, will they exclusively target our summoned beasts? Tang Boyue questioned. Why has Dong Yao been unable to secure a commendable ranking in international events for years? It stems from fundamental educational shortcomings. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse lacks the fortitude to endure the tempests of nature. Bai Li Jin furrowed her brows. Indeed, this individual was a provocateur. Tang Boyue, if you have inquiries, you ought not to direct them at me. I am merely adhering to the established regulations for instruction. In intermediate beastmaster academies, all students are forbidden from direct participation in combat, she asserted. Tang Boyue sighed, remaining silent. Perhaps the intent behind such rules was to safeguard students. However, would those overly sheltered students possess the capability to confront dangers once they ventured into the world? His questions remained unanswered. The group battles commenced. Class 2 comprised 35 students, resulting in one student being left out. Tang Boyue was paired with Ho Fan, leaving one female student without a partner. Ho Fan, you are teamed with Zhou Qian. Bai Li Jin announced. Teacher Bai Li, what about old Tang? Bai Li Jin replied. His summoned beast lacks offensive capabilities. It is best for him to observe from the sidelines. Once he acquires a summoned beast with offensive skills, he may engage in practical combat. But, Teacher Bai Li, follow the arrangement. Bai Li Jin interjected firmly. Tang Boyue patted Ho Fan on the shoulder, smiling. Go on, monkey. Don't let the girl be left without a team. That would be quite awkward. And you? I am fine. Ming Yu is far too lazy to engage in such trivial battles, Tang Boyue stated. Got it, Ho Fan acknowledged. Subsequently, Tang Boyue stepped aside to observe the battles. He summoned Ming Yu to his side for a chat. Upon summoning her, he noticed, to his astonishment, that this wretched dragon was holding dice, clearly having indulged in gambling. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, you summoned me here. I lost 200,000 and have yet to pay them. I was contemplating an escape when you called me. Tang Boyue found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this insipid dragon. Just then, several individuals from Class 3 approached, led by Long Ao. With a beaming smile, Long Ao addressed Bai Li Jin. Teacher, let us have a few individuals from your class come and practice with us. It would foster camaraderie through inter-class exchanges. Chapter 20. How about I give it a try? Among the 5 from Class 3, Long Ao bore the emblem of the Sun Academy, while 2 carried the insignia of the 3-Star Academy and the other 2 of the 2-Star Academy. Such a lineup was hardly there for mere practice. It was, quite plainly, a display of authority. Among the 3 classes of newcomers, Class 2 was the weakest, and thus the members of Class 3 intended to assert their dominance over them. Bai Li Jin was well aware of Class 3's intentions. Their formidable lineup meant that no one from Class 2 stood a chance. Just as she contemplated a refusal, the instructor for the combat class from Class 3 approached. Bai Li, it just so happens that we have 5 individuals here, so why not select 5 from your class to give them a run for their money? Bai Li Jin felt a twitch in her eye. It was clear this was a deliberate provocation. The instructor, Wang Chong, had previously pursued Bai Li Jin multiple times, only to be rebuffed each time. This time, however, he was fortunate to have several exceptionally strong newcomers in his class, and it was evident he was intent on making Bai Li Jin uncomfortable. Teacher Bai, surely you're not afraid? I know that while your students may be weaker, we want to bully them. How about we send 3 from our side to face your 5? I trust you wouldn't shy away from a challenge? Wang Chong chuckled, his expression one of anticipation for the impending spectacle. Teacher Bai, what is there to fear in a competition? At this moment, the students from Class 2 began to gather around, youthful exuberance igniting their spirits. It was natural to react defensively to provocation, though they failed to comprehend the vastness of the gap between them and their opponents. Just Long Ao alone possessed the capability to take on 5. Bai Li Jin replied, very well, let us proceed. It will be 5 against 5, not 3 against 5. Ha ha ha. Teacher Bai, those are your own words. She surveyed her students and declared, Ho Fan, Ma Lu, Chen Shui, Miang, Zhong Chao, you 5 shall step forward. Understood. They then made their way to the center of the training ground. Word had spread that a team battle was about to unfold between Classes 3 and 2, drawing spectators from Class 1 as well. The 10 contenders stood facing one another, each summoning their respective summoned beasts. From Class 2, the summoned beasts were Little Fire Turtle, Snow Spirit, Sanyue Wolf, Swift Eagle, and Gale Hound. Except for Ho Fan's Little Fire Turtle, which was of the legendary bloodline, the others were merely rare grades. In contrast, Class 3 summoned Little Night Demon, Vast Snow Spirit, Celestial Demon Tiger, Dragon Python, and Giant Wingbat. Long AO's Little Night Demon was of the Beast Emperor level, accompanied by a legendary Vast Snow Spirit, while the other three were of the Epic grade. The composition of their lineups was distinctly skewed, representing entirely different tiers of power. There is no need for comparison to ascertain the outcome. As the contest commenced, the command was issued by Long AO to the Shadow Demon, eliminate them. In an instant, the Shadow Demon melded into the shadows, and the next moment, the shadow darted swiftly to Snow Spirit's front. Suddenly, the Shadow Demon sprang forth from the darkness, transforming its arm into a blade. With a swift strike, the heaven-splitting slash ensued. Snow Spirit had no time to react and was struck down, instantly incapacitated. In the following moment, the Shadow Demon once again vanished into the shadows, lying in wait for the next target. Indeed, this was a battle devoid of suspense. Within less than 30 seconds, one summoned beast from Class 2 was already eliminated. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 summoned beasts from Class 3 began to stir. They refrained from attacking, opting instead to harass from the sidelines, drawing the attention of Class 2's summoned beasts. Seizing the opportunity while the Shadow Demon remained unnoticed, it leapt once more from its shadow. The heaven-splitting slash struck again, this time felling both the Sanyue Wolf and the Swift Wind Dog, rendering them incapable of combat. The disparity in strength was evident. They could not withstand the Shadow Demon's assault. Class 2 was left with only the Swift Eagle and the Little Fire Turtle. The Swift Eagle, utilizing its aerial capabilities, evaded the Shadow Demon's attacks with relative ease. However, the Kangmang Snow Spirit inhaled deeply and, with a powerful exhalation aimed at the Swift Eagle, unleashed a chilling gust. The icy blast immobilized its wings, forcing it to the ground. The Shadow Demon, seizing the moment, executed another heaven-splitting slash, and with the Swift Eagle's mournful cry, it too was eliminated. Ultimately, only the Little Fire Turtle remained in Class 2. Its defensive capabilities were commendable, enduring a blow from the Shadow Demon's heaven-splitting slash, yet it was ultimately outmatched 5-1. In the end, the Little Fire Turtle succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a faint. "Hurry, someone assist the Little Fire Turtle." Ho Fan rushed over, lifting the creature gently. "You did well, Little Fire Turtle. Rest now," he consoled. "Ha ha ha. Teacher Bailey, your class seems rather lacking. Not a single one of our members has been eliminated. How pitiful." Wang Chong boasted triumphantly. Bailey Jean's expression soured, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Indeed, her class had failed to eliminate even one summoned beast from the opposition. The morale in Class 2 plummeted. Class 3 truly was formidable. Indeed, Long AO's summoned beasts are exceedingly powerful. Perhaps only Zhao Yiqing in our class could hold a candle to them, the students of Class 1 murmured among themselves. At that moment, Zhao Yiqing remarked, "Even March lacks the ability to contend with that Shadow Demon. Is that so? Does that mean the Shadow Demon is invincible?" Although Zhao Yiqing was reluctant to concede, she nodded in agreement. "At least among the newcomers, it is indeed unmatched." "Humph, the members of Class 2 are utterly useless," echoed the sentiments of the onlookers. Only a few minutes had passed, and yet it was utterly embarrassing. At that moment, the members of Class 3 spoke with an air of triumph. "What are you saying?" protested a student from Class 2. "Oh, you're not convinced? If you're truly unconvinced, why not summon someone to challenge our Dragon Shao?" The students of Class 2 fell silent, for they had no courage to engage in battle with Long AO. After all, healing summoned beasts after injuries required considerable expense. Moreover, with the Night Demon's formidable attack power, even a single strike could prove fatal. Seeing that Class 2 had ceased their retorts, the members of Class 3 grew even more arrogant, preparing to mock them openly. "How about I give it a try?" At that moment, Tang Boyue approached with unhurried confidence. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback. "Tang Boyue, are you here to amuse us? What attacking capabilities does your summoned beast possess? You can't even strike a testing post." A student from Class 2 scoffed. Tang Boyue replied, "I am still a member of Class 2. Your words are a mockery from the perspective of another class." "Humph. This ISNT mockery. Let us not forget, you are the only student among the newcomers without any notable achievements." Tang Boyue paid no heed to the insult and turned his attention to Long Ao and his companions, stating, "I challenge all 5 of you. Would you be interested in a contest? Let us raise the stakes and wager a month's worth of resources for each class." Chapter 21. What if the whole class participates? The crowd could scarcely believe their ears. Had Tang Boyue lost his mind? Did he truly believe he could defeat 5 opponents? To wager a month's resources for the entire class was audacious. Or was this a deliberate ploy? Everyone was aware of his peculiarities. He had even claimed at noon that his wife was giving birth, which surely indicated a lapse in judgment. Someone from Class 2 remarked, "We're merely here for amusement." After all, it's not solely up to Tang Boyue to decide whether to wager a month's resources. Humph, a month's resources for our class is no issue. But can you truly represent your entire class? Wang Chong questioned. Tang Boyue replied, "I cannot." He then surveyed the members of Class 2 and continued, "Fellow classmates. Class 3 currently holds the top position among the newcomers, and their resources are double ours. If you trust me, this month, each of you could potentially receive double the resources." "Old Tang, I believe in you," Ho Fan declared. "Tang Boyue, have you lost your senses? Why should we trust you? What capability does a mere novice possess? Perhaps you've conspired with Class 3 to siphon off our rightful resources," another voice from Class 2 interjected. The others echoed this sentiment, indicating that aside from Ho Fan, none were inclined to trust Tang Boyue. He shook his head, saying, "If that is the case, then so be it. Should we win the resources, they will be divided between Monkey and myself. There will be no share for you. So don't be envious when the time comes. Rest assured, there shall be no envy." Tang Boyue chuckled softly, then produced a divine power pill, stating, "This is a premium divine power pill, a restorative elixir that can be a lifesaver in critical moments. If sold, it could fetch several 100,000. Undoubtedly more valuable than the resources allocated to your class for an entire month. I shall use this as my wager." After all, being merely a mid-level beast taming academy in a small town, the financial resources are limited, hence the monthly allocation of resources is also restricted. While low-grade pills hold little value and medium-grade ones are not significantly priced, the worth soars when it comes to high-grade pills, which can indeed prove to be life-saving in crucial situations. A premium pill, astonishingly, a premium elixir. This individual possesses a premium pill. At this moment, Wang Chong approached Tang Boyue, scrutinizing the pill closely before nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is a premium restorative pill. Using this as a wager is certainly feasible. Very well. Since that is the case, let us formalize our agreement. Now, with students from all 3 classes present, as well as the instructors for the practical classes, let us bear witness. If I win, Class 3 shall surrender all their resources for this month to me. If I lose, this premium restorative pill shall be given to Class 2, Tang Boyue declared. "Ha ha ha, if you wish to gift us a pill, there is no need for such theatrics. Simply present it to us." One student from Class 3 jested, prompting laughter among the crowd. Tang Boyue, unfazed, turned towards Long Ao and his group, saying, "Let us proceed." "Tang Boyue, do you truly intend to challenge all 5 of them alone?" Bai Liqin inquired, somewhat perplexed by Tang Boyue's intentions. "If you can afford to wager a premium pill, why not sell it and use the funds to acquire a more powerful summoning beast instead? Indeed, I find 5 opponents rather insufficient. Why not have the entire class participate? After all, my summoning beast is a divine creature. It would be quite unfair to pit it against merely 5 individuals," Tang Boyue replied. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 3 felt slighted, perceiving him as condescending. "Fool, are you seeking a beating? Does that pathetic dragon of yours even qualify as a divine beast?" One retorted, "Indeed, it is a disgrace to divine beasts. What makes you think you can boast?" Another chimed in, their indignation palpable. "Then let your entire class come at me," Tang Boyue challenged. "Very well, you said it yourself. Do you think we are afraid?" With a slight smirk, Tang Boyue responded, "Since your entire class intends to battle against me, I shall set the rules for the contest. Is that acceptable?" Long Ao stepped forward, affirming, "No problem, set any rules you wish." The students of Class 3 were undeterred by the rules. With 36 members in their class, they were confident they could prevail against a single opponent. Tang Boyue instructed Mingyu to draw a circle on the playground. He then pointed to the circle, stating, "We shall conduct our contest within this circle. The condition for victory is that one side's summoning beast must lose its combat ability or step out of the circle. The one who steps out shall acknowledge the other as grandfather. What say you?" Upon hearing Tang Boyue's established rules, the third class erupted into laughter. They had anticipated that Tang Boyue would devise some bizarre rules favoring him, yet they were met with such straightforward regulations. The loss of combat power for a summoned beast equates to defeat, and stepping out of the designated area also signifies a loss. Does this not merely measure the combat prowess of the summoned beasts? Are you certain these are the rules you've set? One student queried. Our class comprises 36 individuals. You could have established rules more beneficial to you. To avoid accusations of us bullying you, Wang Chong interjected. Tang Boyue chuckled. No worries. If you find it dull, you may join in. After all, with 36 of us, one more won't make a difference. Wang Chong paused, his eye twitching. Was this fellow truly so arrogant? I think I'll pass. My summoned beast is already at level 98. If I participated, it would indeed be quite unfair, he replied. Isn't it bullying to have 36 against one? Bai Li Jin coldly remarked. Wang Chong merely offered an awkward smile, remaining silent. In that case, let it be. One less grandson, Tang Boyue stated. Wang Chong wanted to retort, but by then, Tang Boyue had stepped into the circle. He surveyed the students of the third class and proclaimed, Come forth. Remember, whoever's summoned beast steps out of the area loses. The one who exits is the opponent's grandson and must respectfully address them as grandfather. Haha, we fear you not. Soon, you shall have 36 grandfathers. One student taunted. If that's the case, we might just send your summoned beast flying out of the circle instead of defeating it. What are the grandfathers? Don't forget about us girls. He must call us grandmothers. Another chimed in. Indeed, soon he shall be the grandson of all of us in the third class. The students of the third class swaggered into the circle, subsequently summoning their beasts. The sight of 36 summoned beasts gathered was indeed magnificent. Naturally, Mingyu was the one to battle for Tang Boyue. What is this fellow from the second class plotting? Is he truly intending for his summoned beast to face 36 at once? This is madness. He must be eager to become someone else's grandson. A student from the first class remarked. At that moment, Zhao Yiqing furrowed his brow, contemplating, what exactly is Tang Boyue scheming? As the contest commenced, all 36 summoned beasts surged into action, attacking Mingyu. It is not difficult to imagine the spectacle of 36 summoned beasts unleashing their skills simultaneously. With a resounding explosion, the arena was engulfed in thick smoke. Is it over? With so many simultaneous strikes, he can't possibly survive, can he? The sheer ferocity of Long Ao's summoned beast was already formidable, and now facing 36. His demise seemed inevitable. Zhao Yiqing, what is your take on this? A girl from the first class inquired. Zhao Yiqing replied. These attacks are merely enough to give Mingyu a tickle. She had forged a contract with Mingyu, fully aware of the terrifying extent of her defensive capabilities. Aside from a single attack skill, Thunderous Wrath, all of her abilities were either defensive or enhancements to her defenses. No way, even Long Ao's summoned beast is among them. It couldn't possibly be mere child's play. As the smoke dissipated, everyone assumed the contest had concluded. Little did they know that Mingyu lay sprawled on the ground in a posture reminiscent of a beautiful maiden slumbering upon a banana leaf. Her dragon tail swayed gently, and a mischievous smirk adorned her face as she regarded the crowd. Haven't you eaten? Or should I ask, have your summoned beasts not eaten? Can you not afford to feed them? They seem utterly devoid of strength. She then called out, Hey, someone, my back itches a bit. Could you scratch it for me? Kill her. Eliminate her. Long Ao bellowed in fury. In an instant, the shadow demon melded into the shadows, and when the darkness shifted before Mingyu, the shadow demon leapt forth, its arm transforming into a dark blade, aimed directly at her. Dragon scale armor. At that moment, Mingyu was enveloped in dragon scales. With a resounding clash, the shadow demon's strike met her scales. Mingyu remained unscathed, reclining lazily, unwilling to lift a finger. The shadow demon was forced back several steps, its dark blade even showing signs of cracking. Attack her together. Following this command, a multitude of summoned beasts commenced a frenzied assault. In no time, a substantial crater formed where Mingyu lay. Yet, she remained as steadfast as a mountain, yawning nonchalantly while raising her middle finger at the members of Class 3. Her derision palpable. How infuriating. Continue the assault. The onslaught persisted, and soon, the 36 summoned beasts were utterly exhausted. However, the dragon scales adorning Mingyu continued to gleam, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. This creature's defense is insurmountable. What shall we do? It matters not how high her defenses are. Without offensive capability, she cannot defeat us. Indeed, she cannot defeat us. What is there to fear? A sly smile crept across Tang Boyue's face, reveling in his cunning scheme. At that moment, Zhao Yicheng discerned Tang Boyue's intentions. He sought to tire out the opponent, waiting to see who would falter first and step out of the circle. However, Zhao Yicheng was puzzled as to why Tang Boyue believed he could outlast them. If even one of their opponents could endure longer than him, he would face defeat. Realizing that their summoned beasts could not breach Mingyu's defenses, the members of Class 3 ceased their attacks, unwilling to waste their energy. Thus, both sides' summoned beasts stood ready, merely biding their time. As seconds turned into minutes, the afternoon dismissal bell soon echoed through the air. Shall we call it a draw? Bai Li Jin suggested. Absolutely not. Tang Boyue replied firmly. Today, we must determine a victor. Indeed, a victor must be established. With 36 of us, we shall outlast you together. We fear you not. The members of Class 3 were resolute against conceding to a draw. After all, they were numerous, and they believed that even if it came to attrition, they could undoubtedly outlast Tang Boyue. Regardless, they remained fixated on the divine power pill possessed by Tang Boyue. The night had fallen, and most of the other students had already returned home, leaving only a handful to witness the spectacle. Tang Boyue and the members of Class 3 continued to linger in the playground. Damn it, I want to go back. I'm starving. One of the students from Class 3 stood up, preparing to summon his creature and depart. Tang Boyue remarked, "You may leave, but first, call me grandfather." How about no? What can you do if I don't? Do you really think so highly of yourself? Your summoned beast possesses defense alone. It lacks any offensive capability. What can you possibly achieve? As the student was about to exit the circle, Tang Boyue made his move. In an instant, he positioned himself before the student and delivered a powerful kick, sending him back. Are you seeking death? He shouted. Heavenly Wolf King, attack. Infuriated, the student commanded his summoned beast to assail Tang Boyue. What are you doing? Summoned beasts cannot attack their beastmasters. Bai Li Jin, who was still observing from the sidelines, shouted urgently. However, it was too late. The Heavenly Wolf King lunged at Tang Boyue. Dragon scale armor. Instantly, the protective armor enveloped Tang Boyue. The Heavenly Wolf King sank its teeth into Tang Boyue's wrist. Yet, thanks to the dragon scale armor, he emerged unscathed. In fact, several of the beast's teeth shattered, eliciting a pained howl from the Heavenly Wolf King. At that moment, Tang Boyue drew a dagger and stated, "You initiated the attack." With that, he slashed the dagger across the wolf's neck. Instantly, the Heavenly Wolf King collapsed, blood gushing forth. My Heavenly Wolf King. The student rushed forward, pressing his hands against the creature's wound. Quickly, send your beast for treatment, otherwise, it will perish. Bai Li Jin dashed over, her heart sinking as she assessed the severity of the injury. Tang Boyue's brutality was truly shocking. The student, intent on recalling the Heavenly Wolf King to leave, was met with another kick from Tang Boyue that sent him reeling back. What are you doing? My summoned beast is dying. Bai Li Jin added, Tang Boyue, let him take his summoned beast for treatment. Killing a fellow student's creature is a serious violation of school rules. Tang Boyue replied, I never said he couldn't go. According to the rules we agreed upon, anyone who leaves the circle is a grandson. He can leave once he calls me grandfather. Tang Boyue's actions incited the ire of the Class 3 students, and at that moment, several summoned beasts charged at him. Yet, against the protection of the dragon scale armor, these creatures could not inflict even a scratch on Tang Boyue. Instead, he retaliated with merciless strikes, plunging his dagger into the beast's vital areas. This illustrates the advantages of high defense. Tang Boyue could strike at the vital spots of the summoned beasts without concern for his own safety. Grandfather, I beseech you, allow me to depart. I must treat my summoned beast. Finally, someone, fearing the prolonged duration might lead to the death of their summoned creature, called out for the grandfather. Tang Boyue chuckled, Dear grandson, go ahead. One person called out, and soon others followed suit, urging the grandfather. All right, go on. A few departed with their summoned beasts for treatment. Meanwhile, 30 individuals from the third class continued to engage with Tang Boyue. Unfazed, he retrieved a barbecue grill and some grilling ingredients. These were provisions he had stored on Beast Nurturing Island, intended for a delightful feast on the island while enjoying the sea breeze. However, circumstances had necessitated an early use of these supplies. After all, everyone was famished, and without sustenance or water, their endurance would be short-lived. Just at that moment, Tang Boyue produced food and began grilling. Chapter 23, Evil Begets Evil. The second class was taken aback, Where had Tang Boyue procured such items? This fellow possessed a spatial storage device, and the capacity was astonishingly vast, truly remarkable. Long Ao could not help but exclaim. Summoned beasts with spatial abilities were rare, and spatial equipment even rarer. However, compared to spatial summoned beasts and equipment, spatial storage items, while not exceedingly rare, were nonetheless costly. Anything associated with spatial properties was bound to come at a price. Typically, ordinary spatial storage items had a capacity roughly the size of a backpack, sufficient for carrying a few personal belongings. Long Ao himself possessed a spatial storage item of similar size, which could barely accommodate 2 loaves of bread. Yet, he had not anticipated the immense capacity of Tang Boyue's storage device. The variety of ingredients, the grill, and firewood, it was a staggering amount of space. Such a vast storage device must be worth a fortune. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Boyue's storage space was akin to that of an island. After all, if he wished, the entire island could serve as a repository for items. Old Tang, you are impressive. You have all this. Ho Fan approached, having remained at the school to accompany Tang Boyue. Come, let us barbecue. Ignite the fire, grill the meat. As the slices of meat sizzled on the grill, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted towards the second class, their stomachs began to growl, and they found themselves swallowing in anticipation. In no time, the meat was ready. Tang Boyue, Mingyu, and Ho Fan indulged without hesitation. How delicious. Come, take a whiff. Isn't it fragrant? Mingyu teased, parading the grilled meat in front of the second class. As humans, they could exercise self-control, managing to swallow their saliva. However, the summoned beasts lacked such restraint, drool spilling continuously from their mouths. Tang Boyue gently leaned against Ho Fan and whispered, Hey, your beloved is still hungry. Call her over to join us. Ho Fan glanced at Bai Li Jin, who was still standing nearby, and then hurried over, saying, Teacher Bai Li, you've been here without eating. Come and dine with us. Bai Li Jin replied, No need. I'll just grab a quick bite later. However, you should persuade Tang Boyue. He is likely to heed your advice now. We are all classmates, though not in the same class, and we will frequently cross paths over the next 3 years. Let us not strain our relationship. He has already established his authority. Let him release the members of Class 3. Ho Fan chuckled, Teacher Bai Li, I don't believe Tang has done anything wrong. You should consider how arrogant Class 3 was during the day. Come on, eat with us, or perhaps you should speak directly to Tang. As he spoke, Ho Fan reached out to pull Bai Li Jin closer. Bai Li Jin was brought to Tang Boyue's side. Teacher Bai Li has arrived, monkey. This piece is for Teacher Bai Li, just freshly grilled, Tang Boyue said. Ho Fan promptly handed the grilled meat to Bai Li Jin, urging, Teacher Bai Li, please eat. Thank you, Bai Li Jin replied, her stomach growling as she accepted the meat and took a bite. It was succulent and juicy, causing her to glance at Tang Boyue, surprised by his culinary skills. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged and said, Tang Boyue, perhaps it's best to let this go, continuing one tea benefit either side. And it's late. Your parents will be worried. Tang Boyue waved his hand dismissively, stating, I've already sent a message to my parents via the spirit control terminal, informing them that the school is organizing practice these days, and I want to be returning. Then what will it take for you to relent? Bai Li Jin inquired. Tang Boyue smiled, when they all call me grandfather. Bai Li Jin sighed, realizing that Tang Boyue was resolute in his decision. This meant that the matter would have to be addressed by the dean the next day. After all, it couldn't drag on indefinitely, forcing everyone in Class 3 to address him as grandfather. It was worth noting that there was a Long Ao in Class 3, the adopted son of Long Qitian. Compelling him to call Tang Boyue grandfather would escalate the situation significantly. Here, have a piece of meat. You look so thin, doesn't your master feed you? How pitiful. What do you gain by following such a master? If I were you, I would rebel outright. Just then, Mingyu approached a summoned beast with a piece of meat. The summoned beast gratefully devoured the meat, and in the next moment, a student from Class 3 panicked. Wing Tiger, what are you doing? Don't listen to her nonsense. Do not resist the contract. The student shouted. In the next second, he collapsed, clutching his head, his expression one of agony. Due to the contract relationship, summoned beasts cannot defy the commands of their beast masters. However, there are instances when a summoned beast may resist the contract. Once such resistance occurs, the outcome is either the death or incapacitation of the summoned beast. If the summoned beast possesses sufficient mental strength, even the beast master may suffer a backlash mentally. It is evident that the spirit of this winged tiger is formidable. At this moment, it begins to resist the contract. Indeed, under such a master, when else could it choose to rebel? Better to be a free soul than to suffer under such a master. Mingyu continues to persuade from the side. Stop, stop. Something will go awry. Mountain spirit, emerge. At this juncture, Baili Jin summons her beast. In the next moment, the mountain spirit lunges directly at the winged tiger. With a sharp crack, the winged tiger is instantly rendered unconscious. Once the winged tiger loses consciousness, its master finally relaxes. His complexion pales, and beads of sweat form on his forehead. He hastily recalls the fainted winged tiger and turns to Baili Jin, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Your summoned beast has already developed a rebellious spirit. You must dissolve the contract as soon as you return, or else when it awakens, it will continue to resist. And your spirit will suffer greatly, Baili Jin advises. The student nods in acknowledgement. He then gazes at Tang Boyue and states, Grandfather, I concede. Upon finishing, he turns and exits the circle. Grandson, take care. If you require a new summoned beast, feel free to reach out to me. I also sell them. And I can give you a 10% discount, Tang Boyue chuckles. Enough, Tang Boyue. Are you intent on escalating this to an irretrievable state? Did you comprehend what you were doing moments ago? If I do not intervene, that winged tiger will perish under the contract, and that student will suffer psychological trauma, potentially rendering him mentally impaired. Everyone present is a novice. They lack the fortitude to withstand a rebellious summoned beast, Baili Jin retorts angrily. Tang Boyue regards Baili Jin, his expression turning grave. Coldly, he responds, Teacher Bai, they should have anticipated this outcome when they came to mock us in the daylight. There is a saying, evil begets evil. If someone treats me with kindness, I shall reciprocate with greater kindness. If someone harbors malice towards me, I shall respond with even greater malice. Chapter 24. Just call me Godfather. Baili Jin realizes that reasoning with Tang Boyue is futile and thus refrains from further argument. As night deepens, Tang Boyue addresses Mingyu. You take the first half of the night, and I shall take the latter half. Let us take turns guarding them to prevent any escape. No problem. I could stay awake all night. This is rather amusing, Mingyu replies with a cheerful grin. As the night passes, half of the third class has already departed. Aside from the first batch of summoned beasts that were injured, the others are either starving or dealing with their own metabolic processes. In short, after one night, half of the third class remains. Meanwhile, other students have begun arriving at the school, surprised to find that the event on the playground is still ongoing. Upon noticing that the number of students in the third class has dwindled by half, they inquire about the situation. Students who remained to observe the spectacle last night excitedly recount the events that transpired. Upon hearing of Tang Boyue's remarkable bravery, many find it hard to believe. Heavens! Is Tang Boyue truly that formidable? Did the individuals from Class 3 truly call him grandfather? Indeed, they did. It was quite astonishing to witness such incompetence from Class 3, where the entire group was played like pawns by a single individual. Currently, half of them have succumbed to calling him grandfather. Even if Tang Boyue ultimately faces defeat, he shall retain his dignity, while Class 3 will bear the mark of disgrace for the next 3 years. You should have seen the scene last night. It was remarkable. Zhaoiqing. It appears that Tang Boyue possesses considerable skill. I just heard from a classmate who remained here last night about the events that transpired, and I am truly surprised he could compel Class 3 to address him in such a manner. A girl approached Zhaoiqing. Zhaoiqing gazed at Tang Boyue, who was seated leisurely on the ground, engrossed in a book. In stark contrast, the members of Class 3 were sprawled on the ground, appearing utterly famished. Zhaoiqing whispered, Tang Boyue, who exactly are you? Is it really true that a divine beast cannot be tamed by ordinary individuals? What method do you employ to command such a creature? Tang Boyue, this farce ought to reach its conclusion. At that moment, the dean, having received word of the situation, stormed onto the field. Sun Shun had also heard of the chaos from the previous night, and it was indeed a disorderly affair. If this continued, it would lead to significant trouble. Tang Boyue cast a glance at Sun Shun and remarked, Dean, this is not a mere farce. This is a contest between Class 3 and myself, with both parties having placed bets. Tang Boyue, enough already. I am aware of your wager. This matter will conclude here. As for resources, the Academy shall grant you some rewards, Sun Shun stated. That is unacceptable, Tang Boyue replied. Do you wish to be expelled, Tang Boyue? Sun Shun retorted. Tang Boyue, maintaining his composure, responded, Our contest was mutually agreed upon, and the opposing party's instructor approved as well. Is it truly the case that Class 3 must avoid consequences if they lose? Your bias is glaringly evident. I am indifferent. If expulsion is your decision, so be it. However, this contest will not end until the final moment. Sun Chen's face turned pale with anger. Had Long Ao not been present, he would have persuaded the others from Class 3 to concede. Yet, with Long Ao involved, the situation had become precarious. Tang Boyue, I now command you, in my capacity as dean, to vacate the field. Otherwise, I shall have you forcibly removed, Sun Chen declared. Tang Boyue chuckled. Dean, do give it a try. At that moment, Mingyu, who lay on the ground, stirred. She stretched lazily, and in the next instant, a resonant dragon's roar echoed. Mingyu transformed, reclaiming her colossal dragon form. A magnificent dragon, spanning dozens of meters, glimmered under the sunlight with radiant scales. Witnessing her true form, everyone present was taken aback. Her size was truly astounding. Subsequently, Mingyu coiled her body, encircling both Tang Boyue and the members of Class 3 within her expansive reach. Tang Boyue leaped onto Mingyu's back, gazing down at Sun Chen, who was rendered speechless by astonishment. He proclaimed, Director, if you wish to carry us away, let us see if you can even move Mingyu first. The members of Class 3 had initially thought that with the director's intervention, Tang Boyue would be inclined to show some deference. Yet, to their surprise, he showed no regard even for the director's standing. How will this matter be resolved? Sun Chen seethed at Wang Chong. Meanwhile, Wang Chong hung his head, equally unprepared for the turn of events. The imposing presence of Mingyu in his dragon form was overwhelming. After all, who could remain composed when ensnared by a colossal dragon measuring several dozen meters in length? In a brief span, many opted to concede defeat. Remaining here served no purpose. A simple act of surrender and calling out Grandpa would suffice. Thus, one by one, the members of Class 3 lost their resolve and declared their surrender. Goodness, how impressive. Now only a few from Class 3 remain steadfast, while the rest have yielded to Tang Boyue, calling him Grandpa. Henceforth, they shall find it difficult to hold their heads high before him. Not merely difficult. They might even choose to avoid him altogether. As another day passed, Sun Chen, intent on forcibly taking Tang Boyue away, found himself at a loss when he witnessed that none of the teachers could make Mingyu budge an inch, despite summoning their beasts. Even when some teachers grew furious and commanded their summoned creatures to attack Mingyu, those creatures could merely scratch him playfully. Eventually, among the remaining individuals, all but Long Ao succumbed to defeat. In the end, it was only Long Ao and Tang Boyue left standing. Tang Boyue remained unruffled, his needs well taken care of. As for his metabolic state, he could manage through his control of energy for a while longer. Long Ao, however, found himself in dire straits. He could barely sit upright, dizzy from hunger, while his night demon lay exhausted on the ground, devoid of strength. Yet, he remained resolute, refusing to concede. At that moment, Long Jintong arrived. Coincidentally, Long Outyin also made his entrance. He had received word on the first day regarding his foster son's confrontation with Tang Boyue. Initially indifferent, he grew increasingly concerned after hearing detailed accounts of the past few days' events that morning. Upon learning of Long Qitian's arrival, Long Ao felt a spark of hope. He could hardly believe that Tang Boyue would disregard Long Qitian's presence. However, his mind soon blanked, and he fainted. Mr. Ming, may we converse? Long Qitian called out after arriving at the scene. Given Mingyu's current dragon form, Tang Boyue and Long Ao were ensnared within, rendering the situation invisible to him. Just then, Mingyu lifted his tail, allowing everyone to glimpse inside. Long Ao had already lost consciousness. Mr. Ming, my son has surrendered. Shall we consider this matter concluded? Long Qitian inquired. Tang Boyue replied, certainly, if he concedes, he may leave, but according to the rules, he must address me as Grandpa. However, he is currently in a state of unconsciousness and cannot call out. Yet, as his elder, I am more than willing to take on that role. I shall not take advantage of you. After all, he refers to me as grandfather. Since he is your adopted son, there is no need for you to address me as grandfather. According to our generational hierarchy, calling me godfather suffices. Upon hearing this, all present were left astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Had this man lost his senses, daring to have Long Qitian call him godfather? It was utterly reckless. Chapter 25. None are to be underestimated to the onlookers. It was expected that with Long Qitian's arrival, this matter would come to an end. After all, who in Yulong Town would dare disregard Long Qitian? Yet, No one anticipated that they would encounter someone as obstinate as Tang Boyue, who showed no deference to Long Qitian whatsoever. It was evident that this individual possessed a flawed mindset. After all, he was facing Long Qitian in Yulong Town. Causing Long Qitian to lose face could very well lead to his sudden disappearance the following day. Indeed, it was a blatant disregard for one's own life. If Long Qitian were a benevolent person, Tang Boyue might have granted him some respect. However, Tang Boyue had done his due diligence on Long Qitian and understood the type of person he was. Moreover, Long Qitian was fixated on him. If he ever learned to command divine beasts, Tang Boyue had no doubt that Long Qitian would not hesitate to strike against him. In light of this, why bother with pleasantries? If animosity were to arise, Tang Boyue might find himself at a stalemate with Long Qitian, as neither could best the other. Long Qitian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, wishing in that moment to strike Tang Boyue down with a single blow. Yet he restrained himself. As he gazed upon Mingyu, he could not help but swallow hard, pondering, is this the power of the divine beast? How on earth has this young man managed to wield such control over it? Humph, one day, I shall acquire what I desire. For now, I shall allow this young man to bask in his triumph for a while longer. Long Qitian dared not act rashly, for he was aware of Mingyu's formidable defenses. He feared that should he engage, he might fail to breach Mingyu's defenses, leading to a most embarrassing defeat. Yet, as time passed, Long Ao would soon reach his limit. However, it was inconceivable for him to address Tang Boyue as godfather, given his status. To utter such words would forever tarnish his reputation in Yulong Town. How could he still face others as the town mayor? Young man, do you not know who he is? Remarked a man who stood beside Long Qitian. It matters not who he is. Once a rule is established, it must be upheld, replied Tang Boyue. The man wished to say more, but Long Qitian raised his hand to silence him. Go and rouse Long Ao, Long Qitian commanded. Understood, the man replied. Proceeding to Long Ao's side, he gently lifted Long Ao and began to pat his face. Second young master, awaken, second young master. After half a minute, Long Ao slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Long Qitian before him, he weakly uttered, Father, kill him. Long Qitian coldly gazed at Long Ao. Having taken him in merely for his exceptional talent, viewing him as a mere tool devoid of any paternal affection, his intention in sending Long Ao back to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy in Yulong Town was to mold him into the brightest star of this cohort, thereby enhancing the reputation and prestige of the Long family in the town. However, after just a week into the term, he found himself utterly disappointed as he was cornered by Tang Boyue. You have truly let me down. The resources invested in you by the Long family surpass even those allocated to Long Chong, yet your performance has been dismal. If you continue down this path, you will find only a dead end. Surrender if you wish to avoid that, Long Qitian remarked. Dad, spare me the lecture. I concede, Long Ao replied. Summoning the equally weakened night demon back, preparing to leave with the assistance of a man nearby. Hey, grandson, you think you can just leave without calling anyone? Tang Boyue inquired. Tang Boyue, are you courting death? My father is here. Do you dare have me call you? Do you even know who he is? My concession is already a show of respect. You want me to call you? Not a chance, Long Ao retorted, emboldened by Long Qitian's presence, believing Tang Boyue would not dare to act against him. Unbeknownst to him, having just regained consciousness, he was unaware of the conversation between Tang Boyue and Long Qitian, who regarded Long Qitian with indifference. At that moment, Tang Boyue advanced and delivered a swift kick. With a pained cry, Long Ao was sent tumbling back into the circle. You lunatic! Are you out of your mind? The man who had been helping Long Ao exclaimed in outrage. According to the rules, if you don't call out, you cannot leave this circle, Tang Boyue stated. Dad, Long Ao, now drained of strength, lay on the ground, looking to Long Qitian with hopeful eyes, wishing for his aid. Yet, Long Qitian's words filled him with despair. Since you had established the rules before the contest, let us adhere to them. Call out, Long Qitian commanded. Dad, please. Long Ao pleaded. Call out. Long Qitian bellowed. Long Qitian's expression darkened with anger. He was furious. In all his years in Yulong Town, no one had dared to treat a member of the Long family in such a manner, and now, it was a mere youth who had done so. Realizing Long Qitian's fury, Long Ao refrained from further hesitation. He looked at Tang Boyue and reluctantly called out, Grandfather. Tang Boyue smiled slightly, replying, Ah, good grandson. Let us head home for a meal. Don't starve yourself. or your grandfather will be saddened. Mingyu, let him go. At that moment, Mingyu soared into the sky, and the next second, a figure descended from above. With a resounding thud, the figure landed heavily on the ground. Ouch, my backside, that hurts, Mingyu exclaimed. Having transformed back into her human form after falling from above, landing squarely on the ground. Tang Boyue was momentarily speechless. Couldn't you have descended in a more graceful manner? We just made quite a spectacle, and now it seems we can't even maintain our composure for 3 seconds. At that moment, Tang Boyue cast a glance at Wang Chong, who was beside Sun Shun, and remarked, I apologize, but it seems I have inadvertently triumphed. The resources for your 3rd class this month now belong to me. In a couple of days, I shall come to collect them, so do prepare. Wang Chong's expression twitched, yet he said nothing in response. Take him away. Long Qitian glared at Long Ao and said coldly, Yes, second young master. Come, allow me to assist you. Thus, the matter came to a close. The final outcome was one that none could have anticipated. Everyone in the 3rd class referred to Tang Boyue as grandfather. Who could have foreseen that the events would culminate in such a manner prior to the commencement of this competition? Even midway through, when a significant portion of the crowd had begun to call him grandfather, many believed that Long Ao would never do so, given his prestigious background. Tang Boyue would not dare offend him. However, the ultimate result was a resounding slap in the face for all, as Tang Boyue showed no regard for Long Qitian's authority. Consequently, the morale of the 3rd class plummeted, and their arrogance deflated. Once regarded as the class with the best performance among the newcomers, they now found it exceedingly difficult to hold their heads high for the foreseeable 3 years. At the very least, in the presence of the 2nd class students, they truly could not lift their heads, and would henceforth only dare to bully the 1st class students. Yet, from this day forth, there emerged a figure within the academy whom no one dared to provoke, Tang Boyue. Rumors depicted him as a madman, a lunatic capable of any outrageous act, thus rendering him untouchable. As for Sun Chen's prior threats of expelling Tang Boyue, he merely sought to hasten matters and intimidate him. Ultimately, no action was taken against Tang Boyue. After all, this world respects power, and to expel such a student would be sheer folly. Nevertheless, Sun Chen arrived at a conclusion. Those who ranked low in the newcomer assessment were not to be underestimated. In the annals of the Academy's history, the last newcomer who ranked low had once turned the institution upside down. Chapter 26. You are quite wicked initially. Many believed the Academy would take action against Tang Boyue. However, as time passed, the Academy did not even mention the incident, and everyone understood the underlying reasons. Initially, the Academy had sought to restrain Tang Boyue solely out of concern for Long Qitian's potential repercussions. Now, with the matter behind them and Long Qitian applying no pressure on the Academy, there was no reason for further action. Days slipped by. One afternoon, various classes engaged in practical training on the expansive field. The grounds were vast, populated not only by newcomers, but also by senior students. Occasionally, the instructors for the newcomers would invite senior students to assist in training. Yet, upon encountering Tang Boyue, even the senior students dared not engage him in combat. The previous incident had made his name known throughout the entire school. As long as one adhered to normal training protocols and refrained from provocation, Tang Boyue bore no ill will. It was unclear what these individuals feared. Monkey, come, Tang Boyue called out to Ho Fan. Where to? Ho Fan inquired. To the 3rd class. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and Ho Fan arrived at the training ground of Class 3. Upon seeing Tang Boyue, the members of Class 3 appeared somewhat uneasy, for he had left an indelible mark upon their hearts. Every one of the 36 members had referred to him as grandfather. What brings you here, Tang Boyue? This is the training area for Class 3, Wang Chong approached, his expression tinged with anger. A sentiment stemming from the previous incident that had resulted in his punishment by the Academy. Tang Boyue chuckled. I have come to see my esteemed grandchildren. Allow me to introduce you, everyone, to your second uncle. He patted Ho Fan on the shoulder. Ho Fan waved cheerfully at the members of Class 3, whose faces paled in response. Yet, they felt utterly powerless. How could they confront Tang Boyue? Ultimately, it was uncertain who would end up teaching whom a lesson, as the events of the past were likely etched in their memories forever. Wang Chong, the matter has passed. Should you instigate trouble again, I will certainly report you to the Academy for further action, he warned Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue replied with a smile. Passed? Not quite, I believe. What of our wager? The dues have yet to be paid. How can we consider the matter resolved? Only when I receive what I am owed will it be over. Otherwise, whether you report me to the academy or even summon Long Qitian for a visit, it would remain the same, wouldn't it, my dear grandchildren? The members of Class 3 lowered their heads. At that moment, Long Ao stepped forward, and everyone anticipated a confrontation with Tang Boyue. To their surprise, he stated, "Indeed. According to our agreement, the resources for this month shall be given to you, Teacher Wang. We accept our losses." "Oh, how obedient. I must say, I preferred your former rebellious demeanor," Tang Boyue remarked. Long Ao clenched his fists, wishing nothing more than to see Tang Boyue suffer. Yet he had not forgotten Long Qitian's words. After the previous incident, he had been brought back to the Long family, and upon recovery, he had vowed to avenge himself on Tang Boyue. However, Long Qitian had chastised him, instructing him not only to avoid provoking Tang Boyue, but also to find a way to befriend him. Once he acquired the methods to tame the divine beasts from Tang Boyue, he would personally ensure Tang Boyue's demise. The other members of Class 3 had no objections, for they had all consented to the wager as a class. Wang Chong sighed and said, "Wait here, I shall fetch it for you." "Thank you," Tang Boyue replied with a smile. As Wang Chong went to retrieve the resources, Tang Boyue observed the members of Class 3 and remarked, "Cheer up. It's merely a month's worth of resources. You could always see some from another class, for instance, Class 1. They are no match for you." Tang Boyue's words illuminated the minds of Class 3. Indeed, they could challenge Class 1. It wouldn't be stealing, merely a fair contest with a little added incentive. "Old Tang, you are truly devious. Despite your position as an appraiser in the Zhao family, are you truly deceiving Zhao Yicheng?" Ho Fan whispered to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue chuckled, stating that only through genuine competition can one grow stronger. In the current training scenario, devoid of any significant losses, they would not take it seriously. It is only when their own interests are at stake that they would genuinely engage in battle. Shortly after, Wang Chong returned, cradling a large box in his arms. He placed the box before Tang Boyue and remarked, "This is the resource allocation for Class 3 this month. Take a look." Tang Boyue opened the box, revealing recovery elixirs, experience crystals, and various potions to enhance the attributes of summoned creatures. Upon inspection, it appeared to be approximately double what Class 2 received, in accordance with the Academy's resource distribution. Although Class 3 might have some hidden resources, it was not excessive. "Well, perhaps you have some tucked away, but I shall not contest that. Farewell, my dear grandchildren," Tang Boyue jested as he carried the resource box back to Class 2's training area. He then began to divide the spoils with Ho Fan. "Monkey, here are the experience crystals for you. Take these recovery potions as well, as I have no use for them." "Old Tang, you needn't give me so much. Besides, don't you want any experience crystals at all?" Ho Fan inquired. Tang Boyue replied, "Mingyu cannot even see her level. Experience crystals are of no use to her. Moreover, do not rely too heavily on them. Real combat experience is paramount. While the levels and attributes gained are uniform, practical experience endows summoned creatures with invaluable tactical skills, which is a form of latent power." Ho Fan nodded, acknowledging his understanding. At that moment, other members of Class 2 approached. "Tang Boyue, Ho Fan, you've received so many resources, share some with us." Tang Boyue smiled and replied, "Share with you? Why should we? You have so many resources, what is the harm in sharing a little? When you wagered with Class 3, wasn't it in the name of the class? Logically, these resources should belong to us as well." The speaker was a girl named Deng Hong, the class leader of Class 2. To describe her would be to say she possessed a blend of charm and a self-righteous demeanor. As Deng Hong spoke, others in Class 2 nodded in agreement, believing they were entitled to a share of the resources. "How amusing. When Old Tang used our class's resources as a wager, you all agreed without hesitation. Who among you claimed to be unaffected by envy? Now that Old Tang has won so many resources, are you all feeling envious? Is there no shame left?" Ho Fan retorted. "You, Ho Fan, being in the same class, why bother with such trivialities?" Tang Boyue chuckled, subsequently giving half of the resources to Ho Fan, while he himself kept only a few recovery potions. He then addressed Deng Hong, class leader. "Please take the remainder and distribute it among the classmates." "Ah, thank you," Deng Hong replied joyfully. "Old Tang, what are you doing? Why give these folks anything?" Tang Boyue chuckled, remarking, "They are merely a bunch of self-serving individuals. Offer them a modicum of benefit, and they will be quite obedient henceforth. After all, we must coexist for the next 3 years. Would you prefer a cadre of compliant individuals by your side, or a throng of incessantly irksome people? Furthermore, These resources hold no value for Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Ho Fan nodded with a smile and gave Tang Boyue a thumbs up. Chapter 27. A gentleman's affection for wealth. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, the Academy organized 3 monthly examinations. Each examination witnessed fluctuations in the Academy's insignia, with some ascending and others descending. Yet, Tang Boyue remained steadfast, maintaining his singular star status. He was unconcerned, for the distinction in star rankings seemed to bear little weight beyond the respect accorded within the Academy. Within its walls, the regard others held for Tang Boyue was no less than that for those adorned with the sun emblem. Over these 3 months, the Beast Cultivation Island system did bestow upon Tang Boyue a few tasks, though the rewards were rather mundane. In total, he acquired merely 2 fragments of a map and a little over 200 points. Tang Boyue expended all his points on surprise blind boxes. However, since he uncovered the sky wristband, he had not encountered any other noteworthy items. Consequently, he resolved to refrain from opening further surprise blind boxes for the time being, choosing instead to conserve his points and await the emergence of new exchange items. Currently, Tang Boyue's points stood at 0. With 7 map fragments in his possession, only 2 more were required to assemble a complete map and ascertain the precise location of the next mythical beast. One afternoon, at the Summoned Beast Trading Center, in the Zhao family's stall area, it had been 3 months since Zhao Yicheng had invited him to serve as the family's appraiser. During this time, Tang Boyue had earned a handsome sum, accumulating several million. However, this success had also incited envy among others. Tang Boyue had primarily selected from the remnants of appraisers above him, merely capitalizing on their oversights. For each exceptional summoned beast he identified, he received a substantial commission, while the upper-tier appraisers were relegated to a fixed salary, naturally breeding jealousy. Nonetheless, Tang Boyue's role diverged from theirs. He focused on the premium summoned beasts overlooked by the preceding appraisers. Essentially, he capitalized on their inability to discern quality. This not only enriched Tang Boyue but also benefited the Zhao family, thereby granting him such generous commissions. "Xiao Tang, I wish to discuss something with you." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Tang Boyue. Recognizing him as Li Gao, another appraiser from the Zhao family responsible for the initial appraisal stages, Tang Boyue greeted him. "Ah, Master Li. What brings you here?" Li Gao cautiously pulled Tang Boyue aside and said, "Xiao Tang, let us collaborate." Tang Boyue regarded Li Gao with curiosity, inquiring, "Collaborate?" Uncertain of what collaboration might exist between us, Li Gao remarked, "Your duty is to identify those unassessed juvenile beasts that are ready for sale, while my responsibility entails the prior evaluation process, selecting the commendable summoning beasts and allowing the inferior ones to be sold unassessed. I am aware that the Zhao family offers you a substantial commission. If we were to collaborate, I could deliberately overlook some high bloodline summoning beasts for you to select. We could then split the final commission 50-50. What do you say?" Tang Boyue replied, "You have been a long-standing employee of the Zhao family. Would it not be a betrayal to your employer?" Li Gao countered, "As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Your role is to seize opportunities. Yet such opportunities do not present themselves daily. Over the past few months, the exceptional summoning beasts you have identified are rather few. However, should we join forces, I could intentionally let slip a few exceptional summoning beasts every few days. This arrangement would significantly enhance your income, creating a mutually beneficial scenario for both of us." Tang Boyue settled into his chair and chuckled. "Master Li, if this were to come to light, it would surely spell trouble for both of us." "That will not happen," Li Gao reassured him. "Identifying summoning beasts relies on experience. Prior to employing the identification stone, no one can ascertain their attributes or bloodlines. It is entirely normal to occasionally overlook a few exceptional summoning beasts. The Zhao family is affluent and would not concern themselves with such a trifling sum. Most importantly, the young lady has great faith in you," Li Gao elaborated. Tang Boyue mused, "Your words do hold merit. Should you let slip a few, a legendary bloodline summoning beast could fetch over 1 million, allowing me to earn a commission in the hundreds of thousands. If we partner together, it would not be long before we amass a fortune." Seeing Tang Boyue's interest piqued, Li Gao smiled. "Indeed, a mutually beneficial partnership. Young Tang, may our collaboration be fruitful. Let us dine together later. I shall treat you." With that, Li Gao extended his hand, seeking to shake on the agreement. With a sharp motion, Tang Boyue brushed aside Li Gao's hand and coldly replied, "Master Li, You have just stated that humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. But I must add, a gentleman loves wealth, yet takes it through righteous means. Should I acquiesce to your proposal, it would grant you leverage over me. And who knows what demands you might make in the future. You, Tang Boyue, are being ungrateful. Have you not noticed that the exceptional summoning beasts you are able to identify have dwindled? The Zhao family has realized you have been receiving too much. Yet they hesitate to alter the agreed-upon compensation. Therefore, they have commanded us to rigorously filter the exceptional summoning beasts. Do you understand how much our workload has increased because of you? We all seek financial gain. The Zhao family possesses ample wealth. What harm is there in sharing a little with us? Consider this carefully and provide me with a response by tomorrow, Li Gao insisted. Tang Boyue replied, there is no need for further deliberation. I can provide my answer now. A gentleman loves wealth, yet takes it through righteous means. If you wish to collaborate, seek another partner. You, Tang Boyue, shall come to regret this decision. With that, Li Gao departed in anger, while Tang Boyue remained unfazed. After a while, he glanced at the time, realizing it was almost time to return home. As Tang Boyue rose to return home, Zhao Yiqing approached with a grave expression. Tang Boyue, my father wishes to see you. See me? Oh, did we not meet just a few days ago? It was merely 3 days since Zhao Yiqing's father had hosted a banquet for Tang Boyue. After all, over the past few months, Tang Boyue had assisted the Zhao family in recouping some losses. It would be more accurate to say he had mitigated their losses rather than earned profits. Had Tang Boyue not conducted the necessary identifications, those summoned beasts would have been sold for tens of thousands each. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the head of the Zhao family to invite Tang Boyue for a meal. Zhao Yiqing's countenance clouded as she continued. Li Gao has laid everything bare to my father. He informed him of our dealings. Ah, our dealings? What dealings? Tang Boyue asked, bewildered. Zhao Yiqing explained. Li Gao claimed that he collaborated with you, deliberately allowing you to select the exceptional summoned beasts. The profits were to be divided between the two of you. Tang Boyue, is this truly the case? Zhao Yiqing's gaze bore a trace of disappointment. Since she had recruited Tang Boyue, if this allegation proved true, she would be at a loss on how to account for it to the Zhao family. Chapter 28. The accuser strikes first. Tang Boyue was taken aback by Li Gao's audacity in being the first to accuse. This fellow was quite despicable. By presenting the matter to the Zhao family in this manner, he was merely inflicting self-harm while attempting to harm others. Without having collaborated with Li Gao, he resorted to such vindictive tactics. Turning to Zhao Yiqing, Tang Boyue inquired, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhao Yiqing replied, I believe you would not engage in such actions. However, Li Gao presented his case to my father with substantial reasoning, claiming you approached him for collaboration. Initially, he declined, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation you offered. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue chuckled. This fellow has a rather amusing take on things. If we were to assume he speaks the truth, what would your stance be? Zhao Yiqing regarded him with surprise, hesitating before responding. Even so, I still believe you are not the type to act in such a manner. Having known you for 3 months, despite your occasional disagreeable and callous behavior, I perceive you as a person of integrity, incapable of such deeds. Tang Boyue smiled. Thank you for your faith in me. Now, let us proceed to meet Zhao Song. Zhao Yiqing nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Boyue followed Zhao Yiqing to the Zhao residence. In Yulong Town, the Zhao family estate rivaled that of the Long family in grandeur. Upon entering the Zhao household and traversing the front garden, they arrived indoors. In the reception hall, Zhao Yiqing's father, Zhao Song, occupied the foremost seat. Additionally, several of the Zhao family's stewards were positioned on either side. Li Gao stood at the center of the hall, his head bowed, avoiding the gazes of those present. Father, I have brought Tang Boyue, Zhao Yiqing announced. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Tang Boyue, and Li Gao turned to glance at him as well. Boss Zhao, Tang Boyue called out. Zhao Song turned his gaze towards Tang Boyue and inquired, do you know why I summoned you today? Tang Boyue nodded and responded, yes. Zhao Yiqing has already informed me of the matter at hand. Since I am already aware, I shall not beat around the bush. Do you have anything to say regarding this issue? Zhao Song questioned. Tang Boyue replied, before I speak, I would like to hear Li Gao reiterate his account. After all, without hearing it directly from him, I am uncertain how he has portrayed me. At this juncture, Li Gao let out a cold snort and remarked, Tang Boyue, I have divulged all our dealings to Boss Zhao. It would be wise for you to confess and spare yourself further suffering. Oh, how intriguing. And what precisely did you say? Tang Boyue inquired, his expression remaining calm and composed. Li Gao said, Tang Boyue, 3 months ago, the young lady appointed you as the Zhao family's appraiser, but in truth, you possess no real skills. The young lady was merely deceived by you. Subsequently, you approached me, proposing a partnership. You suggested that if I intentionally overlooked a premium summoned beast, you would later discover and appraise it, with the profits to be split between us. I, being swayed by greed, foolishly agreed, and now, feeling indebted to the Zhao family, I have decided to reveal this matter to prevent you from further deceiving them. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue chuckled. What are you laughing at, Tang Boyue? Do you have any objections to Li Gao's statements? Zhao Song's face darkened with anger. Tang Boyue replied, objections? In truth, there is nothing to refute. These words left the entire assembly in shock. Zhao Yiqing's mouth fell agape. She had hoped Tang Boyue would say something, if only to mitigate his suspicions, but now, his lack of rebuttal left her at a loss for words. The most astonished of all was Li Gao, who had anticipated a frenzied denial from Tang Boyue. However, he was met with complete acquiescence. What was going on? Was he conceding? Surely not. He must be contemplating something. Tang Boyue, do you admit to this? Zhao Song's face contorted with rage, his voice rising several decibels. Tang Boyue stated, before I admit anything, I have a few questions for Li Gao. Once I have posed these inquiries, I can acknowledge the matter at hand. Zhao Song retorted, ask whatever you wish, but let me make it clear. If you truly conspired with Li Gao to defraud the Zhao family, I will ensure that you repay every last coin, doubled. Tang Boyue merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. He then turned to Li Gao and asked, you claim that I approached you and requested your collaboration, correct? Indeed, Li Gao affirmed, his skepticism evident. He believed that as long as he maintained his stance that both he and Tang Boyue had deceived the Zhao family, there was no way for Tang Boyue to clear his name. The ill-gotten gains are to be split evenly? Yes, evenly, Li Gao confirmed. Very well. If that is the case, then what about the money I owe you? A significant number of transactions involving the spirit coins are conducted through the spirit terminal. And whenever transactions occur via the terminal, records are invariably left behind. Let us present the records for everyone to see, proposed Tang Boyue. This is the record of the transfer I made to you. It was evident that Li Gao was flustered. You mentioned that transactions through the spirit terminal would leave a trace, thus the cash you provided me, Li Gao asserted. Indeed, that is correct, he emphasized. Seemingly satisfied with his own quick-wittedness, Tang Boyue nodded. Very well, let us consider it my provision of cash. However, regarding such a substantial amount, how you plan to store it is not my concern. Now, on to the next question. The crux of our dealings involves your intentional leakage of premium summoning beasts for my benefit, correct? Precisely so, Li Gao responded with confidence. In that case, please enlighten me about the summoning beasts I have identified in recent days. Since you deliberately informed me of their existence, you must be aware of which ones they are. The time frame is too long. I've forgotten, Li Gao stammered. If that is so, let us narrow it down. Just yesterday, I identified one. Surely, you haven't forgotten about yesterday? Tang Boyue pressed. You, don't. You, me. Li Gao faltered. What was the summoning beast I identified yesterday? Given that you intentionally leaked it to me, you must know? Tang Boyue challenged. While it may be understandable to forget older details, yesterday's events should remain fresh in your memory. Li Gao found himself at a loss for words. After all, whenever Tang Boyue discovered any premium summoning beast, he would directly consult Zhao Yiqing. Li Gao had no way of knowing what Tang Boyue had identified the previous day. Tang Boyue smiled lightly, reverting to his earlier inquiry about the cash transaction. Such a large sum of money, whether stored or utilized, could not possibly leave no trace. A simple investigation will reveal you have no record of this money. At this moment, Tang Boyue turned to Zhao Song, stating, Boss Zhao, I have concluded my inquiries. Now, do you believe I should admit to this or deny it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Song slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it with a resounding crack. Li Gao, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Song glared at him furiously. Realizing his predicament, Li Gao quickly knelt on the ground. Boss Zhao, I was wrong. I lost my senses. I implore you. Grant me another chance. I shall not dare again. You scoundrel. Young Tang has served as our Zhao family's appraiser diligently for these past months. Yet you have the audacity to slander him. Explain why you would defame him. Zhao Song demanded vehemently. Beside them, Zhao Yiqing discreetly patted her chest, releasing a sigh of relief. She cast a furtive glance at Tang Boyue, whose expression remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm. The individual remained remarkably composed from the outset, suggesting he had devised a strategy even before arriving at the Zhao residence. Zhao Yiqing reflected on his earlier concerns, realizing the individual was capable of resolving matters independently. Li Gao, sensing the gravity of the situation, ceased his concealment and candidly recounted his jealousy towards Tang Boyue's superior income, his unsuccessful attempts to collaborate with him, and the subsequent resentment that led him to slander Tang. Li Gao, how could you? Zhao Song exclaimed in anger. After all these years working for the Zhao family, I never imagined you would betray us. Leave. You are no longer welcome here. Boss Zhao, please grant me another chance. I implore you, Li Gao pleaded. Opportunities must be earned, not bestowed. In light of your years of service, I shall refrain from taking action against you, but you must depart on your own. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind, Zhao Song retorted fiercely. Understood, Li Gao acknowledged, recognizing that the Zhao family would not retain him. As he rose, he cast a resentful glance at Tang Boyue before departing. Zhao Song approached Tang Boyue and said, Little Tang, now that the truth has come to light, do not hold this against me. Li Gao's sudden revelations left us no choice but to summon you for confirmation. I hope you can overlook it. Tang Boyue smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Boss Zhao, I harbor no ill feelings. Excellent. I have arranged for a meal. Please stay and dine before you leave. Then I shall graciously accept. Tang Boyue responded, fully aware that Zhao Song was a cunning individual. Had he truly conspired with Li Gao, it was unlikely Zhao Song would have spared him as he did Li Gao. Moreover, Zhao Song was acutely aware of Tang Boyue's entanglements with the Long family, as he had been covertly courting their favor, even considering marrying off his daughter. Presently, his interest in Tang Boyue stemmed from the latter's abilities. It was a matter of perceived utility. Tang Boyue understood this dynamic well and remained indifferent, for he sought monetary gain, and the Zhao family offered a lucrative platform, each party benefiting from the arrangement. During the meal, Zhao Song and Tang Boyue engaged in lively conversation, and by the time they finished, it was quite late. Until tomorrow. You performed admirably today. I was pondering how you would clear your name when I brought you here, Zhao Yiqing said as he escorted Tang Boyue out of the Zhao residence. Good night, Tang Boyue replied with a smile. Good night, Zhao Yiqing echoed as Tang Boyue departed. As night enveloped the town, darkness reigned, and few souls were to be seen. Tang Boyue mused about Mingyu, who had been absent for several days, likely off gambling again. Strolling along the path, he muttered to himself. Despite their contractual agreement, Tang Boyue typically did not restrict Mingyu's freedom, allowing her to vanish intermittently, only to return when in need of funds. However, the contract enabled him to summon her to his side at any moment, regardless of her whereabouts. At that moment, a group of individuals obstructed Tang Boyue's path. There were more than 10 individuals before him, each shrouded in masks. Tang Boyue cast a glance at the masked figures and remarked, On this dark and windy night, a night for murder, although you all conceal your faces, I can perceive the malice upon them. Can't I, Master Li? The leader among the masked men paused briefly before tearing off his mask, revealing himself to be Li Gao. Since you have recognized me, there is little left to say. Tang Boyue, you caused me to lose my job. How do you intend to compensate me? Li Gao inquired. Tang Boyue chuckled. What does that have to do with me? You lost your job due to your own greed. Here's a piece of advice. Take your companions and return home. I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Do not risk your lives alongside these men merely for your lost employment. You bastard, you always remain unfazed in the face of adversity. It truly is detestable. Tang Boyue, we are well aware of your summoned beast, Mingyu, known throughout the town. While she possesses defense, she lacks offensive capabilities. We cannot harm her, nor can she harm us. However, today, I have summoned many brothers. Just a few need to restrain Mingyu, rendering her unable to protect you. What do you think the outcome will be? Li Gao declared with smug satisfaction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are you counting? Li Gao asked. Counting the corpses. Are you seeking death? Brothers, eliminate this brat. He has amassed quite a fortune during his time with the Zhao family. Let us transfer his wealth to our spirit management terminal, Li Gao commanded. Understood. Then, the 16 summoned their beasts. Not only do you wish to kill me, but you also desire to seize my wealth? Do you not fear the spirit management squad tracing this back to you? Tang Boyue questioned. Li Gao replied, Fear not. We shall dispose of your corpse without leaving a trace. Is that so? Tang Boyue smiled. At that moment, a rift in space appeared before Tang Boyue, and in the next instant, Mingyu was summoned forth. At that moment, Mingyu held a roast chicken in one hand and dice in the other. Abruptly summoned, she appeared bewildered. After a few seconds, she regained her composure, tossed the chicken aside, and grasped Tang Boyue's collar, exclaiming, "Why did you summon me now? I was just about to win. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to win even once? I was about to be killed by them. And you were still playing dice. Is this how a summoned beast is supposed to behave?" Tang Boyue replied. Mingyu, calm down. Upon hearing this, Mingyu released Tang Boyue, surveyed Li Gao and his group, then glanced at their summoned beasts, unable to restrain her laughter. "Huh? Are you jesting? You think you can kill me with these pathetic wretches? Look at their summoned beasts. What a motley crew." Mingyu's words evidently infuriated Li Gao and his companions, as well as their summoned beasts. "Everyone go. A few of you restrain Mingyu, while the rest focus on eliminating Tang Boyue," Li Gao commanded. Following the order, the 16 summoned beasts charged forth. Mingyu spread his hands in exasperation and shrugged, saying, "Please don't restrain me. I won't move, all right? You all go and slay him. Honestly, isn't it better to be alive?" Chapter 30, Dragon Knight. Please choose from the following options. 1. Defeat all opponents. Reward, 100 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Vanquish all enemies. Reward, 50 points. All summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island gain 2 levels. 3. The enemy outnumbers us. Retreat. Reward, 50 points. All summoned beasts on Beast Breeding Island gain 10 agility. The Beast Breeding Island system presented new choices, but Tang Boyue had already formulated his response in his heart. Dragon Scale Armor. The combat prowess of these individuals surpassed that of students from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy. Yet even so, the Dragon Scale Armor was more than sufficient to withstand their assaults. There was no need to employ the Divine Dragon Armor. After all, Mingyu possessed passive skills such as Defense Enhancement and Absolute Defense, which Tang Boyue also shared. Aside from the divine skill granted by the gods, Divine Rebirth, Tang Boyue possessed all of Mingyu's abilities. Faced with an onslaught of summoned beasts, Tang Boyue effortlessly defended himself. Some of these summoned beasts attacked directly, while others unleashed elemental skills. However, regardless of their methods, none could breach Tang Boyue's formidable defense. How is this possible? How can this guy have such high defense? Is he truly just a student from the Intermediate Beastmaster Academy? At this moment, one of the adversaries expressed doubt. Such prowess. To claim he was merely a student from the Intermediate Academy, especially a freshman this year, was hard to believe. Ignore Mingyu. Focus on attacking that kid. At this moment, Li Gao also felt a pang of panic. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Boyue possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. At this point, all 16 summoned beasts converged on Tang Boyue. Mingyu chuckled. "Now that's more like it. Go after him." Despite the relentless assault from all the summoned beasts, their attacks failed to inflict any significant damage on Tang Boyue. Raging Thunder. With a resounding crash, Raging Thunder struck one of the summoned beasts. In an instant, the beast let out a heart-wrenching wail before collapsing, barely clinging to life. "No, my demon ape!" Li Gao exclaimed. "You bastard! You told us this kid was just an Intermediate Academy student. Is this really the strength of a student? My demon ape, it's dying." Li Gao swallowed hard, pondering. Something is amiss. This kid has managed to use 2 skills. How can a single summoned beast wield 2 abilities? Before long, the demon ape struck by Raging Thunder met its demise. Tang Boyue showed no mercy to those who sought his life. Thus, when unleashing Raging Thunder, he had channeled its full might. In the face of their companion's death, the remaining foes were gripped by fear. They no longer dared to command their summoned beasts to attack. How could they be so afraid? Observing the hesitant group, Tang Boyue chuckled. "Let us go," Li Gao uttered. Tang Boyue responded. "Do you think I would allow you to leave after attempting to kill me? Scatter and flee. I refuse to believe this lad can clone himself." At that moment, the 16 individuals dispersed in various directions. Some, mounted on their larger summoned beasts, made their escape. They believed that even if Tang Boyue was formidable, he could only pursue one of them. Yet, Tang Boyue remained rooted in place, his face betraying an icy and resolute expression. "Can you truly escape? I have stated that if someone treats me with kindness, I shall return that kindness tenfold. Conversely, if someone harbors malice towards me, I shall respond with even greater malevolence." At that moment, the celestial wrist guard on Tang Boyue's arm radiated a brilliant light. The sky prison, the heavens above darkened with ominous clouds, and purple light emanated from his eyes. In mere seconds, The clouds enveloped the entirety of Dragon S Might Town. What is happening? Li Gao looked up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The air was thick with potent lightning elements that, upon eruption, would reduce him to ashes. The next instant, deafening thunder reverberated as heavenly lightning descended. It seemed as if the lightning possessed sentience, mercilessly targeting Li Gao and his companions. No, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Faced with the specter of death, Li Gao cried out, pleading for mercy. The other 15 echoed his desperation, accusing Li Gao of leading them astray. However, such protests could not alter their impending fate. Tang Boyue understood well that if one spares a life that seeks to take theirs, that individual may attempt the same treachery again. After the sky prison, tranquility returned to the skies over Dragon S Might Town. The storm dissipated, and the moon re-emerged in the heavens. It was as if nothing had transpired. Yet the town bore witness to over 30 piles of ashes, remnants of the 16 individuals and their summoned beasts. Meanwhile, many townsfolk were drawn to the thunderous sounds, peering through windows to gaze at the sky. The tempest had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving most in the dark as to its cause. Yet, a select few comprehended the gravity of the situation. In the Dragon family estate, Long Qitian stood in the backyard, gazing skyward. Father, what has transpired? At that moment, Long Ao and Long Chong emerged. Long Qitian replied, it was the sky prison. The sky prison? What is that? Long Chong inquired. Long Qitian explained. It seems a significant figure has arrived in Dragon S Might Town. The sky prison is a high-tier lightning skill, the most potent technique beneath divine and spiritual arts. However, the sky prison we just witnessed had a wider range than usual. It could be considered a spiritual technique in its own right. Let us hope this esteemed individual departs swiftly after accomplishing their objectives. Such power. Remember, both of you, if you encounter any strangers, particularly those whose summoned beasts are primarily of the thunder element, do not provoke them. Especially you, Long Chong. Do not invite calamity upon yourself. Otherwise, the Long family cannot guarantee your safety, and even they may find themselves entangled in the consequences, Long Qitian stated. I understand. Now, let us return indoors, came the reply. At that moment, Tang Boyue stood still, lost in contemplation. Mingyu approached him and inquired, what troubles you? Are you dazed? Tang Boyue gazed at Mingyu and asked, was my action justified? I have taken the lives of 16 individuals. Setting aside the summoned beasts, those are 16 human lives. It is my first time committing murder, and I have killed 16 at once. In my previous world, such acts are deemed utterly deranged. Indeed, as it was his inaugural experience with taking a life, Tang Boyue felt a significant impact weighing upon his heart. The worldview he had previously known was entirely divergent from this one. Mingyu responded, I cannot speak to the nature of your previous world, but in this realm, your actions were not misguided. To avoid being victimized, one must become a figure that instills fear in others. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Tang Boyue's expression softened considerably as he remarked, earlier, I noticed several individuals fleeing on their summoned beasts. I hadn't realized they could serve as mounts. Why not transform back into your dragon form and allow me to ride? I wish to experience being a dragon knight. Perhaps many men harbor a childhood dream of heroism, to ride upon a divine dragon and soar through the skies. How splendid that would be. Even as adults and fathers, such fantasies often linger in the depths of their hearts. Tang Boyue was no exception. Chapter 31. The Eternal Pact. What? You wish to ride me? Absolutely not. I am the magnificent sky dragon. How could I serve as a mount? No. Mingyu shook his head vigorously. Tang Boyue offered, I will buy you delicious treats tomorrow, roast chicken and roasted goose. Mingyu swallowed hard and replied, well, just this once then. Excellent. In the next instant, with a resounding roar, Mingyu transformed into his true form as the majestic sky dragon. Tang Boyue inhaled deeply and leaped onto Mingyu's neck. Take off. With a mighty roar, Mingyu ascended into the clouds, carrying Tang Boyue aloft. Though night had fallen, the moonlight illuminated the breathtaking scenery above. In this world, devoid of light pollution, the Milky Way shimmered vividly in the sky. It was Tang Boyue's first experience flying through the heavens. Although he had flown on airplanes in his previous world, and there were airships in this realm, the sensation was entirely different. It was sublime. Above the clouds, Mingyu glided smoothly, while Tang Boyue lay flat upon Mingyu's back, gazing up at the celestial river above, a sight rarely witnessed in his former world. Mingyu, Where have you been these past few days? You haven't returned to ask me for money. Did you really win some? Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu replied, I have discovered a lucrative opportunity. Oh. Tang Boyue found himself intrigued. It was indeed a rare occurrence for Mingyu to discover a lucrative method for wealth accumulation. Sitting upright, Tang Boyue positioned himself behind Mingyu and inquired, What method do you speak of? Mingyu replied, My divine skill, of course. Tang Boyue asked, You mean the divine technique granted by the goddess of wisdom, the one called divine regeneration? Yes, that very skill. It is quite profitable, Mingyu affirmed. Tang Boyue, perplexed, responded, Profitable? What wealth can be garnered from such a skill? If you were referring to something like transmuting stones into gold, that would be understandable. But how does a regeneration skill yield profit? Noticing Tang Boyue's confusion, Mingyu elaborated, The divine regeneration skill endows me with an astonishingly formidable ability to regenerate. Should my tail be severed, I can swiftly restore it. This includes my internal organs. Even if my heart were to be extracted, it would regenerate. Thus, as long as I am not obliterated instantaneously, I cannot perish. Moreover, dragon gallbladders are highly valuable, so I sell them. Since regeneration occurs rapidly, I possess an inexhaustible supply of dragon gallbladders. Therefore, I no longer require your financial assistance. Ha ha ha. What? Your path to wealth involves selling your own dragon gallbladder? Tang Boyue exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, dragon gallbladders can be refined into a multitude of elixirs, and being the gallbladders of divine beasts, they are immensely valuable. As regeneration is a constant, it equates to a continuous stream of income. Ha ha ha. I am a commercial prodigy, Mingyu declared proudly. Tang Boyue was rendered speechless. By heavens, only this wretched dragon would resort to selling its own gallbladder. Originally, the skill bestowed by the goddess of wisdom was intended to complement her extraordinary defensive capabilities. Yet she had uncovered an alternative application for it. One could only wonder how the goddess of wisdom would react upon learning this. At that moment, Mingyu continued, What a pity. What do you lament? It is a shame that divine skills cannot be shared. If only you could share yours, you could sell your kidneys as well. Before long, we would be the wealthiest in this continent. Mingyu exclaimed with glee. Tang Boyue, taken aback, thought, Only this wretched dragon would not only sell its own gallbladder, but also covet my kidneys. At this juncture, Tang Boyue's tone grew solemn. Mingyu, what is it? She inquired. As the contract master, I command you. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from inflicting self-harm for the sake of monetary gain. Mingyu hesitated. But there is no harm. It doesn't hurt, and I can regenerate swiftly. I said it is unacceptable. Should I discover that you are selling your own gallbladder again, I will not let you off easily. As for earning money, I possess some capacity for that currently. Once we depart from Dragon Town and venture to a larger city, I anticipate even greater opportunities for profit. Should you require funds, I shall provide them, but self-harm is not an option. This is not a negotiation. It is a command from your contract master. Tang Boyue's voice was grave. While Mingyu may possess the divine skill of limitless regeneration, Tang Boyue could not condone her self-destructive methods for earning money. Even though it posed no actual harm to her, Tang Boyue could not accept it. Oh dear, are you crying? You are too kind to me, she lamented. In the past, those who signed contracts with me either deemed me useless or complained about my voracious appetite. Enough of that. Your tears are far too contrived, Tang Boyue remarked. You caught me, he admitted. After several months, I know you well enough. Someone as unfeeling as you wouldn't weep over such trivial matters. Ha ha ha, you truly are perceptive. However, I must say, you are the one with whom I have upheld a contract the longest, Mingyu replied. Had it not been for the divine contract being irrevocable, I might have dissolved it on the very first day. After saying this, Tang Boyue reclined once more, gazing at the stars above. With a sigh, he spoke, Mingyu, the future remains uncertain, but I ask for your continued support on the path ahead. Mingyu paused momentarily before responding. The same goes for me. I shall also lend you my assistance. By the way, I still owe a gambling debt of 500,000. Could you help me settle it first? What? 500,000? Didn't I just repay you 100,000 last time? And now it's 500,000 again. Goodness, I retract my earlier words. I wish to terminate our contract. That's impossible. You cannot escape. I am bound to you for life. Under the cover of night, beneath the celestial river, a man and a dragon forged an eternal pact that transcended time. The following day, the remains of Li Gao and his companions. No, it would be inaccurate to refer to them as remains. They had been reduced to ashes, were discovered. Initially, the onlookers were uncertain about the nature of the piles before them. But an investigation by the spirit management team confirmed that these were the remnants of individuals and summoned beasts struck down by the wrathful lightning element. However, the spirit management team chose not to intervene significantly, following the orders of Long Qitian, who deemed the incident inconsequential. After all, these individuals had perished in the infernal abyss, and those capable of wielding its power were not to be trifled with by a small town like theirs. A cursory look into the town's missing persons would reveal that the deceased were inconsequential figures, indeed not worthy of excessive concern. At the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Dragon Town, the afternoon session commenced. Students, the first semester is drawing to a close. You will soon face the final examination of this term. A new secret realm has been discovered in the northern part of Dragon Town. Your task for this final exam is to investigate this secret realm, by Li Jin announced to the class. Chapter 32. The Fate of the First Divine Beast. Upon hearing the mention of a secret realm, the students erupted with excitement. The continent upon which Tang Boyue now resided was not the first of its kind. Previous civilizations had existed, but for various reasons, they had vanished. These ancient civilizations left behind numerous secret realms, some of which were fixed in location, while others were mobile. The entrances to mobile secret realms appeared sporadically, with each manifestation occurring at a different location. After its emergence, the entrance existed for approximately a month. Within the secret realm, one might encounter technology from ancient civilizations, treasures, and even slumbering mythical beasts. Generally speaking, the appearance of a new secret realm becomes a coveted target for various nations. Even within the borders of another country, foreign nations would dispatch spies to pilfer the treasures inside. The fact that this particular secret realm is designated for the final examination of students from a town indicates a significant issue. It has likely been thoroughly looted. The manifestation of a mobile secret realm suggests that it has already been accessed by others, who have taken all the valuable items. This instance is likely one of such circumstances. Otherwise, if there were indeed important artifacts remaining, it would be improbable for students from a mid-level beast tamer academy in a mere town to be allowed entry. The current secret realm is devoid of substantial treasures, and since the entrance has reappeared in Yulong Town, it has been decided that the students of Yulong Town will be permitted to explore it, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the structure of the secret realm. Bailey Jean continued, "Everyone, do not rejoice too soon. Although the secret realm is filled with numerous treasures, it is fraught with peril, a life and death situation. Ancient technological marvels and traps still exist within. Therefore, one must exercise utmost caution upon entering, otherwise, a moment's carelessness could cost one their life." Listening to Bailey Jean's elaborate warnings, Tang Boyue could not help but chuckle. The very fact that these mid-level Beast Tamer Academy students were granted access indicated that any dangers had already been mitigated. Even if there were threats, they would likely be newly constructed traps, rendering the risks manageable. Bailey Jin's dramatics were merely intended to heighten the sense of tension among the group. "What are you laughing at, Tang Boyue?" Bailey Jean inquired. I just thought of something amusing," Tang Boyue replied. 1. Tell Bailey Jean you recalled a joyful memory. Reward, 50 points, 1 map fragment. 2. Respond that you can laugh if you wish, and it's none of his business. Reward, 50 points. All summoned beasts on Beast Island increase by 1 level. 3. Remain silent. Reward, 20 points. All summoned beasts on Beast Island gain strength. My word. This system truly is unrestrained, Tang Boyue mused, surprised by the sudden options. However, he found the first option rather peculiar, reminiscent of previous choices. Yet, motivated by the prospect of acquiring a map fragment, he opted for the first choice, as he already possessed 8 fragments. Securing this one would complete a full map. I recalled something joyful, Tang Boyue answered. Bailey Jean was left speechless. This fellow had responded in the same manner yet again. Meanwhile, the rest of the class erupted into laughter. All right, the final examination is in half a month. During this time, prepare well. Before venturing into the secret realm, ensure you have sufficient food and water. If you possess spatial storage equipment, bring it along and stock up on provisions. Clearly, Bailey Jean wished to avoid further conversation with Tang Boyue. She was still apprehensive that Tang Boyue might respond with the news of his wife's childbirth. Old Tang, I have heard that according to the contract, if we acquire treasures, we can take them for ourselves. If we team up, we could claim all the treasures within. Haha, Ho Fan exclaimed, clinging to Tang Boyue's shoulder. Tang Boyue chuckled. You have quite the imagination, monkey. Do you truly think there would be anything of value left for you? Think logically. If it were a complete secret realm, would they allow mere students from the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy to enter? Especially from such an inconspicuous little town. Well, you do have a point. There must be something worthwhile, right? Ho Fan persisted, not yet ready to concede. Tang Boyue replied, there will certainly be something. Really? Ho Fan's excitement surged. Tang Boyue patted Ho Fan's shoulder, smiling. There will definitely be something, but it will likely be resources placed there by the academy, not particularly valuable, but still beneficial for ordinary students, a sort of reward. Oh, I see. I'll go ask Teacher Bailey. With that, Ho Fan dashed off to discreetly consult Bailey Jean. To put it bluntly, he merely sought an opportunity to converse with her. Tang Boyue noticed this, realizing that Ho Fan was indeed quite infatuated. After hearing Ho Fan relay Tang Boyue's perspective, Bailey Jean felt a bit embarrassed. She too was at a loss for words, while other students were filled with excitement. Only Tang Boyue seemed to see through it all. Indeed, it was unlikely that an unexplored secret realm would permit their entry. The secret realm discovered to the north of Yulong Town was merely an old one, its entrance randomly appearing in Yulong Town. In truth, the treasures within had long since vanished, which is why it was designated as a topic for the students' final examination. Unexpectedly, Tang Boyue had guessed correctly. Tell Tang Boyue that even if he is right, the academy has still placed some valuable items inside. It would be nice if he could harbor at least a sliver of hope. Otherwise, it would be utterly meaningless, Bailey Jean advised Ho Fan. Ho Fan smiled. Teacher Bailey, I understand. I will relay that to old Tang. Later that night, Tang Boyue and Mingyu were in their room. Tang Boyue took out 9 fragments of a map. Would you like to combine them into a complete map? The system prompted. Yes. Subsequently, the fragments began to glow, rapidly merging together. As the light faded, a complete map materialized before Tang Boyue. Would you like to save the map to the system? Once saved, it can be viewed through the spirit terminal. Wow, the Beast Taming Island system is actually linked with the spirit terminal, he noted, opting to save it. Congratulations, the map has been successfully saved. Tang Boyue opened the spirit terminal and found the newly saved map. Upon opening it, the terminal displayed the map. Mingyu, this is Yulong Town, isn't it? Mingyu leaned in for a closer look and replied, yes, it is Yulong Town. To my astonishment, the first divine beast is so close to us. Seemingly just to the north, not far at all. Let us proceed there immediately. Okay. Mingyu expressed her confusion. Oh, the language and script here differ from those in my previous world. Okay simply means good, Tang Boyue explained. Indeed, the language and characters in this realm were unlike those of Tang Boyue's former world. Had it not been for the wisdom bestowed upon him by the goddess, he would have been utterly unfamiliar with the local script and tongue. I see, then let us go. Upon exiting the abode, Mingyu instantly transformed into her true form, a colossal dragon of the skies, while Tang Boyue leapt gracefully onto her neck. Thereafter, Mingyu soared towards the northern expanse of Yulong Town with Tang Boyue in tow. Chapter 33. The examination commences quite impressive. Your proficiency is increasing, Tang Boyue remarked with a grin towards Mingyu. Indeed, the matter of mounts is one of either 0 or countless instances. I merely wish to reach our destination more swiftly. The sooner we arrive, the sooner I can gain another little companion, Mingyu retorted. Is that so? Mingyu's speed was remarkable, and in no time, they arrived at the northern part of Yulong Town. Tang Boyue glanced at the map displayed on the spirit terminal. The red dot is just ahead, he noted. Mingyu responded. Ahead lies a dense forest. We cannot ascertain what lies within. We must descend. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and Mingyu returned to the ground, where Mingyu reverted to her human form. The map indicates that the divine beast resides within the forest. Let us proceed, Tang Boyue urged. At that moment, they entered the thick woods. Nocturnal beasts were particularly active during the night, and along their journey, Tang Boyue and Mingyu could hear the sounds of creatures stirring in the shadows. Fortunately, these beasts were wise enough not to confront them recklessly. After traversing a stretch, they halted before a stone door, which appeared ethereal, and beyond it, the space seemed equally insubstantial. This is the entrance to the secret realm, Tang Boyue remarked, surprised to discover that the divine beast was located within. He had not anticipated arriving at the secret realm mentioned by Bailey Jean, the very site of their examination, in half a month. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the divine beast was concealed within the realm. It was perplexing that, despite others having previously entered to collect its treasures, this divine creature remained undiscovered. Some divine beasts prefer seclusion and retreat into secret realms. They are far more familiar with these places than humans, making it easy for them to evade those who might seek them out, Mingyu explained. I understand now. However, we possess a map, so it likely cannot elude us. Let us enter, Tang Boyue declared. Just as they prepared to step into the secret realm, two figures suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Entry is prohibited, one of them stated. Tang Boyue glanced at the two individuals clad in the attire of the Eastern Remote Guardian Corps. To put it simply, they were personnel from the national military. It was hardly surprising to encounter members of the Guardian Corps here, given that it was a secret realm. Even though the original treasures within had been entirely extracted, the Academy had placed additional items inside for the forthcoming final examinations. Thus, the presence of two Guardian Corps members was quite reasonable. I am a student from the Intermediate Beast Taming Academy in Yulong Town. I heard that our upcoming final exam will take place here, so I came to familiarize myself with the environment, Tang Boyue stated. You cannot enter at this moment, as preparations are underway for your impending examination. Please return. Your teachers will escort you here when the time comes. What should we do? Mingyu communicated with Tang Boyue through their shared consciousness. Their bond allowed for such mental exchanges. Let us head back for now. After all, they are from the Eastern Remote Guardian Corps, and clashing with them here could lead to complications. The map will continually update the location of the divine beast. It's better for it to leave the secret realm. If it stays, we can enter openly during the exam, Tang Boyue replied. Although Tang Boyue was eager to locate the divine beast quickly, there was no necessity to provoke the Eastern Remote Guardian Corps. He understood the wisdom of avoiding conflict with authority figures, as he certainly did not wish to be nationally pursued. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and Mingyu returned. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the final examinations arrived. During these days, Tang Boyue had been attentively monitoring the divine beast's position on the map, which remained unchanged. Old Tang, I heard that this final examination will include students from all grades, totaling nearly 400. In that case, encountering upperclassmen may put us at a disadvantage, said Ho Fan, who stood behind Tang Boyue as they prepared to depart. Tang Boyue replied, if we encounter them, we encounter them. They just need to refrain from provoking me. Hearing this, Ho Fan chuckled. True, I might be overthinking. Currently, whether upperclassmen or lowerclassmen, even some teachers, regard you with a certain degree of caution. Indeed, within the academy, both upper and lower classmen, as well as several teachers, held a measure of trepidation towards Tang Boyue. After all, the incident shortly after the semester commenced had left a profound impression. Not only did he disregard the dean, but he also boldly confronted Long Qitian, compelling him to yield and call upon his grandfather. For this reason, regardless of whether Tang Boyue was a freshman or not, the seasoned students dared not provoke him. Ladies and gentlemen, this examination will be led by the combat instructors from each class. Therefore, I shall be your leading instructor, announced by Li Jin as she stepped to the front of the line. Teacher Bai, if danger arises, will you protect me? Ho Fan inquired at that moment. Tang Boyue pressed his forehead, wearing an expression of exasperation. Bai Li Jin turned to Ho Fan and said, if you encounter genuine danger, you can send a distress signal through the spirit control terminal. I will come to retrieve you from the secret realm. However, sending a distress signal means you will forfeit your final grades. Those without grades will not be provided with cultivation resources during the holiday. A chorus of astonishment arose among the students. Bai Li Jin continued, rest assured, as long as you spend sufficient time in the secret realm, you will be deemed qualified. However, do not enter the realm merely to meet the minimum requirements without engaging in exploration. Familiarize yourselves with the secret realm, for you may not encounter such places again in the future. Gaining knowledge is invaluable, as there are many resources within that you will need. Yes, Teacher Bai Li. We understand, the students replied. Very well, let us set off. The other classes have already begun their journeys, and we must keep pace. I will provide you with further details along the way. They chose to walk towards Yulong Town to the north. After over an hour of walking, they finally reached their destination. Some students were already exhausted, slumped on the ground. It seemed their lack of physical training had taken its toll. Beastmasters relied heavily on their summoned beasts, often neglecting their own training, rendering them vulnerable without their beasts. At this moment, Bai Li Jin addressed the class. Students, this final examination will involve all grades from the academy. However, for fairness, our new students will enter first, followed by the second and third year students, who will enter an hour and 2 hours later, respectively. Thus, you have a 1-hour advantage over the second year students and a 2-hour advantage over the third year students. Make good use of this time. Once you find valuable items, do not reveal them. After all, competition among students is permitted within the realm. And this is part of the training examination. Bai Li Jin's words elicited a collective sigh from the crowd. The allowance for competition meant that encountering upperclassmen could spell disaster for them. Chapter 34. Entering the Secret Realm. Enough lamenting. I shall conclude with this. Your time within the realm is limited to 3 days. By 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days hence, everyone must emerge in succession. According to calculations, the entrance to this secret realm will shift in 5 days. Should you not exit by then, the entrance will have moved, and you may find yourselves elsewhere. If it shifts abroad, that could lead to complications. Now, enter and may you have fruitful experiences, Bai Li Jin said. Subsequently, everyone entered the secret realm. Tang Boyue summoned Mingyu to his side as they ventured into the realm together. At that moment, Tang Boyue felt a surge of excitement, for he was soon to encounter the first divine beast, or more precisely, the first divine beast to be catalogued in the Beast Cultivation Island. Otherwise, it would be a grave oversight to underestimate Mingyu. Even if she is deemed the disgrace of divine beasts, she remains a genuine divine beast. Upon passing through the entrance of the secret realm, the scene before them transformed dramatically. Initially, they found themselves within a dense forest. Yet upon crossing the threshold of the secret realm, they discovered they were situated on an island. Old Tang, where should we head now? Ho Fan inquired. Tang Boyue responded. We are likely on the outskirts of the secret realm. We should explore this vicinity. There should be a passage leading into the inner realm. Let us search for the entrance. We should find it before others do, allowing us to seize any valuable items first, Ho Fan suggested. Tang Boyue nodded in agreement, remaining silent. In truth, Tang Boyue had already formulated a plan to part ways with Ho Fan at an opportune moment. Although their relationship was amicable, certain matters were too sensitive to disclose. Tang Boyue intended to accompany Ho Fan for a while, assisting him in locating some items before deliberately allowing themselves to become separated. This year's freshmen from 3 classes had all entered, and they began to disperse, forming small groups of 3 to 5, likely consisting of those who were closer in their daily interactions. Everyone commenced their search for the entrance to the inner realm of the secret. To be frank, this island was quite expansive. Tang Boyue instructed Mingyu to take to the skies for a better view, and by mere observation, it appeared that this island was approximately the same size as Tang Boyue's beast breeding island. With such a vast expanse, it would likely take some time to locate the entrance to the inner realm. However, with a multitude of participants, over 100 present now, and the addition of second and third year students would swell the numbers to nearly 400. The entrance would likely be discovered swiftly amidst such a crowd. Resources had also been allocated by the academy in the periphery of the secret realm. Therefore, while searching for the internal entrance, they could simultaneously seek out these resources. As noon approached, nearly all students had entered. Following the arrival of upperclassmen, opportunities for newcomers to acquire resources would diminish significantly. Thus, to alter this situation, it was imperative to locate the internal entrance quickly and venture forth to gather resources. Tang Boyue, how are you faring? Have you found anything of value? At that moment, Tang Boyue heard a familiar voice. Without needing to look, he recognized the speaker. Hey, Miss Zhao? Ho Fan called out. It was Zhao Yiqing, accompanied by 2 other girls. Monkey, don't call me Miss Zhao. It sounds so awkward. Through her association with Tang Boyue, Zhao Yiqing had become quite familiar with Ho Fan, thus adopting his nickname. Tang Boyue glanced at the bracelet on Zhao Yiqing's wrist, recognizing it as a spatial storage device, and inquired, What about you? Have you found anything of note? Utilizing a spatial storage device already? Zhao Yiqing replied, Just some low-grade elixirs and a few experienced crystal ores. I didn't expect the academy to be so stingy. They haven't placed any valuable items within. Within the depths of the secret realm lie treasures aplenty. However, what might one discover in the periphery? Have you uncovered the entrance to the inner sanctum? Tang Boyue inquired. Zhao Yiqing let out a sigh and replied, Indeed, we have located it, but an issue has arisen. What sort of issue? A few third-year students are guarding the entrance, preventing those from lower grades from entering. Their strength is formidable, and their summoned beasts are around level 50. With our current average level of about 20, we stand no chance against them. If this continues, the treasures within the realm will all be claimed by those third-year students. Zhao Yiqing sighed softly, her frustration evident. Her intention was clear. She hoped Tang Boyue would confront those upperclassmen, as he alone possessed the capability to do so. Is it the Zhao family they are denying entry to? Tang Boyue asked with a smile. Indeed, they permit only Long Ao to enter, Zhao Yiqing responded. Why not have you go and take a look? Xiao Chengchen. If you wish for us to handle those fellows, you needn't be so circumspect, Ho Fan chuckled. Even Ho Fan had discerned Zhao Yiqing's intention, leaving Tang Boyue with no reason to be oblivious. Zhao Yiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at that moment. Do not be so stingy. After all, you intend to enter as well. Moreover, Tang Boyue shares a good rapport with Xiao Cheng, does he not? I often see you both leaving school together. Are you in a romantic relationship? A girl accompanying Zhao Yiqing remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly retorted, Zhou Shui, what are you talking about? We are not in a relationship. Tang Boyue calmly interjected. I am merely a part-time worker for the Zhao family, so please refrain from making assumptions about our relationship, especially since Zhao Yiqing is already engaged. Zhao Yiqing felt a pang of displeasure at his words, her brows furrowing slightly. It sufficed to caution others against making wild speculations. There was no need to bring up her engagement. The mere thought of Long Chong vexed her. The map indicated that divine beasts resided within the secret realm. Now that we know the location of the exit, let us proceed. At that moment, Mingyu communicated with Tang Boyue telepathically. In that case, let us inspect the inner entrance, Tang Boyue responded. Onward. Zhao Yiqing and the three girls led the way, with Tang Boyue, Mingyu, and Ho Fan following closely behind. Old Tang, I believe Xiao Cheng is quite splendid. That Long Chong does not deserve her. You need not fear the Long family. Why not pursue Xiao Cheng? Ho Fan whispered to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue shot Ho Fan a glance and retorted, Monkey, cease your idle chatter. I have made it clear that I am not interested in young girls. Likewise, I hold no interest in your teacher, Bai Li. Do you still wish to enter the inner sanctum? Of course. Then be silent and refrain from unnecessary talk. Understood, I shall remain quiet. Chapter 35. Do you wish to continue? Ahead lies the entrance. Under the leadership of Zhao Yiqing and his companions, Tang Boyue and the others arrived at what was termed the entrance. This so-called entrance was merely a rudimentary gateway formed by two stone pillars. From an external perspective, this portal appeared entirely unremarkable. However, this stone door was, in actuality, a spatial teleportation array. The interior of the secret realm was not, as one might assume, situated underground. Rather, it simply utilized this teleportation array to transport individuals to another dimension. Tang Boyue glanced at the map on his spirit control terminal, confirming that, indeed, the mythical beast was indicated within. The group approached the entrance, only to be confronted by three third-year students who barred their way, stating, I'm sorry, but passage is forbidden here. Lower-level students should not even think about entering. This area is unsuitable for you. Just wander around the periphery and leave after 3 days. Are you serious? Zhao Yiqing retorted. The academy has sent us here for our final examinations in the secret realm. We have every right to enter. What gives you the authority to deny us? One of the taller students among the trio chuckled, looking down at Zhao Yiqing. You're not wrong. The academy does allow you to enter. However, it has not stipulated that upperclassmen cannot obstruct lowerclassmen. At that moment, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. They were all freshmen and second-year students, now blocked from entering. Although they were indignant, they felt powerless against the trio. They were simply not their match. Meanwhile, Tang Boyue was undeterred and attempted to push past them. After taking just a couple of steps, he was forcefully shoved back. Did you not understand our words? You cannot enter. Tang Boyue regarded the three with a cold demeanor. Your obstruction of others is not my concern, but we intend to enter. Either step aside, or I shall assist you in clearing the way. The trio was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such audacity from a freshman. Was this individual completely oblivious to the potential consequences? Are you looking for trouble? One of them sneered. Wait, he seems to be Tang Boyue. One of the trio suddenly recognized him. Upon hearing the name, the other two were equally taken aback. In the academy, there was scarcely anyone who was unaware of Tang Boyue. Even if they had never met him in person, they had certainly heard of his exploits. Let them through. They say this fellow is a lunatic, and who knows what he might do if provoked, one of them suggested. The tall student furrowed his brow. With so many onlookers present, allowing Tang Boyue and his group to pass without resistance would be quite embarrassing. After all, they were third-year students. To back down in front of a freshman would be a significant loss of face. So what if it's Tang Boyue? He is merely a freshman. As long as I'm here today, you shall not enter. Remember this, I am Wang Jian from class 3 of the 3rd year. In the next moment, he summoned his beast. It was a firebird, an epic-level creature of level 49. Tang Boyue was not particularly fond of dealing with airborne summons, as he himself lacked the ability to fly. Are we going to fight? Who's afraid of whom? Ho Fan remarked, before summoning his little fire turtle. After several months of nurturing, the fire turtle had reached level 20. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yiqing hastily summoned her three-tailed fox, which had now attained level 22. The two girls accompanying Zhao Yiqing, however, refrained from summoning their own beasts and chose to step aside, clearly unwilling to involve themselves. Frankly speaking, they were apprehensive about attracting trouble. In their eyes, freshmen stood no chance against third-year students. Thunderous rage. At that moment, Tang Boyue unleashed thunderous rage. The firebird seemed momentarily distracted, as no one anticipated Tang Boyue's sudden attack. Consequently, this strike of thunderous rage struck the firebird with astonishing speed. Humph, are you attempting a sneak attack, boy? But my firebird is already level 49. Its defenses are beyond the capabilities of a mere freshman to breach. So letting you attack first matters little, Wang Jian boasted, clearly brimming with confidence in his summoned creature. To him, a level 49 beast was far superior to any freshman's summon, which he presumed would barely exceed level 20. Moreover, as a beastmaster, he believed he could only attain 10 of the beast's attributes. Hence, he dismissed Tang Boyue's attack as inconsequential, questioning the potential damage of a mere 10 output. However, just as Wang Jian reveled in his confidence, the firebird emitted a mournful cry and plummeted to the ground, smoke billowing from its form as it succumbed to unconsciousness. How could this be? My firebird. No, it can't be. Defeated in an instant, Wang Jian stared incredulously at the incapacitated firebird, struggling to comprehend how a beastmaster could possibly incapacitate his level 49 creature with a single blow. Is this guy even human? At that moment, Zhao Yiqing was taken aback, thinking to herself, has Tang Boyue truly reached such a level of strength? Is this the power of a divine beast? But how does one even wield such power? I would love the opportunity to challenge him, even knowing I would surely lose, just to gauge the distance between us. Ha. Old Tang, you're incredible. It's a joy to fight alongside you. We hardly have a chance to step in. Ho Fan chuckled. Meanwhile, the two girls who had previously been with Zhao Yiqing approached Tang Boyue again, showering him with flattery. Tang Boyue, however, chose to ignore them. These girls had retreated at the first sign of conflict, adopting a stance of indifference, but now sought to ingratiate themselves after the situation had been resolved. At this moment, Tang Boyue addressed Wang Jian, stating, I have spared your summoned beast's life, but it has sustained significant injuries. My advice is to forego the examination and leave immediately, taking your summoned beast for treatment. Otherwise, it may suffer lasting consequences. Wang Jian gritted his teeth, yearning to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. He then recalled his unconscious blaze bird and departed from the scene, seemingly intent on exiting the secret realm. After all, for an ordinary individual, possessing an epic-tier summoned beast is exceedingly rare. He did not wish for his creature to endure lingering effects from inadequate care. Tang Boyue then turned to the other two individuals and inquired, will you continue? No, we shall not proceed. Please, go ahead, they replied. Chapter 36. Because my fist is hard, these two were not foolish. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the one they had just encountered. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and his companions ventured deeper into the secret realm. Upon crossing a rudimentary stone threshold, the scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation. Having been on an island, they now found themselves amidst a dense forest. Gazing upward, the sky shimmered with a purplish hue, imparting an ethereal sensation. Remember this place. We will need to exit through here later, Tang Boyue instructed his companions. They began to explore the vast forest, easily susceptible to becoming lost. Therefore, they marked their path every so often to ensure they could retrace their steps. At that moment, the area was sparsely populated, and after walking for a considerable time, they had yet to encounter another soul, as the lower-year students had been blocked outside. Old Tang, look, there's a chest ahead, Ho Fan exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting a box. He dashed over and opened it, exclaiming, wow, so many elixirs and experience crystals. Indeed, there is an abundance of treasures within. It appears the academy is not overly stingy, Tang Boyue chuckled. Let us divide it among the three of us, Ho Fan suggested. By three, He referred to himself, Tang Boyue, and Zhao Yicheng, completely disregarding the two girls trailing behind Zhao. Ho Fan was not the type to blindly fawn over females prior to their entry. When the confrontation with the third-year students arose, those girls had stepped aside. Once the situation was resolved, they had cheerfully followed along. Ho Fan had noted this. So now that they had discovered treasure, it was only natural that it would not pertain to them. However, the two girls were displeased upon hearing this. One of them retorted, "Monkey, have you forgotten us? We are in this together. We should rightfully receive a share of these resources." With a cold smile, Ho Fan replied, "I am Ho Fan. Monkey is what my brothers and friends call me. Indeed, you accompanied us, but we did not invite you to follow. Just moments ago, when we were about to confront the third graders outside the door, what were you doing? You simply sidestepped and waited for the situation to resolve before joining us again. Such opportunism is hardly commendable. It was already generous of me to include you. If you desire resources, you ought to seek them for yourselves." "What do you mean by that? We are good sisters with Yicheng." In truth, Zhao Yicheng felt quite awkward. She did not entirely approve of the actions of these two girls. During a crisis, they distanced themselves, appearing indifferent, and once the matter was settled, they merrily rejoined us, now demanding a share of the resources. Yet, Zhao Yicheng hesitated to voice her discontent, as they were all classmates, and they would continue to study together for the next 2 years. It would be unwise to sour their relationship. However, she understood that these two had no rightful claim to the resources, and thus, she could not allow Ho Fan and Tang Boyue to suffer any losses. Therefore, she proposed, "How about this? I shall forego my share and give it to you." Upon hearing this, the two girls instantly brightened, exclaiming, "Yicheng is the best. She is truly our good sister, unlike some others." With that, they cast a disdainful glance at Ho Fan. At that moment, however, Tang Boyue interjected, "Zhao Yicheng, those resources do not belong to you. What do you intend to share with them?" Zhao Yicheng was taken aback by his words. "Hey, Tang Boyue, what do you mean? Yicheng was helping you just outside." The two girls fumed slightly. Tang Boyue replied, "What do you mean? This is a world where strength speaks. Just like those third graders, they possess the power to keep lower grades at bay. I too have strength. And when I find resources, I shall keep them for myself. If you are dissatisfied, resort to your fists. You are being too overbearing." The two girls retorted, "Overbearing? What of it? If you are not satisfied, then let your fists do the talking. Now be off." Ho Fan commanded. "We will remember this. We will seek out the first class," the two girls declared, turning to leave. At that moment, Zhao Yicheng, speechless, exclaimed, "Tang Boyue, Ho Fan, what are you doing?" Tang Boyue responded, "Those two are far too selfish. They are not worth forming close ties with. Let us go. Place the resources in your spatial storage device, and when we return, you and the monkey can split them." "What about you?" Zhao Yicheng inquired. Tang Boyue remarked, "These rudimentary resources hold little significance for me. Their presence or absence makes no difference." Sighing, Ho Fan added, "Ah, old Tang, how do you possess such prowess? Others sign contracts with Ming Yu to no avail, yet your agreement with him propels you to great heights." "Enough with the chatter, let us proceed," Tang Boyue commanded. "Zhao Yicheng, gather the resources." Nodding in compliance, Zhao Yicheng stowed the resources into her spatial storage artifact. They continued their exploration, spending an entire day within this realm, yielding satisfactory results. Having entered early, they found themselves amidst a growing number of students by the following day, including lower-year students. As more gathered, even the few third-year students stationed at the entrance could no longer maintain their guard. With a little unity, they naturally infiltrated the area. "We should find an opportunity to separate from them. We have less than 2 days left." At this moment, Mingyu communicated with Tang Boyue through their minds. Tang Boyue replied, "I understand. We shall venture into that dense forest ahead. As I perceive a thick fog there, we can feign becoming separated from them." However, Tang Boyue's objective was not the resources within this secret realm. Although the academy had generously provided ample resources, he held little interest in them, as they were trivial in comparison to those sought by divine beasts. Chapter 37. The mountain spirit having rested sufficiently, let us explore the fog-laden area ahead. Such zones typically harbor valuable treasures, Tang Boyue suggested. The ambience of that foggy area is rather unsettling. I hope it poses no danger. Ho Fan expressed a hint of concern. Rising from her seated position, Zhao Yicheng gazed towards the foggy region and reassured. This secret realm has long been explored by national experts, and any traps have been dismantled. Otherwise, students from our Intermediate Beastmaster Academy would not be permitted entry. While the fog area may present certain hazards and mechanisms, they are likely within our control. The Academy would not allow us to face peril during an examination. Reassured by Zhao Yicheng's words, Ho Fan felt a sense of relief. Very well, let us head to the foggy area. The group set off. Along their journey, they encountered other students. The foggy area stood out conspicuously. Once inside the secret realm, it was impossible to miss. All were aware that such regions typically yielded unexpected gains. Even if the items within the secret realm were placed there by the Academy, they would certainly consider placing valuable items in the fog. Thus, students who had entered began to gravitate towards the foggy zone. After a 20-minute trek, Tang Boyue and his companions arrived at the misty area. Help! Help! Run! Upon entering the mist-laden zone, anguished cries echoed through the dense fog, where visibility dwindled to a mere 50 meters. Tang Boyue and his companions could only discern the sounds of distress, unable to catch sight of the source. In the next moment, several students gradually emerged within Tang Boyue's line of sight, fleeing in a state of panic as if pursued by some ominous entity. What transpired ahead? Ho Fan inquired. Run! There is a fearsome beast, shouted one of the fleeing individuals. They swiftly dashed past Tang Boyue and his group, vanishing into the thick mist. Suddenly, a roar pierced the air as a shadow broke through the fog. A humanoid summoned beast with blue skin and white hair, displaying menacing fangs, materialized. It appeared to be the very creature that had been chasing the students. Isn't this the summoned beast of Teacher Bailey? Tang Boyue exclaimed. Indeed, it is Bailey Shanggu. He confirmed. Tang Boyue utilized the spirit control terminal to gather more information. Name, Shanggu, race, ghost clan, attributes, poison, fire, bloodline, level, attributes, strength, agility, defense, skills, master. Astoundingly, the information regarding this Shanggu had been concealed by its master, rendering it inaccessible via the spirit control terminal. However, Tang Boyue and Ho Fan were certain that this was indeed Bailey Jin's Shanggu, as she frequently summoned her creature during practical training sessions to accompany the students. Remarkably, it seems that the teachers have also entered this realm. They are deliberately unleashing their summoned beasts to heighten the challenges for the students. Observing from the shadows to evaluate everyone's performance. It appears this is the true essence of the final examination, Tang Boyue remarked. At that moment, Shanggu charged towards Tang Boyue and his companions. With a fierce roar, it prepared to attack, but upon recognizing Tang Boyue among the group, it abruptly withdrew its assault. In previous practical lessons, Shanggu had suffered setbacks at the hands of Tang Boyue. Despite its formidable level of over 100, it could not breach Tang Boyue's defenses. Consequently, among the students of Class 2, Shanggu held a particularly vivid recollection of Tang Boyue. Encountering him in this setting, Shanggu was reluctant to engage in conflict, for humanoid summoned beasts possess considerable intelligence. This confirmed it. This was indeed Bailey's Shanggu. Observing Shanggu's reaction, Tang Boyue felt entirely assured of its identity. Shanggu now appeared somewhat awkward, emitting strange sounds that Tang Boyue failed to comprehend. After all, certain summoned beasts or demonic creatures, even in humanoid form, do not possess the capacity for human language. Understanding their utterances is typically reserved for their contract holders or other creatures of their kind. What is it saying? Zhao Yicheng inquired. Ho Fan replied, I don't understand. He inquired how they ended up here. At that moment, Mingyu spoke up. Tang Boyue chuckled. Isn't this the final exam? By the way, the exam entails defeating the summoned beasts of the teachers, correct? At this juncture, the mountain ghost anxiously shook his head, uttering incomprehensible sounds. Mingyu continued to translate. He says they are merely here to stir up trouble. Defeating them is futile and will not earn any points. He suggests we head over there, where treasures await. The mountain ghost nodded, then pointed in a direction towards Tang Boyue and his companions. The mountain ghost simply wished to send Tang Boyue away. He had no desire to engage in battle with him. He recalled the practical class when he was summoned by Bailey Jin. Since Tang Boyue had no one to train with, the mountain ghost took on the role of a sparring partner. That training session left an indelible shadow upon him. Initially, he believed he could easily overpower a mere student, yet the outcome was that he could not breach the defenses at all. Thank you, Mountain Ghost. Tang Boyue said. The Mountain Ghost waved goodbye to Tang Boyue and swiftly darted away, eager to cause mischief elsewhere. Tang Boyue and his companions pressed on, and the deeper they ventured, the more they could hear the sounds of battle. Moreover, there were multiple skirmishes occurring. However, due to the thick fog that enveloped the area, the visibility was severely limited, rendering it impossible to discern the nature of the scenes without stepping closer. As Tang Boyue and his companions delved deeper, they finally witnessed the ongoing conflict. Numerous summoned beasts were present, all belonging to the Academy's instructors, with most being at least level 80, and some even surpassing level 100. They guarded the resources at the center, while the students had begun to form alliances to combat these summoned beasts for the sake of the resources. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to players in a game teaming up to battle a world boss. Goodness, old Tang, do you see those resources ahead? Quite a bounty. Let us join the fray and defeat those summoned beasts, then seize the resources for ourselves, Ho Fan exclaimed. Tang Boyue observed that dozens of students were engaged in battle with the summoned beasts, yet it was evident that the beasts were showing restraint against the weaker freshmen. Tang Boyue nodded. All right, let us join in. He perceived this as a splendid opportunity to participate in the battle and subsequently make his escape. He would later inform Ho Fan that he had been entangled with a summoned beast, lost his way in the fog, and this excuse should suffice. After all, there were less than 2 days remaining, and Tang Boyue needed to seek out what he desired. Chapter 38. Intruders in the Secret Realm. The three of them then launched their attack. With many students collaborating in the assault, the scene became quite chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Tang Boyue discreetly departed the scene alongside Mingyu. Although sneaking away seemed somewhat ungracious, circumstances warranted such actions. Certain matters must remain cloaked in secrecy, known only to a select few. Once they had left the site, Tang Boyue scrutinized the location marked on the map. We should be approaching it soon, he remarked. The duo continued their journey, guided by the map. After approximately half an hour, Tang Boyue came to a halt, activating his spirit terminal to examine the map further. According to the indicated coordinates, the mythical beast should be nearby. However, the area appeared desolate, save for a few large stones. Mingyu leaned in for a closer look and asserted, "This is indeed the spot." Tang Boyue replied, "The map indicates this location, yet it seems barren. Surely it cannot be hidden underground." Mingyu countered, "It might very well be concealed beneath the earth." With that, Mingyu commenced her efforts, moving the large stones aside. "What are you doing?" Tang Boyue inquired. "These stones harbor the essence of spatial power," Mingyu explained. "If arranged correctly, they can unleash their latent energy, thereby opening another realm. Not everyone possesses this knowledge. You should consider yourself fortunate to be in my company. Otherwise, you would be unable to access this place today." Tang Boyue was taken aback, unaware of the stone's potential. It was no wonder the mythical beast had eluded discovery within this secret domain. As Mingyu repositioned the final stone, an extraordinary radiance emanated from the assemblage, with elemental markings appearing on each stone. "What does this signify?" Tang Boyue asked. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mingyu's eyes as she replied, "I hadn't anticipated a secondary mechanism. Do you see the elemental markings on the stones? We must activate them using these elements to unveil the spatial formation. This one signifies thunder, that one represents darkness, over there is fire, beside it is water, and that one signifies wind. Blast it, we only possess the thunder attribute." Tang Boyue exclaimed. Mingyu, too, found herself in a predicament. The situation was indeed complicated. Even if they returned to summon Ho Fan and the others, they would only acquire the fire attribute. But what of the other 3 attributes? Moreover, if someone else assisted in unlocking this spatial formation, would they not also enter? "Have you discovered anything, Tang Boyue?" Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to find Long Ao standing there. This fellow was no ordinary individual. He had been observing Tang Boyue all along. Recognizing Tang Boyue's exceptional capabilities, Long Ao had stealthily followed him since his entrance into the secret realm. Now, witnessing Tang Boyue uncovering the mechanism, he was certain that prior entrants had overlooked it, hinting at the presence of further treasures within. Thus, he chose this moment to reveal himself. He was unperturbed by the thought of Tang Boyue taking action against him, for he understood that Tang Boyue currently required his assistance. "Good heavens, I sensed someone was watching me as soon as I entered this secret realm. So, it was you all along. What is it? Do you wish to be dealt with by me again?" Tang Boyue remarked. Long Ao's eyes twitched slightly. He harbored resentment towards Tang Boyue, yet he recalled the words of Tan Long Kishan, who had advised him that regardless of his disdain for Tang Boyue, he should seek opportunities to foster a closer relationship, ultimately gaining methods to control divine beasts from him. Long Ao stated, Among those stones, one bears a mark of the dark attribute. I believe you require it. The dark attribute is indeed rare, to my knowledge. There are only 2 or 3 individuals in the entire academy who possess a dark attribute summoning beast, and I am one of them. I can assist you in activating this mechanism, while you have the lightning attribute. The remaining 3 attributes are common. You can easily find a few individuals to assist. Tang Boyue pondered for a moment. The dark attribute was indeed rare. Aside from Long Ao, it would be quite challenging to find another individual with a useful dark attribute. Very well, Tang Boyue replied. But once we enter, we will assess the situation. If the space is ample, we shall each pursue our own paths. And whatever we obtain will be based on our own merits. If the space is confined, we can negotiate further. How does that sound? In truth, Tang Boyue's proposal aligned perfectly with Long Ao's intentions, separately seeking treasures, with the spoils belonging to whoever found them. It was the most advantageous arrangement. If he were to accompany Tang Boyue, encountering something valuable would likely result in Tang Boyue seizing it. Long Ao smiled slightly and extended his hand in a gesture of agreement. Good. May our collaboration be fruitful. I shall seek out a few more individuals, and I will apply pressure as a member of the Long family to prevent them from entering. Tang Boyue chuckled. You truly possess a knack for villainy, which quite suits my purpose. There's only so much cake to go around. Too many sharing it would render the endeavor tedious. Ha ha ha, Tang Boyue. Perhaps we could truly become friends, Long Ao laughed. That I cannot promise. While others may go to great lengths for friends, I fear you might stab your friends in the back, Tang Boyue replied with a cold smile. Long Ao then masked his embarrassment with laughter. Just as he was about to seek assistance, 3 individuals approached unexpectedly. No need to trouble yourself looking for others. We are here to help. We have long suspected something was amiss here, but we were unable to decipher this mechanism until you, young man, managed to crack it. The arrival of the 3 sparked caution in both Tang Boyue and Long Ao, for these individuals were not students. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be in their 30s, and neither of them recognized them as faculty from the academy. Most astonishingly, the trio had golden hair and were foreigners, 2 men and a woman. Who are you? Long Ao inquired. One of the men replied, We are Wavians. Upon hearing the term Wavians, both Tang Boyue and Long Ao furrowed their brows. The presence of 3 foreigners here was a clear indication of espionage. Due to the fact that this secret realm in Dongyao has long been explored, all its treasures have been extracted. Now, it merely serves as a training ground for students, which explains the lax security at the entrance. Consequently, spies with even modest abilities can easily infiltrate. Tang Boyue, we are in trouble. These 3 individuals are clearly spies. If there truly are valuable items within, they will undoubtedly eliminate us to silence our knowledge. Long Ao inched closer to Tang Boyue and whispered, Are you afraid? Long Ao hesitated, uncertain of what to say, for fear had indeed gripped him. Perhaps Dongyao would never suspect that a thoroughly explored secret realm could still harbor spies. Long Ao silently lamented his misfortune. He had initially anticipated a bountiful harvest today. Now, however, his life was in jeopardy. These spies were ruthless. They would certainly not spare their lives to allow them to report back. Chapter 39. The underground palace. Unlike the diverse terrains of Dongyao, Wavi is a forest kingdom. In Wavi, forests are the most prevalent feature, with even their main city established at the heart of the woods. Wavi is considered a moderately sized nation in the Western realm. This place is yours. Let us go, Tang Boyue stated. In truth, Tang Boyue had no intention of leaving. He merely sought to gauge the attitudes of the trio. Ha ha ha, the Wavi woman replied. Let you go? Don't be foolish. We have made our identities clear. Even if we were to release you, it could not possibly be now. Conveniently, we 3 are summoners of the elements of wind, fire, and water. Open this place and enter with us. Tang Boyue had already discerned their intent. These 3 merely wished to bring them along as fodder. After all, the dangers within were unpredictable, and Tang Boyue was certain that ultimately, these 3 would not spare them. Of course, Tang Boyue had no intention of letting them off lightly either. The audacity of these 3 spies to infiltrate Dongyao demanded retribution. Tang Boyue approached the thunderstone. Angry thunder. In the next moment, the markings on the thunderstone illuminated. Tang Boyue turned to Long Ao. It's your turn. Long Ao summoned the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Activate that dark stone using the Shadow of Darkness. The Shadow of Darkness possessed no offensive capabilities, yet activating such elemental stones required only the necessary attributes, not strength. The shadow demon slipped into the shadows and swiftly moved to the dark stone. Soon, the markings on the dark stone glowed as well. Tang Boyue then addressed the 3 Wavi spies. "Now it is your turn." "Humph, this kid is far calmer than I anticipated," remarked a slightly plump Wavi spy. In the next moment, he summoned a wolf-like creature. This was the Gale Wolf. Subsequently, a fierce wind blade unleashed by the Wind Wolf activated the markings on the Wind Stone. Following this, the female Vavi spy summoned a colossal toad, the Tide Toad. A water cannon erupted forth, illuminating the mark on the water stone. Finally, the slender Vavi spy conjured a tiger-shaped familiar, its entire coat ablaze with a fiery hue, the blazing tiger, exuding flames. With a thunderous roar, the blazing tiger unleashed a column of fire from its maw, igniting the last mark on the firestone. In an instant, a rift in space appeared before them. "Is this the gateway to another realm? You two, step inside first," instructed the female Vavi spy. Tang Boyue and Mingyu led the way, followed closely by Long Ao. At this moment, Tang Boyue discreetly examined the spirit control terminal in his hand, hoping to glean information about the 3 summoned beasts. Regrettably, the details of the 3 familiars were concealed. This was to be expected, given their status as spies. They would not brazenly share their familiar information on the terminal. "If you keep staring at that terminal, I'll have to kill you," warned the somewhat portly Vavi spy. All right, I want to look," Tang Boyue replied. As they entered the rift, it vanished in an instant. "The rift has disappeared. How do we get out?" queried the female Vavi spy. "There must be another exit. Let us search for valuable items here first," suggested the slender Vavi spy. They surveyed their surroundings, noting that this environment differed from the previous secret realm. It resembled a vast underground palace, featuring multiple passageways. If they could access the spirit control terminal, they could determine the location of the divine beasts via the map, thus knowing which passage to take. However, with the 3 spies watching closely, Tang Boyue found no opportunity to consult the terminal. Of course, he could eliminate the 3 spies at any moment. Judging by their ages, they appeared to be advanced beast masters, with their summoned beasts exceeding level 100. Given their level, Tang Boyue doubted their ability to survive in the tempest of the infernal realm. Yet, he remained uncertain about the dangers lurking within this underground palace or whether exiting would require various elemental powers. Thus, he refrained from taking action for the time being. The 3 spies shared a similar line of thought to Tang Boyue's. "There are 5 passageways. Which one shall we take?" "Let us start with the first one," suggested one. "Hey, you all, move ahead and recall your summoned beasts, especially that dragon girl," the Vavi female spy commanded. Mingyu's presence unnerved the trio. For her human form alongside her dragon lineage was indeed formidable. They had attempted to access Mingyu's information via the spirit control terminal. But Tang Boyue had also concealed her details. Most of the townsfolk are familiar with Mingyu, yet beyond the confines of this town. Even those not hailing from the Eastern Yao Kingdom would be oblivious to her existence. Regardless of how renowned she may be, or how audacious her demeanor, she is merely celebrated within the borders of Yulong Town. Outside of it, who knows her? Thus, her humanoid form and draconic traits appear quite imposing. Long Ao hastily recalled the little night demon, grumbling about his disdain for the situation, vowing to make them pay later. Mingyu communicated telepathically with Tang Boyue, who responded with a slight smile, suggesting a brief respite on Beast Breeding Island before summoning her again. Subsequently, Tang Boyue transported Mingyu to the island. "Now you two, proceed ahead," he instructed, walking side by side with Long Ao. At that moment, Long Ao whispered to Tang Boyue, "The summoned beasts of those 3 are quite formidable, likely exceeding level 100. Can your summon withstand their onslaught?" Tang Boyue chuckled. "Come now, we are of similar age. Consider the prowess of beast masters at our stage. Now reflect on the capabilities of our 3 adversaries. Do you truly believe I can fend them off?" Long Ao, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It appeared they might indeed fall victim to these 3 spies. "Do not conspire ahead. We are watching you," warned the female spy. Tang Boyue turned back, smiling at the trio. "We are but meat on your chopping block. What tricks could we possibly employ? Rest assured, we shall comply with your commands." Hoping for mercy when you depart, Tang Boyue feigned submission, hoping to lower their guard, while Long Ao's trepidation was genuine. "Fear not, as long as you obey. We shall spare you," the spy assured, though her thoughts betrayed a different intent. After all, such operatives never leave room for error. Having glimpsed their true nature, Tang Boyue and Long Ao could hardly expect leniency. Thank you, murmured the slightly plump spy, inwardly scoffing at the youth's naivety. The passage was lengthy, and they had traversed it for what felt like an eternity. This is infuriating. How much longer must we walk? The female spy expressed her impatience. We have no choice but to continue. Let us press on, replied the slightly plump spy. They advanced further, and after what seemed an interminable duration, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon them. Tang Boyue estimated they had been walking for at least 5 or 6 hours. However, regardless of how they walked, this passage seemed to stretch on endlessly. After 5 or 6 hours, calculating at a normal walking pace, they had traversed nearly 20 to 30 kilometers. 20 to 30 kilometers. And yet they remained ensconced within this corridor. Was this subterranean palace truly so vast? Was the passage indeed so extensive? At this moment, the group settled down to rest, while Tang Boyue began to ponder the nature of this passage. Was it possible that this space existed only in illusion? Tang Boyue was acutely aware that they could not continue in this manner. Otherwise, they would surely perish within these confines. For now, their only recourse was to consult the map. At this juncture, the 3 spies were somewhat fatigued, seated on the ground, their attention diverted from Tang Boyue. Perhaps due to the relatively unassuming demeanor of Tang Boyue and Long Ao, the spies had lowered their vigilance towards the two. Tang Boyue, sitting with his back to the trio, discreetly activated the spirit control terminal. Upon opening the map, he indeed uncovered a troubling revelation. The location of the divine beast lay directly ahead to their right. Tang Boyue turned to glance. However, what met his eyes was merely a wall. Could it be that they were required to pass through it? After scrutinizing the map closely, he quickly grasped the truth. Astonishingly, this passage was not infinitely extended. Although the subterranean chamber was expansive, it was not so vast as to accommodate a passage stretching for dozens of kilometers. If his conjecture held any merit, this corridor was circular in shape. Due to its considerable size, the curvature of the passage was slight, giving them the impression that they were walking in a straight line. In reality, they were merely circling around this circular passage. The position of the divine beast resided at the heart of this circle, implying that there must be hidden pathways leading to its center. Let us proceed, he urged, prompting the group to move forward. After resting for a little over 10 minutes, the 3 spies rose to their feet. Can we rest a little longer? I truly lack the strength, Long Ao interjected. At that moment, the female spy approached and delivered a sharp kick to Long Ao, causing him to yelp in pain. Stop your prattling. If you wish to survive, obey. Get up. Let us go. I shall go. I shall go. Long Ao conceded, compelled to comply. Subsequently, he and Tang Boyue continued onward. Tang Boyue had now comprehended that they were encircled within a closed-loop circular passage. He had lost track of how many times they had circumnavigated this circle. The entrance they had previously seen was now obscured, indicating that the true path within this space was concealed. Tang Boyue, if we persist like this, we shall surely perish here. We are lost in this peculiar realm. Ultimately, we will either succumb to exhaustion or hunger, or be slain by those 3. We must seize an opportunity to escape. At least that would grant us a glimmer of hope, Long Ao whispered to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue retorted, call me grandfather once more, and I assure you, you shall emerge alive. What do you mean? It is not the first time I've called, yet you still feel shy? Whether you choose to respond or not is entirely up to you. After all, it ultimately depends on your will to live. Tang Boyue wore a nonchalant expression, indifferent to whether you chose to answer or not. Grandfather, Long Ao gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless at this moment. Regardless of whether Tang Boyue was toying with him or not, he might as well call out. It was merely a matter of losing face, without any real loss on his part. Ah, my dear grandson, fret not, for you shall not perish this time. Your grandfather will ensure your safe passage. Of course, this hinges on your cooperation. Simply follow my lead, Tang Boyue assured him. Long Ao replied, at this moment, my sole desire is to escape from these 3 spies. Why would I ever consider betraying you? That is for the best. At this point, Tang Boyue suddenly halted. The 3 spies, noticing his pause, inquired, why have we stopped? Tang Boyue responded, we have traversed this path for quite some time, yet it appears to stretch on endlessly. Have you ever pondered the possibility that this passage might be a closed-loop circle? His words left the others momentarily stunned. Such a notion was indeed plausible. However, if it were truly circular, what are the entrance they had used to enter? Surely, after traversing a full circle, they should be able to view their point of entry. Young man, if you claim this passage is a circle, how do you explain the route we took to enter? The female spy questioned. Tang Boyue replied. This is the remarkable aspect of this underground palace. It should be an illusory space. The passageways within can conceal themselves, yet they do exist. It is merely our eyes that deceive us. Hence, we should not follow the path, but instead move towards the center. We ought to observe the walls closely. There may be a hidden passage leading to the core. You make a fair point, one of them conceded. Subsequently, they continued onward, this time with their hands gliding along the inner walls. After approximately another half-hour of walking, Tang Boyue suddenly made a discovery that startled him. As he halted once more, the female spy impatiently asked, "Why have you stopped again?" Tang Boyue replied, "Do you not see my hand?" At this, they turned their gaze to his hand, which was now fully embedded within the wall. "What is happening?" The female spy exclaimed in astonishment, approaching to touch the wall herself. To her surprise, her hand easily passed through the wall as well. Tang Boyue remarked, "It seems my conjecture was correct. There is indeed a hidden passage. Our eyes have deceived us. This wall does not actually exist. Moving through here should lead us to the center." Upon hearing this, the spies were filled with elation. "You go first," the plump spy urged, pushing Tang Boyue and Long Ao forward with a commanding tone. Chapter 41. The ironclad guardian, their bodies effortlessly passed through the wall. Before Tang Boyue and his companions stood a new passageway. The direction of this passage suggested it led to the very heart of the labyrinth, where the divine beast resided. Remarkable. Indeed, there are other routes here. The architect of this underground palace must have been deranged, nearly trapping us within its confines. The three spies have also entered. You truly possess remarkable skills. Even outside, you could uncover the secrets of those stones and successfully gain entry, and now you have discovered the secret of this passageway," remarked the slender spy. Tang Boyue replied, "Hold your praises. We do not yet know what awaits us ahead." "Humph, lad, let us proceed." "Whether we survive depends on your fortune," the spy retorted. With that, Tang Boyue and Long Ao advanced further. However, they had not traveled far when a strange sound echoed from ahead. In the next moment, a swarm of ominous creatures hurtled toward them. "What is that? Help!" Long Ao screamed in terror upon witnessing the scene. Tang Boyue furrowed his brow. It appeared to be a horde of flying insects. "Hey, command your fire tiger to attack. If those flying pests reach us, we are doomed," Tang Boyue urged. "You don't need to tell me. I can handle it myself." "Fire tiger, go!" Long Ao commanded. At that moment, the fire tiger leaped forward, unleashing a thunderous roar as a torrent of flames erupted from its mouth. The fiery inferno swiftly engulfed the passageway ahead, and the air was filled with the crackling sounds of the burning insects, along with a foul, charred odor. After a brief interval, the fire tiger halted, having turned the entire swarm into ash. "Goodness, what else awaits us?" Tang Boyue remarked. "That threat has been neutralized. You two may proceed." As they continued onward, the ground was thickly carpeted with the remains and ashes of the flying insects, producing a crunching sound with each step. After a few minutes, they arrived in a vast hall, which was desolate and empty. Before them stood a closed stone door. The group approached, attempting to open the door, but to no avail. The three spies even suggested summoning their beasts to forcibly shatter the door, yet no matter their attacks, the stone remained unscathed. "Curse it! How do we open this wretched door?" Just then, a rumbling sound reverberated from above the hall. They looked up to see a passageway slowly materializing in the ceiling. In the next instant, with a thunderous crash, a colossal armored guardian fell from the passageway. Upon impact, the stone floor cracked under the immense weight of the guardian. Standing over 3 meters tall and wielding a massive measuring rod, the armored sentinel straightened and approached the group. As it drew near, it raised the measuring rod high above its head. "Get down!" the crowd shouted as they hastily dodged. With a thunderous crash, the colossal figure struck the ground, causing the stone slab to fracture. "What is this creature?" "A beast of the abyss," Long Ao inquired anxiously. At that moment, he activated the Spirit Master Terminal to examine the data on this armored guardian. However, to his dismay, the terminal displayed no information whatsoever. Even its name was obscured. All data replaced by question marks. It does not resemble a beast. Could it be a remnant of ancient civilization? Or perhaps a mere puppet? Tang Boyue speculated. In this world, aside from beast tamers, there exists another profession, the puppeteer. Not everyone possesses the strength of spirit required to forge a contract with a beast and become a beast tamer. To establish such a contract, one must first possess formidable mental fortitude to become the dominator of the pact. Otherwise, one risks being countered by the summoned entity. The lighter consequences include mental degradation and cognitive impairment, while the severest outcomes may involve the summoning creature turning the tables, leading to dire predicaments. Not everyone's mental prowess suffices, yet many yearn for the combat prowess akin to that of beast tamers. After all, in a world that reveres strength, who does not aspire to be formidable? Thus, the profession of puppeteer emerged. Puppeteers manipulate puppets using their own spiritual energy, requiring no mental power, simply utilizing their essence to animate the puppets. However, puppets generally lack the prowess of summoned beasts, as most can only employ brute force without any skills. The armored guardian before them bore the appearance of a battle-hardened general, entirely crafted from iron. Its design aligns with the concept of a puppet, nevertheless. If it is indeed a puppet, the puppeteer must be present to control it. Yet here, apart from them, there was no one else. If not for the puppeteer's manipulation, how could this iron sentinel move? Alternatively, could there be a sentient being, either human or beast, concealed beneath the metallic exterior? Regardless of its nature, a strike from that entity would surely leave one either dead or severely incapacitated. Let us attack and destroy this metallic monstrosity, suggested the slightly plump spy. At that moment, their three summoned beasts launched an assault on the armored guardian. Despite its considerable defensive capabilities, the iron sentinel seemed largely unaffected by the trio's attacks. The water from the wave-surfing toad attempting to assail the iron figure was indeed a rather ludicrous endeavor. Akin to an egg striking a rock, the wind blade of the gale wolf merely left shallow scratches on the surface of the armored warrior. Lastly, the flames of the blazing tiger, which merely engulfed ordinary fire, lacked the intensity to melt through iron. Thus, despite the fact that all three summoned beasts were over level 100, they found themselves ensnared in a fierce battle against this iron guardian, which countered them effectively. Tang Boyue, seizing the opportunity while the trio was preoccupied with the iron sentinel, suggested, "Let us flee and summon reinforcements to apprehend these three spies. Rewards await us." Long Ao responded to Tang Boyue with a smile. "Why should we run? Grandson, behold this immense iron block. It is truly remarkable. This might very well be a technological relic from a bygone civilization. Faced with three summoned beasts, each exceeding level 100, it stands its ground without faltering. I am enamored by this object. I desire it." Upon hearing this, Long Ao's eyes widened in astonishment as he retorted, "Have you lost your mind? You cannot even contend with three level 100 summoned beasts. What do you think you can accomplish? Even if you were to obtain it, could you wield it? I am leaving. If you choose to remain, that is your prerogative, but I refuse to perish here." With that, Long Ao turned to flee. In the next moment, a blade of wind surged towards him. In an instant, a gash appeared across Long Ao's back, blood gushing forth as he writhed in agony on the ground. At that juncture, a portly spy coldly remarked, "Do not presume that our summoned beasts are engaged in battle and that you can escape unscathed. We can take your life without our summoned beasts lifting a finger. I won't run. I won't run. Help me, please. I do not wish to die. I beg you. Save me." Long Ao cried out, his pain overwhelming him as he gazed at the pool of blood beneath him. He understood that if the bleeding did not cease, he would surely meet his demise. Chapter 42, Void Beast. Lyrizinia. The three spies paid no heed to Long Ao's lamentations. They had initially intended to eliminate both Long Ao and Tang Boyue before departing. Thus, their fates were of no concern to them. The pain and loss of blood caused Long Ao's body temperature to plummet, and he could distinctly feel his life ebbing away. Yet, just then, Tang Boyue approached Long Ao, producing some hemostatic medication for him to use. After staunching the bleeding, Tang Boyue offered Long Ao a recovery potion, urging him to consume it. With the potion ingested, Long Ao found some relief from his suffering. However, it was merely a standard recovery potion and would not expedite his healing in the short term. "Why are you saving me?" Long Ao lay on the ground, regarding Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue replied, "Though I do not consider myself a good person, I am a man of my word. I just promised you that if you call me grandfather, I would ensure your survival outside. Therefore, until I have escorted you out, I will not allow you to perish. You are indeed a peculiar individual." At that moment, Tang Boyue rose to his feet and surveyed the ongoing battle. Despite the spy-summoned beasts all surpassing level 100, their attack methods were evidently ineffective against the Iron Guardian. Water, fire, and wind inflicted no significant damage upon it. Tang Boyue's gaze drifted toward the now-closed stone door, which bore an opening resembling the size of the massive ruler wielded by the Iron Guardian. An idea struck him, and he addressed the three spies. Do you require assistance? Assistance? What can a mere child from a mid-level academy possibly offer? Scoffed the female spy. Tang Boyue responded. That creature is composed of iron. Your summoned beasts will struggle to inflict meaningful damage. However, I possess a summoned beast that employs lightning-based attacks. Lightning possesses an inherent penetrative quality, even if my offensive capability is not particularly formidable. The electric currents can breach its exterior and devastate the core within. Perhaps this approach may prove advantageous. Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the three individuals found his reasoning quite compelling. Very well, give it a try, the female spy remarked. Tang Boyue summoned Mingyu forth. Wow, what a hefty iron contraption, exclaimed Mingyu, marveling at the imposing armored sentinel before her. Tang Boyue instructed, shield me from this metal behemoth while I launch my attack. How bothersome. Why not let their summoned beasts handle it? Mingyu yawned, her expression one of impatience. Tang Boyue replied, if they could withstand it, I wouldn't have summoned you. His words sparked immediate discontent among the three spies. What nonsense was this brat spouting? If our summoned beasts could not endure, how could yours? Absurd. A mere student from an intermediate academy, utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation. Yet, they had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Understood. Just block this iron monstrosity, Mingyu acquiesced. Yes. At that moment, Mingyu approached the armored guardian with an unhurried demeanor. The sentinel, unwavering in its duty to protect this place, disregarded all else and prepared to strike down any intruder. It raised its colossal iron staff above its head, and with a resounding whoosh, it descended toward Mingyu. At that moment, Mingyu stood her ground, showing no intention of evading. Foolish. I wager she will be reduced to a pulp, the female spy remarked. Considering the density of iron, that staff must weigh at least 1 or 2 tons. To remain stationary under such a weight, surely, her mind was in disarray. The next instant, a thunderous crash resounded as the massive staff came crashing down. Yet, to the astonishment of the three spies, Mingyu not only emerged unscathed but also managed to catch the blow with her bare hands. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? An intermediate academy student possessing such a powerful summoned beast? It is worth noting that even their own summoned beasts, having surpassed the 100-level threshold, lacked the capability to withstand the Guardian's mighty strike. Yet, this young individual had not only withstood it, but did so effortlessly and with unarmed grace. Now, with his weapon in my grasp, I advance, Tang Boyue declared, leaping into action. Raging thunder. In an instant, lightning surged through the armored Guardian's exterior, incinerating the core within. The next moment, the sentinel ceased all movement. A tremendous crash echoed as the armored Guardian collapsed to the ground. The three spies were left utterly astounded. Could this young man truly possess such strength? Or was he merely masquerading as a fool to conceal his prowess? They exchanged knowing glances, years of collaboration instilling an unspoken understanding amongst them. They understood that this young man could not be spared. They would seek an opportunity to ambush him and eliminate both him and his summoned beast. Regardless of whether he was merely pretending to be weak while concealing his true strength, his presence could potentially pose a threat to them. It's done, Tang Boyue announced. The female spy remarked, I didn't realize you had such skills. To which Tang Boyue humbly replied, you flatter me. It merely happens that my method of attack counters this fellow. He then added, by the way, look at the gap in that stone door. It aligns perfectly with this man's weapon. Perhaps his weapon is the key. Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the group directed their gaze towards the crevice in the stone door. Indeed, it corresponded to the shape of the massive ruler. Lift the ruler, one of them urged. The three approached to hoist the ruler, but it proved too heavy. You all come help, the female spy insisted. Tang Boyue and Mingyu joined them, and with the assistance of the summoned beasts of the three spies, they ultimately managed to raise the colossal ruler. Once elevated, the three spies were taken aback. It was far heavier than they had anticipated. This indicated that just moments ago, this young man's summoned beast had borne such an incredible weight. Through the collective effort of the group and their summoned beasts, they positioned the massive ruler into the gap of the stone door. At that moment, it felt as though the entire underground palace was trembling. With a resounding rumble, the stone door before them swung open. Beyond it lay another grand hall. At the center of the hall, a mystical beast lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly in slumber. The creature was not large, roughly the size of an adult golden retriever, yet its appearance was extraordinary. In Tang Boyue's understanding, this mystical beast bore some resemblance to the Qilin from his previous worldview. Is this the divine beast I have been searching for? Tang Boyue mused inwardly. However, beside the sleeping beast stood two formidable guards. Unlike the armored sentinels encountered earlier, these guards were significantly larger, towering at around 5 meters. Their material was not iron, but rather a striking gold and silver. Could this be the void beast, Lyriatia? Mingyu murmured at that moment. Chapter 43. Three deities. What does the void beast, Lyriatia, signify? Tang Boyue inquired. As he posed this question, the others turned their attention to Mingyu. With a sense of pride, Mingyu declared, "You've come to the right person, or rather, the right dragon for this inquiry." Clearing his throat, he continued. It is said that this continent once existed in a state of chaos, until a deity who traveled across multiple worlds stumbled upon it. Utilizing his divine power, he separated this chaotic realm, giving rise to the present continent. As time progressed, humanity slowly emerged in this world, and that deity chose to depart, continuing his journey to other realms. Before his departure, he entrusted this world to his 3 most loyal servants to govern. The sky dragon, Mehi, reigns over the heavens, possessing the powers of all natural elements. The void beast, Lyrachinia, governs the earth, wielding the force of space. Lastly, the ocean is under the dominion of Baital from the Tide clan, who commands all marine creatures and possesses the true eye that penetrates all illusions. Isn't the sky dragon you? Inquired Tang Boyue. Mingyu replied, I can at most be considered a descendant of Mehi. And how can you be certain that this slumbering entity is the void beast, Lyrachinia? Tang Boyue questioned. Mingyu explained, after the departure of the deities, these 3 assumed their responsibilities. Even the current deities were once their servants. However, thousands of years ago, a new race emerged, the Underworld clan. Their original world was annihilated, and under the leadership of their king, they arrived in this realm. They seized all resources and enslaved humanity. The king of the Underworld clan was overwhelmingly powerful, ultimately leading to the 3 deities uniting to suppress them in the dark underworld, ensuring they would never again see the light. After that battle, Mehi fell, and Lyrachinia and Baital were gravely injured and unable to recover. In their weakened state, the earth and ocean released their final powers to mend the war-torn land and restore the ecological balance of the seas. Subsequently, they lost their strength and vanished from sight, said to have succumbed to slumber, gradually regaining their powers through the ages. Following the disappearance of the 3 deities, their servants also relinquished control of the continent, transforming it into a realm governed by humanity. Without overseers, humans vied for land and resources, leading to continuous warfare. It was not until nearly a millennium ago that the conflict subsided, resulting in the current state of affairs, with the continent ultimately fracturing into 9 nations: Dongyao, Nanyao, Lingying, Songlin, Jelao, Kata, Wavi, Dongquan, and Tianqiu. Why do I believe that the figure before us is Lyrachinia? It is said that the ruler of the earth excels in puppet-making techniques, sharing her skills with humanity, which is why we have puppet masters today. The iron-armored, gold-armored, and silver-armored sentinels do not resemble creations that humanity could produce. Therefore, this divine beast is likely the weakened void beast, Lyrachinia. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, the 3 spies' eyes gleamed with excitement. If what Mingyu spoke was true, then this creature would be the supreme among divine beasts. If a contract could be forged with her, dominating this world would merely be a matter of time. Mingyu, how can you be so certain she is Lyrachinia? She is yet to awaken, one asked. Mingyu responded. It is said that Lyrachinia's true form resembles this, albeit on a much grander scale. However, it is reasonable for her size to diminish following the loss of her powers. We merely need to awaken her and ascertain whether she possesses spatial abilities to confirm her identity. At this moment, the 3 spies cautiously approached. Their minds were consumed with thoughts of the divine beast. In this fleeting instant, notions of betraying their homeland flickered through their consciousness. After all, they were spies dispatched by the kingdom of Wavi. They infiltrated foreign realms, and everything they acquired ought to be surrendered to their nation. However, a shared ambition coursed through their minds, the desire to possess the divine beast as their own. Yet, just as they neared the creature, The silver-armored and gold-armored sentinels stationed beside the divine beast suddenly radiated a fierce light, awakening to life. "Look at these three fools. Now the real fun begins," Mingyu remarked. As the golden and silver sentinels activated, they raised their colossal measuring rods and launched an assault. Their size surpassed that of the iron-armored sentinels, and their strength was formidable. Initially, it was presumed that their bulk would compromise their agility. Yet, unexpectedly, they exhibited swiftness that outpaced the iron-armored sentinels. Blazing Fire Tiger, advance. Treading Wave Toad, shatter them. Gale Wolf, do not concede, commanded the spies. Battling the iron-armored sentinels had already proven arduous. Facing the silver and gold sentinels was an even greater challenge. Their attacks yielded little effect, merely leaving faint scratches on the silver and gold sentinels, even when pushed to their utmost limits. At that moment, the golden sentinel swung its massive measuring rod downward. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as the rod struck the earth. The force was exponentially greater than that of the iron-armored sentinel. A direct hit would undoubtedly annihilate the summoned beasts. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Come and assist." The slightly plump spy shouted at Tang Boyue. Yes, I'll help right away," Tang Boyue replied nonchalantly. "Mingyu, let us proceed. We must eliminate these two foes to approach the divine beast." With that, Tang Boyue and Mingyu launched their assault. Blazing Fire Tiger, return. Treading Wave Toad, return. Gale Wolf, you too, come back. Remarkably cunning, the three spies noticed that Tang Boyue and Mingyu had drawn the ire of the gold and silver sentinels, prompting them to summon their beasts back. Nevertheless, Tang Boyue was indifferent, recognizing that the summoned creatures of these spies were virtually useless. Mingyu boldly attracted the sentinels' attention, bracing himself against their onslaught with sheer physicality. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the three spies. Such resilience required extraordinary defensive capabilities. After all, the gold and silver sentinels were mere puppets, devoid of consciousness and intellect. Seizing the opportunity while they targeted Mingyu, Tang Boyue leaped into action. Thunderous fury. The conductivity of gold and silver far surpassed that of iron, and in an instant, lightning incinerated their cores. Chapter 44. Ouch, what are you doing? With the destruction of their cores, the gold and silver sentinels collapsed to the ground. The three spies were taken aback by the scene before them. The golden-armored and silver-armored guards were vastly superior to the previous iron-armored ones. Yet, in the face of such formidable power, this young man effortlessly vanquished them. The trio exchanged furtive glances. At that moment, the slightly plump spy communicated with his summoned beast through a mental contract, instructing the Blazing Fire Tiger to launch a surprise attack on Mingyu. Should the summoned beast perish, the beast master would inevitably be rendered powerless. Obeying the plump spy's command, the Blazing Fire Tiger stealthily maneuvered behind Mingyu, gradually closing the distance. When the fiery feline reached its target, it leapt suddenly. Its massive claws aimed directly at Mingyu's head. The force behind the strike was formidable. Most summoned beasts would be incapable of withstanding such a blow. With a resounding smack, the tiger's claws collided with Mingyu's head, the impact so great that the stone beneath his feet cracked. The three spies secretly rejoiced, believing they had secured the death of both the summoned beast and the young man. As for the injured youth outside, they could deal with him at their convenience. The ensuing events regarding the divine beast were entirely their concern. Suddenly, Mingyu turned to face the Blazing Fire Tiger. While he remained unscathed, the tiger emitted a pitiful howl. The reason was simple: its claws were fractured. "No, this is impossible." A chill ran down the spines of the three spies. They could scarcely believe that the summoned beast had sustained no damage from the tiger's powerful strike. Instead, it was the fire tiger that had broken its own claws. How could a student from a mid-level Beastmaster Academy possess such extraordinary strength? How could he command such a powerful summoned beast? Tang Boyue regarded the three spies with a cold smile. "What is this? I was told that if we behaved, we would be spared. What were you planning just now? To kill us? This is a misunderstanding. I have no idea why the Blazing Fire Tiger suddenly attacked." "That was not my command," stammered the plump spy, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he sensed death lurking in Tang Boyue's gaze. "I know you've been eager to examine Mingyu's profile. Very well. I shall grant you a glimpse. I have made her information public on the spirit terminal." Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the three spies hastily accessed the spirit terminal to view Mingyu's profile. What? A divine beast? How is it possible for her defense to be 9,999? They were incredulous. Why, You are merely a student from a mid-level Beastmaster Academy. The trio had never anticipated that Mingyu was, in fact, a divine beast. From the outset, upon witnessing the humanoid, dragon-like features of her summoned beast, they sensed its exceptional nature, yet they had never imagined it to be a divine entity. Tang Boyue remarked, "Since you are aware, I suppose it can be considered a death with clarity, correct? You mustn't spare us. I implore you, do not take our lives." At this moment, fear gripped the three individuals. The roles of hunter and prey seemed to have shifted. A spy, who just moments ago wished to take my life. You seek my mercy? I may grant it, but would Mingyu do the same? Tang Boyue questioned. Mingyu responded, "No, I detest being patted on the head, like that old tiger just did." The three spies were on the verge of tears. The fierce strike of the blazing tiger had been executed with full force, capable of denting iron. Yet in her eyes, it was merely a casual pat. "See, Mingyu shows no mercy towards you," Tang Boyue stated. "Damn it, we shall fight back," cried the blazing tiger, the wave-hopping clam, and the gale wolf. "Let us unite and slay them." The three spies discerned the resolve in Tang Boyue's gaze. They understood he would not show them leniency. In that case, they would fight to the last breath. "Boy, what do you possess that is so formidable? Do you truly believe we are mere soft persimmons? If need be, we shall perish together," declared the female spy. Tang Boyue observed the three summoned beasts charging at him and sneered. "Is it a matter of perishing together, or merely overestimating your capabilities?" Dragon armor. With a flourish of his wrist, the celestial bracers illuminated, transforming into divine dragon armor, golden scales enveloping Tang Boyue completely. With a resounding thud, he braced himself against the combined assault of the three summoned beasts, withstanding their onslaught. How is this possible? He actually endured it. And what other skills does he possess? Isn't a beastmaster only allowed one skill with their summoned beast? The spies were oblivious to many truths, yet they would have no opportunity to discover them. From the moment they infiltrated this land, their fates had been sealed. Remember, Dongyao is your grave, you wretches. The Abyss. As the Abyss activated, the entire underground palace was engulfed in a tempest of thunder. In the next moment, as the storm raged, the three summoned beasts were reduced to ashes. The demise of their summoned beasts profoundly impacted the trio. They knelt, their expressions twisted with discomfort. With the beasts gone, "Your turn is next," Tang Boyue declared. "No, I cannot perish here. You cannot kill us. We are spies. You ought to hand us over to our country for judgment, not take matters into your own hands. You, a mere student of a mid-tier Beastmaster Academy, lack the authority," protested the female spy. Tang Boyue replied, "No, do not misinterpret. I do not regard you as spies. I merely see you as strangers who attempted to take my life. My actions are simply a normal response to self-defense." "No, it cannot be. Divine beasts. I too desire divine beasts. With a divine beast, I can wield such power. I must have a divine beast." At that moment, the female spy screamed and lunged toward the slumbering divine beast at the center. She understood a principle. The first to act holds the advantage. If she could make contact with the divine beast and forge a pact, there remained a possibility of reversal. Yet, just as she lunged towards the slumbering creature, her hands had yet to graze its form when the space before her abruptly warped. The distortion of space instilled a sense of unease, prompting the astute spy to attempt a retreat, but it was already too late. She found herself unable to withdraw, as the warped space seemed to possess a gravitational pull, inexorably drawing her toward its core. "No, please, no. Help me, save me." Her desperate cries echoed as she was inexorably pulled into the heart of the distorted realm. Within this twisted space, her body began to contort, her agonized wails marking her final utterances in this world. Ultimately, in that warped realm, her form was reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, consumed by the very space that ensnared her. Chapter 45. Old Friend Nakarine. The slender spy shouted. At that moment, he sought to rush forward, but was yanked back by his slightly plump companion. Nevertheless, the scene within the grand hall was already beginning to transform. In an instant, the surroundings morphed into darkness, which soon faded to reveal an extraordinary space. It felt as though they were suspended in the cosmos, with a deep blue starlit expanse beneath their feet and a brilliant river of stars above. "What has transpired?" Tang Boyue inquired of Mingyu. Mingyu replied, "That foolish woman has likely activated a protective force left by Lyriansha before her powers waned. Aside from these puppets, this force was meant to safeguard her slumber from disturbance. It appears we have entered a certain domain. Help! Help! Suddenly, Tang Boyue heard the cries of the two spies. He turned toward their direction, witnessing the starry sky above transform into an inferno. A flaming meteor was hurtling toward them. In the next moment, a deafening crash resounded as the meteor struck the pair. The immense impact claimed their lives instantaneously. Perhaps for them, such a demise was relatively gentle, sparing them from prolonged torment, unlike the woman before, who had suffered, witnessing her body twist until it became a mere mass of blood and flesh. "Shall we face an attack?" Tang Boyue asked. Uncertain, Mingyu replied. "Is this a sign from an old friend?" Just then, a woman's voice resonated within the space. "Who?" Tang Boyue demanded. "I am a remnant consciousness of Lirientia. That slumbering divine beast outside is you?" Mingyu queried. "Not entirely. You may perceive her as my reincarnation, but she shall not become me. My dear friend, I entrust her to you." As the statement concluded, the surrounding scene returned to normalcy. Tang Boyue glanced around. Apart from the golden-armored and silver-armored guards on the ground, there lay the remnants of 3 summoning beasts, reduced to ashes by the celestial punishment. The 3 spies had vanished without a trace. "Hey, we still have questions." That voice just now claimed to be the lingering consciousness of Lirientia, and she referred to you as an old friend? Tang Boyue looked at Mingyu. Mingyu stuck out her tongue and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity. With the bloodline of the sky dragon coursing through me, she must have mistaken me for Mo Ya. Nevertheless, this means we won't be attacked. Let's check on that little creature. It seems I've gained a new companion." Tang Boyue and Mingyu approached the divine beast, which remained in slumber. Tang Boyue cautiously extended his hand, mindful of the earlier encounter with that woman. However, he encountered no resistance and easily made contact with the divine creature. "Congratulations, you have discovered the first divine beast. Would you like to incorporate it into Beast Cultivation Island?" "Yes." In the next moment, the divine beast vanished, entering the realms of Beast Cultivation Island. "Congratulations, the Void Demon Beast has been incorporated." The Island Master receives a 10-point attribute bonus from the Void Demon Beast. The Island Master may select one initial common skill from the Void Demon Beast for sharing. "Congratulations, Island Master. Points can now be exchanged for new items." "Congratulations, Island Master. Kill reward points mode has been activated." At that moment, Tang Boyue accessed the information of this divine beast through the spirit control terminal. Name, Void Demon Beast. Race, Illusory, Divine Clan. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level. Level, 1 Attributes, Strength 100, Agility 100, Defense 100, Skills, Spatial Displacement. Divine Domain. Owner, Tang Boyue. Why do I only receive a 10-point attribute, and I can only select one from the initial common skills? Is there even a choice? I can't opt for divine level skills, leaving me with only spatial displacement, remarked Tang Boyue. Mingyu, playfully draping herself over Tang Boyue's shoulder, chuckled. "Am I not different? I signed a divine contract before the deities, allowing you to possess my 30-point attributes and share all my skills except for the divine level ones. However, theirs, while also contracts, are considered ordinary agreements through Beast Cultivation Island. Hence the 10-point attributes and 1 initial common skill is quite standard. Could you two possibly exchange contracts? I believe the Void Demon Beast holds greater potential. At least its attributes are balanced. You have nothing but defense," Tang Boyue suggested. Mingyu made a playful face at Tang Boyue. "No exchanges allowed, alas." Sighing, Tang Boyue decided. "Let us head to Beast Cultivation Island and see how long this fellow intends to slumber." He then activated Beast Cultivation Island, entering alongside Mingyu. At this moment, the spatial beast remained in slumber. Tang Boyue adjusted the weather on the island to a clear day, perhaps making it a tad more comfortable for the sleeping creature. I poked. Mingyu prodded the void beast with her hand. "Not waking up? Watch this, little top." At that moment, Mingyu revealed her dragon tail and began to playfully slap the void beast. "What are you doing? Come here." Tang Boyue firmly grasped Mingyu's face and pulled her aside. "Ah, my face." Mingyu rubbed her reddened cheek and said, "I'm trying to wake this guy up. He sleeps like a dead pig." "Is that how you wake someone? Never mind. Let's leave the underground palace for now and figure out how to rouse the void beast later," Tang Boyue replied. "All right." Subsequently, Tang Boyue and Mingyu exited Beast Cultivation Island and returned to the hall of the underground palace. He then casually collected the golden-armored and silver-armored guards into Beast Cultivation Island. Upon leaving the hall, The injured Long Ao was still lying on the ground. He had no idea what had just transpired inside. Tang Boyue approached Long Ao, and as he passed the iron-armored guard, he also collected it into Beast Cultivation Island. Just how vast is your spatial storage item? You managed to contain such large beings. Long Ao inquired in astonishment. Tang Boyue replied, that's not for you to concern yourself with. Let's go. Go. What about the 3 spies? They are dead. Tang Boyue replied calmly. Upon hearing that the 3 spies had perished, Long Ao was taken aback. Earlier, he had faintly heard wails and cries for help from inside. But due to his injuries, he had dared not move recklessly to investigate. Thus, he remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded within. What happened in there? Long Ao asked. Tang Boyue explained, the place was filled with traps. Once inside, the mechanisms attacked from all directions. If it weren't for Mingyu's high defense, I would have perished as well. Was there nothing else inside? Long Ao pressed on, convinced there must be valuable treasures within. After all, this underground palace was protected by layers upon layers of safeguards. Firstly, it was concealed within an ordinary secret realm, requiring various decryption methods for entry. Finally, there were puppet guardians like the iron-armored guards and numerous traps, capable of easily slaying even 100-level summoned beasts. Under such circumstances, Long Ao could hardly believe that there was nothing of worth inside. What could there possibly be? Why don't you go take a look? But let me warn you, if you lose your life, don't blame me for lacking the spirit of the contract. I promise to bring you out alive, but if you choose to court death, that's on you, Tang Boyue stated. Naturally, Tang Boyue would not divulge the treasures within to Long Ao. If he were to learn that Tang Boyue had acquired yet another divine beast, it would be unthinkable. Upon returning to inform Long Qitian, that fellow would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy. Although Long Ao believed that Tang Boyue must have obtained something valuable inside, he also understood that this was not the moment for such concerns. Preserving their lives was paramount. Tang Boyue supported Long Ao as they retraced their steps. Despite the presence of illusory walls within the underground palace, Tang Boyue quickly navigated back to the entrance, relying on his memory. Their foremost consideration now was how to exit. They had activated 5 elemental stones to open a spatial rift upon entering. But how could they depart now, with no elemental stones in sight? This predicament left Tang Boyue in a quandary about how to proceed. Just then, a spatial rift unexpectedly manifested before them. What is happening? Tang Boyue inquired. Long Ao, equally perplexed, wondered how this rift had suddenly appeared. Through their consciousness, Mingyu conveyed to Tang Boyue, perhaps it is due to Larixina's lingering essence. Her final consciousness has not completely dissipated, allowing the rift to open for our escape. Tang Boyue contemplated this and recognized it as the only plausible explanation. Regardless, they needed to exit without delay. He then guided Long Ao into the spatial rift. Once the scenery returned to normal, they found themselves back in their previous secret realm, with the elemental stones they had activated in the underground palace before them. However, in the next moment, the stones shattered, indicating that re-entry into the underground palace was no longer an option. Old Tang, where are you? Tang Boyue, are you there? At that moment, Tang Boyue heard the voices of Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng. I am here, he responded. Soon, Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng rushed into his view, hurrying towards him. Old Tang, where have you been? You vanished suddenly. We are about to exit the secret realm. Wait, what happened to Long Ao? Tang Boyue explained, I apologize. During the earlier battle, the fog was so dense that I lost my way while pursuing a summoned beast. Along the way, I encountered Long Ao, who was injured. He refrained from mentioning the spy incident, and Long Ao chose to remain silent as well. Zhao Yicheng remarked, as long as you are safe, let us depart the secret realm. If we delay any longer, the entrance might shift, and we would not know where we would emerge. Tang Boyue nodded, surprised to realize how much time had passed since entering the underground palace. It felt as though only a few hours had elapsed within, yet outside 1 or 2 days had gone by. Let us go. We must leave, Tang Boyue declared. Old Tang, let me take him, Ho Fan offered. And he then took Long Ao from Tang Boyue's grasp, assisting him as they exited. Upon exiting the secret realm, Long Ao's injuries drew considerable attention. Many could scarcely believe that someone of Long Ao's caliber could sustain such wounds. After all, none of the other students had suffered serious injuries. At most, there were minor scrapes incurred during battle. Yet, Long Ao bore significant injuries. Tang Boyue, you must have ambushed Long Ao. You've always had a contentious relationship with our class, so it is only natural that you would resort to such treachery, remarked a girl from Class 3. It was evident that she harbored a secret infatuation for Long Ao. Have you no shame? An ambush? Did we need to resort to such tactics against him? Have you forgotten the times you called us grandpa? Were we ambushing you then? Mingyu retorted with evident displeasure. Following this, Mingyu audaciously slapped Long Ao's wound, causing him to yelp in pain. Look at the people from your class. We saved your life, yet they suspect we inflicted your injuries. I should have let that guy die, added Ho Fan. At that moment, Long Ao glared at the girl and said, if you cannot speak wisely, then keep your mouth shut. I was inadvertently injured, and it was Tang Boyue and his companions who rescued me, provided me with healing elixirs, and brought me out. I warn you, if I hear any more slander against them, I shall tear your mouth apart. Long Ao's words forced the girl to lower her gaze, her face alternating between shades of red and purple. He chose not to mention the matter of the spies and the underground palace, as he understood that Tang Boyue seemed reluctant to disclose the incident, although Tang Boyue had not explicitly instructed Long Ao to remain silent. Long Ao resolved to keep this matter under wraps and would inform Long Qitian upon his return. Soon after, 2 teachers from the academy arrived to escort Long Ao for treatment. Bai Li Jin approached and commented, well done, at a crucial moment. You prioritized the rescue of your injured classmate over personal grievances. Your actions will be rewarded by the academy. Tang Boyue replied, it's nothing much, primarily. He called me grandpa. I figured if everyone else was calling me that, I couldn't just stand by and watch my grandson perish. So I brought him out. Bai Li Jin was somewhat speechless. This fellow had not changed at all. Subsequently, Tang Boyue, Ho Fan, and Zhao Yiqing received commendations from the academy. Although the term reward was used, it merely amounted to a public acknowledgement within the academy. Tang Boyue had anticipated material rewards, but was left disappointed. Thus, the first semester concluded, and the exploration of the secret realm during the final examination yielded bountiful rewards for Tang Boyue: 1 divine beast and 3 puppets, albeit damaged, yet likely reparable in the future. Following this, a holiday of over a month commenced. Chapter 47. Did the divine beast transform into a little girl? That night, within the Long family residence, in Long Ao's room, Long Qitian inquired, how is your injury? Long Ao replied, I have utilized a high-quality healing potion. My wounds have significantly healed, and I shall be fully recovered in a couple of days. Long Qitian nodded and subsequently inquired, what transpired within the secret realm? This time, there should be no danger present. When I observed the entrance of the realm as it moved to our town, I noted that it was devoid of any entities and thus should pose no threat. This is precisely why I permitted your academy to utilize it for students to familiarize themselves with the structure of the secret realm. Thereafter, Long Ao recounted the events that unfolded within the secret realm to Long Qitian. Upon hearing this, Long Qitian's expression turned grave as he remarked, this is infuriating. I did not anticipate that a spy from Wavi had infiltrated. Given that there was nothing of significance left in the realm, I did not pay it much heed. Yet a spy managed to exploit the situation. Father, I believe Tang Boyue must have acquired something valuable within that underground palace, so cleverly concealed within the secret realm, brimming with mechanisms and guarded by puppets, cannot possibly be empty, Long Ao asserted. Long Qitian nodded in agreement. Humph. That little rascal Tang Boyue has undoubtedly obtained something of worth within. Father, let us eliminate him. If he refuses to divulge what he has obtained, we shall take it for ourselves after his demise. A fierce glint flashed in Long Ao's eyes. Long Qitian responded, now is not the opportune moment. We have yet to procure the method to tame the divine beast from him. However, he saved you this time, and you can use this opportunity to foster a closer relationship with him. Gain his trust, and you may have a chance to extract the method of taming the divine beast from him. Long Ao nodded, I understand, Father. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Very well, then take the time to recuperate, Long Qitian instructed as he rose to depart. Watching Long Qitian's retreating figure, a shadowy expression crossed Long Ao's gaze. Meanwhile, on Tang Boyue's side, after dinner, he returned to his room and then entered Beast Nurturing Island with Mingyu. Alas, where is the Void Demon Beast? Upon arriving at the location where the Void Demon Beast slumbered, they found the area desolate, devoid of any trace of the creature. Mingyu rubbed her eyes and remarked, it's gone. Has it awakened? Search for it, Tang Boyue commanded. Consequently, he and Mingyu scoured the island for the whereabouts of the Void Demon Beast. However, Given the vastness of the island, the search proved rather troublesome. After a considerable time, Mingyu exclaimed, "This is bad. That creature must have woken up, been startled by this unfamiliar place, and jumped into the sea to escape. Do you think it is as foolish as you?" Tang Boyue retorted, "I am not foolish. The foolish one is you," Mingyu replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue pinched Mingyu's cheek and asked, "What did you say? Who is foolish?" You are foolish. You have already formed a pact with the void demon beast. Why not summon it directly to your side?" Mingyu countered. Tang Boyue released her. Mingyu rubbed her reddened cheek, and a moment of silence enveloped the scene, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. Tang Boyue had not anticipated this. Through Beast Breeding Island, he had formed a pact with the void beast, allowing him to summon it directly to his side. After an exhaustive search across the entire island, he chuckled to himself. Isn't it rather foolish? Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable surge of intellectual superiority. Mingyu, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "Ha ha," with a swift motion. Tang Boyue delivered a light smack to Mingyu's head. Silence. He then proceeded to summon the void beast. As the summoning took effect, a rift appeared in the fabric of space before him. In the next moment, a delicate white hand emerged from the breach, followed by a chubby little foot, and finally, a small head peeked out. As the rift closed, Tang Boyue found himself before a young girl. "Is this a scene that can be viewed without payment?" Tang Boyue exclaimed, observing that the girl was entirely unclothed. He hastily removed his outer garment and tossed it to Mingyu, who quickly draped it around the girl. At this moment, Tang Boyue scrutinized the child. She was diminutive, standing at approximately 60 to 70 centimeters tall, with large, glistening purple eyes and long, lavender hair cascading down to her calves. A pair of crimson horns adorned her head. As Tang Boyue examined her, she, too, was assessing him. What is going on? How did the void beast transform into such a little girl? Can this child possess any combat prowess? Tang Boyue pondered aloud. Mingyu replied, "Most magical beasts or summoned creatures with divine bloodlines gain the ability to shapeshift after transitioning from infancy to childhood. This is unrelated to evolution. It appears to be a unique power of divine beasts." As she spoke, Mingyu playfully pinched the void beast's cheek, exclaiming, "Ah, little one, you shall be my follower from now on. You must do whatever I command, understood?" The girl seemed displeased by the cheek pinching, and in an instant, she vanished. When she reappeared, it was above Mingyu. With a swift motion, she kicked Mingyu on the head with her chubby foot. The next second, the void beast tumbled to the ground, clutching her rosy foot and tearfully lamenting her pain. Goodness, that kick landed on Mingyu's head, and yet she isn't scathed, while the little one has hurt herself. Ha ha ha, foolish girl. Did it hurt to kick me? Ha ha ha, it should. Mingyu reveled in her triumph, rubbing the void beast's cheeks with glee. With a sharp tap on Mingyu's head, Tang Boyue admonished, "Do not bully her." I'm not. I'm merely fostering a bond." Mingyu retorted, "Is this how you nurture a bond?" Tang Boyue questioned, then knelt before the void beast, asking, "Do you remember anything from before?" The void beast looked at Tang Boyue and replied, "I do not remember. When I awoke, I was here, and I recall nothing. However, knowing you are the master, and there exists a covenant between us." The voice of the void beast was soft and gentle. "Well, if you do not remember, it does not matter. As long as you recognize me, that is sufficient." Tang Boyue glanced at the information of the void beast. Name, void beast. Race, illusory divine race. Attribute, space. Bloodline, divine beast level. Level, 1 attributes, strength 100, agility 100, defense 100, skills, spatial displacement. Divine domain, master, Tang Boyue. The level remained unchanged, still at 1. However, her initial attributes were exceptionally high. It is worth noting that Zhao Yiqing's three-tailed fox did not exceed 100 in all attributes, even at level 10. Yet, the void beast, currently at level 1, already surpassed 100 in all attributes. Chapter 48, Divine Artifact 9 Nether. Subsequently, Tang Boyue also provided some experience crystal ores for the void beast. However, the experience crystal ores Tang Boyue had accumulated over these days could only barely elevate her by 1 level. Indeed, ordinary experience crystal ores had minimal effect on divine beasts. If it were an ordinary summoned beast, such a quantity of experience crystal ores would likely elevate it to levels 20 or 30. Evidently, divine beasts require more than just ordinary experience crystal ores. They necessitate combat experience, battling high level, high bloodline, and high-race demonic beasts or summoned creatures. Tang Boyue then reviewed the information of the Void Beast once more. Name, Void Beast. Race, illusory divine race. Attribute, space. Bloodline, divine beast level, level 2. Attributes, strength 150. Agility 150, defense 150. Skills, spatial displacement, divine domain, master. Tang Boyue, the attributes at level 1 had increased by 50, which was quite impressive. At this rate, with just 2 or 3 more levels, she would possess combat capabilities comparable to a 100-level ordinary summoned beast. No, it would be inaccurate to refer to it as combat capability. It should be referred to as attributes. In terms of combat capability, possessing divine skills, she would not be easily matched by summoned beasts or other creatures with similar attributes. Tang Boyue then examined her skill description. Spatial displacement needs no elaboration, as Tang Boyue could also utilize it. It allows for short-distance spatial movement, serving as a highly practical skill for both attack and evasion. Just moments ago, the little girl used spatial displacement when she kicked Mingyu, instantly teleporting to a position above and behind him. As for divine domain, it is a domain skill. Unfolding the divine domain enhances all spatial skills. For instance, within the divine domain, the consumption of spatial displacement is significantly reduced, and its range is doubled. As for the other skills, they remain unknown, as the Void Beast has yet to comprehend or learn them. Perhaps tomorrow, I shall purchase a set of clothing for her, Tang Boyue said to Mingyu. Mingyu replied, a transformed divine beast does not require it. Her own scales and fur can morph into garments at her will. This attire is significantly sturdier than ordinary garments. Observe my clothing, which is a manifestation of my scale armor, impervious to damage. She lacks such a transformation, leaving only one possibility. She is an exhibitionist. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue addressed the spatial beast. Can you, akin to Mingyu, conjure your own attire? The spatial beast glanced at Mingyu, then at the clothing enveloping Tang Boyue, and replied, this is uncomfortable. I do not wish for clothing. It is bothersome. You see, I told you so, an exhibitionist. It is not that she cannot, but rather that she does not wish to. Indeed, many Yao So, when transforming or evolving into human form, often resist the idea of wearing clothing, as it feels unnatural, Mingyu remarked. Tang Boyue responded to the spatial beast. When one assumes human form, one must don clothing. Otherwise, it would be preferable for you to maintain your divine beast form. The spatial beast fell into contemplation. After more than a minute, a purple glow enveloped her. When the light faded, she was adorned in a dress, the fabric adorned with an animated starry pattern. How fascinating! A garment with moving designs. This was Tang Boyue's first encounter with such a phenomenon. This will suffice. Now, let us bestow upon you a name. After some reflection, Tang Boyue mused that typically, summoned beasts do not require names, yet having taken human form, she ought to possess a respectable name. Lilith? That belongs to her past. And moreover, Lilith stated that although this is her reincarnation, it will not define her. In that case, let us discard her former name. What name shall we give her? Mingyu? Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu gazed at the spatial beast and suggested, she should adopt your surname. How about Tang Boyue? Quite down to earth. With a swift motion, Tang Boyue playfully struck Mingyu on the head. How could you come up with that? It seems I must rename you. Henceforth, you shall be known as Tang Boyue. No. No. Mingyu shook her head vigorously. You see, do not impose upon others what you do not wish for yourself, she teased. Tang Boyue pondered for a moment and proposed, let us call you Kong Kong, as in Tang Kong Kong. Mingyu grimaced in disdain. Your naming skills leave much to be desired. It pales in comparison to my Tang Boyue. Go away. Sigh. I shall roll away then. With that, Mingyu lay on the ground and rolled a few times. Kong Kong. The spatial beast murmured. How is that? If you dislike it, I can think of another, Tang Boyue offered. I can accept Tang Kong Kong, she replied. Naming is indeed the most troublesome task. Since she has no objections, let it be so. It was only then that Tang Boyue remembered to register Tang Kong Kong in the contract. After which the Beast Cultivation Island system unveiled new reward exchanges and a points system for defeating foes. At this moment, Tang Boyue decided to explore the exchange options available for points. In addition to the previously redeemable surprise blind boxes, strength pills, and fragments of sky memory, new items have been added. Divine power pills required 5,000 points, while 9 nether could be exchanged for 100 points, only redeemable once. and the Earth memory shard was priced at 9,999 points, with map fragments costing 1,000 points. The Divine Power Pill, a superior restorative elixir, boasts remarkable effects. Yet its exorbitant price of 5,000 points renders it a considerable luxury. Tang Boyue pondered the typical task options provided by the system, which generally yield only a few dozen points. Thus, how long would it take to exchange for a single Divine Power Pill? However, to Tang Boyue's delight, map fragments could now be directly acquired with points, albeit at a steep cost. Both the Earth's memory fragment and the Sky's memory fragment are priced at 9,999 points. Their descriptions are nearly identical, stating, to the contracted individual, a complete king shall one day arrive. Initially, Tang Boyue was oblivious to the purpose of these memory fragments, but after acquiring Tang Kong, a spatial beast who once governed the Earth, he began to wonder if the Earth's memory fragment was intended for her use, while the Sky's memory fragment was meant for Mingyu. This seemed plausible, yet Tang Boyue currently lacked sufficient points, possessing only a little over 100. The sole new item available for exchange was the 9 nether. This was a pair of gauntlets, and upon inspection, Tang Boyue noted, name, 9 nether, grade, divine artifact, ability. In the hands of the god who commands space, the 9 nether shall reveal its true potential. What kind of ability is this? Tang Boyue found himself perplexed regarding the function of these gauntlets. It was evident, however, that they were not meant for him, but rather for Tang Kong. At just 100 points, it was an incredibly affordable acquisition, prompting Tang Boyue to seize the opportunity without hesitation. After all, it was a divine artifact, and spending 100 points was a small price to pay for potential gain. Ultimately, Tang Boyue began to analyze the reward system for points earned through defeating foes. He perused the introduction provided by the Beast Breeding Island system, which indicated that slaying summoned beasts and monsters would yield corresponding point rewards. The formula for points awarded for summoned beasts and monsters was based on the creature's level multiplied by a bloodline multiplier of 10. For instance, vanquishing a level 100 ordinary bloodline summoned beast or monster would grant 100 times 10, equating to 1,000 points. Conversely, defeating a level 100 rare bloodline creature would yield 100 times 12, totaling 1,200 points. A cautionary note accompanied this system: to kill for the sake of killing, or to slay for the sake of points, shall not earn you any rewards. This warning was clear, admonishing Tang Boyue against indulging in senseless slaughter for the sake of accumulating points. Chapter 49. Is this guy normal? The following day, Tang Boyue, Zhao Yicheng, and Ho Fan gathered at a local eatery in the town. Old Tang, little Chengqing, how do you plan to spend the upcoming holiday? Inquired Ho Fan. Today, he had summoned the two to discuss arrangements for their break. Zhao Yicheng replied, tomorrow, I will be accompanying my father to Kata. He intends to gradually expand into Xihua City. Thus, this trip to the kingdom of Kata aims to scout for any unique summoned beasts to introduce here. I consider it a chance to travel and broaden my horizons. Impressive. I have never traveled abroad, remarked Ho Fan. Thus far, the most expansive place I have visited is Xihua City. It is said that the region beyond Kata is quite impoverished and lacks any notable attractions, Zhao Yicheng remarked. Ho Fan turned to Tang Boyue and inquired, Old Tang, what are your plans? Tang Boyue replied, I intend to visit Xihua City to explore potential methods for enhancing the level of my divine beast. Upon hearing this, Ho Fan commented, the level of Mingyu is rather peculiar. It is entirely undetectable. How do you plan to address this? Tang Boyue shook his head, expressing uncertainty. In truth, Tang Boyue was not focused on elevating Mingyu's level, as its current state rendered such an endeavor futile. His true aim was to enhance Tang Kongkong's level. However, he had yet to disclose this matter to Ho Fan and Zhao Yicheng, as the presence of an additional divine beast by his side complicated explanations, and he preferred to keep this information discreet. The Adventurers Guild is a viable option, Ho Fan suggested. There are numerous commissions available there, and you can earn spirit coins. If you encounter any extermination tasks, for instance, engaging in combat would yield experience for your summoned beasts. Tang Boyue expressed confusion. The Adventurers Guild? Ho Fan continued, Old Tang, you must be aware of it, right? While adventurers are primarily found in the city and larger towns, the Adventurers Guild is such a renowned organization that it surprises me you are unfamiliar with it. Tang Boyue smiled awkwardly, then utilized the spirit terminal to look up information about the Adventurers Guild. He discovered that registering as an adventurer grants access to commissions, which can be conveniently accepted through the spirit terminal. Perhaps joining the Adventurers Guild would be beneficial. It offers opportunities for earning income and engaging in battles. I have decided to join the Adventurers Guild. What about you? Will you accompany me? Tang Boyue inquired. Ho Fan responded, Old Tang, I shall not accompany you. I met with Teacher Bailey yesterday and expressed my desire for her assistance in training during the holidays. She agreed, so I will be training with her daily. Well, how disappointing. You prioritize romantic pursuits over friendships, Tang Boyue remarked, realizing that Ho Fan had indeed made prior arrangements. Very well then, he conceded. That evening, Tang Boyue informed his parents of his intention to stay in Xihua City for approximately a month. His parents did not oppose his decision. The following day, Tang Boyue set off with Mingyu and Tang Kongkong. Tang Kongkong was not fond of remaining on the island, and when Tang Boyue suggested she find ways to occupy her time, she felt lost, as this world was still unfamiliar to her. Thus, she chose to remain by Tang Boyue's side. Tang Boyue even purchased a hat for her, concealing the horn atop her head. Without the horn, she appeared no different from an ordinary young girl. It was not that Tang Boyue feared the revelation of Tang Kongkong's identity as a summoned beast. Rather, he understood that humanoid summoned beasts tend to attract attention. Many individuals, upon noticing her, would be compelled to consult their spirit terminals to examine her profile. Tang Boyue preferred not to attract too much attention to them, despite having concealed the details of Tang Kongkong and Mingyu. If certain matters could be avoided, it was better to do so. Yulong Town fell under the jurisdiction of Xihua City and was situated a mere 20 to 30 kilometers away. Xihua City itself was one of the 5 largest cities in the Eastern Yao Kingdom. The 5 cities included Dongyan City to the east, Xihua City to the west, Nanjun City to the south, and Bailin City to the north. At the heart of these 4 cities lay the capital of Eastern Yao, the Imperial City. Such a grand metropolis. With little Kongkong in tow, I shall take my leave. Do not summon me unless absolutely necessary. Farewell. Upon arriving at Xihua City, Mingyu uttered this parting remark before departing. Tang Boyue found himself at a loss for words. He could easily predict where that rascal would venture next. Most likely, she was headed for the city's gambling establishments. In Tang Boyue's estimation, during her time in Xihua City, Mingyu would undoubtedly accrue a significant amount of gambling debt. He was reluctant to intervene. After all, she was as resilient as a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water, with a thicker skin than anything else, rendering intervention futile. Moreover, she was capable of resolving her own issues. Should she fail to repay her debts, she would merely face a beating. Given her formidable defenses, even a thrashing would hardly faze her. Thus, it left only Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong together. According to the information displayed on the spirit terminal regarding the Adventurers Guild, Tang Boyue proceeded directly to the location. The branch of the Adventurers Guild in Xihua City was soon within their sights. Upon entering the guild hall, they found it bustling with activity. Among the crowd were those conducting business and others seeking to accept quests. Although tasks could be claimed through the spirit terminal upon joining the guild, many preferred to accept them in person. The rationale was straightforward. Those of considerable strength sought to showcase their prowess on-site, especially with the attractive young women working at the guild. Many who arrived to accept tasks likely harbored intentions of charming the lovely staff. Tang Boyue approached the front desk. Hello, may I inquire how I might be of service? The receptionist was a young woman in her early 20s, with short hair and clad in a light green uniform of the Adventurers Guild. Tang Boyue replied, I wish to join the Adventurers Guild. May I ask what the requirements are? As long as you are a beast master or puppet master, you may proceed to register at that window, the receptionist instructed, pointing to a window on her left. Thank you. You're welcome. There were others being attended to at the window, and Tang Boyue waited for a while before it was his turn. Hello, do you wish to join the Adventurers Guild? Yes. Please activate your identity information on your spirit terminal. Name, Tang Boyue. Gender, male. Age, 16. Place of origin, Yulong Town, Xihua City. Dongyao Kingdom, Beastmaster level, Junior Beastmaster, Summoned Beasts. Mingyu, Tang Kongkong. Are Mingyu and Tang Kongkong a single summoned beast? No, they are 2, Tang Boyue replied. At this moment, the young woman from the Adventurers Guild gazed at him in disbelief. At merely 16 years of age, possessing 2 summoned beasts, was this individual truly ordinary? Initially, she had thought that Tang Boyue had named a single beast Mingyu, Tang Kongkong, only to discover that he indeed had 2 distinct summoned beasts. Chapter 50. I am quite upset too. The young women regarded Tang Boyue with incredulity. What expression is this? Is having two summoned beasts truly so peculiar? Tang Boyue inquired. And no, the woman quickly regained her composure, perhaps realizing that her astonishment was somewhat impolite. Nevertheless, the fact that a 16-year-old could possess two summoned beasts was indeed astonishing. After all, the mental fortitude required to forge a pact with each summoned beast increased exponentially. Even within the Advanced Beastmaster Academy, only a select few graduated capable of binding contracts with two summoned beasts. Many individuals might only ever manage to contract a single beast throughout their entire lives. Take Bai Li Jin, for instance. Her innate talent was neither particularly exceptional nor notably poor. Yet, she currently had only one summoned beast. Perhaps she possessed the capability to contract a second, but had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. I will register you now, the woman stated. As she completed the registration, she occasionally glanced up at Tang Boyue. Soon, the registration was finalized. Hello, I have successfully registered you. You are now classified as an F-grade adventurer. Your information has been recorded in your spirit terminal. Subsequently, you may accept tasks through the spirit terminal or at various adventurers' guilds. Generally, task completion can be directly verified by the spirit terminal. For instance, in extermination tasks, once you eliminate the target, the spirit terminal will confirm the target's demise. However, for item retrieval tasks, you must deliver the found item to the issuing adventurers' guild to complete the task. The reward will be directly transferred to your spirit terminal account. Thank you, Tang Boyue replied. He once again perused his profile. Name, Tang Boyue. Gender, male. Age, 16. Place of origin, Yulong Town, Xihua City. Dongyao Kingdom. Beastmaster level, Junior Beastmaster. Adventurer level, F grade. Summoned beasts. Mingyu, Tang Kongkong. With the addition of his adventurer level, the ranks extended from F grade to SSS grade, culminating in the coveted title of Adventurer King, which could only be held by 10 individuals. Upon acquiring the title of Adventurer King, one must continually undertake high-difficulty tasks to ensure that their title remains unchallenged. Certainly, the higher one's rank, the more benefits one receives within the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurer King, in particular, enjoys a transcendent status within this esteemed establishment. However, Tang Boyue possesses little interest in the title of Adventurer King. His sole desire is to undertake a few subjugation missions, engage in battle, and thus enable Tang Kongkong to gain experience while he accrues kill points. At this moment, Tang Boyue discovered an option for the Adventurers Guild within the Spirit Terminal. Upon entering, he encountered various operations such as accepting and submitting tasks. Yet, when he attempted to accept a task, he found that many were beyond his reach. Miss, why are so many tasks unavailable to me? Tang Boyue inquired of the young girl. She replied, each task is also assigned a level. Adventurers cannot undertake tasks that exceed their own level by more than one. For instance, as a current F-rank adventurer, you may only accept tasks of F and E rank. However, once your adventurer level reaches S, there will be no further restrictions on task levels. Astounded by the existence of such a level limitation, Tang Boyue examined the E and F rank tasks, which primarily involved locating lost pets or transporting goods. His intention in joining the Adventurers Guild was to pursue subjugation missions. Yet, the lowest subjugation task available was D rank, which left him feeling frustrated. To undertake higher-level tasks, one could join others' teams. A mission could be completed by multiple participants, allowing them to share in the experience and rewards. Thus, as long as one member of the team met the task's level requirement, they could proceed. Look over there. Someone is forming a team, and there are also messages about team recruitment on the spirit terminal, the young girl noted, discerning Tang Boyue's thoughts. Thank you, he replied, promptly making his way to the area designated for team formation. Subjugation of the Windmoon Wolf Demon, C-rank task. Anyone interested? He heard as he approached a group seeking teammates for their mission. I would like to join, Tang Boyue declared. The trio, comprising 2 men and 1 woman, glanced at him. The girl then spoke with a tone of disdain. You? Judging by your age, you must still be a student at the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy. What is your adventurer level? F level, Tang Boyue responded. Upon hearing his declaration of being an F-level adventurer, not only did the trio burst into laughter, but others nearby joined in as well. Youngster, perhaps you should focus on tasks involving lost pets. An F-level adventurer aspiring to undertake a D-level task? What a joke. They mocked. The F level of an adventurer does not necessarily indicate weakness. I have merely just joined the Adventurers Guild, Tang Boyue countered. Humph, kid. How strong can you be at your age? What level is your summoned beast? Level 2, he admitted. The laughter intensified upon hearing that his summoned beast was only level 2. Silence. Tang Kong interjected, speaking up at that moment. Upon witnessing the crowd mock Tang Boyue, she felt a surge of anger. Oh, this little girl is quite upset. What's the matter? Can't we laugh at his lack of skill? The crowd remained oblivious to her true identity as a summoned beast, believing her to be merely a typical young girl accompanying Tang Boyue, thanks to the hat he had placed upon her head, concealing the horn atop it. In her human form, Tang Kong possessed few beastly traits, save for the horn. Even Mingyu, aside from the horn, had a dragon tail. With fury blazing in her eyes, Tang Kong gazed at the crowd. Kong, let us go, Tang Boyue said, pulling her aside. Master, why don't you teach them a lesson? I am quite upset, Tang Kong expressed. Tang Boyue chuckled. Are you truly angry over such trivial matters? If you allow yourself to be upset by every little thing, you'll surely explode with rage when faced with more significant challenges. It appears that the Adventurers Guild is not suited for us. Let us explore other options. And please, do not refer to me as master. What should I call you then? She inquired. Anything you wish, just not master. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, You? Very well, that shall suffice. At that moment, a woman in her 20s approached. She possessed an agreeable appearance, with short hair and a height of approximately 1.60 meters. Is there something you need? Tang Boyue asked. Do you accept escort missions? She inquired. Escort missions are typically issued by merchant caravans. In this world, the fastest means of transportation is the airship. However, airships cannot carry large freight, which is why merchant guilds often rely on summoned beasts to transport goods to their destinations. During this process, they may encounter attacks from magical beasts or be beset by bandits. Thus, many merchant caravans post missions to recruit adventurers for protection prior to their departure. However, these escort missions often require long journeys, spanning several days between cities, and are rather taxing with modest rewards, making them less appealing to prospective adventurers. Chapter 51. The conspiracy of the escort mission. Tang Boyue was indifferent to the reward. He was more interested in the prospect of combat alongside the caravan. Where to? He inquired. The woman responded, Kata. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue was taken aback. Kata was a foreign land. Traveling from Dongyao to Kata would take 2 days by airship. And if one were to accompany the caravan, the journey would extend over a month. Given that Tang Boyue's holiday was only slightly more than a month, he realized that accepting this mission would leave him with no time for anything else. Should there be a lack of battles along the way, it would be a considerable loss, as Tang Boyue's ultimate aim was to engage in combat for experience and points. Thus, he deemed it more advantageous to undertake extermination missions, which offered experience, points, and rewards in spirit currency. Consequently, Tang Boyue resolved to decline the escort task, as he did not wish to squander his entire holiday on such an endeavor. Until the final battle, there was nothing, and in the end, he merely acquired a meager amount of spirit coins. Please choose one of the following options. 1. Refuse her, as escorting tasks are thankless. Reward: 20 points of agility for all summoned beasts on Beast Island. 2. Agree to her request, as it is rather dull anyway. Reward: all summoned beasts level increased by 1. Tang Boyue found himself somewhat speechless, just as he intended to decline. He was surprised to discover that the system had presented him with options. From the nature of these choices, it appeared that the system was quite eager for him to accept. After all, a mere level increase for Tang Kong would enhance his attributes by 50, which far surpassed the paltry 20 points of agility. However, one thing left Tang Boyue bewildered. It seemed that the newly activated kill reward points and map fragment exchange systems rendered ordinary task options devoid of any rewards in points or fragments. One thing piqued his curiosity. Why seek him out? Just moments ago, he had joined the Adventurers Guild as an F-rank adventurer, and other teams had shown no interest in him. Yet here they were, asking him to undertake their escort mission. Moreover, the journey to Kata was long. Shouldn't they recruit someone more capable? Tang Boyue inquired of the woman. She smiled and replied, Actually, we have already gathered a complete team of adventurers for the escorting merchant convoy. Furthermore, among us are 2 intermediate beast tamers. What we currently lack is logistical support. We need individuals to assist with menial tasks along the way, and the compensation is quite generous. Here, let me share the commission with you. As she spoke, the woman shared the commission on the spirit terminal with Tang Boyue. He glanced at it, An F-rank task involving the merchant convoy escort. Departure point, kata. Destination, kata. Reward, 100,000 spirit coins. With both the departure and destination being kata, Tang Boyue initially thought it was an error in task entry. Earning 100,000 over the course of a month was indeed a substantial sum. That is correct. Perhaps for high-level beast tamers or adventurers, 100,000 over a month might seem trivial. However, for ordinary beast tamers or adventurers, their earning potential is quite limited. Many individuals surpass the majority by earning just 10,000 spirit coins in a month. Thus, for the average person, 100,000 over a month is considerable. It's not a month, he replied. What? Tang Boyue asked, perplexed. According to his calculations, the journey from here to kata would take over a month. Young man, look closely, the departure point is kata. We will first take an airship to kata, and upon arrival, we shall commence the escort. Therefore, the actual time consumed will only be about a week. Tang Boyue realized that earning 100,000 in just about a week was an impressive offer. Clearly, the departure point was not an error. Of course, 100,000 was not particularly high for Tang Boyue, but within the realm of standard commissions, it could be considered exceedingly generous. In that case, why not find someone locally in kata? The woman remarked. You are aware that kata is relatively impoverished, and the region we are headed to is rather remote. Only their main city has an adventurers guild. Finding someone once we arrive in kata will not be an easy task. Hence, it is prudent for us to secure individuals here, even if it costs us a bit more, to avoid unnecessary troubles later on. Indeed, I understand. I shall accept this commission. Tang Boyue replied as he confirmed the task on the spirit terminal. The woman smiled and said, Excellent, young brother. We set off the day after tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the airship station in the city. We will also send you the precise meeting point through the spirit terminal. She continued, By the way, my name is Hu Ting. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. As she extended her hand for a handshake, they exchanged pleasantries. Pleasure to collaborate, Tang Boyue responded, shaking her hand. Afterward, the woman exited the Adventurers Guild. And the moment she stepped outside, her smile instantly faded into a scowl. She then took out a handkerchief and, with evident disdain, wiped her hand, muttering, Humph. These individuals are all eager to make a fortune. Once we reach kata, they will be the ones profiting, merely aiding us in our endeavors. Congratulations, task completed. All summoned beasts on Beast Nurture Island have leveled up by 1. Tang Boyue glanced at Tang Kongkong's information. Name, Void Beast, Tang Kongkong. Race, Illusory Divine Race. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level, Level 3. Attributes, Strength 200, Agility 200, Defense 200, Skills, Spatial Displacement. Divine Domain, Master. Tang Boyue, quite impressive, leveled up to 3, and the growth in attributes looks quite favorable, he remarked. Are we heading to kata? Tang Kongkong inquired. Tang Boyue chuckled. Since we have nothing better to do, let us indulge in some amusement and see what this woman, Hu Ting, is truly up to. Tang Boyue harbored a degree of suspicion towards Hu Ting. It was true that kata was poor. However, due to its large population, labor was exceedingly undervalued. Thus, hiring a few individuals for menial tasks there would not cost a fortune. Even a mere 1,000 could secure dozens of workers. The high prices being quoted here piqued Tang Boyue's curiosity regarding their intentions. With that, Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong departed from the Adventurers Guild. Stop. Don't let her escape. Help. Help. Murder. No, it's a dragon slaying. At that moment, Tang Boyue heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Mingyu being pursued by several burly men. Clearly, she had lost at the gambling den and was now being chased for her inability to pay. A gambler, Tang Kongkong remarked. After spending the last couple of days with her, Tang Kongkong had come to understand Mingyu's character well and often referred to her as a gambling fiend. Feigning ignorance, he urged her to disregard the situation, asserting that she was resilient and impervious to harm. Tang Boyue guided Tang Kongkong to the side, turning away from the direction from which Mingyu was approaching. Chapter 52. To speak of her beauty is to acknowledge her prowess. Oh, there you are. Despite Tang Boyue's attempts to evade, Mingyu's keen eyesight, characteristic of a dragon, enabled her to spot him effortlessly. She dashed to stand before Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong, just as several burly men caught up to them. Why did you stop running? One of the men inquired. Mingyu, without hesitation, pushed Tang Boyue forward and declared, You should demand money from him. He is my master. Are you out of your mind? You can handle this yourself, Tang Boyue retorted. With a pitiful expression, Mingyu lamented, you forbade me from selling my dragon's gall, or I wouldn't be short on funds. Ah, so this summoned beast belongs to you? The leader of the men queried Tang Boyue. Reluctantly, Tang Boyue admitted. Although I wish to deny it, that is indeed the case. Then this will be straightforward. She lost 100,000 at our gambling house. Since you are her master, you shall repay the debt. 100,000? We have barely been in the city for 2 hours, and she lost that much? Tang Boyue exclaimed. Well, luck was not on her side. The man chuckled. You have the audacity to laugh. With that, Tang Boyue delivered a punch to Mingyu's abdomen. Gasping, Mingyu hunched over, clutching her stomach. Tang Boyue, wishing to avoid further conflict, decided to repay the 100,000 Yuling coins for her, understanding that gambling was, if not explicitly legal, at least not overtly prohibited in this world. 100,000, is it? I will transfer it to you, Tang Boyue stated. He then proceeded to send the sum through the Yuling terminal to the leader. Make sure to manage your summoned beast properly upon your return. Understood, understood. The men replied before departing. Mingyu stood up, glancing around with a smile. They've left, huh? Could you not set me up like that? I just accepted a commission that would take a week or two to earn 100,000, and you made me lose it all in an instant. As she spoke, Tang Boyue pinched her cheek. Ouch, that hurts. My apologies, I want to do it again. She squealed. I'll be watching to see if you dare to do so again, Tang Boyue replied before releasing her. He recognized that he had no effective means to discipline her. Her stubbornness was akin to that of a pig unfazed by boiling water. What could he do? Strike her? It would only result in his hands suffering while she remained unscathed. Hey, I'm hungry, Mingyu declared. Ah, look at the time. It's nearly noon. Tang Boyue said as he led Mingyu and Tang Kongkong to dine. They found a delightful restaurant and ordered several signature dishes. Sister, why are we dining in a restaurant today, and why such sumptuous fare? Have we come into money? At that moment, as they were enjoying their meal, Tang Boyue heard a youthful voice from the adjacent table and unobtrusively glanced over. At the adjacent table sat a girl of about 17 or 18, accompanied by 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, who appeared to be no older than 10, the youngest seemingly only 2 or 3 years of age. The older sister had accepted a substantial task that would yield 100,000 spirit coins after just over a week. Thus, today was a pre-celebration. A moment of joy indeed. Is your sister going to be away for more than a week? Inquired the eldest boy, named Anan. The girl nodded, saying yes. I leave the day after tomorrow. Anan, as the elder brother, you must take good care of your younger siblings while I'm away. I've already informed Grandma Zhang next door, so you will have your meals there every day. When I return, I'll treat you to something delicious. Anan nodded vigorously. The phrases over a week and 100,000 piqued Tang Boyue's interest. Could it be that she too had accepted the escort commission? What are you staring at the girl next door for? She looks decent, but not as stunning as Zhao Yicheng, Mingyu exclaimed loudly, her voice echoing throughout the restaurant, as if to ensure everyone heard. At her declaration, all eyes in the restaurant turned towards them, and the girl at the adjacent table awkwardly glanced over at Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Even during a meal, this troublesome dragon was causing embarrassment. You should learn from Kunking and eat quietly, he thought. Hey, that sister with the horns said that the brother next to her is secretly watching you. Piped up one of the girl's younger sisters. Tang Boyue felt utterly humiliated. Unlike Mingyu, he was not thick-skinned. I apologize, I meant no offense. I simply overheard your conversation. Did you also accept the escort commission from the trading company? Tang Boyue inquired. The girl promptly nodded. Yes, did you take it as well? Yes, Tang Boyue confirmed. The girl smiled brightly. That's wonderful. At least there will be someone familiar on the journey, so it won't be so dull. Hello, my name is Gu Xiaoxiao. Hello. I am Tang Boyue. Is this your summoned beast? Is it humanoid or from the dragon clan? It looks quite formidable, Gu Xiaoxiao remarked, her gaze directed at Mingyu. Tang Boyue replied, don't be deceived by appearances. Not all humanoids or dragon clan members possess great power. Hey, what are you saying? I am a sky dragon, Mingyu interjected. Hands on her hips, boasting proudly. Yes, a sky dragon, Tang Boyue echoed. After a brief conversation with Gu Xiaoxiao, he learned that her parents were originally members of an adventurers guild, earning their living by accepting adventure commissions. Tragically, a year prior, while on a mission, they perished, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao to care for her 3 younger siblings. To support them, she had forsaken her studies at the prestigious Spirit Academy. Due to the lack of employment and uncertainty regarding her capabilities, she decided to join the Adventurers Guild, which had modest requirements. However, with her current level as an adventurer, she could only undertake low-level tasks, barely making ends meet with her siblings. Unexpectedly, she found herself fortunate today, receiving a task for escorting, one that promised a substantial reward of 100,000 in just over a week. This amount essentially represented 2 years of her earnings. After finishing their meal, Gu Xiaoxiao and her siblings left, having ordered only a modest amount of food, thus finishing quickly. Once Gu Xiaoxiao departed, Mingyu inquired, "So, you are heading to Kata?" Tang Boyue replied, "Indeed, since I have nothing else to do. Would you like to join me?" Mingyu shook her head, stating no. Kata is both hot and impoverished. After visiting once, I have no desire to return. I shall remain here. If you need me, simply summon me. Very well. Your absence spares me some trouble. However, I must inform you that any debts incurred here will be your responsibility. I do not wish to return and find myself repaying your gambling debts, he remarked with a playful tone. Mingyu scratched her head, offering an awkward smile in response. Chapter 53. Arrival in Kata. After their meal, Tang Boyue took Tang Kongkong for a brief excursion around the city to purchase essential supplies for the beast-nurturing island storage. Given the harsh conditions in Kata, Tang Boyue had conducted some research and understood the necessity of preparing adequately for a more comfortable stay. As for Mingyu, she disappeared shortly after their meal, a routine Tang Boyue had grown accustomed to. 2 days later, at the West Hua City Airship Station. On the very night he accepted the assignment, the details of the gathering point were transmitted to him via the Spirit Terminal. Upon arriving at the designated location, he was taken aback by the sheer number of individuals present, over 20. The assembly consisted primarily of young adventurers, most of whom appeared to be in their 20s, suggesting they were relatively inexperienced beastmasters. Their lack of prowess meant they were unlikely to secure lucrative tasks within the Adventurers Guild, which explained their eagerness for this high-paying assignment. At that moment, Tang Boyue heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he recognized Gu Xiaoxiao approaching him. "Hello, Gu Xiaoxiao," he greeted. "Hello," she responded, joining him. Tang Boyue asked, "Are your siblings all settled for our week-long journey?" Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes, everything is arranged. I asked a neighbor to help look after them." "That's good to hear." "Good morning, fellow adventurers," Tang Boyue announced. Just then, a woman named Hu Ting appeared. "Good morning," she greeted, receiving replies from the crowd. Hu Ting, holding airship tickets, began distributing them, instructing everyone, "The airship departs at 11. Please prepare to board." As she approached Tang Boyue, she noticed Tang Kongkong holding his hand. "Are you bringing your sister along?" Hu Ting inquired. Tang Kongkong donned a hat that concealed the distinctive traits of a summoning beast, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary human child. After all, humanoid summoning beasts were rather scarce, leading one to perceive her merely as a human child. Tang Boyue inquired, "Is she not allowed to board?" Hu Ting replied with a smile, "Oh, she can. She certainly can. I will procure a Child-S ticket for her shortly." In truth, Tang Boyue could have summoned Tang Kongkong back to avoid the inconvenience of purchasing a ticket. However, he did not regard her as a summoning beast, treating her, along with Mingyu, with equal respect. Therefore, he had no intention of summoning her merely to evade the hassle of an extra ticket. Soon after, the group boarded the airship. This marked Tang Boyue's inaugural experience aboard such a vessel, and he felt a sense of curiosity. Although he had previously traveled by airplane in another world, this airship differed significantly. It flew at a much lower altitude and at a considerably slower pace. Seated on the airship, one could enjoy a more immersive view of the scenery below. Furthermore, it appeared there were no security checks. Tickets were merely glanced at before granting passage. "Is this your first time on an airship as well?" Gu Xiaoxiao asked, seated beside Tang Boyue. He nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it is. So is mine." As time passed, the airship took off punctually. Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against the window, gazing outside with immense curiosity. At that moment, Tang Kongkong also seemed intrigued and leaned in closer. "Kongkong, don't push," Tang Boyue cautioned. It's fine. Come here, Kongkong. I'll hold you," Gu Xiaoxiao offered. Tang Kongkong shook her head. "No, I don't like being touched by anyone except for you." All right then." Gu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to being rebuffed. "This girl is quite shy," Tang Boyue remarked. "It's all right," Gu Xiaoxiao replied. Moments later, Tang Kongkong nestled into Tang Boyue's embrace. Hold me. Isn't that your seat next to me? Why are you squeezing against me? Tang Boyue questioned. Tang Kongkong responded, it's more comfortable being held. Fine, fine. I'll hold you. As time wore on, Gu Xiaoxiao's initial excitement began to wane. After all, the journey in the sky would last nearly 2 days, rendering the experience rather tedious. Before long, Gu Xiaoxiao leaned back in her seat and succumbed to slumber, while Tang Kongkong curled up in Tang Boyue's arms, sound asleep. This girl truly could sleep. She had likely lost count of the years spent in slumber within the underground palace, yet she still had ample drowsiness left. After 2 days of flight, the airship began its descent, ultimately landing steadily in the main city of Kata, Cardona City. We finally arrived. I feel like I might be sick from sitting so long, Tang Boyue remarked. For 2 days, aside from restroom breaks, they had remained seated. Although the airship was spacious, it was densely packed with seats to accommodate more passengers, leaving little room for movement. Tang Boyue resolved that he would never again travel by airship upon his return. Instead, he summoned Mingyu to his side, opting to ride back on the swift wings of the creature, which could far surpass the speed of the airship. The journey from Kata to Dongyao would take merely half a day. Upon disembarking, Tang Boyue finally relished the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Is this indeed Kata? He mused, noting the notably high temperature. The warmth here was significantly greater than in Dongyao, where winter had already set in. The current climate resembled that of Dongyao's summer, if not slightly warmer. The procedural formalities between countries here were refreshingly straightforward. Upon exiting the airship station, a simple inquiry about one's origin and purpose in Kata sufficed, accompanied by a quick verification of the spirit terminal identity, leading to a smooth passage without complex bureaucracy. Everyone, let us proceed, Hu Ting called as she gathered the group. Shortly thereafter, 2 vehicles arrived, drawn by summons beasts resembling rhinoceroses. The carriages were spacious enough to accommodate 20 to 30 individuals, although the term accommodate implied a rather cramped arrangement, akin to herding livestock. Inside the carriage, space was non-existent, compelling everyone to huddle together. Tang Boyue sensed something amiss. Was this truly how they planned to escort them? He inquired, am I not here to provide protection? What is the purpose of this? Hu Ting replied with a smile, we are en route to our destination. There is no need to fret. At that moment, a burly man approached, his face marred with scars, exuding an intimidating presence. He barked at Tang Boyue. Do not ask questions. Simply remain in the carriage until you are instructed otherwise. Chapter 54, Were we deceived? The group was roughly herded into the carriage, and the door was slammed shut behind them. 20 souls were crammed into the dimly lit space, uncertain of their destination, yet none dared to resist. Still harboring hopes of earning substantial rewards. Though a vague sense of foreboding loomed, a flicker of optimism remained. After an indeterminate passage of time, the door swung open. Everyone out now? Came the command. As they dismounted, Tang Boyue surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves in a mountainous region unlike any he had seen before. The mountains stood stark and barren, devoid of any vegetation. Where are we headed? A voice questioned. Wasn't this supposed to be a protective mission? Where's the cargo we were to escort? Just then, 2 imposing figures approached the speaker and delivered a swift slap to his face. Have you been given permission to speak? Here, obediently follow the arrangements. The person who had been struck fell silent, and the rest were also intimidated by the scene. Soon, the crowd moved forward in compliance. Tang Boyue, what on earth is happening? This does not seem like a mission for us to escort. Have we been deceived? At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao quietly inquired of Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue replied, I am equally perplexed. However, it is certain that we are not meant to escort anyone. As for whether we have been tricked, I suspect it is quite likely. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao became anxious. What should we do? Can we return? What about my younger siblings? Do not panic. Let us see where this leads us, Tang Boyue said calmly. He felt no urgency, for if genuine danger arose, it would not be difficult for him to escape. With Tang Kongkong's spatial displacement ability, he could always retreat to the beast-nurturing island if necessary. Although he could only return to the spot where he had initially entered, the others were unaware of this and would not vigilantly guard Tang Boyue's position. Observing their surroundings, Tang Boyue noted that they were being watched from all directions, preventing anyone from fleeing. After more than an hour of walking, they arrived at a mining area bustling with activity. Many workers bore visible scars, and several overseers wielded whips, mercilessly leaving marks on those seen slacking off. Such a scene frightened the newly arrived crowd. Some attempted to flee, but were swiftly kicked back. Ha ha ha. Truly commendable of you to deliver me such slaves. A portly middle-aged man approached, flanked by two women. Boss do here. This group is youthful and full of labor potential. Hu Ting greeted with a cheerful demeanor. The man named Du Here chuckled. Excellent, excellent. I have been troubled by the recent high mortality rate among my slaves, and my operations have been stalled. You have brought me fresh supplies. Collaborating with you is always a pleasure. I shall transfer the payment shortly. You all have worked hard. So rest here for a couple of days. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Thank you, Boss Do Here, Hu Ting responded with a smile. Excuse me. What is happening? Were we not promised that we would be here to escort someone? What is the current situation? Could someone clarify? A man stepped forward, seemingly still confused about the events unfolding. In truth, anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce what was occurring. Perhaps he simply refused to accept the reality and insisted on seeking clarification. At that moment, two burly men approached, brandishing their long whips, and began to mercilessly beat the man. Help! Help! Cursed wolves, come forth! Overwhelmed by the assault, the man summoned his spirit beast, a level 38 earth wolf of ordinary bloodline, belonging to the beast clan. With the summoning of his beast, he sought to resist. Yet, who could have anticipated that at this moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal shadow suddenly lunged forward. With a fierce growl, the shadow clamped its jaws around the earth wolf, and in the next instant, flames erupted from its maw. The earth wolf, ensnared within its grip, was instantly reduced to ashes beneath the inferno. It was only then that the onlookers discerned the true nature of this shadow. It was a Xuanhua demon tiger. Someone discreetly utilized a spirit summoning terminal to peruse its information. And Tang Boyue took a glance as well. Name, Xuanhua demon tiger. Race, beast clan. Attribute, fire. Bloodline, legendary. Level, 121. Attributes, strength 1105, agility 650. Defense 821, skills, flame breath, celestial fire, fiery claw, explosive meteor. It was indeed a level 121 summoned beast of legendary bloodline. My heavens, how formidable! In that moment, anxiety and dread enveloped the crowd. Yet amidst them, only Tang Boyue remained remarkably composed. A summoned beast of over 100 levels was hardly a cause for alarm. After all, he had vanquished many before. Tang Boyue surveyed the expansive mining site, noting that there were likely dozens of overseers present. Their summoned beasts were presumably not weak either. However, with the use of the Hell Abyss technique, he could eliminate them all, including their summoned beasts. After all, Hell Abyss was akin to a map-wide bombardment. Nevertheless, Tang Boyue refrained from taking action, for the time was not yet ripe. He wished to uncover more secrets of this place. He could depart at any moment, so there was no need for haste. Whenever he chose to leave, he could dispatch them effortlessly. For now, these individuals had already entered the list of the condemned, and their summoned beasts were merely points in Tang Boyue's eyes. He chose not to slay them yet, as he was not inclined to leave immediately. When the time came for his departure, it would be the moment of their demise. Du Here, with his rotund belly protruding, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "From this moment forth, you shall be my slaves. Shortly, someone will assign you your tasks. Work diligently, and you may live. Fail to do so, and you see over there." Du Here gestured toward a direction. The crowd followed his gaze to behold a vast pit. They were uncertain of what lay within, yet curiosity compelled them to draw nearer. Upon approaching, the sight within the pit caused the timid to scream in terror. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was also frightened into a shriek, instinctively grasping Tang Boyue's arm. Burying her face against it, her body trembling slightly, Tang Boyue gazed calmly into the pit, which was filled with a heap of corpses, some human, some summoned beasts. The bodies bore the marks of merciless whip strikes, their forms gaunt and emaciated. One could only imagine the torment they endured before their demise. The summoned beasts should have belonged to them. Perhaps in their final moments they wished to resist. However, their efforts proved futile, and thus, the summoned beasts perished alongside their masters. Chapter 55. No such thing as free lunch in the sky. Upon witnessing the terror etched on the faces of the crowd, Du Here realized that his intimidation had achieved its purpose. He then smugly remarked, "These individuals refuse to heed my warnings. Hence, they have sealed their own fate, buried." At that moment, two earth element summoned beasts, the earth-armored rhinoceroses, were summoned. They began to employ their earth-shattering skills, causing soil to cascade into the pit, and before long, the grave was filled. It was evident that the bodies within would likely never see the light of day again. Clearly, Duer's actions had instilled fear in all but Tang Boyue. After all, those lured here were primarily individuals driven by greed for substantial rewards, lacking any real strength. Generally, the summoned beasts of these people were at most level 34, leaving them with no means to resist. Only those who wished for death would dare to fight back. Yet, for the vast majority, a miserable existence was preferable to death. Humans inherently fear demise. From this moment forth, you shall work diligently for me, as long as you obey. I assure you shall not starve, Duer proclaimed. While starvation was unlikely, one could hardly expect to be well fed. At that juncture, a group of burly men approached to confiscate their spirit control terminals. The seizure was inevitable. As long as the terminals remained in their possession, they could communicate with the outside world. Following the confiscation, the terminals would be destroyed on the spot. Observing the robust men collecting the devices, Tang Boyue discreetly removed his spirit control terminal and sky bracelet, placing them into the Beast Cultivation Island storage. After all, acquiring a replacement for a spirit control terminal could be quite troublesome, and he wished to avoid such inconvenience. Soon, the burly men reached Tang Boyue. "Where is your spirit control terminal?" one inquired, noticing Tang Boyue's empty wrists. Tang Boyue replied, "I took it off while on the airship and placed it in my bag. Regrettably, it was lost along the way." The men proceeded to search Tang Boyue and Tang Kong, confirming they possessed no spirit control terminals or any storage artifacts, and thus, they ceased their scrutiny. "Take them to work," one commanded. "Yes. Haha, come along. I have arranged a feast. Let us enjoy ourselves today," Duer exclaimed to Hu Ting and the others. "Thank you, Boss Duer," they responded. Tang Boyue and his companions were escorted to the mine, where the burly men assigned them tasks. The work was simple, merely mining and transporting ore. To Tang Boyue's astonishment, the ore found here was no ordinary substance. It was a vein of spirit stones. Spirit stones, serving as a solvent medium, were in high demand across various domains, be it for crafting equipment or creating puppets. Spirit stones were essential. However, spiritual stone mines are relatively scarce. Possessing a vein of spiritual stones is akin to owning a mountain of gold. To one's astonishment, Du here indeed has a vein of spiritual stones. We must hasten our pace and avoid idleness. At that moment, the overseer, a burly man, lashed out with his whip at the newcomers, expressing his disdain for their sluggishness. A few of them writhed in agony on the ground, howling in pain. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xiaoxiao turned pale with fear. "Stop looking and start moving. You wouldn't want to be beaten, would you?" Just then, Tang Boyue and Tang Kong arrived to assist Gu Xiaoxiao in pushing the cart away. They toiled until late into the night before resting, while everyone else sought refuge within the mine. Their beds consisted merely of some straw, and there were no blankets to be found. However, given the oppressive heat, blankets were unnecessary. All individuals, regardless of age or gender, huddled together. Through inquiries with the locals, Tang Boyue learned that they only had 3 to 4 hours of rest each night. Consequently, many workers collapsed into slumber the moment their shifts ended. They were utterly exhausted. Furthermore, they understood that if they did not sleep, dawn would soon arrive, and they would be subjected to nearly 20 hours of strenuous labor again. Thus, every second of rest was precious. As the night deepened, Tang Boyue heard Gu Xiaoxiao sobbing softly beside him. "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" he inquired. At that moment, he retrieved some provisions from the warehouse on Beast Taming Island for her. Here, they were afforded only one meal a day, often consisting of leftovers fiercely contested by the others. Newcomers like them struggled to adapt to such meager fare, causing many to forego their first meal. However, they would soon acclimate, for they would come to realize that failing to consume the remnants could lead to starvation. The mine was dimly lit, and given the hour, Gu Xiaoxiao did not discern the provisions Tang Boyue offered. Yet, when he held the food near her nose, she caught the delightful aroma. "How do you have, Shu?" Tang Boyue cautioned her to keep quiet. Sitting upright, Gu Xiaoxiao took the provisions from his hands and began to eat without hesitation. The cavern echoed with the sounds of snoring, rendering her eating noises inconspicuous. After she finished, Tang Boyue produced a bottle of water for her. Upon drinking, Gu Xiaoxiao queried, "How did you manage to bring spatial storage tools in? Didn't they search you?" Tang Boyue replied with a smile, "I have my ways. How do you feel now after eating?" Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. "Much better, but are we truly unable to return? What will happen to my younger siblings?" Tang Boyue. I'm terrified. I worry for them. Tang Boyue solemnly stated, what can be done? You have also witnessed that the bodies buried today belong to those who dared to resist and disobey, and their fate has been sealed. Furthermore, regarding Du Hier's summoned beast, which exceeds level 100, do we stand a chance against it? I am convinced that, given Du Hier's wealth, he has undoubtedly employed numerous beast masters even more formidable than himself. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, Gu Xiaoxiao felt an even greater sense of fear, burying her head in her knees and sobbing softly. Her cries were muffled by the surrounding sounds of slumber. Even if others were awake, they would likely disregard her distress. After all, it is quite normal for newcomers to take a few days to acclimate to this place. In no time, she would adapt. You, do not frighten her any further, Tang Kong Kong interjected at that moment. Tang Piyu responded with a chuckle. It is essential to instill a sense of reality in her. She must understand that there are no free lunches in this world. Does she not possess an inkling of her own strength? Why would anyone offer her a lucrative commission of 100,000 a week based on her abilities? Upon hearing Tang Piyu's remarks, Gu Xiaoxiao raised her head in discontent, vigorously wiping her tears as she retorted, Are you not in the same boat? You were deceived into coming here as well. How dare you criticize me? Tang Piyu replied, I am different from you, for I possess the capability to earn that money. Huh, such arrogance. You are barely able to safeguard yourself, Gu Xiaoxiao shot back. Tang Piyu said nothing further and simply stood up to leave. Where are you going? She asked. Out to relieve myself. Care to join? Why would I want to accompany you? Suit yourself. I am going. With that, Tang Piyu walked outside. There were no guards along the way, which was unnecessary as long as the entrances to the mining area were secured. As for other locations, they could roam freely. Ultimately, they would have to return to labor. Those who genuinely wished to escape would find themselves trapped within the mining area, and hiding would only lead to starvation in the end. When will we depart? These scoundrels must be punished, Tang Kong Kong remarked to Tang Piyu. Tang Piyu affectionately ruffled Tang Kong Kong's hair and replied, I am quite intrigued by this spirit stone mine. For the next couple of days, let us transport as many stones as possible to Beast Island. Of course, I intend to take action before Hu Ting and her group leave. It would be troublesome to pursue them later, so it is prudent to resolve this matter before their departure. Tang Kong Kong clenched her small fists and declared, I can hardly wait. Are you ready now? Tang Piyu inquired. Absolutely, Tang Kong Kong affirmed. Tang Piyu smiled and refrained from further comment. Regardless of Tang Kong Kong's readiness, he felt confident in his ability to handle these adversaries for the time being. Even if he could not, a swift escape would not pose a challenge. Emerging from the mine, Tang Piyu and Tang Kong Kong encountered two guards outside. However, Tang Piyu had no desire to engage in conflict with them, opting instead to utilize spatial displacement to depart. In such situations, spatial displacement proved to be exceedingly advantageous. Tang Boyue and Tang Kong Kong strolled around, becoming quite familiar with the pathways of this place. There was only one entrance and exit. To depart, one had to go through that very spot. At the entrance, numerous individuals were stationed, and two night leopards patrolled the vicinity. Such summoned beasts, like the night leopard, once detected a presence. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to escape. Their speed was among the fastest of summoned creatures, and their visual acuity was remarkably keen. Thus, attempting a direct escape from this location was utterly infeasible. However, Tang Boyue had no intention of fleeing. Abandoning so many points was out of the question. He was merely here to scout the paths, aiding those who had been deceived into this place. When those individuals eventually left, they would know the way. As for Tang Boyue himself, he had Mingyu, allowing him to traverse the void routes. Having surveyed the paths sufficiently, Tang Boyue returned to the mine and began transferring some spirit stone ores to his beast cultivation island. After a considerable period of labor, he found the pace to be painfully slow. One could only carry so much alone. This is not feasible, Tang Boyue remarked. Tang Kong Kong replied, If there are level 200 or above beast cores among the golden armored, silver armored, and iron armored creatures on the island, I can repair them. Ah, you can fix those behemoths? Tang Boyue asked, astonished. Tang Kong Kong nodded. Yes, although I'm unsure why I possess this ability. Upon awakening and seeing them, the structural diagrams and operational principles appeared in my mind. Their cores were all destroyed. Replacing them would suffice. I can also add an extra layer of insulating gel, ensuring that they will no longer fear thunder and lightning after the repairs. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue cupped Tang Kong Kong's face. unable to resist planting a kiss on her forehead. Ha ha ha. If you can restore those 3 creatures, my combat power will soar. I adore you, he exclaimed joyfully. What about the course? I believe among Du Here and his group, there must be summoned beasts of level 200 or higher. However, even with 3 additional puppets, I can't fathom how long it will take to clear out this spirit stone mine. Well, we'll take whatever we can carry, Tang Boyue stated, before leading Tang Kong back to their resting area. What are you doing? Let me go, help. Help. Upon returning to their resting place, Tang Boyue heard Gu Xiaoxiao's cries for help. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was surrounded by a group of individuals who were attempting to tear at her clothing. These individuals were all slaves themselves. It was not uncommon for older slaves to bully the newcomers. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxiao was somewhat attractive, though not a stunning beauty. She possessed a certain charm that was quite appealing. These men, likely starved of female company for an extended period, were driven by primal instincts upon seeing her. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Tang Boyue charged forward and kicked one of the men holding Gu Xiaoxiao away. Save me. Seeing Tang Boyue arrive, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly clung to his arm. A group of individuals closed in, and one emaciated man remarked, "Brother, you've just arrived and have no idea of our suffering here. If you possess something valuable, you cannot hoard it all for yourself. It must be shared with everyone. The women here are nearly all dead, and after a long wait, a few have finally been brought in. You cannot expect to monopolize one." It was then that Tang Boyue noticed the other women who had been sent along with him. They were crouched on the ground, their clothing in tatters. The girl beside him was not bad either, albeit a bit younger, yet still just then, one man glanced at Tang Kong with malicious intent. However, before he could utter a word, Tang Boyue teleported to his side and ruthlessly ended his life. How dare he set his sights on Tang Kong? There was no way Tang Boyue would let him go. Seeing Tang Boyue effortlessly kill a man, the group of thugs recoiled in fear, hastily retreating. Tang Boyue coldly declared, "Those who wish to live should obediently return to their places and sleep. If you desire death, I can grant that for you." Faced with the specter of death and glancing at the corpse on the ground, the men were genuinely frightened. Ultimately, the primal instinct for survival prevailed over their base desires, compelling them to retreat to their spots and lie down. Tang Boyue turned to the girls squatting on the ground and asked, "Do you regret it? Now you understand that there are no free lunches in this world. With a weekly quota of 100,000, do you not know your own worth? Go and sleep. If you ever get a chance to escape, do not harbor illusions of effortless fortune. Keep your feet on the ground." Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the girls wiped their tears and returned to their places to sleep. Tang Boyue glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao, who was still clutching his arm, and said, "You should also get some rest. In a couple of days, I will take you away." In a couple of days? Gu Xiaoxiao was incredulous. She thought Tang Boyue was merely boasting. Did he truly believe that by killing a slave, he had the power to defy Du Here and escape from this place? Chapter 57. Today is your first battle. Stop asking too many questions. Dawn is approaching, and we will soon have to labor again. If you do not rest properly, you won't have the strength to work tomorrow, Tang Boyue stated. "Please don't go out again. I'm a bit scared," Gu Xiaoxiao said after lying back down in her spot. "I merely went to relieve myself," he replied, and Gu Xiaoxiao did not say anything further. Tang Boyue sat down, donning the spirit control terminal and the sky bracer. The sky bracer was worn as a precaution against unexpected circumstances, while the spirit control terminal was to check for any messages sent to him. Indeed, upon activating the spirit terminal, Tang Boyue discovered messages from Zhao Yicheng, Ho Fan, and his mother. He first perused his mother's message, which was quite simple. She merely inquired about his well-being and whether he was eating regularly. Tang Boyue replied, reassuring her not to worry, as he was doing well and maintaining a proper diet. Next, he turned to Ho Fan's message. Ho Fan, brimming with excitement, conveyed 2 delightful pieces of news. The first was that he had savored a meal prepared by Li Jin herself, boasting about her culinary prowess and claiming that once one has tasted her cooking, no other would suffice. It was evident that Li Jin had captured his heart through his stomach. Tang Boyue could only shake his head. Did Ho Fan not consider Li Jin's feelings? Just because he relished the young grass did not mean others would appreciate the same. The second piece of good news was that his little fire turtle had evolved into the second stage, Flame Turtle. Tang Boyue responded briefly to this update. Finally, he examined Zhao Yicheng's message. Tang Boyue, I have arrived at the vast desert of Kata. The days here are scorching while the nights are frigid. presenting a considerable temperature disparity. We have ventured deep into the desert with hired adventurers, encountering numerous summoning beasts never before seen. I have also stumbled upon ancient ruins, the underground palace of the Sand King. In short, there are many fascinating sights here that I have never encountered before. I shall share them with you upon my return to Dongyao. By the way, how are you? Have you joined the Adventurers Guild? With your abilities, you should be quite esteemed there. At that moment, Tang Boyue recalled that Zhao Yiqing had mentioned her intention to accompany Zhao Song to Kata to introduce the local summoning beasts. He replied, I will visit Kata when I have the chance. I have indeed joined the Adventurers Guild, though not with the acclaim you suggest. After all, who pays heed to a novice adventurer? Please be cautious over there. The safety conditions in Kata are not as favorable as those in Dongyao. Tang Boyue chose not to disclose his presence in Kata to Zhao Yiqing. It seemed unnecessary. Ultimately, once matters here were resolved, he would return to Dongyao and prefer not to revisit the events that transpired. Why not come over? I can cover your expenses, and you can reimburse me upon your return. Soon, Zhao Yiqing responded, No way. Are you still awake at this late hour? Tang Boyue replied, The sky is about to brighten. Are you not just rising? Zhao Yiqing retorted, Aren't you? Tang Boyue responded, I merely got up to relieve myself. Now I'm going back to sleep. Ugh, how distasteful. Is it really disgusting to relieve oneself? Let us not dwell on that. Will you come or not? I won't be coming for now. I'm going back to sleep. Goodbye. Humph. Tang Boyue chose not to engage in further conversation with Zhao Yiqing, as sending messages via the spirit terminal was not free and cost 10 spirit coins per message. The 10 spirit coins are almost sufficient to cover a person's daily meals. Thus, many individuals, despite their ordinary circumstances, lack the ability to engage in casual conversation using the spirit terminal. At this moment, Gu Xiaoxiao, standing beside Tang Boyue, suddenly noticed that he was using a spirit terminal. Shoo! Tang Boyue gestured for Gu Xiaoxiao to lower her voice. After glancing around, she whispered, Why didn't you mention you have a spirit terminal? We could seek help from the Eastern Remote Kingdom. Tang Boyue replied, Sister, we are in Kata. Do you think it would be effective to call for aid from the Eastern Remote? Don't be naive. Here, our only option is self-rescue. It's time to sleep. Dawn is approaching, and if we don't rest now, we won't have another opportunity. With that, he lay down and closed his eyes. However, not long after he shut his eyes, he was roused by the sound of voices calling out, Get up, everyone. Time to work. Stop sleeping like dead pigs. Following that, the crack of a whip echoed, accompanied by cries of pain from those being struck. Tang Boyue, not wishing to endure the lashes, quickly rose to his feet. At that moment, the overseers also discovered the corpses within the mine. Without inquiring about the circumstances of the deaths, they commanded the bodies to be removed. In this place, death was an all too common occurrence, with fatalities occurring every few days, be it from exhaustion, infection from whip wounds, or even suicide. On average, one person died every 3 days, hence the sight of a corpse elicited no surprise. And the bodies were swiftly taken away and buried without further questions. This spared Tang Boyue some trouble. Thus, the labor resumed, mining and transporting ore. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Boyue familiarized himself with the vein. Based on his estimates, if fully exploited, this spirit stone mine could be productive for 8 to 10 years. However, it appeared that mining had already been ongoing for several years, suggesting that only 3 to 5 years of yield remained. A preliminary assessment indicated that this period of extraction could yield hundreds of millions of spirit coins, given that they could not transport the entire mine to Beast Cultivation Island. He resolved to claim this territory as his own. After a day of strenuous labor, exhaustion set in by nightfall. Tang Boyue, if this continues, we will perish. Gu Xiaoxiao remarked, her face now covered in dust. Tang Boyue replied, I suspect Hu Ting and the others will depart tomorrow or the day after. We should leave as well. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at him in disbelief, then cautiously surveyed their surroundings, saying, Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid others will overhear? Leave. Where can we possibly go in our current state? Tang Boyue smiled. We can indeed leave. Let us sleep. You will understand tomorrow. Kong Kong can also rest. With that, he lay down to sleep, and Tang Kong Kong nestled into his embrace, closing her eyes. Observing Tang Boyue's nonchalant demeanor, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Subsequently, she decided to remain silent and reclined. After some contemplation, she surmised that Tang Boyue was merely boasting. The night had been relatively tranquil, devoid of any significant events. The following day, The group was roused from slumber by the sound of whips cracking. Upon awakening, Tang Boyue stretched lazily and, stifling a yawn, addressed Tang Kong. Kong, are you prepared? Today marks your inaugural battle. Yes, I am ready, Tang Kong replied confidently. Chapter 58, reported come out quickly, in compliance with the overseer's directive. The first task upon waking was not labor. Everyone was escorted outside the mine. In a short span, a considerable crowd had gathered outside. Tang Boyue surveyed the scene and noted, goodness, aside from our batch of newcomers, there are still 100 or 200 individuals who have been deceived into doing hard labor. At this moment, the group stood together, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Under normal circumstances, they would be compelled to work by now. Just as confusion enveloped the crowd, Du He and Hu Ting approached. Du He, with his portly figure, grinned broadly and announced, ladies and gentlemen, in order to bid farewell to my friends, I thought it fitting to provide some entertainment today. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity, a chance at freedom. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Whispers erupted, and excitement rippled through the assembly at the prospect of liberation. However, Tang Boyue sensed that the situation could not be so straightforward. Du He would not relinquish them so easily. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Since Hu Ting was about to depart, Tang Boyue felt compelled to take action. After all, a team like Hu Ting's would only bring further misfortune to others. If that were the case, he resolved to ensure they could no longer harm anyone. Although Tang Boyue had not considered himself a savior, he was merely seeking points. Tang Boyue, do you think they will truly let us go? Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue replied, what do you think? He likely has some cruel scheme in mind for amusement. Indeed, Du He continued, I have prepared a coliseum for you. You will battle my summoned beast, and if you emerge victorious, you may leave. This statement plunged the crowd into further discussion. How could they possibly fight against Du He's summoned beast? It was a creature of over level 100 and possessed legendary bloodlines. Those who had been captured for labor were certainly no match for the Xuanhui demon tiger. After all, those with strength would not have found themselves ensnared here. Of course, Tang Boyue did not count as captured. He had come of his own volition, driven by his suspicions regarding Hu Ting. He merely sought to uncover the true nature of her intentions. Du He uttered a remark, and he, along with Hu Ting and their companions, proceeded ahead. The remaining individuals, under the watchful eyes of a group of foremen, followed suit. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the group arrived at a vast pit. This was a gaping chasm left by mining, roughly the size of a playground and about 2 or 3 meters deep. Come forth, my dear. Du He beckoned as he summoned the Xuanhui demon tiger. The formidable creature leaped into the pit below, poised to await its prey. Du He chuckled, well, my beloved is waiting for you down there. Who among you dares to challenge? This is your sole opportunity for freedom. If you overcome my pet, you may leave. And I shall even provide you with some money for your journey. The notion of freedom was tantalizing for them. However, they were not foolish. Even the strongest summoned beasts here were merely level 50 or 60 at best. Moreover, due to prolonged strenuous labor and insufficient sustenance, they were hardly in fighting condition. If it were a summoned beast accustomed to the comforts of its homeland, that would be one thing. But those purchased beasts, lacking a home and starved alongside their masters, were equally emaciated. How could they possibly fight? Without engaging in battle, they could merely survive, but to fight would mean certain death today. Hundreds of heads hung low, and no one dared to step forward. At this moment, Hu Ting, standing beside Du He, remarked, they are all too fearful to accept the challenge, without challengers. This is rather dull. Du He, in order to entertain us, you must ensure we witness a performance. Yet now, they refuse to descend and challenge. What are we to observe? Du He replied with a smile, patience, my dear, today will undoubtedly satisfy you. He then gestured, and his subordinates brought forth several chairs. Du He invited Hu Ting and her entourage to sit and watch leisurely. Once seated, Du He reclined with his legs crossed and called out to the crowd surrounding the pit, hurry and descend to challenge. If no one volunteers, I shall designate someone. Despite his urging, the crowd remained silent, heads bowed in trepidation. Du He's impatience grew. A bunch of cowards, are you so afraid to confront my summoned beast? You there, the tallest one, stepped forward. His finger pointed at a lanky individual. Tang Boyue glanced at the unfortunate soul and realized his fate was sealed. If he ventured down, he would be slain by the Xuanhui demon tiger, and should he refuse, Du He would ensure his demise. Thus, he was doomed either way. Tang Boyue could save him, yet it was unnecessary. For just the night before, this very individual had been among those who bullied Gu Xiaoxiao and her companions. Although he had not killed them, it did not imply that Tang Boyue felt obliged to rescue him. No, please, I beg you. Do spare me. I can work for you, tirelessly for life. As long as I draw breath, I shall serve you. Please, let me go. The man was clearly terrified, acutely aware that descending into the pit meant certain death. At this moment, he knelt down in fear, tears and snot streaming down his face. Here, I am never short of labor. Should you perish, the enchanting who will soon send me new workers. We are quite bored now. If you truly wish to pledge your loyalty to me, then spend your last moments of life pleasing us. With that, Du Heer gestured to the overseer beside him. The overseer approached the man from behind and kicked him into the pit from a height of 2 or 3 meters, causing him to tumble in with a series of agonized screams. Just then, the Xuanhua demon tiger let out a furious roar. The man knew that inaction would lead to his demise. Come forth, two-headed hound. At that moment, the man summoned his creature, a rare two-headed hound of level 48, belonging to the beast kin. Due to prolonged hunger, the hound was emaciated. The instant it caught sight of its prey, the Xuanhua demon tiger appeared exhilarated. In the next moment, it pounced upon the two-headed hound, which had no chance to react before being seized in the tiger's jaws. Subsequently, flames erupted from the tiger's mouth, incinerating the hound amidst its anguished cries. No, my two-headed hound. As the Xuanhua demon tiger slowly approached the man, it knocked him to the ground with its paw, opting to toy with him instead of delivering an immediate death. Please, do not kill me, Boss Du Heer. I will report that someone has not submitted their spirit terminal. I will expose him. I beg you, spare my life. The man cried out desperately. Hearing this, Du Heer commanded the Xuanhua demon tiger to cease its actions. Who has not submitted their spirit terminal? Du Heer inquired. The man pointed at Tang Boyue. It's him. I saw him secretly using the spirit terminal the night before last. If you don't believe me, ask the woman beside him. She knows too. Boss Du Heer, I have reported him. Grant me a chance to live. Chapter 59. Gu Xiaoxiao takes the stage. Tang Boyue was speechless. This scoundrel, facing imminent death, still sought to stab him in the back. Even if Du Heer were to spare him now, Tang Boyue had no intention of letting him go. At this moment, Du Heer turned to Gu Xiaoxiao and smiled. Tell me, is it true that his spirit terminal was not submitted? Gu Xiaoxiao's face paled. She had never anticipated that this matter would implicate her. I do not know, Gu Xiaoxiao replied hesitantly. Du Heer chuckled. As long as you answer honestly, I shall let you go. His words left Gu Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. Internally, she was torn. She still had younger siblings to care for, and she had no significant ties with Tang Boyue. If revealing that he indeed had not submitted his spirit terminal could secure her freedom, she had no reason to refuse. After all, one must look after oneself. Sacrificing Tang Boyue for her own liberty seemed justifiable. However, upon further reflection, Gu Xiaoxiao recalled that Tang Boyue had rescued her the previous night. Had it not been for him, she would have long since fallen victim to these nefarious individuals. If she were to divulge that Tang Boyue had not surrendered the spirit terminal at this moment, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Du Heer, leading to his demise. Would it not be an act of ingratitude to betray him? Thus, Gu Xiaoxiao found herself in a state of profound hesitation. Had the recent events not transpired, she would likely have acted without doubt, perhaps only feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, after the events of the previous night, her conscience urged her to remain loyal to Tang Boyue. At that moment, Tang Boyue spoke softly to Gu Xiaoxiao. Speak up. Although he may not spare you, he won't make things difficult for you. If you remain silent, I wager he will kill you. Therefore, for the sake of your own survival, you may choose to betray me. His words caused her to shudder slightly. Tang Boyue intentionally chose this moment to gauge her response. In truth, it would not be entirely unjustifiable for Gu Xiaoxiao to betray him. After all, when faced with the choice between one's own life and another's, most would choose self-preservation. In this dire circumstance, should Gu Xiaoxiao decide to betray him, Tang Boyue would not hold it against her too harshly. He would ensure her escape. But their paths would diverge thereafter, with no further entanglements. What? Is it so difficult to say? As soon as you speak, I will let you go. I do hear. Keep my word, he continued as Gu Xiaoxiao remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoxiao finally replied. No, I have been with him these past 2 days, working together during the day and sleeping beside him at night. I did not witness him using the spirit terminal. I believe he is lying to save his own skin. Her words surprised Tang Boyue, who couldn't help but smile. It was rather foolish of her to uphold such loyalty in this moment. After all, survival was paramount. Yet, despite her folly, she had performed a remarkably astute act, one that could alter her fate. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's statement, Du Heer erupted with laughter. It seems you have lied. He directed his gaze toward the man in the pit. I did not. They are in cahoots. That boy even killed someone for her the night before last. They are accomplices, Du Heer. You must believe me. I speak the truth. The man screamed desperately. At that moment, the infernal flame demon tiger let out a thunderous roar and clamped its massive jaws around the man's head. In the next instant, a few timid souls shrieked in terror. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly shut her eyes and turned her head away, for the creature's bite had severed the man's body from his head. Ha! Did everyone witness that? This is the fate of a liar. Du Heer chuckled, then turned his attention to Gu Xiaoxiao, declaring, You are next to face the challenge. Me? Gu Xiaoxiao gasped. Pointing to herself, her face drained of color and her entire being frozen in fear. At this moment, Tang Boyue whispered into Gu Xiaoxiao's ear, I told you. If you don't speak, he will kill you. To go down now is merely to walk to your demise. Betraying me now is still an option. But it may soon be too late. A person like him does not honor his word. From the looks of it, I am doomed, and you will be the next to be sent down to face the challenge. I shall take my leave first. Gu Xiaoxiao responded softly and then leaped into the pit. Just beneath her feet lay the severed head of the man, causing her body to tremble slightly. She moved a few steps aside to distance herself from the gruesome sight. Fei, come forth. At her summons, a grand butterfly-shaped summoning beast emerged. The creature unfolded its wings, spanning over a meter in width. It was a phoenix-tail crystal butterfly. Tang Boyue, at this juncture, accessed the information on this butterfly using his spirit control terminal. He no longer concealed his actions, boldly revealing, I possess a spirit control terminal. What will you do about it? His audacity left those around him in astonishment. Is he challenging me? Du Heer murmured, taken aback by Tang Boyue's brazen use of the terminal in such dire circumstances. Did he not realize the reason for this woman's descent into the pit? Name, Phoenix-tail crystal butterfly, Fei. Race, insect. Attributes, poison, wind. Bloodline, epic. Level, 77. Attributes, strength 150, agility 1020, defense 200, skills. Windblade, paralysis powder. Corrosive toxic phosphor. Owner, Gu Xiaoxiao, with high agility but low defense and strength. This summoning beast surprised Tang Boyue with its impressive level of 77. Considering her age, it was quite reasonable. After all, she was of the age to attend a senior spirit control academy, but had withdrawn to care for her younger siblings following the demise of her parents. Generally, a level 77 summoning beast would be deemed above average for a student at a senior academy. Well, who would have thought that this woman's summoning beast is not lacking? Du Heer mused, also checking the information on Gu Xiaoxiao's summoning beast through his terminal. Fei, unleash wind blade to disrupt it. Upon receiving Gu Xiaoxiao's command, the phoenix-tail crystal butterfly flapped its wings, sending a flurry of wind blades toward the Xuanhua demon tiger. However, the Xuanhua demon tiger, facing the low strength of the butterfly, did not need to evade. With a thunderous roar, the wind blades were instantly shattered. Fei, deploy paralysis powder. With remarkable speed, the phoenix-tail crystal butterfly darted through the air. As it swept above the Xuanhua demon tiger, it rapidly fluttered its wings, dispersing the powder. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Du Heer scoffed. In the next instant, the Xuanhua demon tiger lifted its head and unleashed a torrent of flames from above. In an instant, the flames consumed not only the paralysis powder in the air, but also surged toward the phoenix-tail crystal butterfly. Chapter 60. A surge of impatience. Fei, run quickly. Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, the phoenix-tail crystal butterfly ascended to evade the oncoming flames. Despite its efforts, the fire singed its delicate wings. The butterfly frantically flapped its wings, extinguishing the flames, yet a gaping wound remained, necessitating a restorative elixir for healing. The damage rendered its wings unbalanced, impairing its ability to fly gracefully. Had it not been for the butterfly's remarkable speed, a slower pace would have resulted in devastation rather than mere singeing. I was anticipating a grand display from her summoned beast. Du Heer chuckled gleefully. With a fierce roar that echoed like the voice of a ruler, the Xuanhua demon tiger unleashed its fury. Having triumphed over two adversaries, its confidence soared. It gazed at the trembling phoenix tail crystal butterfly, sensing its imminent descent. Gu Xiaoxiao's lips quivered. Deep down, she understood that if this continued, both her summoned beast and herself would face demise. Yet, she found herself powerless. For since being deceived into this predicament, her fate had slipped from her grasp. "Father, mother, I never imagined our reunion would come so soon," she silently lamented. At that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Tang Boyue leaped down into the pit. "What brings you down here?" Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue replied, "I wanted to watch your battle. I'm feeling a bit restless." "Are you insane? That's a summoned beast over level 120, a legendary bloodline. Even I am no match for it. Are you seeking death?" Gu Xiaoxiao retorted, though she had encountered Mingyu, aware that it was Tang Boyue's summoned beast. She could not reconcile the notion that a mere 16 or 17-year-old beast master could surpass her prowess, even with a humanoid dragon as his companion. "Young man, are you intent on violating the rules of this contest?" Du Heer challenged Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue responded, "Rules? They are meant for the weak. If we are to discuss rules, allow me to propose one. Since you seek entertainment, let me amplify the spectacle. Your summoned beast is too feeble. Summon 3 beasts over level 200, and I shall challenge them simultaneously. How does that sound? With your capabilities, you must have 3 level 200 beasts at your disposal, correct?" What Tang Boyue sought were the cores of the level 200 summoned beasts, 3 cores to restore his iron armor, silver armor, and golden armor. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone believed Tang Boyue had lost his mind. Summoning 3 beasts of such caliber was no laughing matter. Possessing a level 200 summoned beast signifies one as a celestial beast master. What is this individual contemplating? Does he truly believe that celestial beast masters are of little value? He audaciously dares to challenge 3 at once. Even Du Heer does not have a celestial beast master by his side. Moreover, a core of such nature can only potentially manifest from summoned beasts or demon beasts of level 200 and above. This implies that even if one possesses a creature of such level, a core is not guaranteed. Are you merely stalling for time? You must understand that celestial beast masters are not a common sight. Even in my vicinity, there is none. Are you intentionally prolonging your existence? Du Heer remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue's face fell in disappointment. What nonsense is this? Are you implying that none among your ranks possesses a summoned beast exceeding level 200? What is the point then? The core I seek is non-existent. Tang Boyue's words left everyone in disbelief, unable to trust their own ears. This fellow, Tang Boyue, seeks to challenge beasts of level 200 and above solely for the sake of acquiring a core. To obtain a core, one must slay the summoned beasts. Is this lad truly lacking in sanity? When Tang Kong mentioned the necessity for a core from a beast of level 200 or more, Tang Boyue firmly believed that Du Heer's faction would surely possess such a beast. Yet, it appears he had grossly overestimated their capabilities. Since there are no beasts of level 200 or above, the time for entertainment has come to an end. Next, it is time for slaughter. Tang Boyue gazed at Du Heer, who sat above, a peculiar smile forming on his face. "You insolent wretch, how bold you are. Let me show you how I will end your life. Charge at him, kill him." Du Heer commanded the Xuanhua demon tiger to attack Tang Boyue. With a roar, the Xuanhua demon tiger lunged directly at Tang Boyue. Yet, he stood his ground, refusing to evade. Divine dragon armor. As the armor activated, golden dragon scales enveloped Tang Boyue. With a resounding smack, the Xuanhua demon tiger struck him. To the onlookers, it appeared that Tang Boyue was doomed. Unlike summoned beasts, beast masters possess frail bodies. Once separated from their summoned creatures, they are exceedingly vulnerable. Receiving a blow from a beast of over 100 levels, whose strength could shatter rock, how could he possibly survive? However, in the next moment, Tang Boyue merely adjusted his posture and remarked, "Is that all the strength you possess? Not even worthy of a tickle. How is this possible?" Tang Boyue emerged unscathed. Du Heer could hardly believe his eyes, rising from his seat in shock as he beheld Tang Boyue in the pit. This lad, he actually withstood the Xuanhua demon tiger's strike without a scratch. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the Xuanhua demon tiger. It was Tang Kong. She employed spatial displacement to position herself in front of the beast. With a swift kick, she struck the tiger squarely on the head. The Xuanhua demon tiger howled in pain, retreating several steps. This girl, did she just employ spatial displacement? The crowd gazed at Tang Kong in astonishment. The considerable movement had caused her hat to fall, revealing the horn upon her head. A horn. She is indeed a summoned beast. She is not merely your sister. She is also a summoned beast? Nearby, Gu Xiaoxiao's expression was beyond mere shock. Having encountered Mingyu, she had always believed Tang Kongkong to be human, only to discover that she was a summoned beast. If that were the case, then both Mingyu and Tang Kongkong would mean that Tang Boyue possessed two summoned beasts? 2. This fellow actually has the ability to forge contracts with two summoned beasts, and both take on human forms, one with draconic traits, the other with Qilin characteristics. Not to mention the bloodline rank. Such a lineage is quite extraordinary. Chapter 61. The Terror of Space Systems. Please complete the following options. 1. Personally slay the Xuanhua Demon Tiger, and all summoned beasts within Beast Cultivation Island will level up by 2. 2. Allow the summoned beasts recorded within Beast Cultivation Island to slay the Xuanhua Demon Tiger, and participating summoned beasts will level up by 5. This choice left Tang Boyue somewhat hesitant. Personally defeating the tiger was undoubtedly feasible, as the Xuanhua Demon Tiger would crumble before him. However, selecting the second option would require Tang Kongkong to enter the fray, for she was the only summoned beast recorded on Beast Cultivation Island. Yet, Tang Kongkong was only at level 3. Although he had planned for today to be her debut battle, facing such a significant level disparity made Tang Boyue apprehensive. He was concerned for her safety. I can do it. As if sensing Tang Boyue's uncertainty, Tang Kongkong reassured him. All right, Kongkong, eliminate it, Tang Boyue replied. At that moment, he recalled the artifact, Jiuyo. Though he was unaware of its exact function, he knew it was a pair of gauntlets, since it appeared in the exchange shop upon Tang Kongkong's registration. It should be bound to her usage. Thus, Tang Boyue retrieved Jiuyo and tossed it to Tang Kongkong. As she donned Jiuyo, it emanated a dim glow. Rather than resembling mere gauntlets, they appeared more like sharp claws once worn. Divine Domain. Next, Tang Kongkong unfurled her domain. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed. They seemed to be immersed in the cosmos, surrounded by rotating planets. The coverage of her divine domain was vast, nearly enveloping the entire mining area. What is this skill? Du He felt a surge of unease in the presence of the divine domain. Is this a divine technique? She is a divine beast. Because Gu Xiaoxiao was close enough, she overheard the name of the domain. This was indeed a divine technique, one that only divine beasts could possess. At that moment, she found it increasingly difficult to believe that Tang Kongkong was, in fact, a divine beast, and one possessing spatial attributes at that. It is crucial to understand that summoned beasts possessing spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Even those of ordinary lineage with such capabilities are as scarce as spirit beasts. Now, astonishingly, there exists a divine-grade summoned beast endowed with spatial powers, a phenomenon that defies belief. At this moment, Tang Kongkong has commenced her assault, empowered by the divine domain. Her spatial displacement is virtually limitless in its application. In the face of this boundless mobility, Tang Kongkong's movements are utterly elusive, rendering her nearly imperceptible to onlookers. All that the spectators can discern are mere afterimages of her form as she continuously employs spatial displacement. Suddenly, Tang Kongkong appears above the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. The beast, caught off guard by her incredible speed, fails to react in time. At this juncture, Tang Kongkong presses her hands against the back of the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Spatial slicing. As she invokes this technique, the space before her becomes marred with cut marks. In the next instant, identical gashes manifest upon the Xuanhua Demon Tiger's body. The creature lets out a pained roar as blood pours forth from its wounds. Spatial slicing? Does she possess such a skill? Tang Boyue is taken aback. For among Tang Kongkong's known abilities, only spatial displacement and the divine domain are accounted for. What, then, is the origin of this spatial slicing? With no time to speculate, he resolves to inquire about it later. The spatial slicing has inflicted significant harm upon the Xuanhua Demon Tiger. Had it not evaded at the last moment, it would have met a gruesome demise. Indeed, it would not merely be a corpse, but rather several dismembered parts. The potency and rarity of spatial abilities stem from a distinctive feature of their attack skills. Most of these techniques disregard defensive measures entirely. Even with Tang Kongkong's current strength of 200, the Xuanhua Demon Tiger's defense, rated at 821, amounts to nothing against the spatial slicing, which renders all defenses obsolete. After all, many spatial attacks fundamentally alter the fabric of space itself. If one exists within a shifting space, one too will be transformed by these changes. The alterations in spatial dynamics are insurmountable, thus rendering traditional defense utterly futile. This is the extraordinary nature of spatial abilities. One could argue that a summoned beast of this caliber is a supreme offensive entity. Even the formidable defenses of Ming Yu prove inconsequential against most spatial attack skills. Yet, Ming Yu possesses more than mere defense, for she wields the divinely granted ability of divine regeneration. As long as she is not slain instantaneously, she can swiftly recover. While spatial attack skills predominantly bypass defenses, they are not without significant drawbacks. They often require considerable time to cast, making them susceptible to evasion. Therefore, such abilities heavily rely on allies with strong control capabilities or on the wielder's own control or high mobility. Clearly, the synergy between the divine domain and spatial displacement bestows Tang Kong with remarkable mobility. However, the divine domain's effects are time-limited, lasting approximately 5 minutes. The agony drives the Xuanhua demon tiger into a frenzy. It unleashed a torrent of flames, seemingly intent on engulfing everything in its vicinity in a conflagration. In the midst of Tang Kong's continuous use of spatial displacement, it could not grasp her movements and could only erratically spew forth flames. However, this posed no threat to Tang Kong, who deftly evaded the flames with ease. Yet, Tang Boyue and Gu Xiaoxiao were not as fortunate. In truth, Tang Boyue was capable of evasion, having shared Tang Kong's spatial displacement abilities, and within the domain of the divine, he could utilize monitoring displacement with almost no expenditure. However, Gu Xiaoxiao could not escape, and thus, Tang Boyue rushed to her side, shielding her with his own body from the oncoming flames. With the dragon armor protecting him, the flames held no power over Tang Boyue. Recall your summoned beast. We must avoid collateral damage, he urged Gu Xiaoxiao. Nodding, she summoned back the phoenix tail crystal butterfly. Who exactly are you? Gu Xiaoxiao asked in a daze, gazing at Tang Boyue, who stood before her, shielding her from the flames. Not only was her summoned beast formidable, but he himself was remarkably strong, able to withstand the onslaught of a level 100 beast with his own physique. Tang Boyue chuckled. Who am I? How should I respond? Suffice to say, I am neither a villain nor a saint. He then addressed Tang Kong. Cease your play and deal with this foe. While the flames may not harm me, they are rather warm, and I am beginning to perspire. Understood, you. In the next moment, Tang Kong utilized spatial displacement to appear atop the back of the Xuanhua demon tiger. She positioned her hands upon its head and initiated spatial slicing. Numerous incisions appeared in the space surrounding the tiger's head. Soon, the same marks manifested on the tiger's head itself. In the following instant, the tiger's head detached from its body, and the severed head was not whole, but fragmented into several pieces. Congratulations, Spatial Beast, Tang Kong has slain the Xuanhua demon tiger. Spatial Beast, Tang Kong has leveled up by 5 levels. Congratulations, you have slain the summoned beast Xuanhua demon tiger. You have earned 15 points. The reward for slaying the beast, a level 121 summoned creature, yielded 10 points, which, multiplied by the legendary bloodline coefficient of 15, amounted to a total of 15 points. This was significantly more than the points earned from previous tasks. Chapter 62. Can you do something productive? No, my darling. At that moment, Du here above let out a heart-wrenching roar, collapsing to the ground. The death of a summoned beast during the contract period profoundly impacts the Beastmaster. Their mental fortitude suffers considerable damage, making it nearly impossible to forge contracts with stronger summoned beasts in the future. Thus, when a summoned beast perishes during the contract, the Beastmaster is effectively rendered half-defunct. Everyone was incredulous. Du Here's summoned beast had been slain. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in shock. Initially, she believed that Tang Boyue, being merely a year or 2 younger than her, could not possibly possess formidable strength. In her estimation, he was certainly inferior to her. Yet now, he had effortlessly dispatched Du Here's summoned beast, which was likely a divine creature. Kill him, tear him apart, and capture that summoned beast alive. Du Here bellowed in a fit of rage. His desire to dismantle Tang Boyue was fueled not only by vengeance, but also by the prospect of seizing Tang Kong. Judging by Tang Kong's display of power, her summoned beast was anything but ordinary. If he could abduct her and force a contract, the death of a mysterious fire demon tiger would pale in comparison. Kong, return, Tang Boyue commanded. With the divine domain now vanished, Tang Kong could only invoke it once every 2 hours. Without it, her combat capabilities were severely limited. Her low level meant she relied heavily on the amplification it provided. Without the divine domain, she found herself unable to contend with such a multitude. At that moment, Du Hier's subordinates leaped into the pit, numbering in the dozens. Yet, due to Tang Kongkong's recent display of strength, they hesitated to charge directly, opting instead to summon their beasts and gradually approach Tang Boyue. They're coming. What do we do? With dozens of summoned beasts, they'll rip us to shreds. Your summoned beast can't possibly handle all of them, can it? Gu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Yet, Tang Boyue paid little heed to her words. His eyes sparkled with excitement. So many summoned beasts. What a trove of points this would yield. If he exchanged all those points for map fragments, he could surely assemble 2 or 3 complete maps. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Hey, what's with that expression? Why do you look so pleased? Gu Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered by his demeanor. Did he not grasp the gravity of their situation? Patience, patience, Tang Boyue replied calmly. Patience. There are dozens of summoned beasts facing us. Gu Xiaoxiao retorted. At that moment, a spatial rift opened before Tang Boyue, and in the next instant, Mingyu was summoned. To deal with so many summoned beasts simultaneously, he needed to employ the heavenly prison. Given the number of adversaries, including their beast masters, the heavenly prison required individual targeting, which would take some time. Hence, summoning Mingyu would provide him with protection while he locked onto his targets. Mingyu, appearing somewhat bewildered, held a pen in her hand, her face adorned with a striking beauty, with a face adorned with flowers and doodles of small turtles. Mingyu was engaged in his playful antics. What are you doing? Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu replied with a chuckle, hee hee, I've lost everything and am out of money. Since you won't let me sell my dragon gall, I can only indulge in some free activities, hence the turtle drawings on my face. Can you focus on something serious? With a swift motion, Tang Boyue lightly tapped Mingyu on the head. Mingyu's presence once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. How had he summoned another familiar, particularly one with humanoid and dragon-like traits? 2 familiars at such a young age. Was that even feasible? So, you truly possess 2 familiars, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Previously, she had encountered Mingyu, whom Tang Boyue claimed as his familiar. Now, the revelation that Tang Kongkong was also a familiar confirmed her suspicions. Yet she still found it hard to believe that someone of Tang Boyue's age could command 2 familiars. However, the direct summoning of Mingyu by Tang Boyue dispelled Gu Xiaoxiao's doubts. Indeed, he possessed 2 familiars. In the past, Gu Xiaoxiao had encountered those labeled as geniuses. Every school seems to have a couple of top students. Yet, when comparing those so-called geniuses to Tang Boyue, they seemed utterly insignificant. Wipe that turtle off your face and fend off these fellows. Buy me some time, Tang Boyue instructed Mingyu. Upon hearing this, Mingyu promptly tried to clean his face, only to discover that his efforts resulted in an inky mess. Tang Boyue sighed. Perhaps it's best to leave it. You can wash it off later. A bunch of amateurs. Watch this. Mingyu then transformed into his true form, revealing a colossal dragon. This sight caused many onlookers to cower in fear, as the vast majority had never encountered a true dragon. In nations like Kata, the dragons were merely winged lizards. But facing a real dragon invoked sheer terror. What on earth is that? Du Hier exclaimed in horror, gazing at the immense figure in the mining pit. Mingyu coiled protectively around Tang Boyue, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Tang Kongkong. A dragon of the east, Hu Ting remarked anxiously. She, too, felt the gravity of the situation. They had indeed stirred up a significant problem. Damn it, who did you bring here? Once I deal with that brat, I will settle the score with you all. Are you trying to get me killed? Du Hier shouted furiously. Everyone charge. I refuse to believe we can't handle them with so many of us. His roar instilled a flicker of courage among the crowd. Onward. Let us eliminate them. At this moment, the Beastmasters began commanding their summoned beasts to launch an assault. To reach Tang Boyue, they first had to overcome Mingyu. Thus, their initial target was Mingyu. However, the offensive power of these summoned beasts was hardly sufficient to even tickle her. Most of these creatures were of a level below 100, with only a scant few exceeding that threshold. Over here, apply a bit more force, it's merely a tickle. Tail, scratch me. Mingyu mockingly remarked as she gently swayed her dragon tail. Meanwhile, Tang Boyue was preparing for action. Heaven's Prison. Chapter 63, The Death of Du Hier. Suddenly, the sky was enveloped by dark clouds. The range of Heaven's Prison extended over the entire mining area. Tang Boyue's eyes emitted a violet glow. What is happening? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Many were still bewildered by the sudden change in the sky. It's Heaven's prison. Gu Xiaoxiao, possessing some knowledge, recognized it immediately. She looked at Tang Boyue, confirming that he was the one who unleashed this phenomenon. As she gazed at him, she realized how increasingly inscrutable he had become. It was astonishing that he could wield Heaven's prison himself. It is essential to note that beastmasters could share the initial skills of a summoned beast. However, these initial skills were typically mundane. Rarely did a summoned beast possess formidable skills from the outset. Such abilities generally required time to comprehend and cultivate. Heaven's prison, on the other hand, was the most potent of the ordinary lightning-based skills. Moreover, the Heaven's prison Tang Boyue invoked seemed to cover a significantly larger area than usual. Heaven's prison. He intends to unleash it. Quick, stop him. If he releases it, we are in serious trouble. Hu Ting shouted from above. Her team, having traversed various terrains over the years, had gained a measure of experience. She recognized this as the most powerful lightning-based skill, fully aware that if Tang Boyue unleashed it, they would indeed face dire consequences. Hurry, kill him. Quickly, Du Heer bellowed. Yet, his subordinates were busy commanding their summoned beasts to attack, regardless of their efforts. The creatures could only manage to scratch Mingyu. Mingyu's massive frame blocked the passage within the mine, preventing the opposing summoned beasts from advancing. Thus, Tang Boyue had no cause for concern. He could meticulously lock onto each target with Heaven's prison. If he were to forego target locking, the release would be significantly swifter. Yet it would result in indiscriminate damage, endangering many innocent lives within the vicinity. At this moment, Tang Boyue had already locked onto all summoned beasts and beastmasters present. In the next instant, thunder roared and a tempest descended. Amidst the storm, the summoned beasts wailed, while the beastmasters cried out in desperate flight. However, no matter how they attempted to flee, it proved futile, for they had already been ensnared by the inferno. To truly escape, one would need to break free from its grasp, yet the entire mining area lay shrouded in its ominous presence. The prospect of escape was nearly impossible. Congratulations. You have slain the summoned beast Celestial Hawk, earning 650 points. Congratulations. You have slain the summoned beast Ironclad Wild Rhinoceros, earning 550 points. Congratulations. You have slain the summoned beast Frostbite Crocodile, earning 1066 points. The notifications of rewards continued to resonate. Tang Boyue's eyes were filled with an icy indifference. In the fleeting moment, dozens of men and summoned beasts met their demise at his hands. Yet, Tang Boyue understood that when confronted by those intent on his life, he could not afford to show mercy. This was no longer the world he once knew. In this realm, compassion would yield no favorable outcomes. As the inferno subsided and the storm clouds dispersed, the sky returned to its serene clarity. The surroundings bore witness to the charred remains left in the wake of the inferno. This sight rendered others pale and speechless. Gu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, struggling to comprehend the scene before her. Tang Boyue assessed the points he had accrued. Astonishingly, he had earned 505 points in this instance. His total now stood at 370 points, and he mused that this bounty could procure several fragments of maps. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Du Heer. Terrified, Du Heer trembled and attempted to flee. Yet, Tang Boyue would not allow his escape. A spatial displacement obstructed Du Heer's path, followed by a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. Whatever you desire. I will give it to you, money. How much do you want? I will part with all of it. Spare my life. Du Heer pleaded, kneeling in desperation. The slaves, once subjugated by Du Heer, watched his humiliation with a profound sense of satisfaction. After enduring his oppression for so long, they had lived lives even less dignified than dogs. After all, dogs only needed to be shown the door, while they toiled relentlessly, starved, and endured lashes daily. Witnessing the once mighty Du Heer now begging for mercy brought them undeniable joy. Rest assured, I shall not take your life, Tang Boyue declared. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Du Heer's eyes. Really? Truly? Thank you. At that juncture, Tang Boyue addressed the slaves. He is now yours. From this moment forth, seek vengeance for your grievances. Du Heer stared in disbelief, his expression morphing into one of despair. What madness was this? These slaves longed to flay him alive. Initially hesitant, the slaves grappled with their fear of Du Heer, forged from years of oppression. Kill Du Heer. At this moment, an unknown voice pierced the air, igniting a fervent hatred towards Du Heer among the crowd. Kill Du Heer. Dismember him. The cries echoed with fervor. Please, I beg you. Stop them. Du Hier knelt before Tang Boyue, repeatedly bowing his head. Yet, Tang Boyue, indifferent to his pleas, regarded him merely as a lifeless entity, unworthy of concern. Raging slaves surged forth, attacking Du Hier with the ferocity of wild beasts. Their eyes ablaze with wrath. They were consumed by a singular desire to unleash the torment they had endured upon him. Thus, Du Hier's screams reverberated throughout the mining site, though they were short-lived. With over 100 slaves wielding stones, how long could his flesh and blood endure such brutality? Even as Du Hier succumbed to death, the fury of the crowd persisted. They continued to lash out at his lifeless form. Tang Boyue, uninterested in the chaos behind him, sauntered towards Hu Ting and her group. Their faces were pale, and upon witnessing Tang Boyue's approach, despair filled their eyes. Please, spare us. We were compelled by Du Hier, Hu Ting implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Tang Boyue replied, You are all from Dongyao, are you not? Yes, we are from Dongyao. For the sake of our shared heritage, please let us go, Hu Ting urged. With a scoff, Tang Boyue remarked, Dongyao people, so eager to betray your own kin. What a disgrace. I shall not slay you. But do you truly believe the enraged crowd will show you mercy? With that, Tang Boyue bellowed to the throng. Here, this group is also yours. Those who have been deceived by them, seek retribution. At his command, the crowd surged forward like a relentless tide, resembling a horde of zombies besieging a city. Chapter 64. All for gold. Meanwhile, Hu Ting and her companions attempted to flee, yet they found themselves ensnared by the wrathful mob. In mere moments, their screams mirrored those of Du Hier, meeting a similar fate. But the ordeal did not conclude there. The infuriated masses savagely desecrated their remains, ultimately discarding the corpses into the wilderness to feed the beasts. As the tumult subsided, Tang Boyue found himself in a quandary. Should he depart or remain? If he left, what would become of the mine? It represented a substantial fortune. Could he truly abandon it? Conversely, should he stay, the extraction of spiritual stone crystals was a time-consuming endeavor. And even if he devised a means to transport them to the island, the quantity would be limited. Thus, Tang Boyue grappled with a dilemma. What shall we do next? Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue responded, I wish to continue mining here, yet the time required is excessive. To leave would mean a loss of billions. Let them leave for now, Tang Boyue said to the others. You are all free to return to your own countries. Do not harbor any illusions that fortune will fall from the sky. Reflect on your own abilities and consider what rewards are truly commensurate with your efforts. Thank you. We will remember you. We are immensely grateful and will not forget your kindness. With that, the crowd dispersed, and the entire mining area fell into a profound silence. In a short while, apart from Tang Boyue, Ming Yu, Tang Kongkong, and Gu Xiaoxiao, all others had departed. Are you reluctant to leave? Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. This is all money, Tang Boyue replied. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Tang Boyue turned to see a large group of people rushing towards them. Judging by their somewhat darkened skin and attire, they appeared to be locals from Qatar. Upon reaching Tang Boyue, they encircled him. Where is Du Hier? An elderly man stepped forward and asked Tang Boyue. He is dead, Tang Boyue responded. The elder, unfazed by the news, inquired, Who killed him? I did. Although Du Hier was slain by the collective effort of many, it was Tang Boyue who had ultimately decided his fate. Uncertain if these individuals were Du Hier's subordinates, he took full responsibility, knowing that if they sought revenge, he would not shy away from defending himself once more. However, upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the elder suddenly knelt down. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Tang Boyue was taken aback. Please rise, elder. At your age, I cannot bear such reverence. He hurriedly assisted the elder to his feet. After being helped up, the elder spoke. Our village saw a multitude fleeing from this location and inquired about the situation, only to discover that Du Hier had perished. You have truly liberated us from a great menace. Thank you. Oh, is that so? Tang Boyue remarked. The elder continued. We hail from nearby villages, and this mine is our shared treasure. However, Du Hier's arrival led to his domination here. His subordinates were formidable, and we were powerless against them. Initially, he sought to force us into servitude, but our villages united in resistance, compelling him to abandon that notion. Yet, our mine remains inaccessible. We have long awaited the day of his reckoning, and today, it has finally come to pass. Thank you for helping us reclaim the mine. Wait, Tang Boyue interjected. My slaying of Du here was not motivated by a desire for justice. I am neither a virtuous hero nor a villain. I shall return the mine to you. But in exchange for assisting you in its recovery, I require 3 years of mining rights. The elder was momentarily stunned before responding. 3 years? No, that is too long. 1 year, at most 1 year. Tang Boyue chuckled. How much can be extracted in a year? 2.5 years. That is my bottom line. I have stated before, I am neither a good man nor a bad man. However, in the face of profit, I could very well become a villain. I would not hesitate to seize this place by force for 2.5 years. During this period, I can employ several villagers to assist in the extraction, and I shall pay you double the usual wages. We need to discuss this. The villagers huddled together, deliberating. After approximately 5 minutes, the elder approached. We have reached a consensus. We can grant you the extraction rights for 2.5 years. We are willing to assist, but will require triple the wages. After the 2.5 years, you must return this place to us, the elder stated. Tang Boyue pondered for a moment. After all, this was an opportunity he had stumbled upon. Even at triple the wages, he could profit immensely, as the earnings from the extraction would be calculated in 9 or 10 figures. He was not keen on excessive entanglements with these villagers. Very well, I accept. Turning to Gu Xiaoxiao, he inquired, would you be interested in working for me for 2.5 years? Gu Xiaoxiao gazed at Tang Boyue, puzzled. He continued, this place requires supervision. I cannot leave it entirely to them. Who knows if they might slack off. If you assist me for 2.5 years, you shall receive 10% of the profits. Upon hearing the prospect of a 10% share, Gu Xiaoxiao could not help but swallow hard. That 10% could provide her and her siblings with a life of comfort. Can I bring my siblings over? She asked. Of course, Tang Boyue replied. Your role is merely to supervise them, ensuring they remain diligent. If that is the case, you agree? Very well, let us stroll around Carta. And later I shall take you back to Dongyao. Prepare to bring your siblings here. He then addressed the villagers. You should begin your preparations over the next few days. When she returns, you shall commence work. From the day you start, the extraction rights belong to me for 2.5 years. Furthermore, ensure her safety here. If she loses even a single hair, I shall transform into a harbinger of doom and erase your village from existence. As soon as Tang Boyue's words fell, Mingyu manifested her true form. Her colossal body and commanding presence sent a ripple of awe through the villagers. She unleashed a fearsome roar, causing some timid villagers to cower in terror. While Mingyu lacked offensive capabilities, her imposing form exuded a terrifying aura. Facing such a dragon, who would not feel a chill of fear, it was essential to instill some dread in these villagers, to deter any thoughts of rebellion when Gu Xiaoxiao found herself alone here. This would serve as a warning, ensuring they understood the consequences of any mischief, lest they wish to face their doom. Chapter 65, Divine Skill, Reversal of Yin and Yang. I implore you, please retract your divine powers. At this moment, the elderly man hastily knelt down. His act of submission prompted others to follow suit, indicating his esteemed position. Mingyu reverted to his human form. Please rise, he commanded. Yes. Observing the subservient demeanor of the crowd, Tang Boyue realized that he had achieved his objective, even if only Gu Xiaoxiao remained. They would not dare to act against him. Let us depart, Tang Boyue instructed Gu Xiaoxiao. Where are we going? Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Instead of answering her question directly, Tang Boyue asked, what is your adventure level? Gu Xiaoxiao replied, E-level. With that, you are eligible to undertake D-level quests. Let us head to Cardona City. We can accept some quests at the Adventurers Guild there, Tang Boyue suggested. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Certainly. Naturally, she had no objections and was inclined to follow Tang Boyue's lead. However, her immediate task was to reapply for a spirit terminal. Riding on Mingyu, Tang Boyue and Gu Xiaoxiao journeyed toward Cardona City. Along the way, Gu Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. It was her inaugural experience soaring through the skies on a dragon. With Mingyu's swift flight, they quickly arrived at Cardona City. Gu Xiaoxiao proceeded to reapply for her spirit terminal, a process that could be conducted in any major city across nations. Although reapplying abroad incurred higher fees, Tang Boyue graciously covered the expenses. Without the spirit terminal, Gu Xiaoxiao's identity could not be verified, thus preventing her from accepting quests. After finalizing the reapplication for her spirit terminal, the afternoon had already arrived. Let us take a rest today. Tomorrow we shall visit the Adventurers Guild, Tang Boyue proposed. While Gu Xiaoxiao could directly accept tasks via the spirit terminal, D-level quests were far beneath Tang Boyue's capabilities, as the targeted beasts were merely of 100 levels. Therefore, he decided to explore the guild, hoping to join another's party. For Tang Boyue, his primary aim was to swiftly acquire 3 core gems. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and Gu Xiaoxiao found a tavern to lodge for the night. Later that evening, within his room, Tang Boyue, along with Mingyu and Tang Kongkong, entered Beast Nurturing Island. First, he checked his points, a pleasing total of 34,370. Next, he began exchanging for map fragments. At 1,000 points per fragment, 9 fragments could be combined to form a complete map. Thus, he could nearly exchange for 4 complete maps, with only a small deficit in points. Completing 2 quests the following day would suffice to bridge that gap. Tang Boyue eagerly proceeded to exchange for the map fragments. However, upon exchanging for a shard, he sensed that something was amiss. The cost for the next exchange had escalated to 2,000 points. No way, Tang Boyue muttered under his breath before exchanging yet another shard. To his astonishment, the price of the map fragments surged to 3,000 points. Is this a joke? Tang Boyue was at a loss for words. Each exchange required an additional 1,000 points. At this rate, acquiring the first map would necessitate a staggering 45,000 points. And although he initially believed his points could yield nearly 4 complete maps, it now appeared that he could barely obtain even one. The most alarming revelation was that the second map would require a total of 126,000 points, while the third demanded 207,000 points. He dared not calculate further, as the prospective point requirements were utterly daunting, sending shivers down his spine. Indeed, the prospect of attaining a mythical beast was not as effortless as he had imagined. Now, Tang Boyue found himself nostalgic for the previous tasks that rewarded map fragments. The point exchange system felt like a trap. Recognizing that these points could not procure a single complete map, he resolved to first exchange for the memory fragment of the sky and the memory fragment of the earth. Tang Boyue was curious to discover the utility of these 2 items. Each cost 9,999 points, and having recently expended 3,000 points, he was left with 31,370 points. As he exchanged for the memory fragment of the sky, a vibrant orb of multicolored light materialized before him. In the next instant, the orb surged directly into Mingyu's mind. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she shook her head vigorously. Yet fragments of images began to manifest in her consciousness. What do you feel? Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu replied, there are some strange images, as if I were in battle. My opponent is a dark, shadowy entity, and I cannot discern what it is. However, it seems I have grasped a skill. A skill? Tang Boyue hastily examined Mingyu's profile. Name, Sky Dragon, Mingyu. Race, Ancient Dragon Clan. Attributes, Thunder. Bloodline, Divine Beast level. Attributes, Strength, Agility, Defense 9999. Skills, Divine Regeneration, Wrath of Thunder, Enhanced Defense, Absolute Defense, Dragon Scale Armor, Hardened Dragon Scale. Divine Yin-Yang Reversal. Master, Tang Boyue, to his astonishment, she had indeed mastered a new divine skill. Yin-Yang Reversal, when used on oneself, would swap strength and defense attributes for 10 seconds. When applied to a contract partner or their summoned beasts, it would grant immunity to all damage for 5 seconds, essentially rendering them invincible for that brief period. Conversely, if used on targets outside the contract partner or their summoned beasts, the target would suffer the effects of the last skill employed by the user. In essence, there are 3 distinct effects. The first effect allows the user to interchange strength and defense attributes for a duration of 10 seconds. While this may seem brief, the switch from 9999 strength means that within this time frame, one could easily annihilate the vast majority of adversaries. The second effect is exclusively applicable to Tang Boyue and his contracted summoned beast, granting them 5 seconds of invincibility. Simple and straightforward, it is indeed invulnerability. The third effect can be employed against foes, enabling them to endure an attack from the last skill the user executed. This skill may only be utilized once per day, though the 3 effects operate on independent cooldowns, allowing each to be deployed once daily. In summary, this is undeniably a divine skill. The mastery of this extraordinary ability has bestowed Mingyu with formidable combat prowess. She is no longer a defenseless maiden lacking offensive capabilities, but rather a formidable force capable of delivering a staggering blow of 9,999. The fragments of memory from the sky have led Mingyu to comprehend such a divine skill, which has sparked Tang Boyue's anticipation regarding what skills Tang Kong might acquire. Consequently, Tang Boyue hastily exchanged for the fragments of memory from the earth. Upon completion, a pale purple orb materialized before him, swiftly entering Tang Kong's mind. Chapter 66. I beg you to steal from me. How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes? Tang Boyue inquired of Tang Kong. Tang Kong replied, It seems I have some fragmented memories, but they do not coalesce into a complete recollection. Thus I cannot ascertain the nature of these memories. As for skills, it appears I have also grasped one. Upon hearing that Tang Kong had indeed acquired a skill, Tang Boyue eagerly reviewed Tang Kong's information. Name, Void Beast, Tang Kong. Race, Illusory Divine Clan. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast Level, Level 8. Attributes, Strength 450, Agility 450, Defense 450. Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain. Space Cutting, 9 Nether, Space Blade, Master. Tang Boyue, Tang Kong had gained 2 additional skills. However, Space Cutting was inherited from 9 Nether. This implies that the fragments of memory from the earth merely conferred an ordinary Space Blade skill, rather than a divine skill. Nonetheless, it remains commendable, as among spatial abilities. The Space Blade permits ranged attacks with considerable swiftness. Compared to the sluggishness and low accuracy often associated with most spatial skills, the Space Blade boasts a higher hit rate. Ha ha ha, it's merely an ordinary skill. Ha ha ha, as expected, I am still the most formidable. Mingyu gleefully proclaimed upon learning that Tang Kong had only acquired a common skill. Tang Boyue playfully tapped Mingyu on the head and remarked, What are you so pleased about? At that moment, Tang Boyue glanced at the exchange interface, wondering if the memory fragments could be redeemed again. However, to his dismay, the sky's memory fragments had transformed into the source of sky power, requiring a staggering 999 points for redemption. The fragmented memories of the earth have transformed into the ethereal feathers of its soul, requiring a staggering total of 999 points. Remarkably, this signifies an increase of over tenfold. However, in terms of point value, the sources of power from the sky and the feathers of the earth's soul should surpass the efficacy of the memory fragments. It remains uncertain what they may yield upon use. Presently, his points are insufficient, amounting to a total of 200,000. Currently, Tang Boyue has just over 10,000 points remaining, and he intends to exchange a complete map with his subsequent points. After all, the next map costs 45,000 points, and he has already redeemed 2 fragments, leaving him with a mere 42,000 left to acquire. By that time, he will possess 3 divine beasts. And if Tang Kong manages to restore the iron armor, silver armor, and golden armor, his combat prowess will be formidable enough to traverse this continent with confidence. Mingyu will serve as the main defense, while Tang Kong will take the lead in offense. Despite Tang Kong's average attributes, her spatial affinity designates her as an offensive summoner. Given that most spatial attack skills disregard defense, it would be a sheer waste not to engage in offensive maneuvers. Tang Boyue mused that if the next divine beast could primarily control, their synergy would be nearly flawless, and if further assistance were to join, it would be even more perfect. Of course, this is merely speculation, as he remains oblivious to the nature of forthcoming divine beasts. Come, let us find an unfortunate soul to test my skills, Mingyu exclaimed, her fists raised in excitement. Tang Boyue replied, Must you be so frivolous? We cannot simply attack others without cause. Come on, the security in Kata is rather poor. At night, one might easily encounter some unsavory characters looking to rob, Mingyu warned. In truth, Tang Boyue was also eager to witness the practical effects of Mingyu's skill. Thus, he said, Very well, let us venture forth. But heed my words. Do not stir up trouble or provoke conflict. All right, you've learned to say okay now, Tang Boyue remarked. He then led Mingyu and Tang Kong out of Beast Nurturing Island, and together they exited the inn. The nighttime atmosphere in Kata was eerily quiet, even in the heart of the main city. Unlike Dongyao, where the capital and major cities are aglow with lights, Kata fell into a deep silence as night descended. This tranquility could be attributed to its slightly lagging economy and, more significantly, the prevailing security issues. Not only did outsiders hesitate to roam the streets of Kata after dark, but even the locals rarely dared to venture out at night. An organization of beast tamers had taken root here, thriving on robbery. As night fell, This group would commence their activities, and the authorities of Kata seemed utterly powerless to intervene. Over time, this organization became tacitly accepted as a fixture of the night. The authorities can only remind everyone to refrain from venturing out at night. Hey, my friend, it is perilous to roam the streets after dark. As Tang Boyue arrived at the inn's entrance, he was cautioned by the guard stationed outside. In places with such poor public safety, inns are obliged to employ security personnel. Tang Boyue remarked, but this is Cardona City, the principal city of Kata. Can it truly be that dangerous? The guard felt somewhat awkward, as it was indeed embarrassing for the security of their own capital to be so lacking. The guard replied, nights can be rather unsafe, as foreign visitors. It would be prudent for you to remain indoors after dark. If anything were to happen within the inn, we would take responsibility. However, once you step outside, that responsibility no longer falls upon us. Tang Boyue chuckled and patted the guard on the shoulder, assuring him, fear not, my friend, we do not require your inn's protection. We are merely going out for a brief stroll and shall return shortly. With that, Tang Boyue departed with Mingyu and Tang Kongkong, observing their retreating figures. The guard shook his head and sighed. They won't heed the warning. Soon enough, they will regret it. How frustrating. Where is everyone? I am eagerly awaiting a robbery. Come, rob me. I have money, plenty of it. Is anyone out there? Please, I implore you, come and rob me. After walking a short distance, Mingyu unexpectedly began to shout. She was eager to test her new skills, hence her provocative cries for someone to rob her. Tang Boyue was at a loss for words. This troublesome girl could not possibly make a more reasonable request. Who in their right mind would wish to be robbed? Nevertheless, Mingyu's shouting appeared to bear fruit. At that moment, several figures approached Tang Boyue and his companions. Soon, 3 middle-aged men positioned themselves before them. So, it is you who has been calling out? Do you truly wish to be robbed? Very well, we shall oblige. Upon seeing the 3 men, Mingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, look, they are so obedient. It seems our punching bags have arrived. With that, she even blew on her fists as if to prepare for a fight. To be honest, Mingyu's antics left the 3 men utterly baffled. Typically, when they targeted foreign tourists, they were met with compliant victims. However, today felt different. Boss, something seems amiss. Look at those 2 women. One has dragon horns and a tail, while the other possesses scales on her head. Surely, they are not human. Could they be summoned beasts? One of the men whispered to the leader. What are you afraid of? As if we lack summoned beasts ourselves. Arise, my giant water crocodile. With a flourish, the man summoned a 3-meter-long, fearsome crocodile. You too, hurry and summon your beasts as well. We have the advantage in numbers. Boss, disregarding their bloodline levels. Just the species of their summoned beasts far surpasses ours. Perhaps we should consider retreating. With a sharp slap, the man taken away struck the one speaking. What are you afraid of? We possess 3 summoned beasts, so we have the advantage in numbers. It must be said, this subordinate displayed a certain cunning. It was the first time Tang Boyue had encountered such an astute antagonist. Regrettably, his leader lacked any semblance of intelligence. The man who had been slapped dared not utter another word and summoned his beast. One called a thunderbird emerged, while another summoned a 5-meter-long centipede. Tang Boyue inspected them with his spirit control terminal. The 3 summoned beasts were of levels 72, 65, and 59, all possessing rare bloodlines. Boss, something feels amiss. The information on those 2 summoned beasts is concealed, the man remarked. You talk too much nonsense. Watch how I deal with them. Go, giant water crocodile, unleash death bite. With a roar, the giant water crocodile swiftly advanced towards Tang Boyue and his companions. Despite its imposing appearance, the creature's speed was deceptively quick, closing the 10-meter gap in the blink of an eye. As the giant water crocodile lunged to bite, Mingyu activated her yin-yang reversal effect. In the next moment, she stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the charging beast. With a sharp crack, the slap landed on the giant water crocodile, which emitted no sound as it was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Tang Boyue was taken aback by such an outcome. He had anticipated that with the power and defense swapped, Mingyu's strike might merely incapacitate the giant water crocodile. However, he never imagined it would be reduced to mere blood mist. It was worth noting that the giant water crocodile had a robust body, classified as a semi-defensive summoned beast. Yet, in an instant, it had been turned to mist by a single slap. Congratulations, you have slain the summoned beast giant water crocodile, earning 864 points. Ah, my giant water crocodile. The man fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the two subordinates, witnessing this, summoned their beasts and attempted to flee. However, at that moment, Tang Kong acted. Divine Domain. Spaceblade. As the Divine Domain unfolded, space blades surged from all directions. Originally, there was but one spaceblade. But under the Divine Domain, they multiplied into a dense swarm. Such concentration rendered it impossible for agile summoned beasts to evade. Each spaceblade that passed left a rift in its wake. In the next instant, the Thunderbird and the Centipede were struck by multiple spaceblades. The spatial attribute's ability to bypass defenses activated, and the two summoned beasts were instantly shredded into fragments. Their fragments fell directly into the spatial rift left by the spatial blade. Subsequently, as the rift healed, the two summoned beasts vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. No, my summoned beast. No, the Centipede. The two subordinates lay prostrate on the ground, wailing in despair. Congratulations. You have slain the summoned beast, Thunderbird, earning 780 points. Congratulations. You have slain the summoned beast, Centipede, earning 708 points. Haha, did you see that? I am absolutely incredible. At that moment, Mingyu approached Tang Boyue with an air of triumph. Tang Boyue gazed at Mingyu, brimming with arrogance. You are soaring high, like a cow on an airplane. I am not a cow. I am a little dragon. Ah, yes, indeed, you have ascended like a dragon. Now go rest. Subsequently, Tang Boyue paid no further attention to the three individuals. With their summoned beasts defeated, they were rendered nearly incapacitated. For those who relied on robbery for a living, the death of their summoned beasts would herald a grim existence ahead. Thus, ending their lives swiftly would, in fact, be a comparatively gentle release for them. Allowing them to live would only mark the beginning of their suffering. Upon returning to the inn, Tang Boyue reclined on his bed, instructing Mingyu and Tang Kong to rest on the island. The accommodations on the island had been refined, boasting an array of amenities far surpassing those of a typical small inn. Ordinarily, Tang Boyue would not retreat to the island unless he was alone, for if he traveled with others, they might find him elusive should they seek him out. That evening, Tang Boyue had garnered a certain understanding of Mingyu's new combat capabilities. The destructive potential was extraordinarily formidable, even with just a casual swipe. If she were to unleash her full fury, the devastation would likely be even more astounding. As for Tang Kong, although he had acquired merely a standard skill, under the aegis of the Divine Domain, its destructive power was equally terrifying. The following morning, a series of knocks roused Tang Boyue from slumber. Rising from his bed, he donned his attire and opened the door to find Gu Xiaoxiao standing outside. So early? Tang Boyue inquired. Gu Xiaoxiao replied, I came to call you for breakfast. Tang Boyue chuckled. You aren't worried that I might leave without you, are you? No, not at all, Gu Xiaoxiao stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. Indeed, she was somewhat apprehensive that Tang Boyue might slip away unnoticed. Rest assured, I will take you back to Dongyao, and besides, your spirit control terminal has been reissued, allowing you to return on your own. Furthermore, I need your assistance in overseeing the mining operations. There is no way I would abandon you. By the way, how has your summoned beast recovered? Tang Boyue inquired. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for the recovery potion you provided me yesterday. I just summoned it to check, and it has nearly restored my health. Well then, let us have breakfast, and afterwards, we shall visit the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 68. Clinging to the strong during breakfast, only Tang Boyue, Tang Kong, and Gu Xiaoxiao were present. Mingyu was still indulging in a deep slumber. As the island lacked nothing, food was abundant, and she was too lazy to venture out. After finishing their meal, they proceeded to the Adventurers Guild. Tang Boyue continued to adorn Tang Kong with a hat, ensuring her identity as a summoned beast remained inconspicuous. Observing Tang Kong in her hat, Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but inquire, Are she and Mingyu both divine beasts? I checked with the spirit control terminal and noticed that you had concealed their information. Gu Xiaoxiao was uncertain whether Mingyu and Tang Kong were indeed divine beasts, considering the rarity of such beings. It was said that 99 of individuals might never encounter a divine beast in their lifetime. The fact that Tang Boyue possessed two seemed implausible. Indeed, Tang Boyue replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving a definitive answer from him, Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her jaw dropping in disbelief. May I view their profiles? I have truly never encountered a divine beast, she said earnestly. Without having accessed the profiles through the spirit control terminal, she struggled to believe that these were two divine beasts. I will share it with you, but please keep it confidential, Tang Boyue stated. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Boyue shared the profiles of Ming Yu and Tang Kongkong for her perusal. After reviewing the information, Gu Xiaoxiao found it almost unbelievable. A divine beast, indeed. However, Ming Yu's profile was peculiar, with an abundance of hidden information. What was the significance of this defense rating of 9,999? Tang Kongkong's level was even more astonishing, only level 8. Yet, her attributes were already terrifyingly formidable, having effortlessly defeated summoned beasts over level 100. Unbeknownst to her, when defeating the Xuanhua demon tiger, Tang Kongkong had only been at level 3. Is this truly the power of a divine beast? Gu Xiaoxiao mused, reflecting on the disparity of over 100 levels, yet still being able to vanquish the opponent so easily. Let us go, and remember to keep this a secret, Tang Boyue advised Gu Xiaoxiao, who was still in a daze. In truth, it was merely the profiles of summoned beasts. It mattered little if others discovered them. Otherwise, the spirit control terminal would not feature a public profile function for summoned beasts. Tang Boyue simply wished to limit the number of individuals aware of their identities as divine beasts, as possessing two would undoubtedly attract attention. He decided to inform Gu Xiaoxiao now, since she had been too close during Tang Kongkong's battle and had overheard her utilizing a divine skill. Rather than leaving her to speculate, it was more prudent to be forthright, with the understanding that she would keep it confidential, thus avoiding any unnecessary conjecture that could lead to further complications. I understand, Gu Xiaoxiao said, suddenly bursting into laughter. What are you suddenly grinning about? Tang Boyue inquired. Gu Xiaoxiao responded, you could say that my being tricked into this situation has turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as I have latched onto your significant support. At the tender age of 16, I possess dual summoned beasts, both of which are divine, with a share of 10% from the mining profits. It seems that this deception has ultimately resulted in my great gain. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue cautioned, do not assume that being deceived will invariably lead to good fortune. Be more vigilant in the future. If you fall prey to trickery again, I may not be by your side. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head, insisting, that won't happen again. I have learned my lesson from the last time. Let us proceed to the Adventurers Guild. Upon their arrival at the Adventurers Guild, Gu Xiaoxiao noted that the guild in Kata was significantly smaller compared to its counterpart in Danyao, despite it being Kata's main city. Tang Boyue advised Gu Xiaoxiao, check what level of bounty quests you can undertake. Aim for those that require a target level of over 200. Gu Xiaoxiao replied, level 200? That seems impossible. I can only accept D-class bounty quests, which typically involve creatures around levels 50 to 60. To summon beasts above level 200, one would need A-class bounties. If I were to accept a D-class quest, how long would it take for my adventure level to reach B-class? After pondering, Gu Xiaoxiao estimated, with your strength, we would complete it swiftly. If we undertake 5 quests a day without rest, it would take approximately 1 to 2 years to reach B-class. Tang Boyue was left speechless. In truth, if one desires to elevate their level rapidly through higher-tier tasks, there exists a rather straightforward method. Gu Xiaoxiao discerned Tang Boyue's intentions. He merely sought to undertake advanced bounty quests. What method? He inquired. Find someone to lead, she elucidated. What do you mean? He asked, perplexed. Engage a high-level adventurer as a guide. They accept the task, and we form a team, ensuring our names are recorded in the quest. This way, we would gain substantial adventure experience from a high-level task. Roughly 3 to 5 A-class quests would elevate our adventure level to B-class. Of course, this would require compensation for the guide, and it won't be inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue understood. It was akin to how he had played games previously, paying for assistance. Nevertheless, it was indeed a viable strategy. Money was of little concern to him now, as he had become a miner. Moreover, once his adventure level increased, he would be able to accept advanced tasks independently, negating the need for a guide. A clever approach, Tang Boyue remarked. Over there, someone is offering paid guidance. Gu Xiaoxiao led Tang Boyue to a side of the hall, where several teams were seeking patrons. Tang Boyue called out, is there anyone offering A-class or higher bounty tasks? We seek targets that exceed level 200. Upon hearing his inquiry, an individual immediately approached and said, yes. Are you able to pay? How much? Tang Boyue asked. For the adventure experience alone, it will be 200,000 Yuling coins per person. All rewards from the extermination mission shall belong to us, Once the target is slain, the remains will also be ours. You are entitled to nothing, yet you need not exert yourself. Merely accompany us to gain experience. What if I desire the corpse? Inquired Tang Boyue. For the corpse, an additional 2 million, came the reply. All right, the two of us would thus amount to 240,000, correct? Indeed. Wait. Gu Xiaoxiao interjected, I shall not join the team. If I do, a portion of the adventure experience will be divided among us. Elevating my adventure level serves no purpose. So 220,000 will suffice. Little sister, you may refrain from joining us, but if you choose to accompany us, we cannot guarantee your safety. Should danger arise, we shall not come to your aid. Requiring our assistance will incur additional fees. By then, our charges will not merely be 20,000. Thus, contributing an extra 20,000 now ensures your safety throughout. Gu Xiaoxiao resolutely stated, no need. Very well, as you wish. Subsequently, the individual escorted Tang Boyue to the mission point, allowing him to select the task himself. Tianma Great Desert, Demon Wind Sandworm King, Rare Grade, Level 208. 18 casualties have already occurred. Prompt extermination is required. This one, Tang Boyue affirmed, recalling that Zhao Yiqing had previously messaged him, indicating their presence in the Tianma Great Desert. The man hesitated. What troubles you? Haven't you heard? There have been recent incidents in the Tianma Great Desert. What kind of incidents? An S-rank mission has emerged in the Tianma Great Desert, and 2 teams have already suffered disastrous failures. A sudden appearance of a 300-level legendary bloodline beast. The Sand Dragon King. It is said that a summoner merchant from Dongyao has gone missing in the Tianma Great Desert, among those they hired. There was a Tier 1 beastmaster. Thus, no one dares to accept commissions in the Tianma Great Desert now. Should one encounter that 300-level beast, it would be tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing of the summoner merchant's disappearance from Dongyao, Tang Boyue's heart quivered. Was this not referring to Zhao Song and his daughter Zhao Yiqing? Chapter 69. Zhao Yiqing in peril? Are you implying that the summoner merchant from Dongyao encountered the 300-level Sand Dragon King? Tang Boyue inquired. That remains unclear, for they had come here to post a commission seeking protection and companionship into the desert. They recruited a total of 5 individuals, one of whom is our friend. But we have not heard from him either. Something must have gone awry. Have you seen them? Yes, I caught a glimpse, a middle-aged man and a young girl. Presumably a father and daughter. What of it? Do you know them? Are you also from Dongyao? Where is the Sand Dragon King? Tang Boyue did not respond to the question posed. Unknown. Only those who accept the commission can ascertain the specific location of the targets. Tang Boyue contemplated this. Indeed, he could only seek a way to undertake the mission if he wished to vanquish these beasts. If his sole aim was to gain points, he could simply venture forth independently without necessarily accepting a task. However, there is one point to consider. Without accepting a task, one would remain utterly unaware of the whereabouts of these monstrous creatures. Especially in an unfamiliar territory, the distribution of these beasts remains a mystery. This is precisely why Tang Boyue is willing to spend money to accept the extermination commission. Are you able to take on the bounty for the Sand Dragon King? No. Even if we could, we would not dare to accept it. Moreover, among the teams present, none possess adequate levels. Those who do have the required levels have already ventured forth, only to suffer significant losses upon their return. Therefore, let us take on the bounty for the Wind Sandworm King instead. Brother, did you not understand my words? We cannot afford to casually accept a commission from the Great Desert. Should we encounter the Sand Dragon King, it would be a matter of life and death. I will increase the payment. To put it plainly, at this juncture, Tang Boyue's intentions have transcended mere extermination. He seeks to uncover the whereabouts of Zhao Yiqing and his daughter. If it were solely a matter of locating someone, he could easily undertake the task alone. Yet, why must he insist on having these individuals accept the mission alongside him? The answer is simple. He requires several guides, as these fellows earn their livelihood through extermination. They are undoubtedly familiar with the desert environment, and their presence would greatly facilitate navigation, minimizing the risk of becoming lost in the sands. How much more? I previously mentioned 2,200,000. Now, let me round it to 3 million. Upon hearing this, the other party was somewhat tempted. Wait for me while I confer with my team. Subsequently, that person approached their companions to discuss, while Tang Boyue hastily sent a message to Zhao Yiqing via the spirit control terminal. However, Zhao Yiqing did not respond. He then messaged Zhao Song, only to receive the same silence in return. At this moment, Tang Boyue became increasingly certain that the father and daughter must have encountered trouble. For them, mere trouble would be bearable. As long as they were alive, it could be considered fortunate. What he truly feared was that they had met with an accident. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Tang Boyue felt compelled to investigate. As for their relationship, he regarded Zhao Yicheng as a friend. She had once extended a helping hand when Tang Boyue found himself in a predicament. Although he could have resolved that issue independently, it mattered little. What was significant was that she had acted. As for Zhao Song, he could be deemed his employer, considering that Tang Boyue was in the service of the Zhao family. Has something happened? Do you know the summoner merchant from Donyao? A friend? At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue nodded. Yes, a friend. After a brief interval, that individual returned and stated, We have discussed it. We will accept this job. However, you must first provide half of the deposit, with the remaining half to be paid upon task completion. Furthermore, our commission pertains solely to the Wind Sandworm King. Once dealt with, we shall return. We can only guarantee your safety during the commission concerning the Wind Sandworm King. Should we unfortunately encounter the Sand Dragon King, we will prioritize our own well-being and cannot be held accountable for your fate. Very well. Tang Boyue nodded in agreement. Additionally, we do not take responsibility for their safety. He gestured towards Gu Xiaoxiao and Tang Kongkong. Rest assured, I will ensure their safety. Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, the man could not help but chuckle. This lad certainly had a penchant for boasting. After all, he had to spend his own money to enlist help for the expedition. With skills like his, how could he possibly protect others? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead addressed Tang Boyue. All right, allow me to introduce you to my companions. He then led Tang Boyue to his teammates, a group of 5, all around 30 years of age. 2 women and 3 men, their skin tones indicating they were all Catarants. This is our captain, Hakuel. Hakuel, a burly figure with dark skin, exuded strength. Greetings, Tang Boyue said as he shook Hakuel's hand. Hello, little lamb, Hakuel replied with a grin, grasping Tang Boyue's hand warmly. The man continued with the introductions. This is Eugene. She is Savina, she is Dinasai, and finally, I am Conraf. Tang Boyue exchanged greetings with each of them. Youngster, you are quite intriguing. It's my first time encountering someone your age investing so much to complete a task, remarked the woman named Dinasai. Dinasai, with her sun-kissed skin, donned casual shorts. Her physique appealing, and her looks pleasing as well. Tang Boyue responded, It's all for the sake of adventure levels. Dinasai laughed. Even if your adventure level rises, you won't be able to handle higher-level tasks. Her tone carried a hint of disdain toward Tang Boyue. Dinasai, enough chatter. With the boss footing the bill, let us focus on our duties, Hakuel interjected as he approached, extending his hand, which illuminated with the glow of a spirit terminal on his wrist. His message was clear, to request the transfer of funds from Tang Boyue. Without hesitation, Tang Boyue transferred 3 million to them. Hakuel glanced at the amount and remarked, Aren't we supposed to transfer half first? Why did you send it all? Tang Boyue replied, In case we encounter the Sand Dragon King, you can escape without concern for us. Otherwise, if only half is paid, you might hesitate to abandon us should the Sand Dragon King appear. Upon hearing this, Hakuel could not contain his laughter. Ha ha ha, amusing, amusing. I like you, lad. No thanks, I have no interest in men, Tang Boyue retorted. Ha ha, I can see that. You even have a beautiful companion with you. As he spoke, Hakuel glanced at Gu Xiaoxiao and continued, Given your straightforwardness, we shall be just as forthright. As long as we do not encounter the Sand Dragon King, we shall ensure their safety. Thank you, Tang Boyue replied. At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao leaned closer and whispered, Are you not concerned about giving them all the money now? What if they run off later? Tang Boyue assured her, I'm not worried. It won't be so easy for them to swindle my money. Ha ha ha, good lad. I appreciate your spirit. I know you fancy women, and so do I. With that, he wrapped an arm around Savina and declared, She is my wife. When do we depart? We shall procure some necessities in the city and reconvene at the west exit in 1 hour. During this time, you may also prepare any items you require. Is that agreeable? No problem, replied Tang Boyue. Subsequently, Hakuel accepted the mission and then shared it with Tang Boyue, while the remaining 4 members of their team were not privy to this task. As a result, the adventure experience from this mission would be evenly divided between Tang Boyue and Hakuel, allowing Tang Boyue to accrue a greater share of experience. One must admit, they exhibited a commendable level of professionalism. Afterward, Tang Boyue temporarily parted ways with them, agreeing to reconvene in 1 hour. Chapter 70. Entering the desert, 3 million. And you don't even blink? Gu Xiaoxiao remarked to Tang Boyue while strolling down the street. In this world, money can indeed be of great value, yet it can also be considered worthless. If one merely indulges in the pleasures of life, 3 million is a substantial sum, one that many might never earn in a lifetime. In a renowned restaurant within a large city, a signature dish may only cost a few dozen spirit coins. With several hundred spirit coins, one could feast lavishly. Thus, when it comes to dining and entertainment, money holds significant value. However, when it pertains to matters concerning summoned beasts, money loses its worth. Legendary bloodlines, even the most basic ones, can command prices exceeding 1 million for a mere summoning beast cub. Furthermore, the costs associated with nurturing summoned beasts, such as cultivation items, restorative potions, enhancement elixirs, and equipment, are exceedingly high. Therefore, while 3 million spirit coins could afford a luxurious lifestyle if spent on leisure, when invested in summoned beasts, it may barely suffice, yielding minimal or even no enhancement. Thus, the valuation of money in this world is contingent upon its application. Gu Xiaoxiao evidently does not harbor an obsession for elevating her summoned beasts. Her primary desire is to lead a good life with her siblings. Hence, her perspective on money is predominantly oriented towards sustenance, making 3 million indeed a considerable fortune. The ease with which such a vast sum is offered left her somewhat astonished. Tang Boyue remarked, "A level 200 beast's carcass can yield materials that will recoup some of the costs. If we are fortunate enough to obtain a core, it would not be a loss. Is acquiring a core truly that simple? Only beasts or summoned creatures above level 200 may possess a core, while those guaranteed to have one are typically level 500 or higher," Gu Xiaoxiao responded. Tang Boyue chuckled, "Thus, this is a gamble. If we obtain a core, we profit. If not, we incur a loss. Speaking of luck, I have fared rather well, far better than Mingyu." Achoo! On Beast Rearing Island, Mingyu sneezed. "Is someone thinking of me? Huh. With a reputation as illustrious as mine, it is no surprise that many ponder my existence. The fame can be quite bothersome." With that, Mingyu returned to slumber. As the time drew near, Tang Boyue procured several items to store in the warehouse of Beast Breeding Island. In the desert, food and water were scarce. Along the way, Gu Xiaoxiao was curious about Tang Boyue's extensive purchases and wondered if his spatial storage tool could indeed accommodate such a volume. Once prepared, Tang Boyue awaited the arrival of Hakuyer and his 4 companions at the designated meeting point. Precisely 1 hour later, Hakuyer and his group appeared within their line of sight, demonstrating a commendable sense of punctuality, neither arriving too early nor too late. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Hakuyer remarked. "Not at all. We have just arrived. Shall we set off now?" Tang Boyue replied. Hakuyer nodded. "Yes, let us head to the Desert Chocobo rental station ahead." "Desert Chocobos? Is this your first visit to Kata?" Hakuyer inquired. The Kata Desert is abundant with them, and they serve as the most convenient mode of transport within the arid expanse. These creatures are quite common in Kata, characterized by their gentle nature, making them easy to tame even without a contractual bond. Thus, desert chocobos are the preferred means of travel for the locals. Tang Boyue nodded in understanding. They then followed the 5 companions to the chocobo rental station, where rows of desert chocobos were tethered. These creatures bore a resemblance to ostriches, yet were slightly larger in stature, their feathers a muted grayish-white, complemented by sturdy legs. "These are the desert chocobos," Mahal explained. Despite their appearance, they can effortlessly carry weights of 400 to 500 pounds. Their legs are powerful, and those sharp toes can easily pierce through flesh. After Mahal paid a deposit, they rented 7 desert chocobos. Tang Kongkong and Tang Boyue shared one, as Tang Kongkong appeared to be a minor, and riding alone could raise concerns for her safety. After all, aside from Tang Boyue and Gu Xiaoxiao, no one else was aware of her identity as a summoned beast. As long as she kept her hat on, there were no other indicators of her true nature. As the desert chocobos crouched down, Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong mounted. Tang Kongkong sat in front, while Tang Boyue held her securely from behind. Soon, he sensed the strength of the chocobo as it effortlessly stood up, bearing their weight with ease. At that moment, Mahal approached Tang Boyue and Gu Xiaoxiao, saying, "It appears this is your first ride. Allow me to instruct you. Grasp this rope firmly. Pulling it in that direction will prompt the chocobo to move that way, while pulling back will bring it to a halt. Patting their backs will accelerate them. Most importantly, hold on tightly. Do not let go. Even in the desert, Falling can be quite painful. A face-first landing could mar your features. And should you be unfortunate enough to be stepped on, it would be akin to flirting with death. Hakuir, we understand. Let us go, Tang Boyue responded. Very well, let us proceed. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, Hakuir replied. Thank you, came their collective response. There's no need for formalities. Having received 3 million from you, it is only natural to serve the boss. Hakuai chuckled as he mounted the desert chocobo, declaring, let us set forth. With that, Hakuai's chocobo surged ahead, followed closely by the others. Gu Xiaoxiao remarked, they are here to serve the spirit coins. Tang Boyue smiled and replied, serving for money is quite normal. In pursuit of profit, we must all cater to financial interests. Come, let us catch up. With a gentle pat on the chocobo's back, he urged it forward. In an instant, the chocobo bolted away, its speed impressive. Based on Tang Boyue's estimation, they were moving at least 40 to 50 kilometers per hour, and that was not even at full throttle. At maximum speed, they could reach about 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. The chocobo's powerful legs pounded the ground, each stride echoing with a rhythmic thud. Soon enough, their party arrived at the edge of the desert. Once they entered the sandy expanse, their pace slowed considerably. The chocobo was the finest guide in the desert. Should they lose their way, it could lead them to an oasis. Along the journey, Hakuai inquired, how long until we reach our destination? Tang Boyue asked. Hakuai glanced at the destination displayed on the spirit terminal and replied, we should arrive in about an hour. After all, a level 200 beast won't be lurking near the desert's edge. Once we arrive, we shall need to search. And it is uncertain if we will return to the city today. But fear not, we have brought a tent. Tang Boyue nodded, very well. In truth, for Tang Boyue, the hunt for the Wind Demon Sandworm King was no longer of paramount importance. His primary concern in the desert was the whereabouts of Zhao Yiqing and his daughter. What truly troubled him was the vastness of the desert. He was at a loss as to where to begin his search. Chapter 71. The Wind Demon Sandworm King. For now, they could only take one step at a time, hoping for good fortune to favor Zhao Yiqing and his daughter. After more than an hour of travel, they reached their destination, the lair of the Wind Demon Sandworm King. The landscape remained a boundless sea of sand, indistinguishable from any other part of the desert. Is this truly the place? It seems no different from anywhere else, Tang Boyue remarked. Dinasai dismounted her chocobo and approached Tang Boyue, saying, you see, this is where you are mistaken. The commission only provides a rough estimate of the creature's activity range. After all, it is alive, not a stationary object waiting for us. Once we are within its range, we shall search for it. Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue asked, and what is the extent of its activity range? Approximately 5 to 6 miles, she responded. Tang Boyue was rendered speechless. With such a vast area, when would they ever find it? At that moment, Hakuai also dismounted his chocobo, stating, let us take a moment to rest. Do not worry. I will locate that creature in no time. Really? Is it so hard to believe in my abilities? How could we not be prepared for this meal? Hacker remarked. Tang Boyue dismounted from the desert chocobo, and Tang Kong leapt down, with Tang Boyue there to catch her. Come forth, Sandstorm Scorpion. At Hacker's summons, a colossal, light brown scorpion materialized. It was, astonishingly, a level 155 legendary bloodline summoned beast. Hacker cast a proud glance at Tang Boyue and said, what do you think? My summoned beast is quite impressive, isn't it? Tang Boyue replied, level 155, legendary status. Aside from its low racial level, it is indeed a commendable summon. Hacker's eye twitched slightly, and his expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. He initially intended to showcase his summon, yet found Tang Boyue's tone somewhat dismissive. Hey kid, what are you saying? Our captain's summon can hold its own even in Cardona City, Eugene interjected. Savina chimed in, humph, indeed. If you're so disdainful of my husband's summon, why not call forth yours and let us see? Let's see what bloodline and race your summon possesses. Tang Boyue replied indifferently, I'm merely stating a fact. There's no need for anyone to be upset. As for my summon, there's nothing remarkable about it. I'm merely a student from a mid-level Beastmaster Academy. A freshman this year, and I need to pay others to take on adventurer commission tasks. What kind of summon could I possibly have? Alright, enough of this. The young man is right. Let us get to work. After all, we are at the service of our employer, Hacker remarked. Subsequently, his sandstorm scorpion swiftly burrowed into the sand. Hacker explained to Tang Boyue, my sandstorm scorpion can navigate freely beneath the sands, while the sandstorm worm king lurks, waiting for its prey. My sandstorm scorpion will locate its hiding spot. We can simply wait here. After such a long journey, you must be hungry. Come. Let us have something to eat. With that, everyone gathered around. Hacker and his companions retrieved some water and food from their spatial storage tools. Hacker passed the food and water to Tang Boyue, Tang Kong, and Gu Xiao. Do we get a share as well? Tang Boyue inquired. Hacker chuckled. Knowing you come from another country, you may not be familiar with the desert environment. It's likely you didn't bring enough supplies for the desert. So we prepared what you might need. Don't forget, we are professionals. Since we're in this line of work, we must wholeheartedly serve our employer. Hearing this, Tang Boyue smiled. Not bad at all, given your service attitude, spending 3 million ISNTA loss. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Hacker laughed. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and the others accepted the food and water Hacker offered. While the sandstorm scorpions searched for the sandstorm worm king, Tang Boyue took the opportunity to ask Hacker about the region of sand they were traversing. Ultimately, Tang Boyue discovered that Hacker and his companions possessed an intricate understanding of the desert, which solidified his resolve to enlist their assistance in locating Zhao Yicheng and her daughter. After all, navigating such a vast expanse of sand necessitated the guidance of individuals like them. Otherwise, one could easily lose their way. They sought monetary compensation, and as long as an irresistible sum was offered, they would acquiesce. Over an hour had passed, yet there was still no news from the sandstorm scorpion. Has your summoned beast yet located the target? Tang Boyue inquired. Hacker replied, no need for haste, it will arrive shortly. Just then, he urged, quick, tidy up this area. With that, Hacker and his companions began to organize their surroundings. Meanwhile, Eugene led several desert striders to a distance. For these creatures served as their means of transportation. Traversing the desert on foot would prove arduous without them. In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as the sandstorm scorpion emerged from the sands. Almost immediately after, another tremendous noise signaled the appearance of a colossal sandworm, measuring over 10 meters in length. Remarkably, this was the target of their expedition, the sandstorm worm king. Not only had Hacker's sandstorm scorpion located it, but it had also drawn the creature to their vicinity. Step back, you three, Hacker instructed Tang Boyue and his companions, before commanding Eugene to safeguard them. Eugene positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Boyue, Gu Xiao, and Tang Kong. At that moment, Eugene summoned his own creature, a massive sand python, stretching 7 to 8 meters long, of epic bloodline, and level 135. The sand python slithered around them, ever vigilant in its duty to protect. Meanwhile, Hacker and his 3 allies had already engaged in battle. Sivina summoned a level 141 Thunderhawk of epic bloodline, while Danaxi called forth a level 135 Mighty Brown Bear. Also of epic bloodline, Conraf summoned a level 149 Earth Shatter Bull, boasting an epic bloodline as well. It was evident that among the 5, Hacker's summoned beast was indeed the mightiest. The sandstorm scorpion plunged into the sands, effectively blocking the creature's escape route. The Thunderhawk unleashed a paralyzing strike, while the Mighty Brown Bear held it down, and the Earth Shatter Bull trampled upon it. Their coordination was nothing short of remarkable. Though their summoned beasts were all just over 100 in level, they managed to suppress the 208-level Sandstorm Worm King through their impeccable teamwork. Most impressively, even with the target being significantly stronger than their summoned beasts, they were able to allocate one member to protect their leader. It was clear that they were professionals, well-versed in their craft. Such flawless cooperation must have taken years of honing to achieve. Chapter 72. The Core. How long have you known each other? Tang Boyue queried Eugene. Eugene replied with pride, the 5 of us have been classmates since our time at the Junior Beastmaster Academy. Although we were separated in the Intermediate Academy, we remained within the same institution, and it was during that period that we began to collaborate as a team. Thus, we have known each other for over 20 years. Over 2 decades of camaraderie explained their remarkable synergy. Logically, they were entirely outmatched in terms of rank, with their target being a level 208 legendary bloodline beast. Among them, only Hackwheel's summoned creature had attained the legendary bloodline, while the others possessed only epic bloodlines. Yet, despite this disparity, they managed to effectively suppress their target through their impeccable teamwork. Were it not for their flawless coordination, even a group of 10 would struggle to achieve the same results against the Sandstorm King. However, the Sandstorm King's level and attributes were formidable, indicating that they would require considerable time to completely vanquish it. In simpler terms, it was akin to gradually wearing down their target. Nonetheless, with their exquisite cooperation. It was only a matter of time before they would exhaust the Sandstorm King to its demise. Come on, this creature is faltering, it wishes to flee. Sandstorm Scorpion. Intercept it, do not let it escape, Hackwheel commanded. At that moment, the Sandstorm King was already battered and bruised, its attempts at escape thwarted by the Sandstorm Scorpion. With a pitiful cry, the Sandstorm King collapsed to the ground, its body trembling as it teetered on the brink of death. Although significant time had elapsed, Hackwheel and his companions were indeed on the verge of exhausting the Sandstorm King. All that remained was to deliver the final blow. Wait. Just as Hackwheel prepared to strike the decisive blow, Tang Boyue intervened. What is it? Hackwheel inquired. May I be the one to deliver the final strike? Having paid my dues, I wish to feel a sense of involvement. Let me take this last blow, Tang Boyue insisted. In truth, he was not motivated by a desire for involvement, but rather by a wish to secure the points associated with the final blow. The level 208 legendary Bloodline Sandstorm King was worth a staggering 3,120 points. Indeed, the boss has made such a request, and we must oblige. Go ahead. It is incapable of further movement, Hackwheel replied, pointing to the heart of the Sandstorm King. Tang Boyue approached. As he drew nearer, the Sandstorm King began to thrash in desperation. Even the smallest of creatures would fight for survival. Faced with death, it would struggle fiercely, yearning for escape. At this moment, the formidable brown bear and the earth-splitting frenzy bull had successfully restrained the king of the wind sandworm, who was already weakened and unable to escape. Approaching the king, Tang Boyue drew a dagger and plunged it into the creature's heart. The beast was covered in a layer of scales, making it quite difficult to penetrate directly. However, several scales had already been dislodged due to prior injuries. Tang Boyue aimed for the exposed area where the scales had fallen away. As the dagger pierced the heart, the king of the wind sandworm thrashed violently a few times before falling still. Attack. Defeated the beast, king of the wind sandworm. Reward. 3,120 points. Upon confirming the creature's demise using the spirit control terminal, Hackwheel submitted the quest. Upon completion, all rewards were designated for Hackwheel, although the adventure experience was to be split equally between him and Tang Boyue. This quest elevated Tang Boyue's adventure level from F to D. As per their agreement, the carcass of the king of the wind sandworm belonged to Tang Boyue, who promptly began to dissect it. Soon, he discovered what he sought within the body, a core, a crystalline energy gem resembling a jewel. This core represented the condensed power of summoners and beasts, manifesting exclusively within creatures of level 200 or above, with a 100 guarantee in those above level 500. The core's applications are vast. It is essential for crafting superior equipment and for puppeteers in the creation of their constructs. Thus, the value of the core is exceedingly high, with a recovery price of approximately 3 million. If auctioned, it could fetch around 4 million. Consequently, having acquired this core for 3 million meant Tang Boyue had already recouped his investment. He waved the core in front of Gu Xiaoxiao, grinning. I told you. My luck is rather good. Curious, Gu Xiaoxiao approached, remarking, this is my first time seeing a core. Hackwheel chuckled. Ha, young man, you are indeed fortunate. This single core has already covered your costs. Moreover, the other materials from the carcass, such as beast bones, could yield a tidy sum. I only require the core. The remaining materials are yours if you wish, Tang Boyue stated. Hackwheel paused, momentarily taken aback, while the core was indeed the primary prize. This was the corpse of a legendary beast over level 200. The usable materials harvested from it would easily amount to several 100,000. Was he truly willing to forego all that? Are you certain you do not want any? He inquired. Yes, Tang Boyue affirmed. Then we shall take it. Let us proceed. Hackwheel declared, as all 5 members simultaneously drew their daggers, commencing the task of extracting the usable materials from the carcass. While Hackwheel and his companions were engaged in the grim task of skinning the corpse, Tang Boyue inquired, Brother Hackwheel, what are your plans moving forward? Hackwheel chuckled. It is rather late now. Let us rest here for the night. We shall set up our tents shortly. At dawn, we can return and continue our search for the next employer. However, in all these years, we have encountered no one as generous and straightforward as you. Tang Boyue replied. What if I were to continue employing your services? The 5 companions of Hackwheel were momentarily taken aback. Hackwheel then rose to his feet and looked at Tang Boyue. Do you wish to continue taking on commissions from the Adventurers Guild? Given your current strength, it would be futile to raise your adventure level too high. You would be unable to fulfill higher-level commissions. Failing to complete a commission incurs a fine. Tang Boyue responded. I indeed wish to elevate my adventure level to be rank or above as swiftly as possible, but at present, I have more pressing matters to attend to. I may need to remain in the desert for a while, and I require your assistance. What do you mean? Hakwil asked. Tang Boyue explained, the summoner merchant you mentioned, who hails from the distant east, may be a friend I am seeking. Therefore, I hope you will join me in the search. Your familiarity with the desert makes you invaluable as guides. At this, the other four paused their work. Then, Savina stood up and remarked, Are you jesting with us? The likelihood of their disappearance being due to the Sand Dragon King is exceedingly high. That creature is not something we five can contend with. We have fulfilled your commission. There is no need for us to accompany you to your demise. If you wish to seek them, you must do so alone. We shall not accompany you. Chapter 73. Repairing the Ironclad Guardian, I will pay you, Tang Boyue asserted. Oh, how much can you offer? 5 million. At the mention of 5 million, Hakwil and his companions were momentarily stunned. 5 million was no small sum for them, although they earned 3 million from their current commission. High-level commissions were scarce and fraught with competition. Their earlier luck in locating the Mad Sandworm King was purely fortuitous. Without such luck, they could have returned empty-handed, ultimately needing to refund Tang Boyue. Now, however, the prospect of serving as guides in the desert for 5 million was rather enticing. You must understand, if your friends truly encountered the Sand Dragon King, they may already be dead. Even if we search, there is a significant chance of failure. If our luck were to falter and we were to encounter the Sand Dragon King, what then? Should we assist you or not? Queried Danaxi. Tang Boyue replied. I can provide you with the payment up front. If we encounter the Sand Dragon King, you may abandon us and flee for your lives. With the strength of your five, as long as you avoid entanglement with the Sand Dragon King, escaping should pose no problem. Let us confer, Hakwil said. Very well, came the response. As Hakwil and his companions stepped aside to deliberate, Gu Xiaoxiao remarked to Tang Boyue, Did you truly give them such a substantial sum? Setting aside the commission for the task, acquiring a core is hardly a loss. Yet now, merely for leading the way, they demand 5 million. Gu Xiaoxiao found it incomprehensible how Tang Boyue could be so extravagant. Tang Boyue replied, Matters that can be resolved with money are not genuine issues. In a desert such as this, without guides like them, we may not only fail to locate individuals, but also risk losing our way entirely. If we manage to find my friend, the financial aspects can be settled with them. Should we locate Zhao Yicheng and her father, if they are still alive, the expenses will certainly be covered by Zhao Song. After all, this expenditure is for the sake of saving their lives. I trust Zhao Song would not be miserly with such a sum. After a brief discussion of several minutes, Haker and his companions returned to Tang Boyue, clearly having reached a consensus. 3 days. We will assist you for 3 days, as our provisions will only suffice for that duration in the desert. If by then there are no results, we shall return to the city. You must pay us up front, regardless of the outcome. The payment is non-refundable. Haker stated to Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue nodded. No problem, but you must ensure that during these 3 days, you remain diligent. Strive to locate the position of the Sand Dragon King. Once found, you five may depart without concern for our safety. Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, Haker and his companions perceived him as insane. This young man truly dared to seek out the Sand Dragon King, and they were left to wonder how he might meet his end. Nonetheless, for the 5 of them, the prospect of such earnings was too enticing to decline. Very well. We accept your terms, but from this moment forth, your safety is your own responsibility. We can protect you from lower-tier beasts, but should you encounter the Sand Dragon King, you must fend for yourselves, Haker cautioned. Tang Boyue extended his hand in a gesture of agreement, and Haker reciprocated, sealing their pact with a handshake. Subsequently, Tang Boyue transferred 5 million to Haker via the Spirit Control Terminal. With this transaction, the funds Tang Boyue had accumulated over time were nearly depleted. Fortunately, there was still a Spirit Stone vein awaiting exploitation, and once operations commenced there, wealth would soon follow. Now, let us find a place to rest. During this time, I shall send my Wind Sand Scorpion to scout for the location of the Sand Dragon King. Once located, we will escort you there. Remember, your safety is your own concern. As for whether we can find your friend, that will depend on your fortune, Haker advised Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue nodded, understood. The temperature of the desert at night was markedly different from that of the day, with significant variations between day and night. Tang Boyue reclined within the tent. While at that moment, Tang Kong Kong returned to the island, core in hand, prepared to repair the iron armor. Given that the magic wind sand bug king was of a relatively low rank, only level 208, it was evident that cores could only be generated from creatures of level 200 and above. Thus, the core from the level 208 magic wind sand bug king could be considered the most rudimentary of cores. Thus, Tang Boyue instructed Tang Kong to utilize this core to repair the iron-armored guardian. As for the golden and silver armors, they would await the acquisition of more advanced cores for their restoration. With dawn approaching, Tang Boyue sensed Tang Kong calling out to him through their mental connection. He peeked outside the tent, observing the tranquil surroundings, with everyone else ensconced in their respective shelters. Subsequently, Tang Boyue entered Beast Nurturing Island. "How goes the repair, Kong?" he inquired upon encountering Tang Kong. "It is complete. Over there," Tang Kong replied, guiding him to the restored iron-armored guardian. The guardian stood imposingly before Tang Boyue, wielding a colossal measuring tool. "It requires only a minimal amount of mental energy to control it, and I have insulated its interior, rendering it unafraid of thunder and lightning," Tang Kong explained. Tang Boyue nodded and established a connection between his consciousness and the iron-armored guardian. With the connection established, he began to manipulate the guardian with his thoughts. It was arduous, yet the guardian moved in accordance with Tang Boyue's will. "Haha, impressive. This contraption possesses strength comparable to that of a level 1 or 200 summoned beast. In the future, I can even masquerade as a puppeteer." Tang Boyue chuckled. "Is this hefty creature truly that formidable?" At that moment, Mingyu approached, holding a roasted fish in one hand. She then playfully struck the iron-armored guardian with her fist. Tang Kong remarked, "It can handle ordinary summoned beasts and monsters with ease, but it will exhibit significant limitations against specialized summoned beasts and exotic creatures. Once the silver and golden armors are repaired, their strength will be enhanced. But it is advisable to use higher-grade cores. The more advanced, the better. However, the ultimate limit for puppets is only to match level 2 or 300 summoned beasts in strength. Beyond that threshold, enhancing their capabilities becomes exceedingly challenging. This disparity is an insurmountable chasm between puppeteers and beast tamers. I understand. If we locate the Sand Dragon King and eliminate it, perhaps we can procure a core to repair the silver armor. Time is of the essence. I suspect Hacker and the others are preparing to rise and take action. Kong, let us venture out. Mingyu, you may continue your leisurely slumber on the island and catch some fish," Tang Boyue instructed. Mingyu grinned. "Hee, no problem. I relish this task. Do not summon me unless necessary. This lazy dragon is truly something else." Tang Boyue and Tang Kong exited Beast Nurturing Island and returned to their tent as dawn was breaking. Hearing commotion outside, Tang Boyue stepped out to find Hacker and the others already awake. Seeing Tang Boyue emerge from the tent, they announced, "Let us tidy up. We are preparing to depart. My Sandstorm Scorpion has returned with news of the Sand Dragon King's whereabouts. As for your friend, there is still no word." Chapter 74. What on earth is this Dragon King? "Let us proceed," Tang Boyue declared. "If the disappearance of Zhao Yicheng and his daughter is indeed connected to the Sand Dragon King, then upon our arrival, we should uncover certain clues. Perhaps even ascertain whether they are still alive. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I must reiterate, should we encounter the Sand Dragon King, our primary concern will be our own safety, not yours," Hackwell stated. "Do not worry about us. Simply lead the way," Tang Boyue replied. "Very well, let us depart." With that, the group mounted their desert birds and set off. Along the journey, Tang Boyue frequently glanced at the spirit terminal, hoping for a response from Zhao Song or Zhao Yicheng. Regrettably, no messages arrived. As they hastened their pace, after approximately 2 hours, they reached the heart of the desert. In this desolate expanse, without individuals like Hackwell who were familiar with the terrain, one could easily lose their way. However, Tang Boyue was untroubled by the prospect of getting lost. He could take to the skies with Mingyu. Yet, to search for someone in the desert, they must traverse the sands on foot. My Wind Sand Scorpion located this area last night, confirming it as the territory of the Sand Dragon King. From this point onward, we must tread with utmost caution, for that creature could emerge at any moment, Hackwell informed Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue nodded in acknowledgement, and they continued onward. Suddenly, Eugene called out, "There's something ahead." The group halted as Eugene rushed forward and quickly returned with a water bottle. Hackwell examined it and remarked, "This water bottle appears relatively new. It must have been left here within the last couple of days. I wonder if it belongs to your friends or to those who came to confront the Sand Dragon King. With that, Hackwell tossed the water bottle to Tang Boyue, who inspected it but found nothing of significance. At that moment, a dark mass loomed ahead. "What is happening up there?" Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Hackwell's expression shifted to alarm as he exclaimed, "Oh no, it's a sandstorm. Quick, get down." The 5 members of Hackwell swiftly summoned their beasts, using their larger forms to shield everyone. The group huddled behind the summoned creatures, waiting for the tempest to pass. In a short while, the swirling sands had enveloped them up to their waists. "Curse it, how could a sandstorm arise so suddenly? There shouldn't have been any storms in the vicinity," Hackwell muttered. At that moment, Tang Kong spoke up. "There are energy fluctuations within this sandstorm. It is evidently not a natural phenomenon." The revelation startled the others. What is the meaning of this? Energy fluctuations that are not of natural origin? Even they had not perceived such an anomaly. How could this young girl be so certain? Before they could inquire further, a loud crash echoed as an enormous creature erupted from the sands before them. It was a colossal sandworm, measuring approximately 30 meters in length. The head of the sandworm is grotesque, capable of effortlessly swallowing a person whole. It is the Sand Dragon King. At this moment, Hacker let out a bellow. "What? This creature is the Sand Dragon King? Isn't it merely a larger version of a sandworm? What kind of being can be called a Dragon King?" Tang Boyue felt somewhat speechless. He had envisioned the Sand Dragon King as a magnificent dragon akin to Mingyu, or at the very least, a Western dragon with wings. Yet, neither of those expectations was met. It was simply an oversized sandworm, a truly absurd interpretation of a Dragon King. "Stop complaining. This sandstorm is conjured by the Sand Dragon King. We must flee quickly, or we shall perish here." During Hacker's urgent words, the Sand Dragon King charged toward them. "Dodge!" Hacker shoved Tang Boyue aside. With a resounding crash, the Sand Dragon King barreled forward, its immense body colliding with the desert, creating towering waves of sand. The Sand Dragon King moved swiftly across the sandy surface. Despite its massive size, it glided as gracefully as a fish in water. It did not pursue them further, but instead circled around Tang Boyue and his companions, clearly toying with its prey. At its level, it possessed a degree of intelligence. Realizing that this group of humans could not escape, rather than swiftly hunt them down, it chose to revel in the thrill of the chase. "This creature is incredibly hideous. What should we do now, Tang Boyue?" Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue replied calmly, "We shall kill it." His words elicited discontent among the 5 members of Hacker's group. Kong Lafu interjected, "Kid, are you still asleep? This is a level 300 beast, one with a legendary bloodline. Its strength is certainly above 2,000. You cannot simply declare that we will kill it. We agreed earlier that if we encountered the Sand Dragon King, we would escape," Tang Boyue retorted. "It's fine. You may flee. Everyone, follow my lead." Just then, Hacker suddenly spoke up, causing the other 4 to pause in surprise. "Captain, what did you say?" "Follow your lead. Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Shouldn't we be running?" Eugene questioned. Hacker glanced at Tang Boyue, Tang Kunking, and Gu Xiaoxiao, responding, "If we run, the 3 of them are doomed. After accepting so much money, we cannot simply flee at the first sign of danger. We will engage the Sand Dragon King and let our summoned beasts restrain it, then escape with them. It's hopeless. The captain has always been like this, tough on the outside but soft-hearted." "Let us go," Dina said. "Yes, let us charge together. Damn it, it's just a sandworm." "This kid is right. Anything dares to call itself a Dragon King," Kong Lafu added. The 5 of them exhibited remarkable teamwork and unity. After Hacker made his decision, the other 4, fully aware of the perilous nature of their actions, resolutely followed his lead. Subsequently, the 5 summoned beasts launched a coordinated assault. Perhaps when confronting the king of the sandstorm worms, they could rely on their coordination to navigate the challenge with ease. However, now, in the face of the Sand Dragon King, such collaboration holds no significance. In the realm of absolute numerical superiority, all extraneous tactics become futile. When confronted with an adversary whose attributes exceed theirs by more than double, breaching defenses becomes an insurmountable task, no matter how they strategize or cooperate. Their efforts merely serve to tickle their opponent. While our summoned beasts distract the Sand Dragon King, we must make our exit, Hakuer declared. "Captain, the sandstorm is too fierce. The Sand Dragon King can influence the surrounding environment. Furthermore, our desert chocobos have fled since its appearance," Eugene lamented. "Damn it," Hakuer exclaimed, driving his fist into the sand with frustration. "Even without the chocobos, we must leave. Otherwise, we await certain death. Move." With that, Hakuer rose, pulling his companions to their feet, preparing for their departure. Chapter 75. Bonds. Faced with this unexpected prey, the Sand Dragon King would not easily allow their escape. It let out a deafening roar. Not good. It's the Sand Tornado. Run. You three. Keep up, move. The Sand Dragon King unleashed its Sand Tornado skill. At that moment, Hakuer grasped Tang Boyue, while Denasia scooped up Tang Kong, and Savina held on to Gu Xiao. They sprinted desperately, attempting to escape the vortex's grasp. Yet, their speed proved insufficient for evasion. Before long, they found themselves ensnared within the swirling tempest. They were lifted into the air, only to be unceremoniously cast back down. The desert awaited them below, and thanks to the resilience of the Beastmasters, they suffered only minor abrasions. Bastard, do you intend to kill me with a fall? Hakuer cursed vehemently. Just as he prepared to command their summoned beasts to attack, he was struck by the sight of all their creatures being flung to the ground. Hakuer's pupils contracted slightly. He knew their summoned beasts stood no chance against the Sand Dragon King, yet he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. In mere moments, they lay incapacitated. The Sand Dragon King's assault showed no signs of abating, and Hakuer recognized that if this continued, their summoned beasts would all perish. Recall the summoned beasts. He bellowed. Captain, if we recall them, we're doomed. Eugene protested. Hakuer replied, we'll meet the same fate if we don't, rather than allow our companions, who have been with us for so long, to perish. We must ensure their survival. With that, Hakuer was the first to summon back his beast. The other four followed suit, recalling their own summoned creatures. They had not anticipated that a level 300 beast would be so formidable. Initially, they had believed that, even in the face of such a creature, their combined efforts would allow for a safe retreat. Hakuer let out a long sigh. Zavina remarked, we could have left. Yet you insisted on rescuing those three. We had an agreement. If we encountered the Shalom King, we would not intervene. They themselves consented to this. And now look at the situation. We cannot escape. Dinas spoke. He has always been this way. He claims he won't concern himself with others, but when danger arises, he throws himself recklessly into harm's way. This is not the moment for blame. We accepted their payment and were aware of the peril of this journey. Perhaps it was destined to unfold this way. The only regret I harbor is that I am yet to marry. If we manage to survive, will you marry me? Dinas, Eugene suddenly declared. Dinas glanced at Eugene and smiled. Sure. Upon hearing Dinas's words, Eugene was instantly invigorated. In a sudden burst of determination, he charged towards the Shalom King. Eugene, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Dinas exclaimed. Eugene replied, I will not let you perish. You all escape. I will hold him off, fool. Come back. You cannot stop him. Eugene, I am with you. Captain, take them away, Conrav interjected, stepping forward. The resolve in their expressions revealed they were prepared to confront death. However, their summoned beasts would not withstand the Shalom King for long, as Beastmasters possess only the attributes of their summoned creatures at level 10 and a basic skill. Their advance was tantamount to a death sentence. Aware of this, they sought to sacrifice themselves in a bid to grant their comrades a fleeting chance at survival. The bond of camaraderie among these five was indisputable. The Shalom King, taken aback, had not anticipated such audacity from humans. Previously, those who had encountered it were rendered weak with fear. Yet now, a human dared to confront it head-on. With a deafening roar, the Shalom King surged towards Eugene and Conrav. Eugene, Conrav. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted into the air. No, Eugene, Conrav. Dinas knelt in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Hakwil clenched his fists tightly, and Zavina shook her head in a daze. They had been together for so many years, and now two of them, you bastard. I'll fight you to the end. Hakwil roared in fury. At that moment, the dust began to settle. Eugene and Conrav emerged into view. The others stared in astonishment, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Eugene and Conrav were still alive. What had just transpired? The Shalom King had clearly lunged at them. As the dust cleared, they finally understood. Tang Boyue stood before them, having bravely shielded them from the Shalom King's assault with his own body. At this moment, Hakwil and his companions were utterly astounded. A level 300 beast could effortlessly rend a human body asunder. The recent strike, capable of pulverizing rock, had been thwarted by a mere human. The Sand Dragon King was equally astonished. It had never anticipated that a mere human could withstand its assault. Suddenly, the Sand Dragon King rolled over, its tail crashing down towards Tang Boyue. This strike could reduce stone to dust, and in its eyes, this human would be obliterated into a mist of blood. Yet, as Tang Boyue was enveloped in shimmering golden dragon scales, the tail of the Sand Dragon King struck him with a resounding thud. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring Tang Boyue's condition from view. However, the Sand Dragon King emitted a pained wail. Instead of being turned to mist, Tang Boyue remained unscathed, while the Sand Dragon's tail throbbed with pain. As the dust settled, Tang Boyue stood before everyone, completely unharmed. My heavens, what is his situation? Is there truly such a person? To withstand 2 attacks from a level 300 beast unscathed, should a human possess such physical fortitude? Hackwheel and his companions were left dumbfounded. Yet what astonished them was only just beginning. Empty. Rise, Tang Boyue commanded. Understood, you, replied Tang Kong, tossing aside her hat to avoid any hindrance in the forthcoming battle. With a flourish, the divine domain unfolded. 9 hells, Tang Kong chanted, conjuring the ethereal power into her hands. The Sand Dragon King felt the weight of bloodline and race pressing upon it, instilling a sense of trepidation. Spatial blades. Under the auspices of the divine domain, countless spatial blades surged forth towards the Sand Dragon King. While 1 or 2 blades could be evaded, facing such a multitude rendered evasion futile. The spatial blades tore through the very fabric of space surrounding the Sand Dragon King, leaving lacerations upon its body. The creature howled in agony, though such an onslaught lacked the potency to inflict mortal wounds. Despite the fact that most spatial attack skills disregarded defenses, Tang Kong's own power attributes were rather limited, as her level had not yet risen. Consequently, even with the ability to bypass defenses, her attacks could not deliver fatal damage to such a high-level beast. Chapter 76. The Lair of the Sand Dragon King wounded. The Sand Dragon King began to unleash frenzied assaults upon Tang Kong. However, within the divine domain, her spatial displacement was nearly limitless, rendering the Sand Dragon King's speed utterly inadequate to keep up. The pressing issue was that while the spatial attack skills could inflict harm due to their nature of ignoring defenses, Tang Kong's comparatively low attributes meant that she could not deal fatal damage to the Sand Dragon King, although prolonged engagement might eventually wear down the beast. The duration of the divine domain was finite. After the conclusion of the divine domain, Tang Kong found herself unable to enhance her skills, which posed a significant challenge in dealing with the Sandworm King. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Kong was only at level 8, while her adversary was a level 300 beast. The staggering disparity of nearly 300 levels made it exceedingly difficult to compensate for even the advantages of bloodline and race. It appeared that only Mingyu could assist. As in the state of yin and yang reversal, she could swiftly eliminate the sandworm. Tang Boyue mused to himself, fully aware of the considerable level gap between Tang Kong and her opponent. He understood the urgency of elevating Tang Kong's level swiftly, otherwise, encountering foes of several hundred levels in the future would yield similarly dire consequences. At that moment, Tang Kong leapt onto the back of the Sandworm King. Spatial slicing occurred, resulting in visible cuts in the surrounding space, as well as on the body of the Sandworm King. However, the inflicted wounds were relatively superficial, causing blood to flow from the lacerations, yet failing to deliver a fatal blow. The pain drove the Sandworm King into a frenzy, and it violently flung Tang Kong off its back before burrowing into the sand. In an instant, Tang Kong utilized spatial displacement to return to Tang Boyue's side. My current strength requires some time to slay it, but the divine domain is only active for 10 minutes, Tang Kong informed Tang Boyue. She recognized her predicament. Her low level rendered her incapable of overpowering such a high-level opponent. I understand. We will let Mingyu handle it, Tang Boyue replied. Just then, the ground beneath them began to sink. Not good. We must move quickly. The Sandworm King is beneath us, Hakir shouted. However, as they attempted to flee, they realized that their bodies were already half submerged in the sand. In the next moment, they plummeted downward, eliciting a chorus of screams. The descent was profound, and they continued to fall without reaching the bottom. Kong, if we fall from this height, they will perish. Save them. Tang Boyue communicated with Tang Kong through his consciousness. I understand you. At that moment, Tang Kong synchronized her actions with Tang Boyue. He utilized spatial displacement to reach Gu Xiao, grasping her with one hand before employing spatial displacement again to reach Hakir, seizing him with his other hand. Meanwhile, Tang Kong transformed into her true form, resembling a Qilin. She leapt beneath Eugene, Conraf, Savina, and Dinaxi, catching the four of them on her back. As they descended, Tang Boyue and Tang Kong glimpsed the ground below. They employed spatial displacement once more, arriving safely on the ground. "We are saved. I thought I was doomed," Hakir exclaimed, lying on the ground and exhaling deeply. The others also collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned and unable to regain their composure. Tang Kong reverted to her human form, surveyed her surroundings, and stated, This is the lair of the sandworm." At this moment, Tang Boyue glanced around, noting that the surrounding area was filled with sand cocoons. "Surely, not all of these are mere sandworms," he inquired. "These are all sand cocoons, and it is highly likely that they contain the offspring of the Sand Dragon King." Hakir responded, having regained his composure and standing up. Tang Boyue furrowed his brow. Such news posed a significant dilemma. Is she a divine beast? Just then, Hakir fully came to his senses, staring in shock at Tang Kong. That's not important. What matters now is how we can escape." Tang Boyue looked upward, realizing that the cave from which they had fallen was no longer visible. "A divine beast? My heavens, is this truly a divine beast? This is my first encounter," exclaimed Dynasty as she rushed to Tang Kong, gripping her hands with palpable excitement. "Let go of me," Tang Kong protested, wriggling free in disdain. "I never expected her to be a summoned beast. I thought she was merely a human child wearing a hat," Eugene remarked. Conraf also activated the spirit terminal to check Tang Kong's information, only to discover that Tang Boyue had concealed her details. "Why hide it? Let us see," Savina urged. Tang Boyue replied, "Let us first consider how to escape. Goodness, we have no idea where that sandworm has gone." They had fallen into the lair of the Sand Dragon King, yet it too seemed to have vanished. Perhaps it had been frightened away by Tang Kong and was now hiding. Tang Boyue approached a sand cocoon, astonished to find it towering over him. "Are there only little sandworms inside?" he murmured. "Please choose from the following options. 1. Break the sand cocoon. Reward: all summoned beasts on Beast Nurturing Island receive a 10 to all attributes. 2. Leave immediately. Reward: all summoned beasts on Beast Nurturing Island gain a level. On the surface, option 2 appeared more advantageous, as leveling up would grant a 50 to all attributes, based on Tang Kong's growth. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, the better choice was option 1. While leveling up enhances attributes, postponing this would still allow for future attribute increases. The additional attributes from the reward, however, would be irrevocably lost if missed. Levels would always increase, which is a fixed attribute, while the rewarded attributes were supplementary. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Tang Boyue resolved to break the sand cocoon. He raised his fist and struck the cocoon with a forceful punch. With a resounding crack, the sand cocoon split open. "What are you doing?" the others exclaimed, startled by Tang Boyue's actions. "Let us see what's inside," he declared. "You'll provoke the Sand Dragon King," Hakir cautioned. Tang Boyue chuckled. "Aren't we already provoking it? After what Kong did to it, it must loathe us. Do you think it would spare us if we don't destroy these sand cocoons?" Hakir pondered for a moment, conceding that Tang Boyue had a point. At that moment, Tang Boyue had already opened the sand cocoon. Upon seeing what lay within, Gu Xiao let out a terrified scream. Tang Boyue's expression turned grave, for inside was a corpse, or more accurately, a desiccated body. Chapter 77. Have you truly given up on Mingyu? Congratulations, task completed. Reward: all summoned beasts on Beast Cultivation Island receive a 10 to all attributes. It appeared that what lay here was not the larva of the sandworm, but rather its stored sustenance. Bringing us here meant they regarded us as food as well. At that moment, Tang Kong remarked, "To treat us as food, are they not afraid of choking?" Tang Boyue replied, "Over there, the sand cocoon is stirring. It seems the person inside is still alive," Tang Kong noted. Following her gaze, Tang Boyue looked over and indeed observed that a sand cocoon was subtly moving. He hurried over and shattered the cocoon. Inside was a man who appeared exceedingly frail. Tang Boyue pulled him out of the cocoon. "Water, water," the man uttered feebly. Tang Boyue promptly retrieved water and food for him. Kong, break open all the sand cocoons," Tang Boyue instructed. "Understood," she replied, and soon began to act, swiftly shattering all the sand cocoons. Within the cocoons, most of the individuals had already turned into mummies. However, a few remained alive. Likely having been captured not long ago, the Sand Dragon King would not kill its prey immediately to preserve the freshness of its food. Trapped within the cocoons, They gradually had their life force drained, leading to a slow demise before ultimately being reduced to desiccated corpses. "You, over here," Tang Kongkong called out. Tang Boyue rushed over to find someone lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Yiqing, the person he had been searching for. He knelt down and reached into Zhao Yiqing's clothing to check her heartbeat, not out of any ulterior motive, but merely to ascertain if she still had a pulse. Thankfully, there was one. Looking to the side, he saw Zhao Song as well, and upon checking him, found that he still breathed. Afterward, Tang Boyue instructed everyone to carry the living individuals to one side. Once gathered, he surveyed the group. Alongside Zhao Yiqing and her father, there were 5 others still alive. Tang Boyue then produced recovery potions and administered them to each of the survivors. After a while, the individuals began to awaken one by one. Zhao Yiqing slowly opened her eyes. "Tang Boyue, how did you end up here? I understand now. I must be dying, for one sees illusions before death." She spoke in a weak voice. Tang Boyue chose not to respond to her query. Instead, he offered her water and food, saying, "Consume this to regain your strength, or else you truly will perish." Upon hearing Tang Boyue's words, Zhao Yiqing was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this was no mere illusion. Tang Boyue was indeed standing before her. "How did you get here? Were you also captured by the Sand Dragon King? What brought you here?" "It must be because I sent you a message on the spirit terminal, urging you to come. I can't believe you actually came. I'm so sorry for putting you in danger," Zhao Yiqing expressed with regret. Tang Boyue replied, "It's nothing to do with you. I was merely bored and decided to come to Kata, taking on a couple of subjugation tasks. I was unaware of the situation in the vast desert and foolishly accepted a task here, only to unexpectedly encounter that enormous sandworm." Tang Boyue refrained from disclosing to Zhao Yiqing that he had come specifically to find her upon learning of her peril. "Where's my father? What about him?" Zhao Yiqing inquired anxiously. Tang Boyue glanced at Zhao Song nearby and said, "He is still alive and should be waking up soon." At this, Zhao Yiqing exhaled in relief. However, she soon became aware of the gravity of their situation. Looking around, she urged, "You all need to leave quickly. This is the lair of the Sand Dragon King. If you can escape, do so swiftly, or else when it returns, you won't be able to get away. I also wish it would return, as I am rather tempted by its core. I hope it possesses one. Yet, for now, it seems too fearful to show itself," Tang Boyue remarked. Indeed, although Tang Kongkong had not inflicted fatal damage upon the Sand Dragon King, it had nonetheless instilled fear in the creature. The king dared only to bring Tang Boyue and his companions here, intending to trap them, while it refrained from revealing itself. "What is going on?" Zhao Yiqing questioned. "First, let us eat something and drink some water. Once you regain some strength, we can discuss further. You are fortunate. Had you arrived a day or two later, salvation would have been impossible," Tang Boyue stated, producing some water and food for Gu Xiaoxiao, adding, "Share the water and food with the others who are waking up." "Understood." Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. I can sense that creature is lurking within the surrounding sand, waiting for the opportunity to strike us down. We must remain vigilant." Tang Kongkong warned Tang Boyue. Tang Boyue patted Tang Kongkong's head, responding, "I understand. If it dares to show itself, I will take its life." "Who is she? A summoned beast?" Zhao Yiqing gazed at Tang Kongkong in surprise. Upon noticing the horned crest atop Tang Kongkong's head, she confirmed that this was indeed a summoned beast. "Her name is Tang Kongkong, my summoned beast," Tang Boyue explained. Zhao Yiqing, taken aback, stared in shock for a moment before asking, "Have you truly given up on Mingyu?" "Sad. With her carefree disposition, can she truly feel sadness?" Tang Boyue chuckled. Zhao Yiqing replied, "Though she appears carefree, she carries a deep loneliness within. Each time a contract is dissolved, it feels as though she is abandoned. She may seem indifferent, but I can sense her sorrow." "Then why did you choose to dissolve the contract in the first place?" "I merely engaged in the same actions as you. Yet you now occupy the moral high ground to criticize me, claiming I have caused her sorrow," Tang Boyue remarked. Zhao Yiqing responded, "In the Zhao family, I cannot assert my own will. To appease the Long family, my father would arrange for me to be betrothed to Long Chong, effectively offering me to them. Thus, upon discovering Mingyu's ineffectiveness, he compelled me to dissolve our contract. In truth, I harbor no desire to become exceedingly powerful. I would not mind her accompanying me, but my family forbids it. Initially, after the contract was annulled, I was willing to provide for her, yet she herself declined. It is evident that Mingyu holds a fondness for you. Now that you have severed ties with her, she is bound to feel more despondent than ever. Rest assured, she is not disheartened. She is well fed and sleeps soundly, Tang Boyue replied. At that moment, the others had awakened. Upon seeing Tang Boyue and his companions, they initially believed they had been rescued, only to descend once more into despair upon surveying their surroundings. They remained within the lair of the Sand Dragon King. As long as they did not escape, the inevitable outcome was death. It's coming, Tang Kunking announced. Humph, it arrives well. Kunking, attack, came the response. Yes. Chapter 78, The Steady Performance of Mingyu. With a thunderous roar, the Sand Dragon King emerged from the depths. Witnessing the immense form of the Sand Dragon King, those recently rescued by Tang Boyue were rendered nearly catatonic with fear. The Sand Dragon King. It has returned. We are doomed. One man cried out. At that moment, Zhao Yiqing added, Tang Boyue, I lack the strength to flee. You all must escape. This creature is formidable, at level 300. One of the beast tamers we hired, a celestial grade, met his demise at its hands. Hiring a celestial grade beast tamer must have cost a fortune. How splendid it would have been to spend that on me. Tang Boyue remarked. You? When I messaged you through the spirit terminal, did you not decline to join us? Had I known following you would lead to encountering such a creature, I would have come sooner. At that moment, Tang Kunking utilized spatial displacement to position himself before the Sand Dragon King. Spatial blade. A blade of space surged toward the Sand Dragon King. However, lacking divine enhancement, the attack was singular. While spatial abilities disregard defenses, minor skills are easily evaded, as the tearing of space does not occur at great speed. With only one blade, the Sand Dragon King effortlessly dodged. Tang Kunking was aware that this strike would not connect. Just then, the Sand Dragon King charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Kunking leapt atop the creature's head. Spatial cut. The 9-nether spatial cut requires contact with the object to be severed. At this moment, Tang Kunking pressed his hands against the Sand Dragon King's head. In the next instant, the space surrounding the creature's head was cleaved, leaving behind a trace of injury. Regrettably, the level disparity was too vast. Had the difference been merely 100 levels, Tang Kunking might have vanquished the Sand Dragon King in an instant. However, the nearly 300 levels of disparity rendered spatial division incapable of separating the head of the Sand Dragon King from its body. The agonizing roar compelled the Sand Dragon King to thrash violently, subsequently hurling Tang Kong away with great force. The displaced Tang Kong reappeared beside Tang Boyue through a spatial shift. As an entity of the spatial system, Tang Kong's presence left Zhao Yiqing and several others, recently rescued, utterly astonished. In contrast, Hakuier and his companions, having witnessed such phenomena before, maintained their composure, internally mocking the others for their exaggerated reactions. At that moment, the Sand Dragon King discerned that Tang Kong's combat prowess had diminished compared to before. At its level, a beast possesses a certain degree of intelligence. It swiftly deduced the root of the issue. Previously, Tang Kong had activated her domain, but now she could not. It was not a matter of choice, but rather a limitation. The consumption of divine skills is substantial, particularly for such an extraordinary domain, which cannot be sustained indefinitely. Thus, the Sand Dragon King understood that it only needed to eliminate her before she could activate her domain again. Once this divine beast was vanquished, the rest would be rendered powerless. Furthermore, consuming this divine creature would undoubtedly enhance its own bloodline. This creature is quite astute. It has already realized my domain cannot be activated at present and harbors intent to kill us, Tang Kong stated. Tang Boyue replied, Is that so? If it seeks to harm us, then let us deliver it a small shock. No sooner had Tang Boyue spoken than the space before him tore apart. Mingyu emerged lazily from the rift. Upon seeing Mingyu, Zhao Yiqing gasped. How could you be summoned by Tang Boyue? Mingyu looked at Zhao Yiqing with curiosity, replying, Why not? We have a contract. But he dissolved his contract with you, didn't he? Who said that? He would never dissolve our contract, nor could he. So she isn't Tang Boyue's new summoned beast? Zhao Yiqing pointed at Tang Kong. Mingyu chuckled. Indeed, it's merely a matter of signing another contract. Besides, she is now my little follower, haha. With that, Mingyu playfully pinched Tang Kong's face. With a swift motion, Tang Kong landed a punch on Mingyu's abdomen. Gambler, recognize the current situation, Tang Kong admonished. Mingyu glanced at the Sand Dragon King and exclaimed, Wow, what a colossal sand creature. I've heard that roasting these sand beasts is quite delectable. The others fell silent, exclaiming inwardly, This is the Sand Dragon King. You're actually contemplating roasting it? However, they were also stunned, as apart from Gu Xiao, the rest were just now realizing that Tang Boyue had two summoned beasts, a humanoid with draconic characteristics. This summoned creature was no ordinary entity. Zhao Yicheng found himself questioning his own worth, wondering if the gap between himself and Tang Boyue was truly so vast. At merely 16, he had already managed to form two contracts. Watch this, Mingyu proclaimed with a sense of pride. Divine yin-yang reversal. Ha ha ha, at this moment, I feel an overwhelming surge of power. Allow me to test my strength with a punch. Come forth, little sandworm, and witness as I shatter you with a single blow. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for Mingyu's performance. Prepare your eyes to behold my extraordinary offensive capabilities. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to maintain a safe distance to avoid any splatter of that creature's innards, Mingyu declared proudly, eliciting a few steps backward from the onlookers. The Sand Dragon King felt a sense of disdain and charged forward. Behold my million-ton flying punch. In the instant the Sand Dragon King lunged, Mingyu swung her fist. With a resounding smack, her punch landed on the Sand Dragon King's body. Yet it bore no consequence. The anticipation of the spectators evaporated in an instant. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to shatter with one punch? By the heavens! Was that merely a tickle? What on earth is happening? Mingyu pondered, examining her fist. You fool! Your time spent posturing has exceeded 10 seconds. Tang Boyue could not contain his frustration. By the heavens, this wretched dragon, after executing the yin-yang reversal, failed to attack and instead chose to flaunt, allowing the reversal time to elapse. Moreover, this skill can only be employed once a day. Truly, Mingyu is consistent in her performance. At that moment, the Sand Dragon King was also taken aback, expecting a powerful strike, only to find it was a mere scratch, inferior even to the earlier summoner with spatial abilities. With a roar, the Sand Dragon King brought its massive tail crashing down upon Mingyu. The impact reverberated throughout the cavern. While those familiar with Mingyu remained unfazed, the others anticipated her demise. Yet, when the Sand Dragon King lifted its colossal tail, it was astonished to see Mingyu standing unscathed, unyielding. The Sand Dragon King struck down once more. Once again, Mingyu remained unharmed. How is this possible? She can withstand the Sand Dragon King's assault. Chapter 79. The tension builds. The Sand Dragon King unleashed a torrent of fine sand towards Mingyu. Do not underestimate this fine sand. It possesses formidable penetrating power, capable of perforating even steel. It was believed that this attack could extinguish Mingyu, yet the sand had no effect upon her. How delightful. Do shower me with more, Mingyu remarked. The Sand Dragon King was astounded, glancing toward Tang Boyue. He could scarcely comprehend the extent of this human strength. Even two summoned beasts were so exceedingly formidable. In the next moment, the Sand Dragon King suddenly burrowed into the sand, vanishing from sight. This creature intends to flee, Tang Kong observed. However, just then, the sand beneath their feet began to sink once more. Soon, half of Tang Boyue's body was engulfed in the sand. And in the next instant, they found themselves plummeting downward again. Incredible, there exists an additional layer within the layer of the sandworm, Tang Boyue mused. At this moment, he urgently beckoned Mingyu to rescue the others. Mingyu transformed into her true form, deftly catching the falling individuals. She contemplated seizing the opportunity to ascend, yet soon realized that the sand above seemed almost sentient. After their descent, the sand began to congeal autonomously. Mingyu attempted to strike it, finding the sand to be soft. Yet it resisted her efforts to penetrate back to the upper layer. Descend first, Tang Boyue instructed Mingyu, who complied, guiding the group to the ground. Upon returning to her human form, Tang Boyue gazed upward, remarking, "This sand possesses unexpected defenses. I did not anticipate another layer beneath its nest. Kong, try utilizing your spatial blade to see if you can sever it." Kong nodded, unleashing the spatial blade, which soared upward. However, although the blade penetrated the sand, it quickly reformed, the incision mending itself almost instantaneously. Tang Boyue furrowed his brow, realizing that a direct escape was impossible. Observing his surroundings, he discerned a passageway. He understood the nature of the sandworms. Their tunnels were labyrinthine and interconnected. Following the passage would lead to an exit, but navigating this intricate maze posed a significant challenge. He surveyed the group. Haker and the others appeared well, brimming with vitality. However, Zhao Yicheng and a few others, recently liberated from their sandy cocoons, were in a far less fortunate state, weakened and, in some cases unconscious from the recent tumult. Leaving only Zhao Yiqing and Zhao Song behind, while abandoning the others felt morally repugnant to Tang Boyue. After all, leaving them would surely condemn them to death. He could not bring himself to be cold-hearted towards the innocent. Although the sandworm's lair is a vast maze, I am certain there lies a way out if we are willing to seek it. Given the current weakness of the group, we must rest here for 2 days until they can regain their strength and walk unassisted, Tang Boyue declared. Haker replied, "We owe our lives to your rescue, and we shall abide by your directives. However, there is one concern. Our provisions will suffice for only 2 or 3 days for the few of us. And now with 5 additional companions, we have barely enough for a day. I possess ample food and water," Tang Boyue assured them. The revelation left Haker and his companions astounded. With over 10 individuals, the quantity of sustenance Tang Boyue must have in his spatial storage was unfathomable. They began to see him as increasingly enigmatic. Subsequently, they settled down to rest, erecting tents retrieved from Tang Boyue's spatial storage. He was acutely aware that the Sand King was likely observing them from the shadows. After all, the purpose of confining them here was never to abandon the thought of extinguishing their lives. However, the Salon King had also been sufficiently intimidated, and this time he would surely not dare to show his face easily. Tang Boyue, thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, we would truly have met our demise here, Zhao Yiqing remarked as she was fed by Tang Boyue. At that moment, Hakui'er approached with a grin, saying, "No wonder he spent such a fortune to find her. She is rather beautiful." "Spent money? What do you mean?" Zhao Yiqing inquired. Hakui'er chuckled. "You see, while at the Adventurers Guild, he heard about a summoner from Dongyao who was in the vast Tianma Desert. Consequently, he paid 3 million for us to assist him with the commission, tricking us into the desert. Ultimately, he disbursed another 5 million to help locate your whereabouts. Thankfully, we found you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing turned her gaze towards Tang Boyue and said, "Wasn't it said that he happened upon this place by chance? It seems he came specifically for me." It was evident that Zhao Yiqing was exceedingly delighted at this revelation. Tang Boyue did not respond directly to her words, but addressed Zhao Song, stating, "In order to rescue you and your daughter, I have expended all my savings. Be sure to reimburse me when we return." Zhao Song, feeling somewhat awkward, managed to smile and nodded, Of course. A few million was of little consequence to Zhao Song, and since Tang Boyue had saved their lives, it was indeed fitting that he bore the cost. "I will take care of her," Gu Xiaoxiao interjected as she approached, taking the food from Tang Boyue's hands. "Here, sister, let me feed you," she offered. Zhao Yiqing looked at Gu Xiaoxiao and replied, "No need, let Tang Boyue do it." Gu Xiaoxiao responded, "He has been quite fatigued these past few days, allow him to rest. If you need anything, just inform me." Zhao Yiqing and Gu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances. Though their expressions appeared serene, within their minds, there was a palpable tension brewing. "Then I leave her in your care," Tang Boyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. "All right, I will take good care of her." Tang Boyue then turned to Mingyu, instructing, "Stay here. If that sandworm attacks, protect them. Kong Kong and I will search for an escape route, so once they recover, we can depart directly." Mingyu nodded. "Rest assured, I'll handle it without issue." "Indeed, were it not for your misfortune, we would not be in this predicament," Tang Boyue remarked. Mingyu awkwardly replied, "Don't worry, it won't happen again. Next time, I will ensure to conclude the act within 10 seconds of activating the yin-yang reversal." With that, Tang Boyue departed with Tang Kong. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained harmonious among the others, but between Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yiqing, there was an unmistakable tension. It was unclear why this was the case. Though nothing had transpired between them, a thick air of rivalry lingered. Chapter 80. The domain of the Sand King. The cave was a labyrinthine expanse, with Tang Boyue and Tang Kong diligently marking their path to avoid becoming lost. Yet, after an extensive search, they had yet to discover an exit. "How vast is this place? We've traversed for so long and still have not explored all the passages," Tang Boyue lamented. At that moment, Tang Kong gestured, unleashing a blade of space that carved a mark within the cave. However, the sand seemed almost sentient, swiftly mending the cut. "Perhaps this is a domain," Tang Kong proposed. "A domain?" Tang Boyue echoed, surprised. "Indeed, this must be the domain of that sandworm. Within this realm, the sand behaves like a living entity. As we pass through, the sand automatically shifts, creating an illusion of new paths. In reality, they are merely randomly generated routes. The area may not be extensive, But due to the constantly shifting sand and the emergence of new passages, if we had not recognized this issue, we would have wandered aimlessly until utterly exhausted. That sandworm is quite cunning, Tang Boyue remarked. Indeed, being a level 300 beast, it exhibits considerable craftiness. When faced with an inability to confront us directly, it resorts to trickery. In such ordinary domains, especially in the lair of the Sand King, the duration of this domain is likely prolonged. Therefore, our only option to escape is to eliminate the Sand King. Let us return, Tang Boyue decided. Having grasped the situation, continuing the search for an exit seemed futile, merely a waste of energy. Thus, Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong began their retreat. The alteration of the paths made their return laborious, and the markers they had left behind became ineffective. At this juncture, Tang Boyue understood that none of them could afford to separate easily. While he and Tang Kongkong possessed the ability to navigate back, using spatial displacement as long as they remembered the general direction, others lacked such capabilities. If they strayed from the main group, reuniting would be exceedingly challenging. Tang Boyue, what is the situation? Have you found the exit? Zhao Yiqing inquired as Tang Boyue returned. Gu Xiaoxiao hurried to Tang Boyue's side, urging him to sit. Tang Boyue explained, through our investigation, we have likely found ourselves within the domain of that sandworm. The sand here is alive, capable of altering the position of pathways at will. Thus, relying on mere traversal to find an exit is nearly impossible. The sandworm is quite intelligent. It intends to trap us using this method. Upon hearing this, a flicker of despair crossed the faces of the group. However, Mingyu remained unfazed, unperturbed by the predicament. Tang Boyue, Mingyu, and Tang Kongkong prepared to enter the beast cultivation island. In order to survive within, they could still capture sea fish. They could live there for as long as needed without concern. Does this mean we cannot escape? Gu Xiaoxiao inquired. Tang Boyue replied, no, there is a way. What method? We can kill that sandworm. This is its domain. Once it is dead, the domain will naturally dissipate, and at that moment, we will surely find our way out through the passage, Tang Boyue explained. Hakuaer interjected, kill it? But how are we to do that when it does not show itself? That creature possesses a certain level of intelligence. It will likely remain hidden until we are too weak to resist, Tang Boyue chuckled. Not necessarily. I have a plan. What plan? Tang Boyue summoned everyone to gather around, and subsequently shared his strategy. Will this truly work? Zhao Yiqing asked. Tang Boyue nodded, it should. Hakuaer remarked, indeed. This is a viable approach. Regardless of its efficacy, it is worth a try. All right then, let us all rest well for the next 2 days. We need not concern ourselves with anything else, Tang Boyue instructed. Time passed by steadily. For the first 2 days, they had ample food and water. Those whom Tang Boyue rescued from the sand cocoons had also recuperated. Although still a bit weak, they were no longer in grave danger and could move freely. However, on the 3rd day, a minor issue arose. They had run out of supplies. Hey, didn't you claim there would be plenty of food and water? Hakuaer angrily seized Tang Boyue by the collar. Because Tang Boyue had assured them of sufficient provisions, he had distributed all their water and food. Now, on the 3rd day, when asked for supplies, he shockingly claimed there were none. This was unacceptable to Hakuaer. Are you mocking us? We shared all our food and water, and now you tell me there is none left? Tang Boyue calmly responded, if that were not the case, how would you have taken out all the food and water? Outrageous. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Tang Kongkong leapt forward, kicking Hakuaer aside. Are you still looking for a fight? I fear you not. Hakuaer retorted. At that moment, Hakuaer and his companions, blinded by rage, summoned their beasts to attack Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong. Gu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yiqing, witnessing this, would not allow Tang Boyue to be bullied and promptly summoned their own beasts to join the fray. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining members also joined the battle. Thus, a chaotic conflict erupted among them, seemingly inexplicable, yet in such dire conditions without food and water, the frailty of human nature began to reveal itself, a natural occurrence. After a grueling struggle, both sides were left exhausted, sprawled on the ground, devoid of strength. Time continued to tick away, and 2 more days passed. Everyone was in a state of extreme hunger, compounded by prior internal strife that left them wounded and on the brink of collapse. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from the depths below. In the next moment, with a thunderous crash, the king of the sand dragons emerged from the ground. Observing the group sprawled on the ground, the king felt a surge of self-satisfaction. Humans are indeed predictable. In dire circumstances, they resort to self-destruction and violence against one another. I had thought you would remain hidden for another 2 days, yet here you are, unable to withstand the pressure. Are you hoping to devour Mingyu and Kong Kong while they still have breath left? At that moment, Tang Boyue rose to his feet. As he stood, the others also began to rise from their positions on the ground. Tang Boyue chuckled. Surprised, are you? Despite being deprived of food and water for days and having engaged in internal conflict, we still managed to stand. My apologies, the infighting was merely a diversion. Prior to this, I discreetly provided each of them with sustenance. While lying on the ground, they were able to eat in secret. Without such measures, how could you have appeared? At this revelation, the king of the sand dragons realized he had been outsmarted, and in his fury, he unleashed a furious roar. Charging at Tang Boyue. Mingyu, this time do not falter. Go. Mingyu clenched her fists and declared, watch me. Chapter 81. The crunchy flavor of chicken. As Mingyu prepared to strike, the king of the sand dragons paid little heed to her stance. After all, he had previously battled with her and recognized that while her defense was formidable, her offensive capabilities were lacking. At that moment, his intention was to bypass Mingyu and eliminate the others. Although Tang Kong Kong posed a challenge, the king knew she was not a threat to his life. As the king of the sand dragons charged towards Mingyu, she stepped forward, her fists swinging powerfully. In response to her impending blow, the king barely attempted to evade. He even welcomed the punch, an outright provocation that belittled Mingyu's strength. However, the instant Mingyu's fist connected with the king's body, he sensed something was amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. Regret was fleeting, granting him only a moment of realization without a chance to amend his fate. Immediately, he felt an excruciating pain as if his body were being torn apart. Yet, the agony was short-lived, lasting merely an instant. The rupture began at the point of impact and swiftly spread throughout his entire being. Within a second, his body was obliterated into fragments. Thus, the suffering was confined to that singular moment. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of blood erupted, followed by the scattered remnants of the king. Behind Mingyu, aside from Tang Boyue and Tang Kong Kong, everyone else stood in stunned silence. In their eyes, it may have seemed that Mingyu could effortlessly withstand the attacks of the Dragon King, yet could not deliver a fatal blow. However, in a stunning turn of events, a single punch reduced the Dragon King to mere fragments. Congratulations, you have slain the beast, Dragon King. Reward, for 1,500 points. How is this possible? How could Mingyu possess such offensive power? Zhao Yicheng exclaimed in bewilderment. Among the gathered individuals, perhaps only Tang Boyue understood Mingyu as well as Zhao Yicheng did. For she had once forged a pact with her. She was aware of Mingyu's circumstances, lacking offensive capability, but possessing an astonishingly high defense. If tasked solely with attacking, she might struggle to even vanquish a mere mouse. Yet now, she had unleashed such terrifying offensive strength. Just standard procedure, Mingyu declared with a sense of pride. Then turned to Zhao Yicheng, winking playfully in a challenge. Noticing Zhao Yicheng's silence, Mingyu approached her, playfully tapping her shoulder. Ha ha ha. This once again proves that the issue lies with you, not me. Look, under a US guidance, he has cultivated my offensive abilities. But with you, it seems you lack that talent. Now what do you have to say? It's clearly you who is inadequate. Zhao Yicheng bit her lip, rendered speechless. She had no retort, for Mingyu's statements held truth. In her case, she was unable to utilize Mingyu's skills properly, nor could she access her attributes effectively. Conversely, under Tang Boyue's mentorship, he not only accessed Mingyu's attributes, but could wield her skills, and not just one. In her presence, Mingyu had no offensive capability. Yet with Tang Boyue, she exhibited such formidable power. The most awkward of all was Zhao Song, who had initially pressured Zhao Yicheng to sever her contract with Mingyu. He believed that although Mingyu was a divine beast, she could hardly best an ordinary summoned creature, rendering her completely useless. Furthermore, she was mocked as the disgrace of divine beasts, the Eastern Waste Dragon. He thought that the Zhao family should not possess such a summoned beast, fearing ridicule from others. Thus, he invested a considerable sum to procure a three-tailed fox for Zhao Yicheng. Subsequently, under his coercion, Zhao Yicheng dissolved her pact with Mingyu. Now, it appeared he had become a fool. Congratulations. All these years, you have endured mockery, yet you never faltered. You have finally found a true master capable of harnessing your strength. Those who once derided you will now feel shame, and I too apologize for my previous disdain. Zhao Yicheng finally spoke. Hey, what are you doing picking up those things? Put them down. Put them down. Tang Boyue shouted. Zhao Yiqing looked closely and realized, to her astonishment, that Mingyu had completely ignored her words and was already gathering pieces of the Dragon King's carcass. Mingyu waved a chunk in her hand, exclaiming, "This stuff is delicious when roasted. It has a crispy chicken flavor. I could eat an entire one. Get lost. Throw that away, if you dare to cook it. Just wait and see what I'll do to you. Don't disgust me," Tang Boyue exclaimed. The grotesque appearance of the Sandworm King was already repulsive, and the thought of Mingyu wanting to roast it made Tang Boyue feel nauseated. Hee, I won't eat it anymore, Mingyu chuckled as he discarded the remains. At that moment, Tang Boyue glanced at Mingyu and said, "No need to apologize. She won't mind these things." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqing smiled faintly. "You are indeed more suited to be her master than I am." "Not a master," Tang Boyue corrected, catching Zhao Yiqing off guard. The original purpose of the contract was not enslavement but companionship, as stated in the first line of the introductory Beast Mastery Academy textbook. Zhao Yiqing smiled again, choosing not to respond further. Just then, Tang Kongkong utilized spatial displacement, reappearing in front of Tang Boyue with an object in hand. "Good heavens, is that not the core?" Tang Boyue remarked, pleasantly surprised. "What luck! This creature indeed had a core." He grinned. "Now we can repair the silver armor. When we acquire a higher level core, we can restore the golden armor as well. After all, the golden armor possesses the greatest combat power, and it would require a superior core to unleash its full potential." With the demise of the small sandworm, its domain dissipated, rendering the lair an ordinary one. Although there were additional passages, a brief search would soon lead them to the exit. "Let us head out. It's been days since we've seen the sun," Tang Boyue suggested. "All right." The group agreed, setting off in search of a way out. Without the domain's influence, the passages remained unchanged, allowing them to locate the exit in a short time. As they stepped outside and felt the warmth of the sun, a wave of relief washed over them. Some even knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Grateful for their narrow escape from death. "We're still quite far from the city, and our desert mounts are gone. It'll take some effort to walk back," Hakuir remarked. "That's all right, let us go. We have plenty of food and water," Tang Boyue replied. "Understood." In truth, if they had chosen to ride with Mingyu, they could have returned to the city swiftly. However, Tang Boyue refrained from doing so, except in extraordinary circumstances, like when he had to save someone. Otherwise, he was reluctant to allow others to mount Mingyu. Without their desert mounts, it took them 3 days to return to Cardona City. Fortunately, there was ample water and food along the way, and with Hakuir and the others' familiarity with the desert, the journey was relatively easy. Chapter 82. Repairing the Silver Armor Guardian Cardona City. Thank you. We will never forget your kindness." The rescued individuals expressed their gratitude to Tang Boyue repeatedly. "All right, everyone, head back now," Tang Boyue instructed. "We'll take our leave then." "Thank you." As several individuals departed, they frequently turned back, expressing their gratitude to Tang Boyue. At this moment, Hakuil approached and remarked, "That Tang." In an instant, Hakuil realized how he ought to address Tang Boyue, for the prowess displayed by Tang Boyue was sufficient to overshadow the 5 of them. In this realm, strength reigned supreme. Previously, he had referred to Tang Boyue as kid, but now he dared not do so. To call him brother seemed equally inappropriate, as it might suggest he was seeking to curry favor. "Hakuil, there's no need for such formality between us. After all, we have faced life and death together," Tang Boyue stated. He held a favorable impression of Hakuil and his companions, as they demonstrated loyalty and camaraderie. Hakuil responded with a smile. "Thanks to you, we managed to escape. I shall return your fee." Tang Boyue halted him, saying, "This was the agreed-upon reward. There is no need for a refund. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then let me accompany you on a few more quests, so I may elevate my adventure level to B-rank." Upon hearing this, Hakuil chuckled. "That is certainly feasible. Elevating to B-rank is straightforward, but advancing beyond that can be rather troublesome." Tang Boyue replied, "I merely wish to reach B-rank to undertake a rank quests, where the beasts are all above level 200. I have no interest in the bounty from the Adventurers Guild. I simply seek to obtain the locations of the beasts through the guild." Hakuil nodded in understanding. At that moment, Savina approached, awkwardly stating, "I apologize for my previous demeanor." "What demeanor? Do not overthink it. Let us continue our collaboration," Tang Boyue reassured her. Savina nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Tang Boyue walked over to Zhao Yiqing, Zhao Song, and Gu Xiaoxiao. He first inquired of Zhao Song, Boss Zhao, what are your plans moving forward? Zhao Song replied. After this ordeal, I have lost the desire to remain in kata. I intend to return to Dongyao with Yicheng. Tang Boyue, what about you? Are you coming back with us? Zhao Yicheng asked. Tang Boyue responded. I plan to stay here for a few more days, completing some tasks with Hackwheel and the others to raise my adventure level to be ranked before returning to Dongyao. I see. Zhao Yicheng lowered her head, contemplating before saying, Then I shall join you. I am interested in becoming a member of the Adventurers Guild. It sounds quite intriguing. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Zhao Yicheng, thinking to herself, Are you truly aiming to join the Adventurers Guild? Everyone knows your ulterior motives. I feel embarrassed to point it out. Tang Boyue advised, You should return to Dongyao with Boss Zhao. I heard your three-tailed fox was injured during the battle with that sandworm. Although it has recovered after taking a healing potion, it would be prudent to have it checked back home. The medical conditions for summoned beasts in kata do not compare to those in Dongyao. Better to ensure there are no lingering effects that could impair the beast's capabilities. Listening to Tang Boyue's words, Zhao Yicheng felt a pang of hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Song spoke up. Indeed, let's heed Xiao Tang's advice and return to Dongyao together. Very well, replied Tang Boyue. Gu Xiaoxiao, you should accompany Zhao Boss and the others back to Dongyao. Once you return, tidy up and bring your younger siblings directly to the mine. After hearing this, Gu Xiaoxiao said, I would prefer to return after a few days, alongside you. Zhao Yicheng, upon hearing this, ground her teeth in frustration, inwardly thinking, What are you lingering for? I feel too embarrassed to expose your intentions. At your age, what are you thinking? Gu Xiaoxiao was only 2 or 3 years older than her and Tang Boyue, which Zhao Yicheng considered significantly aged. Sister Gu, Tang Boyue has his own affairs to attend to. Staying by his side would only burden him. It would be best for you to return to Dongyao with us. Zhao Yicheng insisted. Gu Xiaoxiao countered, I won't be a burden to him. I still possess some strength. Yet, when it came to dealing with the Sand Dragon King, you didn't lift a finger, Zhao Yicheng retorted, leaving Gu Xiaoxiao momentarily speechless. All right, return with Zhao Boss and the others. It's been over a week since we left Dongyao. Didn't you tell your siblings it would just be a week? Tang Boyue said to Gu Xiaoxiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gu Xiaoxiao replied, Understood. I will return with them and then head to the mine after preparing my things. Mine? What mine? Zhao Yicheng inquired. Tang Boyue explained. There is a spirit stone vein here, and I have obtained mining rights for 2.5 years. I intend to have Gu Xiaoxiao supervise to prevent the miners from slacking off. Zhao Yicheng was taken aback, exclaiming, Impressive. A spirit stone vein? At this rate, you'll surpass our Zhao family in wealth. Tang Boyue chuckled. I may only have 2.5 years of mining rights. I can't compare to your Zhao family. All right then, let us part ways for now. Farewell, Dongyao, he concluded. Zhao Yicheng looked at Tang Boyue with a hint of reluctance before saying, Farewell, Dongyao. Subsequently, Tang Boyue departed with Haker and his 5 companions. Zhao Yicheng and the others remained in place, watching Tang Boyue's retreating figure until he vanished from sight before leaving. So, which one will you choose? At that moment, Mingyu asked Tang Boyue. What do you mean? Tang Boyue replied. Mingyu continued. Both of them have feelings for you. Can't you see that? Surely you must choose one. Come on, tell me, who will you pick? I choose to give you a beating. You talk nonsense all day. Tang Boyue retorted, raising his fist. Mingyu shielded his head and fled. If you don't want to choose, then why hit me? I'm off to play cards. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do, he exclaimed as he dashed away, disappearing from sight. Tang Boyue shook his head in exasperation. Let us be off, he said to Haker and the 5 others, taking Tang Kongkong's hand as they departed. As for Mingyu, he headed straight for the casino in Cardona City. After so many days without gambling, his hands were itching. That night, on Beast Breeding Island, Yu remarked, the silver armor has been repaired. Tang Boyue gazed at the towering silver armor before him, nodding with satisfaction. He had specifically tested the combat capabilities of the silver armor, which were roughly equivalent to that of a level 200 summoned beast. The core, at level 300, yielded a combat strength comparable to that of a level 200 summoned creature. A commendable feat, indeed. Only Tang Kongkong possessed such expertise. Had anyone else attempted to create a puppet with a level 300 core, achieving a combat prowess of merely a level 70 summoned beast would have been an impressive outcome. The iron armor, on the other hand, was approximately equivalent to a level 150 summoned beast in terms of combat power. As for the golden armor, Tang Boyue contemplated acquiring a core exceeding level 500, or perhaps even higher. Chapter 83. S-Rank mission for the next half-month, Tang Boyue remained in the company of Hakuer and his 4 companions. Each time they accepted a mission, it was Hakuer who took the lead, sharing the tasks with Tang Boyue, while the other 4 did not partake in the shared missions. This arrangement allowed Tang Boyue to accumulate the most adventure experience. Furthermore, during the early stages of their adventure, completing higher-level tasks facilitated rapid leveling. Over this considerable period, they successfully accomplished 4 A-rank missions. Since their primary objective was to elevate their adventure rank, they did not exclusively pursue extermination tasks, as such missions were not always available. Among the 4 tasks, there was only 1 extermination mission, followed by 1 retrieval and 2 escort missions. The extermination task involved a level 203 demon beast. Regrettably, this beast did not possess a core. Ultimately, after this extensive period, Tang Boyue's adventure level ascended to B rank, enabling him to undertake A-rank missions independently. During this time, it is worth noting the presence of Gu Xiaoxiao. On the 3rd day following her return to Donyao, she arrived at Kata with her younger siblings. After contacting Tang Boyue through the spirit manipulation terminal, they met in person. With Hakuer's assistance, Gu Xiaoxiao's 2 younger siblings enrolled in the primary Spirit Beast Academy in Kadona City, residing there while Gu Xiaoxiao did not have to worry excessively about their care. The youngest sibling had yet to reach school age and could only follow Gu Xiaoxiao around. Nonetheless, Gu Xiaoxiao had relatively few responsibilities, primarily overseeing the situation to ensure no one was slacking off, thus affording her ample time to tend to her siblings. For Gu Xiaoxiao's safety, Tang Boyue entrusted her with the Iron Guardian. This puppet, comparable to a level 150 summoned beast, combined with Gu Xiaoxiao's own summoned creature, provided a formidable combat capability. This arrangement was more than sufficient to handle the villagers. Of course, the villagers had been initially intimidated by Tang Boyue, and under ordinary circumstances, they would refrain from causing trouble. Entrusting the Iron Guardian to Gu Xiaoxiao was a precautionary measure. After all, under the temptation of profit, individuals could resort to any means. If the villagers were to see Gu Xiaoxiao alone, what would happen if they harbored ill intentions? Thus, entrusting the Armored Guardian to her, even if she were to encounter a predicament, she would be fundamentally capable of resolving it herself. Should the situation prove insurmountable, the Armored Sentinel would still afford a considerable amount of time, sufficient for contacting Tang Boyue. Even if Tang Boyue were in Donyao at that time, with Mingyu's swiftness, he could reach Kata in a matter of half a day. When Gu Xiaoxiao received the Armored Guardian, she was taken aback. Typically, those who employ puppets possess flawed mental acuity and are unable to form contracts with summoned beasts. Although controlling a puppet does not necessitate immense mental fortitude, it requires considerable skill. However, this particular puppet demands almost no mental energy. A mere mental connection suffices. Furthermore, it requires little to no technical prowess to operate. Appearing almost lifelike, capable of autonomously engaging in combat according to the circumstances, a feat unattainable by ordinary puppets. Standard puppets require their puppeteers to maintain intense focus. A moment's distraction could lead to a loss of control. In contrast, the Armored Guardian operates independently, eliminating the need for deliberate manipulation. Gu Xiaoxiao found this remarkable, yet deemed it reasonable, considering it was an artifact of Tang Boyue. After all, he often possessed an abundance of the extraordinary. With less than a week remaining before departing from school, she addressed her companions, stating that after completing the day's task, she would set off for Donyao. Tang Boyue and Hakuer, along with 3 others, had accepted a subjugation mission. This would be Tang Boyue's final task in Kata before returning to Donyao. Hakuer felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing Tang Boyue's intentions. During their time together, they had forged a harmonious bond, working on missions side by side, sharing drinks and engaging in lively conversations during their leisure. Despite the decade-long age gap between Tang Boyue and them, they found no generational divide when conversing with him. This was understandable. In his previous existence, Tang Boyue had already reached his 30s, aligning him more closely with Hakuer and his peers in terms of maturity. Moreover, with Tang Boyue's presence, their mission completion rate had significantly increased. Now that he was preparing to leave, a sense of melancholy enveloped them. "Hey, when will you come back?" Eugene inquired. Tang Boyue replied, "The school term is commencing. If I were to return, it would have to be during the next extended holiday." Eugene chuckled. "You must attend my wedding with Dinas." Upon hearing this, Dinas exclaimed, "Hey, what are you talking about? What wedding?" Eugene retorted, You promised when we faced the Shalon King that if we survived, you would marry me. Dinah's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, I agreed to marry you. But that doesn't mean it has to happen immediately. It's only a matter of time, Tang Boyue interjected. Rest assured, I will certainly attend your wedding. Just notify me through the spirit terminal when the time comes. Eugene nodded, no problem. Now, let us complete our task and finish early today. Afterwards, we shall celebrate together before I return to Dongyao, Tang Boyue concluded. Absolutely, let's go, Hakuya affirmed. Today's task is classified as an S-level mission. The previous assignment has fortuitously elevated Hakuya's adventure rank to a level, thus enabling him to undertake S-level tasks. In comparison to A-level missions, the competition for S-level tasks is comparatively less intense, particularly for extermination missions, where only a handful of teams vie for the opportunity. After all, S-level extermination targets are formidable beasts of level 300 and above. The last encounter with the Sand King left several teams at a significant disadvantage, leading to a prevailing reluctance to accept such daunting tasks. Were it not for Tang Boyue, Hakuya and his companions would also hesitate to engage in S-level extermination missions, as they had become acutely aware of the vast chasm between their capabilities and those of level 300 beasts during their confrontation with the Sand King. However, with Tang Boyue's presence, they felt compelled to accept the S-level task, as the rewards promised were several times greater than those of A-level missions. Their objective lay within the Sand King's ruins, where an unidentified beast awaited. This decision stemmed from the plight of an archaeological team that ventured into the ruins and encountered a terrifying creature, suspected to belong to the undead race. The spirit control terminal failed to record any information on this beast, but energy scans indicated its formidable level exceeding 300. The archaeological team exerted immense effort to escape, subsequently dispatching several teams to eradicate the creature, all of whom met with defeat. As a result, the Adventurers Guild published an extermination task. Given the beast's level exceeding 300 and the lack of any records in the spirit control terminal, the mission instilled fear in potential takers. Nevertheless, it was Tang Boyue's curiosity that drew him to this task, ultimately leading Hakuya, who had just attained A level, to accept the challenge. Unbeknownst to Tang Boyue, this mission would herald an unforgettable journey for him. Chapter 84, Extinct Beasts. The soul of the forgotten river, the Sand King's ruins serve as the final resting place for the 23rd monarch of Kata. The Sand King was a ruler marked by mercy and weakness. A king may be benevolent, yet he must never be feeble. During times of peace, the people of Kata flourished under his reign. However, as war loomed on the horizon, this gentle monarch found himself powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as his kingdom gradually eroded, ultimately leading to the overthrow of his regime and the dawn of a new era under a different ruler. Thus, the Sand King stands as the last monarch of the old Kata era. The ruins themselves do not house many treasures. After all, a defeated king leaves little behind upon his demise. Nevertheless, in recognition of his kindness and love for his subjects, posterity has bestowed him with honor. Consequently, the new monarch erected a grand mausoleum in the desert to commemorate him. Time has passed, and the Sand King's ruins were opened several decades ago. Due to the lack of valuable artifacts within, the exterior of the Sand King's ruins has been designated as a tourist attraction, while the interior remains inaccessible to the public, reserved solely for the archaeological teams. However, this particular commission was issued by the archaeological team, granting the group undertaking this task entry into the previously off-limits areas of the Sand King's domain. Riding on a desert chocobo, they arrived at the outskirts of the ruins. Apologies, but the Sand King's ruins are currently closed to the public due to the emergence of a ferocious creature within. Just as they dismounted from their chocobos, several guards approached to prevent Tang Boyue and his companions from proceeding further. For the safety of the general populace, even the perimeter of the ruins is off-limits. Hakuya asserted, "We are adventurers who have taken on a commission from the archaeological team." Upon hearing this, the guards scrutinized the 7 individuals. Besides Hakuya and his 5 companions, there were also Tang Boyue and Tang Kongkong. Tang Kongkong, donning a hat that concealed her horn, was naturally perceived by the guards as merely a human child. Do you understand the terror of the creature inside? The archaeological team previously sought the assistance of a celestial beastmaster, only to be driven out by the beast. One of the guards questioned, "Is there a celestial beastmaster among you?" It was evident that the guards held a degree of disdain for them, as they deemed their youthful appearance as indicative of their inadequacy to to possess the rank of Celestial Beastmaster. Hakiel responded, while we may not have a Celestial Beastmaster among us, dealing with a creature around level 300 should not pose a problem. The guards erupted into laughter at Hakiel's words, clearly skeptical of their capabilities. One guard remarked, fine. If you believe you can handle it, let us see your task on the Spirit Conduit to verify your identities. Hakiel presented the task on the Spirit Conduit. The guards examined it closely. Indeed, this is a commission from the archaeological team. You may enter, but should you find yourselves in over your heads, exit promptly. Although the creature is fierce, it will not kill as long as those who enter are willing to retreat from the Sand King's ruins. Tang Boyue's interest was piqued by the guard's words. This implied that the recently appeared creature's intent was not to harm, but rather to protect something within the Sand King's ruins. Otherwise, it would not merely drive people away. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Hakiel replied. Subsequently, Tang Boyue and his companions entered the Sand King's ruins. The ruins' exterior, developed as a tourist site, was quite luminous, but as they ventured deeper inside, the surroundings grew exceedingly dark. We have entered the interior. The creature could appear at any moment, so remain vigilant, Hakiel cautioned the group. Tang Boyue inquired, does this passage lead to the main burial chamber of the Sand King? Hacker replied, it remains unclear. However, the main burial chamber of the Sand King has yet to be discovered. The archaeological team is currently searching for it. Do you think it is possible that this strange beast emerged from the Sand King's main tomb? It has caused no harm, merely driving people away from the Sand King's ruins. Could it be protecting the main burial chamber from being found? Tang Boyue mused. Hacker pondered for a moment and nodded. Brother, there is indeed a possibility in what you say. I believe the Sand King's main tomb holds something of great value. Humans, this is not a place for your kind. Leave, a deep and ominous voice echoed from the depths of the tomb passage. It has arrived, Conlaf stated. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth. The next moment, a semi-transparent creature with a terrifying visage appeared. Hacker activated the spirit control terminal, seeking to identify this entity, but found no records of the beast within the device. What on earth is this? That face is quite repulsive, Sivina remarked. The absence of records on the spirit control terminal suggests it may be an ancient beast whose existence was unrecorded after the terminal's establishment. Kong, do you recognize it? Tang Boyue inquired. Tang Kong shook his head, no memory. At that moment, Tang Boyue summoned Mingyu to his side. Having survived for an extensive period, Mingyu claimed to have witnessed the rise and fall of multiple dynasties, thus possessing considerable knowledge. Regarding this beast, she should have some insights. Where am I? Mingyu exclaimed, surveying her surroundings. The ruins of the Sand King. Do you recognize this creature before us? Tang Boyue questioned. Mingyu examined it closely and replied, isn't this the Wanchuan spirit? A type of undead beast originating from Donyao. However, it has not been sighted for many years and is considered an extinct species. It is surprising to find it still existing in Qatar. Curiously, how can a creature unique to Donyao, believed to be extinct there, still be found in Qatar? Humans, leave this place. At that moment, the Wanchuan spirit let out another furious roar, its formidable presence forcing everyone to retreat a few steps. Be cautious. This creature is of no low rank. The spiritual energy it emits indicates its level is around 300. It is far more formidable than the previous sandworm. It excels in mental attacks, particularly illusions. Once ensnared in its illusions, escape becomes exceedingly difficult, Mingyu warned. Kong, subdue it, Tang Boyue commanded. Understood. Divine domain. Tang Kong unleashed his divine realm. Spatial blades. Countless spatial blades surged toward the Wanchuan spirit. Such a dense array of blades was impossible to evade. Yet the Wanchuan spirit showed no intention of dodging. The next moment, the spatial blades were upon the Wanchuan spirit. And what followed was a scene that left everyone in astonishment. The spatial blade pierced directly through the body of the Wanchuan soul, seemingly inflicting no harm upon it. Chapter 85, The Cunning Human. The essence of the Wanchuan soul's classic ability, Void, allows it to enter a state of nothingness. In this state, it is impervious to any damage manifested by energy and cannot be touched by any objects. However, in this state, it also cannot utilize attacks that inflict tangible damage. The most audacious aspect is that the Wanchuan soul possesses no skills of energy manifestation. It only wields mental attack abilities. This is the most insidious feature of this creature. It can unleash mental assaults upon you while remaining untouchable. At this moment, Mingyu remarked, Isn't that just outrageous? Eugene replied. Indeed, it's quite abnormal. Tang Boyue inquired. So, is there no way to counter it? Mingyu responded, there is. We can also employ mental attacks, effectively pitting our mental strength against its own. Alternatively, we could directly suppress its level, using overwhelming energy to shatter its void state. But aside from that, there are no other options. Upon hearing Mingyu's explanation, Tang Boyue felt somewhat speechless, astonished that such a perverse creature existed in this world. Level suppression. Who among us could accomplish that? Mingyu lacked a rank, and Tang Kongkong was barely at level 10. Hakuier and his summoned beasts were merely over 100 levels. And facing the 300-level Wangchuan soul, none here could exert level suppression over it. Nightmare. In an instant, Tang Boyue sensed a powerful mental force assaulting his mind. In a fleeting moment, his thoughts became a void. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his face. Coming to his senses, Tang Boyue realized it was Tang Kongkong slapping him. Kongkong, why are you hitting me? Tang Boyue asked. Tang Kongkong replied, the gambler instructed me to do so. Pain can awaken you from the nightmare's grasp. Otherwise, you would end up like them. As he spoke, Tang Kongkong gestured towards Hakuier and the others. Upon looking, Tang Boyue was taken aback to see Hakuier and his companions slumped on the ground, their gazes vacant. In the next moment, all five screamed in unison. Rolling on the ground, their faces twisted in terror. The nightmare is one of the most domineering illusions, forcing individuals to confront their innermost fears. As long as one remains ensnared by this illusion, they will repeatedly face their most profound terrors until their minds shatter, rendering them imbeciles. To break free, one may rely on external forces before entering the illusion, personal will, or pain. What I had the lackey do was interrupt you with external force just before you fell into the illusion, Mingyu explained. I see. So its illusion does not affect you? Tang Boyue queried. Mingyu affirmed, aside from level suppression, there is also bloodline and racial suppression. Judging by the spiritual energy it unleashed, this creature is a spirit beast. Its bloodline rank is lower than ours, and the undead race's rank is also inferior to ours, which is why its illusions have no effect on us. Empty. Go wake up Hakuier and the others, Tang Boyue instructed. Understood. At that moment, Tang Kongkong approached and roused the five individuals. Awakening these five proved to be considerably more challenging than rousing Tang Boyue, for the latter had not yet fully succumbed to the illusion. A mere pinch of pain had sufficed to bring him back to consciousness. In contrast, the five had completely immersed themselves in the hallucination, requiring excruciating pain to awaken them. Ouch, my face. At last, the five regained their senses. Their faces were ashen, devoid of color, and their foreheads glistened with cold sweat. It was evident that they had been greatly frightened within the illusion. Tang Boyue then turned his gaze toward Wangchuan's soul, who returned the look with curiosity. Here was a mere human, appearing no older than 16 or 17, yet he possessed two divine beasts. Tang Boyue spoke, Wangchuan's soul. Your illusions are of no use to us. Either you dispel the void, and we confront each other directly, or we shall proceed deeper. Where lies that which you wish to protect? It was evident that Tang Boyue was employing provocation. If Wangchuan's soul dispelled the void, he would be able to attack directly. Who on earth are you? Why do you possess two divine beasts at such a young age? Wangchuan's soul inquired, now realizing that with these two divine beasts, its illusions held no sway. It could not control them, and regardless of how it wielded its illusions, the beasts would ultimately awaken the others. Yet, it could not allow them to advance further, for within lay the resting place of its master, a sanctum not to be disturbed. Who I am is of no consequence. Are you certain you will not dispel the void? If not, we shall proceed. Hakuier, let us move forward, Tang Boyue declared. Despicable human, do not advance any further. At that moment, Wangchuan's soul was evidently agitated, roaring as it lunged at Tang Boyue. To attack without the use of illusions, it had to dissolve the void. Now, having dispelled the void, Wangchuan's soul, with its level exceeding 300, felt confident in facing them head-on. Dragon armor. Tang Boyue invoked the dragon armor. With a resounding thud, he successfully blocked Wangchuan's soul's assault, leaving it astonished. How could this young man withstand its attack? Ah, so you have dispelled the void? Then prepare for a taste of my power. Raging thunder. As he spoke, Tang Boyue unleashed raging thunder. Why employ raging thunder instead of heavenly prison? The answer was simple. Heavenly prison had a slower release, requiring time for mental locking even against a single target. In contrast, raging thunder was nearly instantaneous, with Wang Chuan's soul charging forward. There was no time to spare, lest it re-establish the void. Under the onslaught of raging thunder, Wang Chuan's soul let out a cry of agony, hastily retreating to distance itself from Tang Boyue. At this moment, in order to avoid further attacks, it once again activated the void. It now sensed that this human lad was unlike any other, compelling it to maintain its state of emptiness. Otherwise, it was quite likely to fall victim to him. Tang Kong unleashed several spatial blades towards Wang Chuan's soul. The blades pierced through Wang Chuan's soul's form, confirming that it had indeed re-entered the void. Goodness, this creature is rather clever. Managing to activate the void once more, remarked Tang Boyue. What shall we do? If it activates the void, we cannot attack it, Haker stated. Tang Boyue replied. Even if it enters the void, it cannot directly assault us. Should it resort to illusionary magic, with Mingyu and Kong present, they will promptly pull us back to reality from the mirage. Therefore, we shall disregard it and proceed deeper. When we reach what it wishes to protect, it will surely become anxious. I refuse to believe it will not relinquish the void then. Curse the human, I shall not let you escape, Wang Chuan's soul seethed, clearly incensed by Tang Boyue's words, having never anticipated such cunning among humans. Chapter 86. Trapped. It seemed Wang Chuan's soul had seldom encountered the guile of humans. Thus, upon meeting Tang Boyue, it found it unfathomable that such clever beings existed among them. At that moment, Wang Chuan's soul was utterly enraged. With a furious roar, the space before Tang Boyue began to warp. In the next instant, Tang Boyue was drawn into this distorted space. What is happening? Tang Boyue exclaimed. Be careful. Do not get drawn in, Mingyu cautioned. Tang Boyue attempted to utilize spatial displacement to escape the warped realm, but to his astonishment, his ability failed. In the next heartbeat, he lost his footing and was pulled into the distorted space. Seeing this, Mingyu and Tang Kong hastened to follow him into the warped realm. Brother, Haker wanted to rush in, but before he could touch the distorted space, everything returned to normal. All reverted to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Save for the absence of Tang Boyue, Tang Kong, and Mingyu. Even Wang Chuan's soul had vanished. Brother Tang, where are you? Answer us. Tang, dear brother. Please respond if you can hear me, Haker called out as the five searched for Tang Boyue's whereabouts. Regardless of their shouts, Tang Boyue offered no reply. Haker swiftly utilized the spirit command terminal to send a message to Tang Boyue, hoping for a response, yet still received none. A month passed, and it was as if Tang Boyue had vanished without a trace, with no word of him. The five, each day, ventured into the ruins of the Sand King in search, but yielded no results. Ultimately, due to the emergence of the bizarre creatures within the ruins of the Sand King and the simultaneous disappearance of personnel, the site has been completely sealed off, prohibiting any further entry. Consequently, Hakuer and his companions find themselves unable to venture forth in search of Tang Boyue. Let us rewind to the moment Tang Boyue was ensnared in the twisted realm. He found himself in a chamber approximately the size of a football field, an expanse devoid of any furnishings. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze was met only by the stone walls ahead. Tang Kong and Mingyu stood before him, while Wang Chuanhun lingered nearby. Tang Boyue inquired, "What is this place?" Wang Chuanhun replied, "To safeguard the resting place of the master from disturbance. This is the final line of defense. It is a spatial mechanism crafted from a spatial magic crystal. Once you enter this realm, unless you can unravel the mechanisms within, you shall never escape. There is no food or water here. Without sustenance, you will succumb to starvation in no time. However, I am different. As a being of the undead, I require neither food nor drink." Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue chuckled. "So you activated this spatial mechanism crafted from a magic crystal, and yet you find yourself trapped as well? Indeed, the one who activates it is also drawn into this realm. But that matters not. I possess ample time to observe your gradual demise from hunger. Once you perish, those five outside will dare not proceed further, thus ensuring they do not disturb the Master's eternal slumber. Here, I shall accompany your remains until the moment of my own demise." Tang Boyue realized the severity of the situation. Wang Chuanhun was indeed ruthless, willing to confine himself eternally to ensnare Tang Boyue and his companions. However, Tang Boyue remained unperturbed. After all, it was merely a chamber. Spatial displacement would easily allow for an escape. With calm composure, he approached the stone wall, preparing to utilize spatial displacement to exit. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. To his dismay, spatial displacement proved futile. Although he could manipulate space freely within this realm, crossing the stone wall was impossible. Observing Tang Boyue's attempt at spatial displacement, Wang Chuan triumphantly declared, "It is of no use. This spatial trap was specifically designed from a magic crystal capable of nullifying all spatial abilities. Within this domain, spatial energies remain unaffected. Yet you cannot breach this wall. Mingyu, reverse the yin and yang, and demolish this wall," Tang Boyue commanded. Mingyu nodded in agreement. Divine yin and yang reversal. Harnessing the power of yin and yang reversal, Mingyu unleashed a fierce strike against the stone wall. With a thunderous crash, the entire chamber trembled. Yet the wall remained unscathed. Mingyu continued to unleash a flurry of punches, but each met with the same result, utter ineffectiveness. Tang Kong, too, tirelessly employed spatial blades and cuts in an attempt to cleave through the wall, but to no avail. "Do not squander your efforts, for soon you shall confront other challenges," remarked Wang Chuan's soul with an air of triumph. Observing Wang Chuan's soul's smug demeanor, Tang Boyue felt an urge to eliminate it. However, in its current insubstantial state, there was little he could do. Just as Wang Chuan's soul's words lingered in the air, a formidable horde of monstrous beasts suddenly charged towards Tang Boyue and his companions. "More beasts still," he exclaimed. "Kong, prepare for battle. Mingyu, ensure Kong's safety." With that, Tang Boyue surged ahead to engage in combat. He was seething with anger, seeking an outlet for his frustration. Unable to confront Wang Chuan's soul, he redirected his ire towards the unexpectedly aggressive beasts. "What about you?" Mingyu inquired. Tang Boyue replied, "With the dragon armor, these beasts cannot harm me. Just make sure Kong remains unscathed, allowing her to attack without concern." "Understood," Mingyu affirmed. "Congratulations. You have slain the beast Frostwolf. You have earned 350 points. Congratulations. You have slain the beast rampaging demon ape. You have earned 550 points. Congratulations. You have slain the beast bloodbat demon. You have earned 210 points. Congratulations, Space Beast. Tang Kong's combat experience is now full, level increased by 1. Hearing the continuous stream of notifications, Tang Boyue was both astonished and elated. Goodness, are these creatures here to bestow points and experience upon us? Although their levels seemed modest and they appeared to be of common lineage, their sheer numbers were staggering. In no time, Tang Boyue had resolved to dispatch these beasts. Upon their demise, the bodies of the beasts did not linger but vanished into thin air. Tang Boyue glanced around. Astonishingly, he had accrued over 50,000 points. And Tang Kong's level had risen by 2. At that moment, Wang Chuan's soul's words struck Tang Boyue with a mix of surprise and joy. "Human, do not revel too soon. New beasts emerge daily. Here, time cycles every 10 days, meaning that starting from the 11th day, the beasts you have slain will resurrect and continue their relentless assaults. Of course, without sustenance and water, you may not endure 10 days to witness this cycle." Chapter 87. Is there such a boon? What? Beasts attack every day? Such a blessing indeed. Tang Boyue exclaimed. Daily, 50,000 points delivered, and combat experience for Tang Kong. This is a path to prosperity. Wang Chuan's soul appeared momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Tang Boyue's excitement. "You shall be eternally trapped here, besieged by beasts each day. Is this truly a cause for celebration? Soon you will reconsider. Do you genuinely believe you possess the means to escape?" At that moment, Wang Chuan's soul's visage transformed. The previously menacing head dissipated, replaced by a delicate countenance adorned with flowing hair. Yet, its lower body remained absent, floating ethereally like a specter. "What has caused this transformation?" Tang Boyue inquired. Mingyu remarked, "This is the true form of the Wang Chuan soul. In battle, to intimidate its opponent, the Wang Chuan soul possesses a transformation skill. It can take on any appearance, which is why it typically manifests in a terrifying guise during combat, allowing it to exert psychological pressure on its adversaries." Upon hearing this, Tang Boyue chuckled. "I see. It looks quite appealing, though it lacks a lower half." Tang Boyue then surveyed the empty chamber and discovered a stone pedestal within, upon which rested an object. Approaching it, he realized it was a cube. Indeed, merely a cube. The Wang Chuan soul drifted closer and said, "Human, it is of no consequence to inform you that this is the mechanism for leaving this space. If you manage to align all 6 faces of this cube to the same color, the door here will naturally open. However, regrettably, it is beyond human intellect to achieve this. My master was an exceptionally clever human, yet even he could not restore the cube to uniformity. Thus, after creating this space, he utilized the cube as the key to the exit. Tang Boyue had dabbled with cubes before. As an amateur, he required 2 minutes to solve a 3x3 cube, a stark contrast to the world record of mere seconds. Nonetheless, for an ordinary player, achieving a 2-minute resolution was commendable, as the majority would take longer, if not fail entirely. For a 4x4 cube, he could solve it within 3 to 4 minutes. However, he had never attempted cubes beyond that size. Yet here lay a 15x15 cube before him. The total permutations for a 3x3 cube are 43,819. The 4x4 cube boasts 74,0145 permutations, while astonishingly, the 15x15 cube contains 745,810, 813 possible configurations. For those unfamiliar with the algorithms, it would be an insurmountable task to solve a 15x15 cube in a lifetime. Even though Tang Boyue had experience with cubes and understood the formulas, he could only speculate how long it would take to solve the 15x15 cube. "What is this?" Mingyu inquired. "A cube. I did not expect to encounter such an object in this world. Can you restore it?" Tang Boyue responded, "I can. But it will require an extensive amount of time." "How long?" she pressed. "I do not know," he admitted. Indeed, he could not determine how long it would take him to restore it. Given a 3- or 4-dimensional cube, he could solve it within 5 minutes. But this was a 15-dimensional cube. "Can you truly restore it?" "Humph, do not boast. Even my master, an exceptionally intelligent human, could not accomplish this. So you stand no chance. You might as well wait here for death, you wretched human," the Wangchuan's soul interjected. Tang Boyue merely smiled, remaining silent. Knowing the method to escape was sufficient. Moreover, this method was one he was familiar with. Although it would consume considerable time, it at least offered a way out. Subsequently, Tang Boyue activated Beast Breeding Island, seeking to ascertain whether one could indeed enter this realm. If entry was feasible, there would be no urgency to unravel the enigma of the magic cube. Conversely, if entry was not possible, a sense of urgency would undoubtedly ensue. After all, the provisions within the island's repository were finite, sufficient only to sustain Tang Boyue and his companions for a little over a month. However, should entry to Beast Breeding Island be granted, sustenance would cease to be a concern, as they could catch fish from the sea. To Tang Boyue's delight, entry to Beast Breeding Island was indeed permissible. Within this secret chamber, the activation of spatial portals was achievable, albeit with the limitation of not being able to exit. Tang Boyue, alongside Tang Kong and Mingyu, ventured into Beast Breeding Island. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of Tang Boyue, Wangchuan's soul was nearly driven to madness. It feared that Tang Boyue had departed, rendering its activation of the spatial mechanism a mere farce, as it would be left eternally confined in this place. In truth, upon entering Beast Breeding Island, they merely returned to their point of entry. Thus, Tang Boyue had not truly left, but simply found himself in a more comfortable environment than the secret chamber. Each day, they would venture forth to battle a wave of monstrous beasts, accumulating experience and points, while spending the remainder of their time enjoying the island. During this period, Tang Boyue also attempted to send Mingyu beyond Beast Breeding Island in the hopes of finding an exit. To his disappointment, he discovered that the island was similarly protected by a barrier, rendering escape impossible whether by land or air. Upon reaching a certain proximity, spatial rifts would automatically manifest, returning them to the island. Nevertheless, Tang Boyue remained unperturbed. At most, he would face the 15th tier magic cube. Although the process might be time-consuming, the island provided ample opportunity for fishing. Freshwater could also be distilled from seawater through evaporation, alleviating concerns over food and drink, which rendered the passage of time far less daunting. On the following day, Tang Boyue, accompanied by Mingyu and Tang Kong, emerged from Beast Breeding Island. Upon their reappearance, Wangchuan's soul was astounded. What was happening? After disappearing for a day, how had they returned? Before Wangchuan's soul could articulate its bewilderment, yet another wave of monstrous beasts launched an assault. This batch of foes was effortlessly dispatched by Tang Boyue and his companions, netting them over 50,000 points, while Tang Kong advanced by 2 levels. Having accomplished this, they returned to the island once more. Witnessing Tang Boyue's vanishing act once again, Wangchuan's soul teetered on the brink of collapse, utterly perplexed by the circumstances. Was this space truly one that they could enter and exit at will? In truth, Wang Xuan's soul had discerned that Tang Boyue and his companions were simply coming each day to grind for battle experience with summoned beasts. Thus, Tang Boyue arrived punctually each day to harvest experience and points. 10 days passed, and over 500,000 points had been amassed. However, Tang Kongkong's rate of advancement began to slow, with only about 1 level gain per day. By this time, Tang Kongkong had reached level 20. On the 11th day, the passage of time within the space underwent a cycle. The monstrous beasts slain by Tang Boyue have been resurrected, identical to those he encountered on the very first day of their arrival. This left Tang Boyue in a state of disbelief, following the cycle of time. Vanquishing these creatures yielded no points. Since they had already been defeated, their revival was merely a consequence of the temporal loop. The system recognizes them as previously vanquished targets. Hence no points are awarded. However, this is not entirely disheartening, as Tang Kongkong still possesses battle experience. At the very least, this allows Tang Kongkong to continue accruing experience daily, while Tang Boyue has amassed over 500,000 points in the span of 10 days. Currently, his score hovers around 550,000. Chapter 88. The abnormal skill having cleared the horde of beasts, Tang Boyue returned to the island. Meanwhile, Wang Xuan's soul was genuinely furious. Each day, Tang Boyue would appear punctually to harvest experience, only to depart afterward. This mechanism was designed to ensnare prey within, and the beasts attacking daily were meant to ensure that those trapped endured a tormenting end. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this very mechanism has inadvertently become a fruitful method for Tang Boyue to gain experience. Wang Xuan's soul found herself at a loss. Her mental assaults proved ineffective against the two divine beasts. Engaging in direct confrontation was futile, as she could not match Tang Boyue's prowess. The chamber operates on a 10-day cycle. Today marks the 11th day, and the beasts we are slaying are identical to those from day 1. The system determines that they are already defeated, thus no points are awarded. Fortunately, Kongkong still retains battle experience. Otherwise, remaining here would be utterly pointless, Tang Boyue remarked. During this time, Tang Boyue also occupied himself with studying the cube. However, he was rather lackadaisical, as lingering here still bore its advantages. Although points were no longer being accrued, Tang Kongkong still had experience to gain. He intended to depart only when Kongkong faced challenges in leveling up. Gazing at his 550,000 points, Tang Boyue first exchanged 7 map fragments. Combined with the 2 previously exchanged, he now possessed 9, which he promptly synthesized into a complete map. He input the map into the spirit control terminal, yet the terminal currently received no signal within the chamber. After inputting, he could not ascertain the precise location of the divine beasts. That would have to wait until they exited. Following the exchange of map fragments, Tang Boyue retained about 510,000 points, enabling further exchanges for additional fragments. According to Tang Boyue's calculations, with each map fragment increasing by 1,000 points, the remaining 510,000 could procure over 2 complete maps. Presently, the value of map fragments had surged to 10,000 points each. Tang Boyue exchanged for 1, and when he prepared to exchange again, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, the price had surged to 20,000 per fragment. Goodness! It had not merely increased by 1,000 all along. Once it surpassed 10,000, the increments soared by 10,000. He pondered this, and the weight of the realization felt overwhelming. Originally, he believed that accumulating over 500,000 points was a considerable achievement. However, he soon discovered that the system had him firmly in its grasp. Now, exchanging for a new map costs 450,000 points. How ridiculous! The next one demands a staggering 4 million. Tang Boyue felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding in his mind, coalescing into 3 words. Damn it! The value of these points seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Although he still possessed enough points to acquire a complete map, Tang Boyue resolved not to proceed with that exchange. Instead, he opted for something of genuine utility, such as the source of celestial power and the soul feather of the earth. From his previous experience with fragmentary memories, he at least knew that these 2 items could reliably enhance the powers of Ming Yu and Tang Kongkong. Currently, both items were available for a mere 99,999 points. After the exchange, he would even accumulate around 300,000 points. Subsequently, Tang Boyue obtained the source of celestial power, a dazzling orb of multicolored light. Upon its use, the orb merged seamlessly into Ming Yu's form. Tang Boyue eagerly inquired, "Have you noticed any changes?" Ming Yu replied, "Indeed, I have unlocked a new attribute and acquired a corresponding skill. Tang Boyue hurriedly reviewed Mingyu's profile. Name, Sky Dragon, Mingyu. Race, Ancient Dragon Clan. Attributes, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Rock, Grass, Ice. Bloodline, Divine Beast level. Attributes, Strength, Agility, Defense 9999. Skills, Divine Regeneration, Raging Thunder, Wings of Wind, Fireball, Falling Rocks, Growth Hail, Enhanced Defense, Absolute Defense. Dragon Scale Armor, Hardened Dragon Scales, Divine Yin-Yang Reversal. Master, Tang Boyue. Goodness, she had activated 6 natural elements and acquired elementary skills corresponding to each. Due to the divine contract between Tang Boyue and Mingyu, he could share all of Mingyu's skills, excluding divine techniques, without limitation to initial skills. This meant that any skill Mingyu comprehended, provided it was not a divine technique, could also be utilized by Tang Boyue. Although these were merely elementary skills, under the enhancement of the celestial wrist, they could be elevated to the strongest abilities beneath the divine techniques of their respective elements. Wow! Tang Boyue, lacking in formal education, could only express his emotions with that singular exclamation. Generally, a summoning beast possessing 3 attributes was already considered exceedingly rare. Yet now, Mingyu boasted 7 attributes. Furthermore, the presence of question marks indicated that she had additional attributes yet to be activated. The skills associated with these 7 natural elements could be amplified through the celestial wrist, which was nothing short of extraordinary. With formidable defense, an abundance of attributes and skills, even though she could only rely on the yin-yang reversal for a mere 10 seconds of combat time, the skills she provided Tang Boyue, in conjunction with the celestial wrist, still wielded devastating effects. Following this, Tang Boyue exchanged for the soul feather of the earth. A gray feather, glimmering with a subtle luminescence, drifted behind Tang Kong. In the next moment, it transformed into a pair of ethereal wings. Tang Kong unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. Approximately half a minute later, she returned to the ground and shook her wings, causing them to vanish. Kong, have you acquired the ability to fly? Do you possess any skills? Inquired Tang Boyue. Tang Kong nodded affirmatively. Tang Boyue promptly examined her profile. Name, Void Beast, Tang Kong. Race, Illusory Deity. Attribute, Space. Bloodline, Divine Beast level 20. Attributes, Strength 1060. Agility 1060, Defense 1060, Skills, Spatial Displacement, Divine Domain, Space Cutting, 9 Nether, Spatial Blade, Feather Fall, Judgment of the Divine Soul Feather. Master, Tang Boyue. Remarkable. At level 20, her attributes all exceed 1,000, comparable to the stats of summoning beasts at over 100 levels. Furthermore, while most summoning beasts tend to be specialized, Tang Kong's attributes are exceptionally balanced, showing no signs of specialization. Moreover, she had acquired 2 skills, one ordinary and one divine. Feather Fall allows the wielder to summon tracking feathers that, upon striking a target, tear apart the surrounding space. However, spatial skills possess a significant drawback, low accuracy, making it difficult to land hits without strong control from teammates. Fortunately, she now had a tracking skill. The divine skill, Judgment of the Divine Soul Feather, unleashes divine feathers that drift about like space bombs. The explosion radius would annihilate the affected space. The distinction between annihilating space and tearing it is crucial. While torn space can quickly recover, annihilated space requires an extensive period to mend. Once one enters an annihilated space, they risk being shredded by the fragmented remnants within. This is an exceedingly perilous skill, capable of inflicting long-term damage to the surrounding space, making recovery arduous. For instance, utilizing this skill within a city would spell doom for that city, as the shattered space would take decades to slowly restore. During those decades, life would be untenable within that city. Chapter 89. Trapped for 2.5 years after exchanging for the source of the sky's power and the soul feather of the earth. These 2 items underwent a transformation. They morphed into the sky's swift phase and the earth's soul guardian, with the exchange points now totaling 999. 1,000,000 points, Tang Boyue could only observe in silence. Though he still had around 300,000 points remaining, there was little left to exchange for. As for the map fragments, Tang Boyue had already acquired 1, leaving 8 more to collect. The remaining 8 fragments require a staggering 440,000 points. Subsequently, The only items available for exchange are recovery potions, which hold little significance for Tang Boyue at this juncture. The final surprise box, although only costing 10 points, has proven to be less than fruitful. After acquiring the Sky wristband, Tang Boyue found that the box no longer yielded anything of worth, merely an assortment of ordinary recovery potions. Thus, he is not in want of such potions. To obtain new exchangeable items, he must await the discovery of the next divine beast. Each divine beast encountered will unlock new items for exchange. Although Tang Boyue possesses a complete map now, escaping this place is not a matter of urgency. The 15th level Rubik's Cube is enough to occupy his intellect. Fortunately, he has prior experience with the 3- and 4-layer cubes and knows a few algorithms. With ample time, the current 15th level cube can indeed be solved. Had he not possessed this knowledge, it would have been nearly impossible to learn the algorithms in this isolated environment, possibly rendering him incapable of solving it in his lifetime. Presently, Tang Boyue is not particularly eager to leave. The daily onslaught of aberrant beasts still presents opportunities to gather resources. Although he has no points left, Tang Kong continues to gain combat experience. As days turn into weeks, the food and water stored in Tang Boyue's island warehouse have been entirely consumed. Consequently, one of his daily tasks has become fishing. With his mastery of 7 elemental skills, fishing is a simple endeavor. The waters surrounding Beast Cultivation Island are teeming with life, yielding fish that are both fresh and delectable. Tang Boyue has begun contemplating the establishment of a seafood restaurant upon his departure. However, while seafood is delightful, consuming it daily can become monotonous. Time has flown by, and he has now consumed fish for 2.5 years. Indeed, they have been trapped here for that long. Recently, Tang Boyue has accelerated his progress on the Rubik's Cube as 2.5 years have elapsed, and the combat experience required for Tang Kong's advancement is no longer attainable from these low-level beast hordes. Currently, Tang Kong has reached level 50, with her attributes soaring to a remarkable value of 2,560. This level of prowess rivals that of common summoned beasts at levels 2 to 300. Divine beasts truly are unparalleled in their growth. Even the spiritual beast, Wangchuan Soul, at level 300, does not surpass Tang Kong significantly in attributes. However, while divine beasts exhibit impressive growth, their required experience for leveling up is considerably higher. For instance, ordinary summoned beasts, particularly those of the Beast King or Beast Emperor lineage, could easily accumulate experience from battling beast hordes over 2.5 years, potentially reaching levels 2 to 300. In contrast, Tang Kong has only advanced to level 50. Moreover, the combat experience gleaned from these low-level beasts has become irrelevant to her. To level up now, she will require no less than 6 months. To swiftly ascend, one must rely on the system's tasks or seek out more formidable adversaries. If something remains unsolvable, it is better left alone. After all, it is quite pleasant here. On that day, Tang Boyue continued to solve the Rubik's Cube when Wangchuan's soul drifted over lazily, engaging in conversation. Over the course of 2.5 years, animosity seemed to have dissipated between the two parties, and instead, Tang Boyue, Tang Kong, and Mingyu frequently frolicked with Wangchuan's soul. In truth, there was never any animosity. Wangchuan's soul's nature was not malevolent, as it had never committed any wrongdoing. Its sole purpose was to protect its master's eternal resting place from disturbance by outsiders. As time passed, they naturally grew accustomed to one another's presence. Through their conversations with Wangchuan's soul, Tang Boyue and his companions learned why the unique Wangchuan soul of Dongyao, which had been extinct in Dongyao, appeared in Qatar. The reason dated back to when the Sand King ascended the throne, becoming the 23rd monarch of the old Qatar era. To celebrate, Dongyao presented a unique summoning beast known as the Floating Spirit, a creature of spiritual lineage, as a tribute. The Sand King cherished it deeply, nurturing it with abundant resources. And ultimately, it evolved from the Floating Spirit into a wraith, and then into the Wangchuan soul. However, the Wangchuan soul was not its final form, should it evolve further. Its lineage had the potential to elevate to that of a divine beast. Unfortunately, the Sand King lacked the time to cultivate it. With the outbreak of war, this feeble monarch was rendered powerless, ultimately losing his kingdom and taking his own life in his palace. In turbulent times, a weak ruler holds no value. Yet a benevolent monarch is cherished by the people in times of peace. In the new era of Qatar, the king, in a bid to win the people's favor, invested heavily in restoring the Sand King's relics, providing him with a grand burial befitting a king. As the Sand King's favored summoning beast, Wangchuan's soul was interred alongside him. It willingly chose to accompany its master, for as a spirit-type summoning beast, it required neither sustenance nor nourishment to sustain its existence. Thus, it thrived within the tomb for centuries. Regrettably, it squandered countless years, remaining within that space, achieving no growth and strength. Had it ventured into the outside world, it could have ascended to become a formidable demon emperor in that span of time. Yet, survival in the outside world was not guaranteed. Originally, Wangchuan's soul did not wish to emerge into human sight. However, 2.5 years prior, an archaeological team had nearly reached the Sand King's main burial chamber during their excavation of the relics. To prevent its master's eternal slumber from being disturbed, it decided to reveal itself. It was precisely because of this that Tang Boyue found himself trapped there for 2.5 years. Tang Boyue glanced at Wangchuan's soul and remarked, "Isn't it about to be solved soon? You see, it is not far off. Soon we shall depart." Upon hearing this, the soul of the river of forgetfulness fell silent and drifted to the farthest corner from Tang Boyue. It then transformed into a sphere of energy, quietly hiding within the shadows. It appeared somewhat peculiar. Tang Boyue remarked to Tang Kongkong beside him. Tang Kongkong glanced at the energy sphere that was once the soul of the river of forgetfulness and said, "After countless years, she has long been unable to bear solitude. She has grown accustomed to our presence, and now that we are about to leave, she is left powerless to retain us. She is merely forlorn." Chapter 90. Reappearance. All gatherings must eventually disperse. We shall inevitably depart. Tang Boyue uttered this phrase with a hint of detachment, then resumed his efforts on the Rubik's Cube. In the days that followed, the soul of the river of forgetfulness remained in the form of an energy sphere in the corner, refraining from any communication with Tang Boyue and the others. Mingyu and Tang Kongkong attempted to engage it in conversation, yet it offered no response, remaining merely a sphere of energy, devoid of action or acknowledgement. A week later, with the final colored block restored, the 15-layered Rubik's Cube was successfully completed by Tang Boyue. What a feat! 2.5 years spent trapped in this place. Although he could have gone to the island, his time here had been solely confined to the island and this chamber. In truth, had Tang Boyue focused on solving the cube from the very beginning, he could have achieved it in far less than 2.5 years. After all, prior to this, there were still resources to be exploited. He simply was not in a hurry to leave. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and a door materialized upon the stone wall, slowly creaking open. Tang Boyue inhaled deeply. After 2.5 years, he wondered what the outside world was like. In this chamber, the spirit control terminal had no signal. While on Beast Training Island, the terminal had functioned well, but upon entering this secret room, it had remained silent. Thus, Tang Boyue had truly been isolated from the world for 2.5 years, unable to connect with the outside or be contacted by it. Perhaps, in the outside world, he was presumed dead. As Tang Boyue prepared to leave, he cast a glance back at the soul of the river of forgetfulness, still in the form of an energy sphere. Approaching it, he said, "Hey, cease being a sphere and return to your original form. After all, we have been friends. Are you not going to bid us farewell?" The soul of the river of forgetfulness offered no reply. Tang Boyue continued, "Well, since you choose to remain silent, so be it. I suppose we return here again. There will be no chance to meet once more." With that, Tang Boyue, accompanied by Mingyu and Tang Kongkong, prepared to leave. Hey! At that moment, the soul of the river of forgetfulness reacted. It transformed from the energy sphere back to its original appearance. "Oh, you've decided to speak?" Tang Boyue exclaimed. The soul of the river of forgetfulness floated before Tang Boyue, shedding its ethereal form. "I need a favor." "A favor? What sort of favor?" "I find myself weary. Grant me passage from this world, for I have transcended the state of void in my existence," spoke the soul of the forgotten river. "What an absurd request," retorted Tang Boyue. The soul of the forgotten river replied, "I cannot endure this place any longer. Rather than witness the decay of my master's remains, it would be preferable to depart from this realm. In that case, I shall know nothing and behold nothing." Tang Boyue proposed, "Why not leave with me?" At his words, the soul of the forgotten river was taken aback. Tang Boyue continued, "Upon our exit, I shall gather a few individuals. Accompanying them will undoubtedly be more intriguing than languishing in this tomb. Although your master has passed, and the contract is deemed nullified. I shall not compel you to forge another. Should you find companionship with them, remain. If not, you may return. What of my master? Inquired the soul of the forgotten river. If he truly loves you, he would not wish for you to linger here indefinitely. Let us do this. Lead us to him. And in his presence, allow him to decide your fate. What does that mean? You shall understand once we arrive. Very well. With that, Tang Boyue exited the secret chamber, and they once more traversed the tomb passage of the Sand King's ruins. The passage was shrouded in dimness, indicating that during their 2-year entrapment, no one else had ventured within. It appeared to be entirely sealed off. Guided by the soul of the forgotten river, Tang Boyue arrived at the main burial chamber of the Sand King. At the center of the chamber lay an immense coffin, the eternal resting place of the Sand King. What must we do? Asked the soul of the forgotten river. Tang Boyue produced a spirit coin and stated, You shall cast it. If it lands face up, it signifies your master wishes for you to depart. If it lands face down, he desires you to remain here with him. Upon hearing this, the soul of the forgotten river took the coin from Tang Boyue's hand and tossed it into the air. With a clink, the coin struck the ground, spinning for a few seconds before coming to a halt. The soul of the forgotten river eagerly awaited the outcome. It was face up. Face up? My master wishes for me to leave. Indeed, this choice reflects your master's will. Now, depart from this place. But what of my master? Do not worry. It appears no one has visited here for quite some time. The archaeological team's quest for adventurers has gone unfulfilled, leading to a complete lockdown for safety. Thus, rest assured, your master shall remain undisturbed for the time being, Tang Boyue assured. The soul of the forgotten river nodded. I understand. I shall leave with you. It floated to the Sand King's coffin, gently pressing against it, murmuring, Master, I shall heed your wish and venture forth. Fear not. I will return to visit you regularly. Tang Boyue also bowed to the coffin, saying, Do not worry. I shall ensure a fitting resting place for him. Tang Boyue resolved to return and seek out Hackwheel and the others, allowing the soul of the forgotten river to accompany them. A summoned beast of exceptional intelligence, like the Wangchuan soul, does not require a formal contract. Accompanying them, its identity transcends that of a mere summoned entity, becoming a true companion. With the inclusion of the Wangchuan soul, their team is destined to flourish further. Moreover, the Wangchuan soul gains the opportunity to witness the current world. Most importantly, the camaraderie among the 5 individuals creates a nurturing environment conducive to the Wangchuan soul's existence. In essence, the Wangchuan soul embodies simplicity, necessitating the presence of individuals radiating positive energy to guide it effectively. Tang Boyue departed from the ruins of the Sand King. Upon stepping outside, he inhaled deeply the fresh air, savoring the sensation of sunlight after 2.5 years in seclusion. Although the island also basked in sunlight, Beast Breeding Island was, in essence, an enclosed space. He had little time to revel in the joy of emerging into the light, as his spirit terminal on his wrist suddenly erupted with notifications. A deluge of information flooded in. Tang Boyue glanced at the screen, realizing that prior to this, he had been out of signal range, rendering the terminal incapable of receiving messages. Now, however, all the previous messages had come pouring in. To his astonishment, there were thousands of notifications, predominantly from a handful of familiar individuals: He and his companions, his parents, Ho Fan, Zhao Yicheng, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Bai Li Jin. The sheer volume of messages predominantly stemmed from Zhao Yicheng, who sent an astonishing 400 messages, while his parents collectively sent around 1000. For 2.5 years, Zhao Yicheng had sent an average of 15 messages per day. Tang Boyue couldn't help but marvel at her relentless dedication. She had not missed a single day. He scrolled through the timestamps and noted that since about a week after he became trapped in the secret chamber, coinciding with the start of the school term, Zhao Yicheng had consistently reached out. Given the overwhelming number of messages, he realized he couldn't possibly read them all at once. He would have to delve into them when time permitted. It would be remiss not to acknowledge such an outpouring of communication. At that moment, Tang Boyue skimmed through the most recent messages from the past 2 days. It has been 2.5 years. We have graduated. I have been recommended to Yunsong Advanced Beast Taming Academy in Dongyan City, one of the 4 prestigious academies of Dongyao, second in status only to the Imperial Royal Advanced Beast Taming Academy. Also, last night, Senyu evolved. She is now a 6-tailed beast. However, it was late, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I waited to tell you. You must be delighted for me. Today is my 18th birthday, yet I find no joy in it. My father insisted on holding an engagement banquet with Long Chong before I head to Dongyan City. I do not wish to be engaged to that man, so I ran away. I have already arrived in Dongyan City and will not be returning for now. Tang Boyue, can you respond to my message? They all claim you have perished, but I refuse to believe it. You are far too formidable. If you could control Mingyu, I cannot fathom you succumbing to death. I genuinely miss you. Tang Boyue, Dongyan City is vast. Today, I arrived at the Tsangyun Advanced Beastmaster Academy. The school has yet to commence, and I have come to explore my future institution in advance. It is truly enormous. You might find it hard to believe. But this academy is nearly as large as our Yulong town. How I wish you were here. I have a premonition that one day, you will suddenly return, standing before me with that mischievous grin adorning your face. This message was sent this morning, and it is the latest update. It is hard to believe that after 2.5 years, everyone has graduated and is heading to advanced Beastmaster academies. I wonder if Tang Boyue can return and graduate. I hope he will not have to repeat another 2.5 years. Tang Boyue has not yet replied to Zhao Yiqing's message. He will simply seek her out in Dongyan City later. After all, it has been 2.5 years. What does a little more time matter? When the moment arrives, perhaps the feelings upon our reunion will be different. If I respond now, the thrill of our eventual meeting may dissipate. Afterward, Tang Boyue glanced at his parents' messages, which primarily inquired about his whereabouts and when he would return home. In response to his parents, Tang Boyue promptly replied, informing them that he had discovered a secret realm and had been in seclusion for 2.5 years. Due to the sudden nature of his departure, he had not contacted them, but now he was free and would return home in a few days. Once the message was sent, Tang Boyue's parents quickly replied, their excitement palpable. They had presumed their son would never be heard from again, so receiving his message was an unexpected joy. Next, Tang Boyue reviewed numerous messages from Ho Fan, mostly inquiring about what had transpired. Whenever something significant occurred, he would relay the information to Tang Boyue. Currently, his summoned beast had evolved into a Xuanhua turtle, and he had enrolled in a regular advanced Beastmaster Academy in Xihua City, lacking the strength to gain entry into one of the 4 prestigious academies. To be closer to Bailey Jean, he had to settle for the ordinary academy in Xihua City. It is remarkable that despite everything, he has not given up on Bailey Jean. Bailey Jean had also sent Tang Boyue messages, particularly in the early days, asking if he was in any danger. However, as time passed, her messages ceased. The 5 from Hakue Air had also sent numerous messages inquiring about Tang Boyue's situation, with the most recent one arriving 3 days ago from Hakue Air. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxiao had sent Tang Boyue many messages, primarily reporting on the conditions of the mine and stating that she would transfer the mine's earnings into Tang Boyue's spirit account. She also inquired about why he had returned her message. Nevertheless, she continued to transfer the mine's income to his spirit terminal account. Tang Boyue glanced at his account balance. Astonished. A single digit, a double digit, a triple digit, and a 9-digit number, 10 digits. Remarkably, during the past 2.5 years, the mining area has bestowed upon Tang Boyue a 10-digit income. Now, he has truly become a wealthy individual. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoxiao has received her latest news. The agreement with the local villagers is set to expire in 3 days. She inquires with Tang Boyue whether he intends to return the mining rights to the villagers. Tang Boyue responds, informing her that he has just emerged from seclusion in the secret realm. He assures Gu Xiaoxiao that when the time comes, he will relinquish the mining rights, allowing her to claim her rightful share of the profits, after which she can return to Dongyao with her siblings. Gu Xiaoxiao quickly replies, both astonished and delighted by Tang Boyue's sudden communication. She proposes a meeting, stating her intention to return to Dongyao and to return the ironclad guardian to him. Tang Boyue suggests that she keep the ironclad guardian with her, as it has become rather redundant for him. It is akin to an ordinary level 150 summoned beast, far too feeble for his current needs. Tang Boyue sends a message to Hakweil, arranging to meet at the Reina restaurant in Cardona City 2 hours later. Upon receiving the news, Hakweil is filled with surprise and joy. Let us head back to Cardona City, Tang Boyue declares, and he proceeds on his journey back. Arriving at Cardona City, he meets Hakweil, who, despite Tang Boyue's early arrival by half an hour, finds himself greeted by Hakweil and his companions who have already been waiting. Brother, is that truly you? How splendid. You are safe. Hakweil exclaims, rushing forward to embrace Tang Boyue with his robust arms. Brother Hakweil, please, a bit gentler. I can hardly breathe, Tang Boyue gasps. Hakweel chuckles and releases him. At that moment, Eugene, Conrad, Savina, and Dinasai approach, each offering Tang Boyue a warm embrace. Suddenly, they notice the forgotten river spirit behind him. Brother, how did you acquire another summoned beast? Hakweel inquires. When they first encountered the forgotten river spirit, it had transformed into a terrifying visage, and they had never seen its true form. Oh, this is the forgotten river spirit, Tang Boyue explains. Ah, the five exclaim in astonishment. Let us sit and talk slowly. First, allow me to eat something. You cannot imagine, I have been subsisting on seafood for over 2 years. If I do not consume something else soon, I shall surely be ill.